Dongjiang number 5 middle school, class 8 of the senior year, a millennium ago. Under the influence of an unknown force, Blue Star manifested multiple fissures, through which monstrous beasts invaded our realm. All firearms became ineffective against these creatures, marking the dawn of the martial arts era for humanity. At the podium, a robust male teacher in his 50s was passionately recounting the history of martial arts. Below, some students were slumped over their desks in slumber, others were engrossed in comics, and many were aimlessly gazing about that. In essence, each individual was preoccupied with their own pursuits, entirely indifferent to the lesson at hand. Lin Xuan was no exception. He was reclining on a chair, propping his chin with one hand, appearing to listen, yet the teacher's words merely drifted through one ear and out the other. He reciprocated the effort in equal measure, maintaining a stance of mutual indifference to, in truth, he wished for a different reality, but he found himself unable to envision a future or harbor any hope, leading to a profound lack of motivation to strive. Reflecting on his past, he recalled how he had successfully navigated the gauntlet of college entrance examinations, emerging victorious from a sea of competitors to secure a place in one of the nation's premier universities. Indeed, Lin Xuan was not of this world, he was a time traveler. He had been in this martial arts realm for 6 months. When he first arrived, he had aspired to make a name for himself and carve out a successful career. Alas, the martial arts aptitude of the body he inhabited proved woefully inadequate. Recently, his vitality had been measured at a mere 7. What does this signify? A typical adolescent, having never engaged in martial arts, would boast a vitality of 10. Yet here he was, a senior in a martial arts high school, having undergone nearly 3 years of training, still failing to reach a standard deemed normal. Such a lack of talent was enough to bring him to tears. He had once been an exceptional individual, a paragon of diligence in the eyes of his teachers. Who could have foreseen that a single twist of fate would lead him down such a divergent path? Lin Xuan understood that, given his aptitude, achieving success in martial arts would be a formidable challenge. However, this era revered martial skill above all else. Even if one opted not to pursue higher education and instead took up a job delivering food, they would still be compelled to undergo a vitality assessment. Contemplating his bleak prospects, Lin Xuan sighed heavily, fidgeting with the pen in his hand in a futile attempt to quell his inner turmoil. Could it be that a once promising scholar in his past life was destined to be relegated to the lower echelons of society in this world? Ding. Host detected. System binding in progress. The sudden voice interrupted Lin Xuan's reverie. A system? Could it truly be the kind of system that is a staple for travelers? Lin Xuan perked up. From the moment he had traversed into this world, he had eagerly awaited the sound of ding. Half a year had passed without a whisper of it. Yet, it seemed that perseverance bore fruit. For on the eve of the college entrance examinations, he finally received his long-awaited signal. After a dialogue with the system, Lin Xuan gleaned its purpose. It was named the rebellious system. By behaving differently from those around him, by embracing uniqueness, he could accumulate anomalies. These anomalies could be utilized for a lottery. Simultaneously, the system interface materialized before Lin Xuan. Name: Rebellious System Host. Lin Xuan. Strength: 2 speed, 1 stamina, 2 defense, 1 skill, 1 mental power, 2 anomalies. 100 points required for a lottery draw. As Lin Xuan scrutinized the system interface, several large question marks floated in his mind. This was a martial arts world where vitality was paramount. What did this panel signify? It didn't even display a vitality value. Had he perhaps arrived in the wrong realm? Ding. This system is named the rebellious system. Seemingly attuned to Lin Xuan's thoughts, the system spoke again. Lin Xuan, rebellious. It indeed lived up to its name. Other systems in high martial worlds displayed vitality values, while this one showcased strength, speed. Rebellious was an epithet that aptly described the situation. Suddenly, an idea struck Lin Xuan as he glanced around. True to his expectations, the students around him displayed a myriad of postures, leaning this way and that. None were attentively engaged in the lesson. This was hardly surprising. In this world, individuals were categorized by their vitality, creating a rigid hierarchy. In many respects, it was even colder and more brutal than the college entrance examinations Lin Xuan had previously endured. While those exams were challenging, especially in the sciences, They tested not only talent, but also dedication and effort, particularly in subjects like English where diligence could yield commendable results. But the growth of vitality was heavily dependent on innate ability. Those with natural talent could see their vitality steadily rise even through basic training methods, while those lacking such gifts struggled to make any progress, regardless of how much wealth their families might invest in advanced techniques or supplements. Thus, many students found themselves resigned to a fate far removed from university life, relegated to a standard class, receiving education that was at best perfunctory. This was the reality of Lin Xuan's Class 8 in the senior year. Each student was acutely aware of their inability to achieve success in martial arts, leading to a loss of hope and motivation to strive for improvement. Consequently, the classroom atmosphere in Class 8 was characterized by chaos and disorder. Observing his classmates' chaotic antics and reflecting on his rather peculiar system, Lin Xuan fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, the teacher, Mr. Zhao, also scrutinizing the students, could not help but furrow his brow. As a diligent educator, he found it difficult to accept the cacophony that pervaded his classroom. Yet, having once been a student himself, he understood the plight of these young individuals. He recognized that this was a class that had long been abandoned. His instruction to such a class was little more than a formality, a way to fulfill his duties and earn a living. The students were free to do as they pleased, as long as their noise did not disrupt his teaching. After all, their days of leisure were numbered. Just the other day, he had seen an advertisement for a security guard position, which required a vitality of at least 30. For him, this was hardly a concern. Yet many students in this class could not meet such a standard. Their lives were destined to be fraught with challenges, their paths riddled with obstacles, and their futures bleak. Reflecting on this, Mr. Zhao's gaze towards the students softened, infused with compassion rather than reproach. After all, they would not have many more months of carefree school life ahead of them. Mr. Zhao surveyed the room. When his eyes fell upon Lin Xuan, he paused. Unlike his peers, Lin Xuan's desk was adorned with a book that he was diligently annotating it, occasionally glancing up at the teacher, his expression revealing seriousness, focus, and diligence. Seriousness, focus, and diligence? Such traits in Class 8 of the senior year? Mr. Zhao felt a wave of astonishment in his mind. Such descriptors were reserved solely for the students of Class 1. Dongjiang No. 5 Middle School was not particularly esteemed, barely scraping by at a mediocre level. Each year, only a small fraction of Class 1 students managed to meet the minimum admission criteria for university. They were the most gifted individuals in the school, and their hard work yielded tangible results, paving the way for a brighter future. They toiled relentlessly, honing their skills, striving to alter their destinies. As for other classes, particularly Class 8, the effort seems utterly futile. Thus, when Teacher Zhao observed Lin Xuan from Class 8 diligently attending class for over 15 minutes, he was taken aback. Ding, ding, ding. As the bell signaled the end of class, Lin Xuan couldn't help but stretch lazily. It had been a long time since he had focused so intently on a lesson, he felt somewhat unaccustomed to it. Ding. While others are distracted in class, you are focused. Anomaly value 50. Upon hearing the familiar voice, a long-lost smile graced Lin Xuan's face. Just as he anticipated, Teacher Zhao was even more astonished to witness such a satisfied smile after class. Could this truly be a student from Class 8? With the ringing of the bell, the classroom erupted into a lively commotion. Lin Xuan, shall we head to the Internet CF to play games this afternoon? Chun Ming, seated in front of Lin Xuan, said while packing his bag. The senior year curriculum consists of 2 parts: theory classes in the morning and practical classes in the afternoon. The instructors for the practical classes primarily focus on the students from Class 1, as they're the most likely to enter university. Students in Class 8, who are seemingly distant from university prospects, often find themselves overlooked by teachers. Consequently, they obediently seek their own amusements in the afternoon, avoiding any trouble for the teachers. Usually, Lin Xuan would agree to Chun Ming's invitation. However, having recently acquired a rebellious system, he realized he must distinguish his behavior from others to earn rewards. Lin Xuan had just received 50 anomaly points for his diligent participation in class. To redeem a lottery entry, he needed to accumulate 100 anomaly points that, if he followed Chun Ming to skip class and play games, he would forfeit the chance to earn anomaly points. Thus, he found himself hesitating. At that moment, a resounding voice cut through the clamor. Silence. This afternoon, everyone must gather on the playground for martial arts training. No skipping or absenteeism. A designated teacher will record the names of those who are absent. Standing at the doorway was their homeroom teacher, Mr. Ma, a man in his 40s with a medium build, loudly proclaiming "Dada." Why? No, please. Protests erupted from every corner as each student expressed their dissatisfaction. Their leisure time had been abruptly snatched away. Mr. Ma raised his voice further. With less than 100 days until the college entrance exam, from today onward, daily training in the afternoon is mandatory. Even if you cannot enter university, training to improve your physical fitness will only benefit your future. In the afternoon, all senior students gathered on the playground punctually. They discovered that the area had been divided into several sections, each corresponding to different classes. Chun Ming led Lin Xuan to the area designated for Class 8, located at the edge of the playground, partially shielded by a few lush trees from the view of the podium. Not bad, not bad. This is a good spot. Chun Ming crossed his arms, quite satisfied. As he spoke, he pulled a gaming console from his bag. Though their homeroom teacher mandated attendance in practical classes, placing them in such a secluded area seemed to tacitly endorse their conduct. Without any moral burden, Chun Ming found a corner and squatted down, enthusiastically embarking on his gaming journey. Lin Xuan surveyed his surroundings and noticed that his classmates, like Chun Ming, were either chatting together, playing games, or engrossed in novels. Under the warm sunlight and the azure sky, the young men and women basked in leisure. Witnessing this scene, he inexplicably felt a sense of harmony. However, Lin Xuan quickly detached himself from this pleasant emotion that he found a secluded spot, set down his bag, and began to recall the foundational body training techniques stored in his memory. Following some distant recollections, Lin Xuan commenced his movements. This was a foundational technique uniformly taught in high schools across the nation, with every student possessing a manual. Yet, due to Lin Xuan's lackluster talent and minimal practice, he found himself fatigued after only a few movements. While others squander their practical classes, you diligently practice. Anomaly value 100. The familiar voice resonated in Lin Xuan's mind. Excellent. He now had a total of 150 anomaly points. Each expenditure of 100 anomaly points granted him a lottery entry. Excited, Lin Xuan promptly instructed the system to initiate a draw in his mind. Ding. Consumed 100 anomaly points. Lottery successful. Strength 2. Hearing the system's announcement, Lin Xuan's eyes reflected confusion. More strength. In this world, measurements are based on vitality. Yet, his system lacked this attribute. Although Lin Xuan felt strength should fall under the broader category of vitality, he could not ascertain whether an increase in strength would also enhance his vitality. Regrettably, measuring vitality required specialized instruments and equipment, which he could not access during class. A thought flickered through Lin Xuan's mind. While he could not measure his vitality, he could assess his strength on site. The foundational body training techniques included several movements that he clearly felt he could not execute flawlessly. He wondered if the addition of 2 strength points would yield any noticeable change. Resolving to calm his mind, Lin Xuan began the movements anew. Meanwhile, a hand nudged Chun Ming, who was deeply engrossed in his game. "Don't bother me," startled by the sudden gesture. Chun Ming nearly lost his game. Once he regained his composure, he irritably addressed the individual beside him. "Look, isn't that Lin Xuan? Is he actually training over there?" Having keenly caught his friend's name, Chun Ming lifted his head. Indeed, it was Lin Xuan. Amidst a sea of slouched classmates, he stood upright, meticulously practicing each movement with precision. He was strikingly conspicuous, like a radiant sun emerging in the night. Chun Ming, could it be that Lin Xuan has lost his mind, right? Everyone else is slacking off, and he's the only one diligently practicing. This is quite the anomaly. Noticing Lin Xuan's solitary training, several classmates gathered around Chun Ming. Their curiosity piqued. Although Chun Ming found Lin Xuan's actions perplexing, he quickly countered the somewhat malicious comments from his peers. "You're the one who's lost your mind. Diligent practice is what we should be doing as students. If you slack off, how can you blame others for being hardworking? Whose behavior is truly out of place? Just look around the playground and see who truly stands out." Indeed, scanning the entire playground, aside from Class 8, most students were earnestly practicing. If anyone's behavior was out of place, it was the entire demeanor of Class 8, which rendered Lin Xuan a peculiar exception. Chunming's rapid-fire retort left those around him momentarily speechless. In truth, they had noticed Lin Xuan practicing from the very beginning. Initially, they dismissed him as merely amusing himself out of boredom. However, as time passed, they observed his movements becoming increasingly refined and fluid. His progress was evident to the naked eye. Their mindset began to shift. They all understood that their talents were lacking, a widely accepted fact. Since they could not change this reality, they accepted it. Each day was spent idly, playing games and reading novels, happily remaining good classmates and friends. What justifies your ascent? Your pursuit of excellence. What compels you to distinguish yourself from those around you? What grants you the audacity to cast a shadow upon the mediocrity of your peers through your relentless efforts? In such a mindset, they find it intolerable to witness the vibrant vitality of others within the group. They cannot abide the success of others. Thus, they seize opportunities to deride Lin Xuan's good friends, sneering at Lin Xuan himself. Not only do they seek to vent their own discontent, but they also strive to diminish Lin Xuan, attempting to revert him back into their collectivia member of their dismal cohort. Deemed irredeemable in the eyes of society. Yet, they are acutely aware that, from any perspective, diligence is widely regarded as a commendable virtue. Consequently, they lack the moral high ground to counter Chunming's retort. Their indignation is rendered impotent. They can only remain silent. Yet, within their hearts, they remain unconvinced. Chapter 3 Classmate, I do not prevent you from practicing. It is for your own good. In the midst of this awkward silence, a rather composed voice broke through. Diligence is indeed a traditional virtue, an indisputable fact. However, the question remains, will effort yield rewards? Is the time invested truly worthwhile? Can the toil and sweat be in vain? These are matters we must contemplate. Wang Liang, sitting nearby, set aside his gaming device and spoke up. He is the class monitor of Class 8. What? Chunming was taken aback by this statement. He was not a model student in the conventional sense. Yet he understood that hard work, struggle, and perseverance are commendable traits, qualities instilled in him throughout his upbringing. Although he may not embody them, his comprehension of right and wrong remains intact. At this moment, hearing Wang Liang's words, particularly the query regarding the rewards of effort, left Chunming momentarily speechless. Wang Liang, as a member of Class 8, was not particularly gifted. Even if he surpassed some of his peers in the eyes of society, he still fell into the category of those deemed hopeless. However, his ascendance to class monitor was not a result of poor talent, but rather his ability to analyze situations with a calm mind. As the gazes of his classmates converged upon him, Wang Liang relished the attention, clearing his throat. He continued, Our education has always taught us that a life of struggle is the most beautiful. A life of perseverance is truly splendid. If striving and hard work were as vital as our teachers proclaim, then most individuals in this world would be leading joyful lives. Yet, as you observe, unfortunate souls can still be found everywhere in life. They rise early, toil late, and labor diligently. Can you claim they do not strive or struggle? Certainly not. What then is the reason that, despite their efforts and diligence, they cannot lead better lives? The answer is that sometimes effort does not yield corresponding rewards. Hard work can indeed be futile, especially when our martial prowess is not particularly high. Talent limits our potential, a fact that neither effort nor diligence can alter. As these words resonated, the surroundings fell into complete silence. Chunming's eyes displayed a clear sign of contemplation, while others nodded vigorously. Although they lacked intelligence and perceived some flaws in Wang Liang's argument, they understood he was speaking on their behalf. Yes, that is precisely what we mean. We certainly acknowledge that hard work is virtuous. Yet, our lack of talent means our efforts go unrewarded. Thus, we sincerely wish for Chunming to dissuade Lin Xuan from practicing further, to spare him from futile endeavors. Indeed, we are all classmates. How could we wish harm upon Lin Xuan? Chunming is simply overthinking, mistaking our goodwill for malice. In an instant, a cacophony of confused voices surged towards Chunming. The classmates spoke excitedly, as if they were the benevolent souls considering Chunming and Lin Xuan's plight. Yet, Chunming remained unappreciative. They had swiftly claimed the moral high ground. Chunming and Lin Xuan were the truly ungrateful ones. Moreover, a well-meaning student rushed directly to Lin Xuan to prevent him from continuing his practice. Upon hearing the background of the situation, Lin Xuan halted his actions. Just as everyone looked at him with expectant eyes, hoping for him to embrace clarity, the system chimed. Ding. While others abandon their efforts, you practice earnestly. Abnormal value 100. Oh, now I understand. Lin Xuan realized. The system's rewards were not one-time occurrences. He glanced at his watch. 2 hours had passed since he began training. The system had prompted him twice, granting 2 rewards. This meant that as long as he remained in this environment and continued to train, he could consistently accumulate abnormal values. After an hour of practice, Lin Xuan felt the increase in strength had subtly benefited him. Previously, he struggled with the standard execution of certain challenging movements while practicing the body refinement technique. However, after a 2-point increase in strength, he felt his movements, if not fluid, were certainly much smoother. Now, he could confidently assert that an increase in strength would inevitably lead to an increase in vitality. The exact extent of this increase, however, remained uncertain. This system, deemed rebellious and seemingly unreliable, turned out to be unexpectedly beneficial. As Lin Xuan pondered, his expression transformed continuously from confusion to realization, and finally to delight. The classmates nearby fixated on the changing expressions on Lin Xuan's face, filled with anticipation. All right, I understand now. Thank you all. Lin Xuan finally spoke. Upon hearing his words, the classmates envisioned the arrival of the goddess of victory. Yes, this is right. We are all classmates. How could we wish harm upon you? Living well in the present is the fundamental truth. We all have your best interests at heart. The group joyously engaged in discussion. Then I shall continue practicing. You all should also strive. Lin Xuan added. What? You still wish to practice? Did you even absorb our words? A chorus of incredulous voices arose. Lin Xuan ignored them, turning to a spot farther from them to resume his practice. In truth, he comprehended the rationale behind his classmates' arguments. He understood their mindset. They were unwilling to exert effort or strive for improvement, as hard work is indeed a taxing endeavor. Yet, they also despised witnessing others laboring under their noses. Therefore, rather than putting in their own effort, they preferred to persuade everyone around them to abandon their pursuits and struggles. If everyone else succumbed to their complacency, they could continue their previous lazy lifestyle without psychological burden. Lin Xuan grasped all of this. As a traveler from another world, he possessed many more years of life experience and social insight than they did. However, now he had the support of the system, especially since the system required him to act independently. Their complacency provided Lin Xuan with opportunities to gain abnormal values. Thus, he had no intention of engaging in verbal disputes with them. One's destiny is in one's own hands. You are the master of your life. Seize every opportunity available. Remain unaffected by the seemingly plausible arguments of others, and steadfastly pursue your own path. This is what Lin Xuan aspired to achieve. Listening to Lin Xuan's casual remarks and observing his nonchalant departure, his classmates were momentarily taken aback. Their recent fervent, profound discourse had seemingly produced no effect whatsoever. A lack of talent is one thing, but such a deficiency in reasoning as well. Their efforts to dissuade him bore no fruit. Wang Liang spoke, shaking his head in disappointment, his demeanor one of regret. As classmates, we have fulfilled our duty. Lin Xuan refuses to listen, unwilling to turn back until he hits a wall, determined to squander his limited time. We shall live our lives well without concern for him. Wang Liang addressed the group loudly, feigning a sense of heartfelt sorrow. The classmates echoed his sentiments, as if Lin Xuan were embarking on some heinous act. Chapter 4. Teacher Zhang. Effort is worthless in the face of talent. Not far from Wang Liang and the others, 3 figures stood silently, capturing every word of their conversation. These were the 3 teachers responsible for discipline, patrolling the playground. This Lin Xuan is a promising student. Among so many who have given up on themselves, he remains steadfast. Unfazed by the influence of his peers, Teacher Zhao remarked, nodding in approval. This morning, I taught a theoretical class to Class 8, and Lin Xuan left a deep impression on me. He was the only student who paid attention and took notes, entirely different from his classmates. Hearing Teacher Zhao's praise, Teacher Ma, the head of Class 8, smiled in agreement, saying, I remember Lin Xuan. He was once just an ordinary, inconspicuous student, behaving like everyone else. However, today his actions have earned my respect. Upon hearing this, a look of greater satisfaction spread across Teacher Zhao's face. From being like everyone else to actively behaving differently is indeed commendable. Change is painful, especially the shift from complacency to striving, which requires us to combat our own inertia. Moreover, his transformation is met with resistance from those around him, which is a substantial obstacle. Humans are social creatures, and within a group, People tend to follow the majority's behavior or choices. This is why school divisions are necessary. A once positive individual placed in a negative group can easily be influenced to alter their behavior. Yet, Lin Xuan, amid such a collective, can resist the pressure it brings. That is no small feat. Listening to Teacher Zhao's unabashed admiration, a gleeful expression illuminated Teacher Ma's face. Nevertheless, he humbly responded, "Indeed, Lin Xuan's behavior today deserves commendation. But perhaps not to the extent you suggest, Teacher Zhao. You are truly an expert in theory, possessing a discerning eye, a model for us younger teachers." Teacher Ma himself felt his own talent was lacking, ranking only in the lower tier among the teachers at the school. In the past, he had often faced criticism from the principal and other school leaders due to his students' shortcomings. This was the first time he had received praise from a senior teacher for a student in his class. While Teacher Zhao was not a high-ranking leader, his status in theory and cultural subjects was among the best in the school. He was also the leader of their patrol team. The recognition of Lin Xuan by Teacher Zhao made Teacher Ma immensely happy, his face aglow with satisfaction. However, this harmonious scene deeply wounded Teacher Zhang, a young and striking female teacher. As the head of Class 1, she led the most outstanding class. Under her strict educational approach, all her students diligently practiced day after day, with no one daring to slack off. Yet, such an excellent class and an exemplary teacher had not received praise from Teacher Zhao. Instead, a student named Lin Xuan, who had only been serious once, was lauded excessively. It felt profoundly unjust. Moreover, this was Class 8, a class that had never sent a student to university since the school was founded. It was a gathering place for the so-called losers. And that Teacher Ma, nearly 20 years her senior, was merely a secondary practitioner. He had always been a target of criticism from school leadership. Meanwhile, Teacher Zhang, despite being a woman, was formidable. In her mid-30s, she had already attained the rank of a tertiary practitioner. Time and again, she led Class 1 to achieve outstanding results, breaking records for university admissions across the school. She was a paragon among teachers. In Teacher Zhang's eyes, Teacher Ma was unworthy of even tying her shoes. Yet now, Teacher Zhao had the audacity to praise Teacher Ma and his students in front of her. This inflicted a profound sense of humiliation and anger upon Teacher Zhang. Thinking of this, she spoke up. "Don't you think Wang Liang is more exceptional than Lin Xuan?" Teacher Ma was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Ah?" Teacher Zhang asserted confidently. Martial arts rely on talent. Without innate ability, no amount of effort or struggle is of any use. For effort is utterly worthless in the face of talent. I trust you can agree with this, Teacher Ma. As she spoke, a provocative smile graced Teacher Zhang's face. Upon hearing her words, Teacher Ma lowered his head. The impact of her statement was tremendous. Each word struck to the heart, for not only did the students of Class 8 lack the talent of those in Class 1, but even his own talent paled in comparison to Teacher Zhang's. Although they were both high school teachers, their salaries and other benefits were worlds apart. Seeing the smile vanish from Teacher Ma's face, Teacher Zhang beamed like a radiant flower, pressing on, setting talent aside for a moment. Let us consider diligence. My students in Class 1 have practiced consistently from their first year until now, never slacking off. Their hard work has become ingrained in their very bones, a daily habit. But what of Lin Xuan? From what I gather from Teacher Ma, he only began to take things seriously today. How long will that seriousness last? 1 day? 2 days? That amounts to nothing more than sporadic effort, utterly meaningless, merely squandering his life. Observing Teacher Ma's increasingly bowed head, Teacher Zhang's smile grew ever more triumphant. Teacher Ma, while you and your class may lack in talent, your choice of class leader is commendable. Wang Liang clearly understands the importance of innate ability. He recognizes that inherent talent is the digit 1, while subsequent effort is the zeros that follow. Without that one, all effort is rendered null. For those devoid of that one, complacency is their optimal solution. They must accept their fate of being inferior, as their efforts bear no significance. Teacher Zhang's verbal onslaught intensified, causing Teacher Zhao to furrow his brow. Unable to endure any longer, he interjected, "Teacher Zhang, remember, you are an educator. You ought to impart the correct values and worldview to your students. It is inappropriate to use talent as a means to discriminate against any student. Such behavior is unbecoming of a public educator." A deep, resonant voice rang out. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Teacher Zhang closed her mouth. Yet, her heavily made-up eyes betrayed her inner discontent. Time flew by, and soon it was time for dismissal. Observing the clock's hands pointing to 5, Lin Xuan silently checked his system. 5 hours of training had yielded him 500 anomaly points, along with an additional 50 anomaly points for attentively listening in class that morning. In total, he had amassed 550 points. After a previous lottery draw costing 100 points, he had 450 remaining, allowing for 4 more draws. Just as Lin Xuan prepared to indulge in the lottery, he was astonished to find the anomaly points displayed as 600. Feeling puzzled, Lin Xuan began to inspect the system messages. To avoid disrupting his training and prevent any unexpected sounds from intruding upon his mind, he had turned off the system's notification sound during his afternoon practice. Upon his investigation, he discovered 2 peculiar system messages around 2 p.m. Others are agitated, yet you remain composed. Anomaly value 100. Others are agitated, yet you remain composed. Anomaly value 50. Lin Xuan? Well then, why is maintaining emotional stability not considered a remarkable ability? Chapter 5. Harvesting Rewards. Strength soars. With this thought in mind, Lin Xuan decisively initiated a lottery draw. Ding. Consumed 100 anomaly points. Draw successful. Speed increased by 2. Consumed 100 anomaly points. Draw successful. Endurance increased by 2. Consumed 100 anomaly points. Draw successful. Defense increased by 2. Draw successful. Obtained a junior vitality pill 1. Draw successful. Gained 2 unassigned points. Draw successful. Mental strength increased by 2. As he watched the continuous stream of system notifications, Lin Xuan felt a surge of excitement. Splendid, splendid. Every lottery draw yielded rewards. The system was indeed trustworthy. Moreover, it was unexpectedly able to yield medicinal pills in addition to attribute points. This truly exceeded Lin Xuan's expectations. His satisfaction with the system was steadily rising. The most delightful surprise for him was the vitality pill. As is well known, aside from training, medicinal pills can also enhance one's vitality. The junior vitality pill he drew this time, when consumed, would increase his vitality by 1 point. Of course, this pill had its limitations, being restricted to those below the 3rd rank of martial artists. However, the crafting of vitality pills was no easy task, and their price was exorbitant. Officially priced at 5,000 yuan each. Since anyone could consume a junior vitality pill and it exhibited no significant side effects, the demand in the market far exceeded the supply. The price of vitality pills was constantly soaring. In the current market, one would need no less than 10,000 yuan to procure a vitality pill. Lin Xuan's family was relatively well off, yet his low talent led his parents to deem the investment in such an expensive pill as unworthy, given the meager returns. Thus, even though they could acquire pills through special channels, priority was always given to others. This resulted in Lin Xuan never having consumed a junior vitality pill, having only experienced the junior vitality soup. Though differing by just a word, the effects of vitality soup were worlds apart. The soup was merely the leftover scraps from the crafting of the vitality pill, diluted with water. All the essence was absorbed by the vitality pill. Lin Xuan had the misfortune of having tasted the vitality soup a few times and felt that it was better turned to placebo. It had no discernible effect, serving merely as a psychological comfort. Therefore, the appearance of a vitality pill before Lin Xuan filled him with indescribable excitement. Finding a secluded spot away from his classmates, Lin Xuan unhesitatingly consumed the vitality pill. Simultaneously, he received the system points. A warm current flowed from his heart, surging through his limbs. He felt an infusion of strength coursing through his body. Lin Xuan had a premonition that his vitality must have surpassed 10, entering the realm of normalcy. Although the vitality pill contributed an increase of 1 point, he sensed that the enhancements and other attributes also played a role in elevating his vitality. At the same time, Lin Xuan opened the system panel. Name, Rebellious System Host. Lin Xuan Strength. 4 Speed. 4 Endurance. 4 Defense. 4 Skill. 1 Mental Strength. 4 Anomaly Points. 0. Lin Xuan gazed at the system panel, puzzled. He had meticulously calculated the rewards from the system and noted that the post-reward values for speed and defense should total 3. Yet now, they stood at 4. What could be the reason for this discrepancy? Moreover, he still had 2 unassigned points remaining. After some contemplation, Lin Xuan decided to allocate these 2 points entirely to strength, as he always believed that strength had a significant correlation with vitality. Having distributed the system rewards, Lin Xuan was exceedingly curious about his current vitality. Thus, he bid farewell to Chen Ming and proceeded alone to the designated area in the school for vitality testing. In the activity room of the gymnasium, Lin Xuan spent considerable time locating this classroom. In the past, due to his inadequate talent, he had neglected his training. Aside from the mandated midterm and final assessments, he rarely bothered to test his vitality, avoiding the discomfort it brought him. Hence, this marked his first visit to this location. Due to the need for maintenance of the measuring instruments, the school, in its nonprofit spirit, required each student to pay a fee of 200 yuan before every measurement. A large sign at the classroom entrance caught Lin Xuan's attention. 200? Nonprofit? The school certainly had a sense of humor. Indeed. Anything related to martial artists in this world was far from cheap. The associated industries likely profited immensely. While grumbling, Lin Xuan retrieved 200 yuan from his pocket. After paying the fee, he followed the teacher's guidance to the designated room for testing vitality. The instrument for measuring vitality bore a resemblance to the self-service registration machines he had seen in hospitals in his previous life. He took a disposable needle from a nearby recess, reminiscent of the needles used for fingertip blood tests in hospitals. After drawing a drop of blood from his fingertip, he placed it in the designated collection area as per the instrument's instructions. In less than a second, the instrument responded. The large screen displayed the number 19. Upon seeing this figure, Lin Xuan could hardly contain his excitement. Although he had anticipated that his vitality would surpass 10, the number 19 still astonished him greatly. Lin Xuan distinctly recalled that his previous vitality was a dismal 7. Furthermore, since his arrival in this world nearly half a year ago, it had remained unchanged. Yet today, in a single day, his vitality had more than doubled and increased by an additional 5 points. His efforts had been minimal, incomparable to the rigorous study schedule of 5 in the morning and 10 at night from his previous life. The warm glow of the setting sun streamed through the window, casting a golden hue over the room's contents. Bathed in the gentle warmth of the sunlight, Lin Xuan envisioned a bright future ahead. After calming his excitement, he began to contemplate the relationship between the system panel and his vitality. Reflecting on the previous panel, he compared it with today's changes. To his astonishment, he discovered that the sum of the first 5 dimensions on the system panel, excluding mental strength, perfectly matched his current vitality. It turned out that not only strength, but all other dimensions were encompassed within the broader scope of vitality. Lin Xuan's understanding was suddenly illuminated. Following this line of thought, he stumbled upon a small inconsistency. He remembered calculating the total should be 17. Adding the 1 point from the vitality pill should yield 18. Why then did it now display 19? Could it be that the junior vitality pill provided by the system granted an increase of 2 points? Just as Lin Xuan pondered this question, he heard a familiar machine-like voice in his mind. Ding! This system is called the rebellious system. The vitality pills produced are naturally exceptional. The system's pride elicited a mixture of laughter and tears from Lin Xuan. Very well. You are rebellious, and you are justified. However, the efficacy of the vitality pills it produced is indeed double that of ordinary market pills. This was certainly something the system could take pride in. As Lin Xuan continued to grumble, the teacher beside him interjected, "Student, after measuring your vitality, you must also test your combat power." "Oh, right. There was that matter too." During the measurement, there was an unwritten rule that if one's vitality did not reach 10 points, there was no need to undergo a combat power assessment. Lin Xuan had previously lacked the qualification for such a test. This would be his first experience. Suppressing the excitement within, Lin Xuan recalled how others had approached this moment. Taking a deep breath, he raised his right hand, summoned all his strength, and with utmost speed, directed a punch toward the specified area of the instrument. Chapter 6. Zhang Qi's Disdain Bang. Accompanied by a resounding noise, a number flashed onto the screen. 195. The teacher beside him expressed mild surprise. "Classmate, you possess a commendable foundation. It is widely acknowledged that the standard combat power value is 10 times the vitality score. In contemporary times, most students have, to varying extents, consumed vitality-enhancing elixirs and supplements. These supplements can elevate vitality scores, yet their contribution to combat power is exceedingly limited. To genuinely enhance combat power, one must engage in rigorous practice. However, the use of supplements often yields results that are disproportionately favorable. Yet, those who can afford such elixirs typically come from well-off families, which means few can endure the rigors of training. This has resulted in many individuals failing to achieve combat power values reaching 10 times their vitality scores. The student before them, although possessing a less than stellar vitality score, arguably quite low, had a combat power value exceeding the standard by 5. This was an unusual occurrence. Testing complete. Please state your class and student ID, so I can record your data in the system. All right. Lin Xuan responded. After the teacher successfully uploaded the data, Lin Xuan turned to leave. As he approached the doorway, a vibrant girl with a ponytail came striding towards him. Lin Xuan instinctively stepped aside to avoid her, only to find that the girl was intently gazing at his face until they brushed past each other. "Zhangqi, are you here to test your vitality again today?" The teacher in the equipment room greeted her with unusual enthusiasm. Zhangqi was indeed one of the top talents at their school. During her last test, she had achieved a vitality score of 70. The minimum admission score for universities last year was 50. With Zhangqi's aptitude, she was not only assured a place in university but could even aspire to gain entry into prestigious institutions. Teachers were particularly cordial to students with promising futures. After all, establishing rapport with a potential martial artist was advantageous for them. Upon hearing the equipment room teacher's words, Zhangqi paused momentarily before breaking into a smile. "A few days ago, my aunt found me another elixir, so I came to see its effects." Then, she shifted the topic, asking, "Teacher, was that student just now named Lin Xuan?" While maneuvering the mouse, the teacher replied, "Yes." Zhangqi tentatively inquired, "Teacher, did he just finish testing? May I see his scores?" The equipment room teacher hesitated slightly. Although students often discussed and flaunted their vitality scores among themselves, it was not entirely appropriate for the teacher to disclose such information. However, upon seeing Zhangqi's pleading gaze and considering her capabilities and her aunt, who happened to be their class teacher, Zhang, he deliberated and decided to comply. Zhangqi's eyes swept over the screen. Vitality, 19, combat power, 195. A dismissive sound escaped her lips. "Is that all?" The name Lin Xuan had reached her ears from her aunt, who had mentioned a student in Class 8 known for his ostentatious displays during practice sessions. Previously, no one from Class 8 ever attended the practical classes in the afternoons. Yet, with the principal's directive, he had taken to showcasing his efforts, using the laziness of others to highlight his own industriousness, ultimately earning accolades from Teacher Zhao. Consequently, even the Class 8 teacher, Teacher Ma, had garnered favor with Zhao. Hearing this, Zhangqi felt a surge of discontent, both for her aunt and for herself. She was a quintessential model student, consistently ranking within the top 3 in both academic and practical subjects. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Teacher Zhao's attitude towards her had always been rather lukewarm, unlike the praise he lavished on others. Now, learning of Zhao's extravagant commendations for another student ignited a fierce competitive spirit within Zhangqi. She was determined to surpass Lin Xuan by a wide margin, striking a heavy blow to his self-esteem, thereby alleviating her own frustrations. Lin Xuan was not unattractive. One could easily label him the heartthrob of Class 8. Thus, after glimpsing a photograph of him from her aunt, Zhangqi quickly recognized him at the entrance of the gym and successfully procured his information, a vitality score below 20 points. And they were already in their final year. To Zhangqi, a paragon of excellence, this was tantamount to being incapacitated. Initially, she had contemplated actively challenging him in the practical segment of the upcoming midterm exam to deflate his overinflated ego. But upon seeing Lin Xuan's vitality score, she deemed it beneath her dignity to even contend with someone of such caliber. Individuals like Lin Xuan were destined for the lowest rungs of society. For her to devote any time to him would be an act of immense generosity. They were merely sharing the same space within the confines of the school. In the outside world, they would have no conceivable interactions. Her aunt remained blissfully unaware of Lin Xuan's capabilities, which explained her irritation. Zhangqi resolved to relay the information she had gathered today to her aunt. Lin Xuan was hardly worth a second glance, let alone a wasted second of their time. Later that evening, a gentle and refined middle-aged man sat before a computer, perusing the data records of various students. He was Principal Liu of the school. The soft glow of the computer screen illuminated his face, punctuated by the occasional clicking of the mouse. Principal Liu exclaimed, breaking the tranquil atmosphere. The screen displayed rows of numbers. He compiled a table comparing the students' recent vitality values with their previous test results. To his astonishment, Lin Xuan topped the list. Initially, upon seeing the 19-point vitality score, Principal Liu furrowed his brow. It was indeed not remarkable. However, when he glanced at the data from 2 weeks prior, he noted that Lin Xuan's vitality score had been a mere 7. A look of perplexity crossed Principal Liu's face. This indicated that over a span of 14 days, his score had surged by 12 points. Such a pace. Having worked in education for nearly 2 decades, Principal Liu had never encountered a phenomenon like this. Had he consumed vitality elixirs or similar potent supplements? Was he attempting to make a desperate leap before the college entrance examinations? However, as Principal Liu's gaze shifted to the combat power value, he dismissed his prior assumptions. A significant boost in vitality could indeed result from high doses of supplements. But the combat power score would invariably fall well below the standard. After all, supplements are external aids, and transforming them into combat power requires diligent effort. Yet, a score of 195 not only met but exceeded the standard combat power value by 5, within a mere week. Thus, it was unequivocally not attributable to supplements. Could it be that he had practiced some advanced technique? No, that could not be right. Previously, with a vitality score of only 7, he was incapable of even reaching the basic standards of a normal individual. From all the advanced techniques Principal Lu was aware of, none would have had an effect under such circumstances. With a vitality score of 7, even completing the movements of those techniques would likely pose a challenge. The only regimen he might have engaged in would be the nationally distributed foundational body conditioning method. Perplexed, Principal Lu marked Lin Xuan's name in red, intending to pay closer attention to him in the future. Chapter 7. Principal Lu's concern. It was yet another splendid day, with radiant sunlight filtering through the layers of leaves, casting a golden hue upon the earth, reminiscent of a magnificent painting. On the playground, Lin Xuan practiced the fundamental body refining techniques with a serene demeanor, executing each movement with precision and grace, flowing like water. With the enhancement of his vitality, these actions had become remarkably effortless. Not only that, but he could also distinctly feel a warm energy coursing through his body. Previously, practicing the body refining methods left him with aches and pains. Now, the sensation was simply delightful. While Lin Xuan reveled in the beauty of his practice, his classmates perceived the situation differently. Observing Lin Xuan's increasingly proficient movements, their phones and gaming devices lost their allure. He had become the most conspicuous presence in their eyes. They found it difficult to concentrate on their own activities, stealing glances at Lin Xuan every few seconds. Among them was a plump boy who was moved by Lin Xuan's earnestness. He wished to join Lin Xuan in training, striving for a better future. However, as he prepared to rise, his gaze inadvertently met the envious eyes of his peers, filled with hostility and resentment. His attention then fell upon Chun Ming, who, though not training himself, maintained a good relationship with Lin Xuan and faced subtle exclusion from others. Recognizing the isolation that awaited him, he ultimately abandoned his aspirations, turning away to immerse himself in the joy of video games. Perhaps if he had persevered a little longer, he would have discovered that many classmates shared his thoughts. If he had dared to take that step, he would have found numerous companions willing to follow him. Then Lin Xuan would not be alone, as those who trained diligently would form a community, one that would not be ostracized by another. Alas, he lacked the courage. They all lacked the courage. Not far from the playground, 3 teachers roamed about, surveying the area. Upon seeing Lin Xuan's exaggerated practice, Teacher Zhang from Class 1 wore a disdainful expression. Yesterday's praise from Teacher Zhao had struck her as profoundly unfair. However, after hearing the news from her niece, Zhang Qi, she realized that Lin Xuan posed no threat to her. A worthless student whose vitality barely reached 20 was hardly worth her time. It was worth noting that even the weakest student in her class boasted a vitality exceeding 30. Lin Xuan was merely a clown. No matter how much praise Teacher Zhao bestowed upon him, he would not last long. When the college entrance examination arrived, all pretenses would be stripped away. Showmanship was utterly meaningless. Strength was the true passport in this world. Thus, as she observed Lin Xuan's figure, she felt not anger but amusement. "Ah, Teacher Zhao, you are here as well," came a deep voice. Hearing this familiar tone, Teacher Zhang instantly transformed her expression, greeting Principal Lu with a beaming smile. "Principal Lu, rest assured, we are conducting our inspection on the playground. Given your busy schedule, what brings you here personally?" Principal Lu responded with a mere smile, his gaze drifting towards the distance. "Is that the training area of Class 8? Why does everyone appear so lackadaisical?" Just as Teacher Zhao was about to reply, Teacher Zhang interjected. "Principal, you are well aware of Class 8's situation. They have long since given up. If it were not for your recent mandate requiring all classes to attend afternoon practical lessons, they would have skipped class long ago. Unlike our Class 1, where everyone has goals and is willing to strive for them." Principal Lu furrowed his brow and addressed Teacher Ma of Class 8. With less than 100 days to the college entrance examination, it is crucial for the students. "Teacher Ma, you must take action. Even if it's just a last-minute effort, they must make some attempt." Teacher Ma lowered his head, aware that Principal Lu spoke the truth. However, he had always struggled to manage the students of Class 8. Convincing them to gather on the playground and not skip class was already his limit. As for what they did on the playground, he had no control over it. After all, they were no longer children. "Ah, There is a student actively training over there. Principal Lu's voice reached Teacher Ma's ears. At that moment, Teacher Ma felt as though he had found a savior and quickly explained, "Yes, that is our most diligent student." Lin Xuan. Teacher Ma intended to continue speaking to enhance his standing in the principal's eyes, but was interrupted by Principal Lu's astonished remark. "He is Lin Xuan?" In such an atmosphere in Class 8, he still persists in his practice. This student is rather intriguing. Principal Lu then turned to Teacher Zhao, instructing, "Pay more attention to Lin Xuan. Later, please update me on his situation. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. I trust you teachers to manage here." As Principal Lu's figure receded, a sense of vigilance arose within Teacher Zhang. As the highest authority in the school, Principal Lu held several direct recommendations for university admission, which was why all students yearned for his attention. However, today, Principal Lu had chosen to focus on Lin Xuan. Instinctively, Teacher Zhang felt uneasy. Yet, upon reflection, Lin Xuan was indeed benefiting from the influence of his classmates. After all, in a sea of complacency, his diligent training was undeniably conspicuous. Yet his abilities were lacking. The principal would not squander precious recommendation slots on him, whether for personal or professional reasons. With this thought, Teacher Zhang sighed in relief. Principal Lu is paying such close attention to Lin Xuan. Teacher Ma, remember to remind him to practice daily. He must not give up halfway. Teacher Zhang remarked with a hint of sarcasm. In the week that followed, Class 8 maintained this atmosphere. On the surface, it appeared calm, yet beneath, currents of tension flowed. Lin Xuan sensed the subtle, charged atmosphere among his classmates but remained unconcerned. Their apathy had granted him a unique opportunity, as their laziness allowed him to accumulate sufficient extraordinary values. After a week of training with the system, Lin Xuan's strength had significantly improved. Should any audacious classmate dare to provoke him, he would certainly teach them a lesson. He was eager to test his newfound abilities, for he held the confidence that he now posed no threat to anyone in Class 8. In fact, he believed that given enough time, he could even catch up to the talents of Class 1. Yet, none of his classmates from Class 8 dared to confront him directly. Instead, they whispered and pointed from the shadows, lacking both the courage to change themselves and the capacity to accept change in others. Lin Xuan had encountered many such individuals in his past, thus he chose not to engage with them. His life held far more significant matters and aspirations. Chapter 8. Qinming's doubts. As the midterm examinations commenced, Lin Xuan adeptly accessed the system after completing his training for the day, initiating the lottery for today. Ding. Consumed 100 anomaly points. Lottery successful. Speed increased by 2. Ding. Lottery successful. Mental strength increased by 2. Accompanied by the sounds of the system, waves of warmth surged through Lin Xuan's limbs. He took a moment to introspect and realized that, compared to himself a week prior, he now possessed a formidable and robust power coursing through him. Lin Xuan summoned his status panel. Name: Rebellion System Host. Lin Xuan Strength, 20 Speed, 18 Stamina, 16 Defense, 18 Technique, 15 Mental Strength, 19 remaining anomaly points, 50. The sum of the first 5 dimensions was 87. An astounding health value of 87. Despite being aware of his rapid progress, witnessing this number left Lin Xuan unable to contain his exhilaration. It is worth noting that the admission threshold for universities last year was 50 health points. This implies that Lin Xuan's current standing guarantees him a spot in college. Furthermore, at Dongjiang No. 5 Middle School, the number of students admitted to universities each year hovers around 40 to 50. This year, the senior class consists of 8 sections, each averaging 40 students, totaling 320 individuals. In other words, Lin Xuan's capabilities have catapulted him from the lower tier of the school to the upper echelons. With more than 90 days remaining until the college entrance examination, if his health value continues to soar at this remarkable pace, he could not only become a top student at his school but also an outstanding scholar in the entire Dongjiang city and the broader Jiang'an region. Contemplating this, a smile crept upon Lin Xuan's lips. Lin Xuan, are we gaming tonight? You've really changed recently. Training every day without a hint of fatigue. Come. Let us unwind this evening. Qinming's voice resonated from behind Lin Xuan, accompanied by a hand poised to rest on his shoulder. However, just as Qinming's hand was about to make contact, an indescribable aura surged forth towards him. Unease. Danger. Instinctively, Qinming withdrew his hand at the last moment. In that fleeting instant, he felt an unmistakable sensation, as if his hand had brushed against the shoulder of a wild beast. The other party exuded such strength. While he felt diminutive in comparison, his actions would have been an affront and an impertinence. Not going. Lin Xuan replied without hesitation. He had discovered a deeper, more enduring pleasure than the transient enjoyment that gaming provided. Observing his swift advancement filled Lin Xuan with a sense of elation. He playfully teased his friend Chen Ming, expecting him to respond in kind, but was taken aback by Chen Ming's serious demeanor, his gaze laced with an unexpected reverence. The familiar camaraderie between them dissipated in an instant. Subsequently, the two exchanged little more before Lin Xuan departed. Chen Ming watched Lin Xuan's retreating figure, perplexed. He glanced down at his trembling hand, scrutinizing it closely. Why? The moment he approached Lin Xuan, he felt utterly different. He could no longer treat Lin Xuan with his usual casualness, instead feeling an involuntary respect. Had Lin Xuan truly grown stronger? That seemed implausible. Even with relentless practice over the past few days, his innate talent remained unchanged. Moreover, unlike students in Class 1 who had consistently honed their skills for 3 years, Lin Xuan's improvement could not be so drastic. It was unfathomable that Lin Xuan had become so formidable, so intimidating that one would hesitate to confront him. Fearing any slight offense, Chen Ming, in a rare moment of rational analysis, pondered the situation. If it were not this, then what could it be? Surely it was the suppression of a mediocre student by an academic achiever. Chen Ming's self-awareness was keen. With a mere 9 health points, he had long since relinquished the path of martial arts, resigning himself to the life of a slacker and finding contentment in it. Initially, Lin Xuan had shared the same fate, which is why they had forged such a strong friendship. Yet, recently Lin Xuan had seemingly undergone some transformation, dedicating himself to diligent practice for an entire week. Though the duration was brief, to Chen Ming, it signified the emergence of an academic and martial prowess. Such a figure, radiating a brilliance and confidence distinct from that of a slacker, commanded a sense of admiration and reverence from those who had once been his peers. Chen Ming nodded in satisfaction, only to notice his still slightly trembling hand. It must be due to excessive gaming and prolonged mouse use. Surely this was the onset of tendinitis. Yes, that seemed entirely reasonable. With a sense of fulfillment at having unraveled the mystery, Chen Ming left the scene. Finally, on a day characterized by refreshing breezes, all third-year students of Dongjiang No. 5 Middle School gathered for their midterm examinations. After a morning filled with academic assessments, the afternoon brought forth the martial arts examination as scheduled. On the playground, an array of devices to measure health and combat power awaited. Students dispersed across the field by class. As Principal Liu, the vice principal, and several school officials took their places, the martial arts segment of the midterm examination commenced. The high school martial arts examination primarily assessed health and combat power values. Students with confidence in their abilities, particularly those versed in other martial techniques, could apply for practical examinations. Based on their performance in these practicals, teachers could allocate an additional 5 to 10 points to their total score. Thus, the majority of students remained focused on their health and combat power values. After all, this was Dongjiang No. 5, a mid-tier high school where most families could not afford the exorbitant costs of martial training. Nevertheless, a handful of students possessed such resources, including Zhang Qi from Class 1. Today, she donned a striking black and white athletic outfit, her beautiful hair styled into a ponytail, exuding confidence from every pore. Zhang Qi's aura had grown increasingly formidable. Indeed, every movement radiated an unmatched confidence and charisma, indicating significant progress over the recent period. Zhang Qi had previously ranked second in their class, overshadowed by Li Mo. Would Li Mo manage to retain the top position today? As Zhang Qi entered, whispers of admiration and envy rippled through the assembled students. Facing their gazes, some appreciative, some envious, and others worshipful, Zhang Qi held her head high and strode confidently towards the health measurement device. In terms of innate talent, Li Mo, as the top student, had long overshadowed Zhang Qi. This was an undeniable fact. However, when talent is closely matched and effort is comparable, the determining factor becomes the resources available to each student. Martial techniques and supplements can often serve as a shortcut. As the niece of Class 1's homeroom teacher, Teacher Zhang Qi not only enjoyed her parents' support but also had access to her aunt's resources. In preparation for the impending college entrance examination, Aunt Zhang had procured a supplement for her. The family had invested substantial financial resources to secure a martial technique for her. She was confident that from this examination onward, her name would eclipse Li Mo's, establishing her as the undisputed top student of Dongjiang No. 5. Chapter 9. Pride and cunning facing the gaze of her classmates. Zhang Qi approached the apparatus designed to test vitality. With a swift motion, she took the needle and drew blood, letting the crimson droplets fall into the machine's groove. Drip, drip, drip. The device began to whir and hum, and a staggering number appeared on the large screen. 75. Gasps of astonishment echoed through the room. I recalled that during the last test, Zhang Qi had only scored 70. In a mere 3 weeks since that assessment, her improvement was remarkable. Liamo, who previously tested at 72, had only reached 73 this time. That seemed a more typical increase, a mere 5 points over 3 weeks, which could hardly rival record-breaking achievements. It is essential to note that every point gained over a vitality score of 50 is at least twice as challenging as those below it. As the whispers of admiration surrounded her, Zhang Qi could not help but swell with pride. She was the top student in her grade. No, she was the finest in the entire school, a position assured. Next, amidst the envious stares of her peers, she approached the combat power testing apparatus. With a resounding bang, the screen flickered to life, displaying numbers that began to dance. 720, 725, 730. As it climbed to 735, the increment slowed, finally settling at 748. Since students at Wuzhong had yet to reach the martial artist level, the combat power testing equipment was tailored for those below this rank. A score exceeding 700 approached the machine's limits. Consequently, once past the 700 mark, the numbers altered gradually. Observing her niece's combat power score, Teacher Zhang felt a flicker of disappointment as it failed to reach 750. It seemed that Zhang Qi's recent training had not fully harnessed the effects of the precious elixir, which had cost nearly a year's salary. Zhang Qi had yet to train sufficiently. Attracted by the rising chorus of astonishment from Class 1, the homeroom teacher of Class 2 approached. Teacher Zhang, your student Zhang Qi has achieved a vitality score of 75 and a combat power of 749. It has been such a short time since her last test. Her progress is astounding. Our school's previous highest records were a vitality score of 77 and a combat power of 760. With over 3 months until the high-stakes martial arts examination, Zhang Qi is poised to shatter these records. At that moment, Teacher Zhang, both you and Zhang Qi will become the pride of our entire school, perhaps even inscribed in its history. Listening to the praise from the Class 2 homeroom teacher, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Teacher Zhang's face. Although Zhang Qi had not met her own expectations, she had undoubtedly become the most radiant student at Wuzhong. If she maintained this momentum, as the Class 2 teacher suggested, there was indeed a chance to break the school record. In that scenario, not only would Zhang Qi shine, but Teacher Zhang would also enjoy greater success in both her career and martial arts. As for her colleagues, they would soon find themselves beneath her foot, compelled to flatter her incessantly. With this thought, Teacher Zhang felt a surge of triumph. Oh, and let us not forget the impertinent Teacher Ma, who had dared to affront her not long ago, now presented with the perfect opportunity for revenge. As a teacher, the achievements of her students reflected upon her own. Zhang Qi's dazzling accomplishments would surely cast a shadow over all of Class 8, leaving Teacher Ma unable to hold her head high in Teacher Zhang's presence. After all, the top student in the grade was none other than her niece. Today, she would seize this chance to teach Teacher Ma a lesson. Would she dare to be so arrogant in front of her again? Previously, Teacher Zhang had taken the liberty of utilizing her minor authority to review the records of every student in Class 8. Remarkably, she found not a single student with a vitality score exceeding 30. Teacher Zhang had suspected Class 8 was underperforming, but the extent of their shortcomings was beyond her expectations. Straightening her attire, Teacher Zhang summoned Zhang Qi to the Class 8 testing area. Unlike the tranquility of Class 1's environment, Class 8 was rife with commotion. What's wrong with the vitality measuring device? This is outrageous. It's wasting our time, exclaimed one student. All the other classes are fine. Why is it that ours is malfunctioning? Another chimed in. Isn't it ridiculous that we pay the same tuition, yet our equipment is subpar? Listening to the students of Class 8 vent their frustrations, Teacher Zhang quickly grasped the situation. So, the machine was broken. Was it not expected that they be given inferior equipment? After all, their future prospects were bleak. Utilizing superior machines would be a waste of resources. Would she provide Class 8 with the same quality equipment as Class 1? Absolutely not. As time ticked by, the logistics staff wheeled in a different machine. The students of Class 8 commenced their testing. As each student stepped forward, the numbers on the screen fluctuated. Vitality score, 8. Vitality score, 9. Since Teacher Zhang had arrived, Teacher Ma had taken note of her presence. She comes with ill intent. The thought echoed in Teacher Ma's mind, for their relationship had never been particularly warm. Now, Teacher Zhang's face bore an unmistakable expression of pride and disdain. With Zhang Qi's remarkable scores on display, teacher Ma had no choice but to avert her gaze, focusing instead on the ground beneath her feet to feign ignorance. Wang Liang, vitality score 28. You may now proceed to the combat power test, came the proctor's announcement, accompanied by a chorus of excitement. Our class leader is impressive. A vitality score of 28 means he can participate in the combat power testing, exclaimed a classmate. Indeed, those with a vitality score below 10 cannot undertake the combat power assessment. Our class leader is the first among us to do so. Truly, he lives up to his title. Listening to the flattery from his peers, Wang Liang feigned humility, stating, "Thank you, everyone, but please, do not overpraise me. I merely had a stroke of luck, possessing a slight edge in talent. If you all had a gift like mine, you could achieve similar results. Talent is something we cannot choose, so there is no need for you to feel disheartened. What we can do is strive to lead joyful lives." The classmates responded with another round of applause. The class leader's wisdom is profound. Indeed, while we may not succeed in martial arts, as long as we feel joy, that suffices. Life is fleeting, merely around 30,000 days. We should live for ourselves. Yes, living freely and comfortably should be our guiding principle. The class leader truly embodies this. Observing the rising enthusiasm of his classmates, Wang Liang appeared warm and welcoming on the surface, yet internally, he harbored disdain for them. Is this merely an excuse to avoid training? A desire for laziness? I've provided you with a perfect rationale, and yet you still climb the ranks of complacency. By shirking your training now, what favorable outcomes await you in the future? You seek ephemeral joy while neglecting the long-term consequences. Truly, a short-sighted and indolent bunch. Yet, perhaps it is fortunate for me that you choose not to train, for it allows my own efforts to shine even brighter. After all, our talents are similar. We could very well become equals in the future. Your lack of ambition diminishes my competitive pressure significantly. It is important to note that even the delivery workers and security guards outside require a vitality score. Living in such a cutthroat environment, I must outwit my competitors. Allow them to languish and indulge, while one secretly practices at home, dedicating oneself to prolonged nights of training, striving to enhance one's vitality and combat prowess. Only then, upon entering society, does one stand a chance of securing a desirable position. Once in such a role, continue to inspire those around to relish the joys of life, all the while diligently honing one's own skills in secrecy. This cyclical process is essential for continual advancement and increased remuneration, thus paving the way for a life of comfort in the future. After all, we dwell in a martial world that reveres the strong. Failing to contemplate how to elevate one's vitality and combat abilities will inevitably lead to subjugation, rendering one vulnerable to the whims of others. To aspire for a life of ease and contentment under such circumstances is nothing short of a fanciful delusion. Chapter 10. Wang Liang. Lin Xuan's vitality value peaks at 10. He encourages his classmates to relish life while secretly training at home every day. This is Wang Liang's approach to navigating a world that is distinctly hierarchical, where strength reigns supreme. His innate talent may not be remarkable, but that is of little concern, as long as he surrounds himself with peers of lesser abilities. His existence will hardly suffer. Look, he has even ascended to the position of class monitor for Class 8. His classmates hold him in high regard. Moreover, his vitality and combat power are gradually advancing. Within the confines of Class 8, Wang Liang undoubtedly stands as the most accomplished individual, without exception. Yet, there exists one individual who has not succumbed to Wang Liang's indoctrination, Lin Xuan. Ignoring Wang Liang and the multitude of classmates urging him to relent, he resolutely commits to daily practice, distinguishing himself within the group. Nonetheless, this isolation wrought by Wang Liang's insinuations has rendered Lin Xuan a pariah in Class 8. With inadequate personal strength and lacking solid friendships, he faces a dual tragedy, relying on his parents at home and his brothers outside. Wang Liang wholeheartedly believes in the wisdom of this age-old adage. With the majority of his classmates' support stripped away, Lin Xuan's future appears increasingly bleak. How audacious of him to train, foolishly aspiring to challenge Wang Liang. As these thoughts meander through his mind, Wang Liang saunters towards the combat power testing apparatus. He raises his hand and strikes. Bang! The figures on the screen materialize instantly 280. Upon witnessing this number, Wang Liang's eyes sparkle with excitement. Indeed, his relentless efforts over the past days have not been in vain. His combat power precisely reaches tenfold that of his vitality. In truth, Wang Liang has toiled harder than most. By day, he dons the mask of a caring class monitor, tirelessly brainwashing his classmates into believing that effort is futile and that it is far better to savor their limited existence. By night, he returns home to diligently practice foundational body techniques. The school mandates that senior students reside on campus for management purposes. Wang Liang, citing the need to care for his gravely ill grandmother, makes the arduous journey home each day, a distance of 10 kilometers. Despite the grueling round trips between school and home, he never complains. For he understands, more than anyone, the significance of martial arts and the harshness of the world. Only through relentless effort and ascendance can one avoid being cast aside by this unforgiving realm. Today, his unwavering dedication has once again been rewarded. He is confident that with his current performance, he will undoubtedly secure the top position in his class. Though Class 8 may not be the most prestigious, the school stipulates that any student attaining first place in major exams such as midterms and finals will be rewarded with a vitality elixir. With this elixir, coupled with his accumulated experience over the years, he could potentially surpass 30 vitality points by the time of the college entrance examination. Thus, even if he fails to gain admission to a university, he could still secure a place in a vocational school, acquiring skills to ensure a basic means of survival in society. In the distance, Teacher Zhang observes Wang Liang's combat power reading with a hint of astonishment. This student should not be underestimated. Despite a low vitality value, his combat power has reached the standard level. Teacher Zhang casts a deep glance at Teacher Ma. Previously, she had underestimated him. Little did she expect that, apart from Lin Xuan, there was indeed someone in Class 8 who diligently trains. And this individual is none other than the class monitor. This cannot be mere coincidence. It seems Teacher Ma is not as innocuous as he appears. Subsequently, the testing proceeds without incident. Wang Liang maintains his position as the top performer in Class 8. Next up, Lin Xuan, as the proctor calls his name. Numerous eyes in the playground inevitably gravitate towards one direction. Upon hearing his name, Lin Xuan rises unhurriedly and approaches. Class monitor. Lin Xuan has disregarded our advice and insisted on training. Do you think he will make a remarkable showing in this examination? Indeed. He has trained diligently for 2 whole weeks. I've noticed his movements have become much more fluid, suggesting significant improvement. Could it be that Lin Xuan has labored for this very moment? In an instant, voices filled with jealousy and hostility emerge among the students. They revel in their untroubled time of leisure, but yearn for the exhilarating moment of acclaim when they can shine in the examination. Yet, they understand this is unattainable. Like the age-old adage of choosing between fish and bear's paw, one cannot have both. Opting for the former allows for prolonged enjoyment, while the latter promises a fleeting thrill. Thus, they unhesitatingly choose the former. Yet, human nature is perpetually discontent. While they have savored delightful moments of play, they do not wish for others to seize the glory of exceptional achievement. At this moment, they remain blissfully unaware of the twisted darkness in their words. Nevertheless, their delusions are often appeased. Standing amidst the crowd, Wang Liang speaks up. I have reviewed Lin Xuan's previous test scores. His vitality measurements have consistently hovered around 7. This indicates that his martial arts aptitude is not particularly high. We all know that talent constrains the upper limits of effort. Perhaps his recent endeavors have yielded some results, but the outcome cannot be remarkable. His vitality may peak at a mere 10, so there is no need for concern. Wang Liang speaks with unwavering confidence. Lin Xuan's dedication poses a significant threat to Wang Liang, as it signifies that Lin Xuan possesses independent thought and is not easily swayed by others. Such a latent threat must be thoroughly understood by Wang Liang. He cannot abide the emergence of an uncontrollable rival in his vicinity. Fortunately, Lin Xuan's lack of talent brings Wang Liang some relief upon witnessing Lin Xuan's test results. He comprehends well the formidable challenges that those with meager talent face on the path of martial arts. When Wang Liang was a freshman, his vitality value measured a mere 9. After 3 years of continuous practice and the resources available to him as class monitor, he has toiled tirelessly to achieve his current standing. In contrast, Lin Xuan has only recently begun his earnest training. His efforts pale in comparison to Wang Liang's, and his talent is even more lacking. Thus, his rewards will undoubtedly not surpass those of Wang Liang. While Lin Xuan poses a threat to Wang Liang at this juncture, that threat remains minimal. With this realization, Wang Liang finds solace. Therefore, his words serve not only to reassure others, but also to comfort himself. As they listen to the class monitor's soothing remarks, the solemn expressions on their faces gradually ease. Ah, so it is. Lin Xuan has truly suffered. His prolonged efforts have yielded little reward. Perhaps it would have been wiser to enjoy life instead. We have all cautioned him, yet he stubbornly resisted, choosing to oppose us. He will soon learn the error of his ways during the upcoming test. As Lin Xuan's strong figure approaches, the murmurs among the students unwittingly diminish. At this moment, they collectively hold their breath in anticipation of the impending event. Chapter 11. Is the testing instrument malfunctioning? No, it has simply reached its limit. The attention of the crowd was riveted on Lin Xuan's actions. He removed the needle, drew blood from the tip of his left finger, and let the drop fall into the instrument's groove. This otherwise mundane act now appeared agonizingly slow in the eyes of his classmates. Buzzing. The device measuring vitality underwent a transformation. Suddenly, the large screen went black. In less than 2 seconds, an astonishing number appeared, 40. At that moment, silence enveloped the room. A profound stillness reigned. Even the classmates' breaths were audibly distinct. Wang Liang's pupils dilated in shock, disbelief washing over his face. How could this be? Impossible. This was utterly inconceivable. He muttered to himself. He had gathered ample information about Lin Xuan and conducted the most rational analysis. What was happening now was entirely implausible. It must be a fabrication. This had to be false. Not only Wang Liang, but the expressions of other classmates were equally grim. Meanwhile, the numbers on the machine continued to escalate. 41, 43, 45, 50. A sudden crack of a short circuit echoed. The screen began to flicker, light oscillating between brightness and darkness. Moments later, it succumbed to complete blackness. The machine has malfunctioned. After a prolonged silence, the supervising teacher broke the eerie calm. The students exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with confusion. The instrument was defective. Therefore, Lin Xuan's recent test result must have been inaccurate. Wang Liang was the first to recover from the unexpected turn of events, asserting with unwavering certainty. Indeed, otherwise, how could Lin Xuan possibly possess such a high vitality value? It was all due to the instrument's failure. Yes, that explanation is exceedingly plausible. Upon hearing Wang Liang's words, the classmates also regained their composure, eagerly echoing his sentiments. The expressions of dread and astonishment that once adorned their faces were now replaced with delight and schadenfreude. One student, unable to contain his excitement, was prepared to further comment on the incident. Suddenly, Lin Xuan, standing less than 2 meters away, cast a casual glance in his direction. Yet, that mere glance instilled within him an ominous aura and palpable pressure. Driven by instinct for self-preservation, he sealed his lips. From a distance, Teacher Zhang was equally astonished by the numbers displayed on the screen. She distinctly recalled Zhang Qi mentioning last week that Lin Xuan's vitality value was a mere 18. If the figures on the instrument were to be believed, then Lin Xuan's vitality had surged by approximately 20 points within just a week. Such an achievement would be nothing short of genius, a prodigy of unparalleled caliber. As the sense of immense threat surged within Teacher Zhang, the sudden black screen provided her with immense solace. It turned out the machine had malfunctioned. Thank goodness it was merely a malfunction. If it were true, Lin Xuan's rate of progress could potentially shatter school records. Zhang Qi's prominence would undoubtedly be overshadowed by Lin Xuan. And what of Teacher Ma, who had nurtured Lin Xuan? She would undoubtedly strut before Teacher Zhang with newfound confidence. How could she possibly endure that? Thankfully, it was merely a false alarm. However, the school ought to be more prudent. The instrument used for measuring vitality was not exorbitantly priced. Furthermore, students were charged for testing, meaning the school could easily recoup its costs. During a single final examination, 2 machines had concurrently failed. Teacher Zhang's emotions were in turmoil. Within less than 5 minutes, the logistics teacher hurriedly arrived. Today was the midterm examination. How could your department be so incompetent? 2 machines malfunctioning in a row. Do you even want to keep your jobs? If not, there are plenty of others who would gladly take your place. Seeing the logistics teacher responsible for the instruments, Teacher Zhang approached with hands on her hips, her voice raised, laced with profound dissatisfaction. She vented her frustrations upon him without restraint, having just arrived on the playground. The logistics teacher felt unjustly reprimanded. Indeed, the first machine had experienced issues today. However, the second machine he had brought over was freshly unboxed, a new device. If that were to fail, it would not be his fault, but rather a manufacturer's defect. How could all the blame be placed solely upon him? Yet, observing Teacher Zhang's imposing demeanor, the logistics teacher swallowed his grievances and prepared to inspect the machine. Simultaneously, he inquired in detail about the instrument's behavior prior to malfunctioning. Upon hearing the supervising teacher mention that the screen displayed the number 50, the logistics teacher suddenly realized. The machine he had procured was a lower spec model, priced a full 10,000 less than the standard version. The device's measurement limit was precisely 50. If a test subject's vitality exceeded that threshold, the machine would activate its self-protection mechanism and cease operation. The logistics teacher glanced at the ground. The large chalk writing did indeed indicate Class 8. Wasn't it true that the highest vitality value in Class 8 was barely 30? This very reason was why his superiors had specifically instructed him to acquire a lower spec device for Class 8's use. It could function adequately while saving costs. 2 birds with 1 stone. But when had Class 8 produced a student with a vitality value soaring to 50 points? Are you capable of repairing it, or should I have you bring over a new one? Teacher Zhang inquired impatiently as she observed the logistics teacher halting his efforts. The logistics teacher was at a loss for words. The machine wasn't broken. It had merely reached its operational limit. He would need to contact the manufacturer for repairs. He could not handle this on his own. Nevertheless, he could not openly admit this. Doing so would betray his superior. He cast a helpless glance at Lin Xuan. This incident was entirely due to your excessively high vitality value. After much contemplation, he felt he must shoulder the consequences alone. The machine was not broken, and repairs would not be swift. I must contact the manufacturer. I apologize for the trouble caused to all teachers and students. As he spoke, the logistics teacher bowed deeply in apology. Just as Teacher Zhang prepared to voice further complaints, a low, commanding voice interrupted her. The foremost priority now is the midterm examination. We shall discuss accountability for the machine's issues later. Teacher Zhang, the testing for your class has concluded. Allow Class 8 to utilize your instrument for their tests. The commotion from Class 8 attracted Principal Lu's attention. He promptly provided a solution to the predicament, stabilizing the situation. Teacher Ma led the students of Class 8 to the measurement instruments of Class 1. Teacher Zhang was exceedingly pleased with the principal's decision. The instrument used for their class's testing was undoubtedly fair and impartial, with the students of Class 8 being tested right under her watchful eye. How would Teacher Ma maintain his arrogance before her? Would he not have to bow his head and pay her due respect? As Teacher Zhang reveled in her splendid visions of the future, she suddenly realized that everything around her had shifted, especially the figure standing beside her, her niece Zhangqi. Her eyes were wide as saucers, her mouth agape as if it could accommodate a hard-boiled egg. She stood frozen, seemingly witnessing something utterly unfathomable. Chapter 12, a vitality index of 87 points. Is the testing apparatus malfunctioning again? Observing Zhangqi's uncharacteristic demeanor, Teacher Zhang curiously followed her gaze. Standing before the testing device was none other than Lin Xuan, and the large screen displayed the astonishing figure, 87. What? 87? How could this be? This is utterly implausible. Teacher Zhang's body quivered, his pupils reflecting an expression of disbelief, leaving him momentarily speechless. Yet, it was not only Teacher Zhang who was taken aback. Everyone around them was equally stunned, their faces frozen in shock. 87. To them, this number seemed like a fantastical tale. On Wang Liang's face, a grotesque expression of denial emerged. Impossible. This must be a fabrication. The machine must certainly be malfunctioning. After several tense seconds, Wang Liang's sharp voice shattered the eerie silence. Upon hearing Wang Liang's insinuation, some students, quick to react, echoed, yes. The machine must be broken. Otherwise, how could such an outrageous number appear? Has our school ever had a student with a vitality index of 87? How could Lin Xuan possibly achieve such a high score right from the start? The only explanation for this absurd figure is that the machine is defective. Moreover, this was not the first time the school's machines had malfunctioned. Nearby, the principal furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing the mention of a malfunction. As a principal, frequent breakdowns of school facilities were hardly favorable for him. Yet, the vitality score of 87 points was indeed hard to believe. No student at 5 high had ever reached such heights, not even during the college entrance examination. Thus, the emergence of such a student in the underperforming Class 8 was difficult not to attribute to a machine error. Principal Lu had also caught a key term from the previous student's remarks, Lin Xuan. He had a vivid recollection of the student. Lin Xuan had managed to increase his vitality index by 11 points in just 14 days. Furthermore, in the already demoralized Class 8, he was the only one willing to diligently train, undeterred by hardships. Lin Xuan had already created miracles. Could this be another one of his achievements? Whether through the consumption of tonic or the acquisition of some special martial arts skill, Principal Lu began to lean towards the belief that Lin Xuan's abilities were indeed genuine. This implication suggested that the school's equipment was reliable, and he was a competent principal. Moreover, Class 1 had recently used this very machine without any incident. Thus, the apparatus must be functioning properly, Principal Liu assured himself. Listening to the student's discourse, the proctor appeared troubled, hastily summoning the logistics teacher who had yet to depart to inspect the machine. The logistics teacher was the calmest among them, well aware that Lin Xuan's ability surely exceeded 50, otherwise, he wouldn't have just ruptured the machine in Class 8. Therefore, upon seeing the number 87, he felt a mix of surprise, but was not as dumbfounded as the others. Nonetheless, he complied with the proctor's request and prepared to examine the device. As the logistics teacher began to act, Principal Liu's frown deepened. What did this behavior imply for the school and for him as principal? Could it be that just because one or two machines experienced minor issues, everyone could justifiably doubt the entire system? Contemplating this, Principal Liu cast an irked glance at Wang Liang, the one who had first suggested the machine was faulty. Principal Liu halted the logistics teacher's actions, stating, "Logistics teacher, hold off on opening the machine. Our school's equipment is sourced from reputable manufacturers with all proper documentation. The likelihood of malfunction is negligible. This student, you are not a professional and should refrain from making unfounded claims. If you truly believe the machine is defective, you may retest to validate its condition." The last two sentences were directed at Wang Liang, who felt a chill run through him at being singled out by the principal. It was evident that the principal was insinuating that Wang Liang was speaking recklessly without evidence. Why? Why was the principal shielding Lin Xuan? Did Lin Xuan somehow forge a connection with the principal unbeknownst to him? Despite Wang Liang feeling that his situation was exceedingly delicate and awkward, he felt compelled to approach the vitality measuring device as all eyes, including the principal's, were upon him. It was a command he could not defy. Standing before the machine, Lin Xuan graciously stepped aside and gestured for him to proceed. Observing Lin Xuan's calm demeanor, Wang Liang's heart sank. Lin Xuan was composed, devoid of any sign of evasion or surprise. Could it be that his vitality index truly was 87? Had he been duped? In truth, Lin Xuan was not as indifferent as he appeared. He was striving to suppress his amusement. Just moments ago, messages from the system had been incessantly popping up. Ding. Others exhibited agitation while you remained composed. Abnormal value 100. Ding. Others exhibited agitation while you remained composed. Abnormal value 50. Within a mere few minutes, the system had granted him over 300 points in abnormal value. Little did he expect that participating in a midterm examination would yield such rewards. As for the individuals, like Wang Liang, inadvertently providing him free abnormal value, Lin Xuan's attitude was decidedly favorable. Meanwhile, with the blood dropping, the screen displayed a new number, 28. The proctor's face lit up at this revelation, proclaiming, "Wang Liang's vitality index matches the previously recorded number. Principal Liu, the machine is indeed functioning properly, without any faults." Witnessing this scene, a hint of a smile graced Principal Liu's face. This was as it should be. Equipment malfunction was merely a rare occurrence. The majority of the machines the school had prepared were of superior quality. He was an accountable principal managing these resources. Upon seeing the figure 28, Principal Liu began to grasp the implications. Lin Xuan's vitality index stood at 87 points, while Wang Liang's was a mere 28. The disparity was staggering. An index of 87 would secure a place at a respectable university, while 28 would struggle to gain admission even to a vocational college. Wang Liang's relentless defamation of Lin Xuan stemmed from an intense jealousy of Lin Xuan's excellence. He would rather assert that the measuring apparatus was faulty than acknowledge Lin Xuan's superiority. This clearly illustrated Wang Liang's narrow-mindedness. Furthermore, a vitality score of 28 revealed Wang Liang's lack of knowledge and skills. It was one thing to be weak. To possess poor character was an even greater flaw. Principal Liu resolved to remind Teacher Ma to discipline Wang Liang more rigorously in the future. At that moment, Wang Liang, upon seeing the number 28 on the screen and recalling Lin Xuan's 87, felt a stinging heat on his face. He had unwittingly become a mere backdrop to Lin Xuan's brilliance. At that moment, the principal's gaze toward him was no longer benevolent. Anger, regret, and shame, an array of complex emotions swirled within Wang Liang's heart. Beside him, Zhang Qi, upon hearing the proctor's words, was utterly astounded. The apparatus was not broken. This meant Lin Xuan truly possessed a vitality index of 87 points. But how could this be? Just a week ago, she had personally witnessed Lin Xuan's vitality index at a mere 18 points in the gym. A staggering increase of 69 points in just 1 week. Was he consuming tonics as if they were meals? Or was Lin Xuan some once-in-a-lifetime prodigy? No, she could not accept this reality. She would rather believe that the measuring apparatus had malfunctioned. Wang Liang from Class 8 dared to test the equipment himself, questioning its integrity. Zhang Qi felt compelled to undertake a similar endeavor. Otherwise, she could not reconcile with the reality of the situation. With this thought in mind, she addressed Principal Liu, expressing her desire to also assess the machine, believing that an additional tester would ensure greater reliability. However, before she could finish her sentence, she felt her arm being firmly tugged by her aunt. Turning slightly, Zhang Qi met her aunt's gaze, which was filled with reproach. "Zhang Qi, what are you saying?" Principal Liu, now somewhat irate, interjected. It was one thing for a student like Wang Liang from Class 8 to challenge the machine. But how could a diligent student like Zhang Qi from Class 1 also question its validity? Did Principal Liu wish to lose face? At that moment, he exuded a formidable aura and pressure characteristic of a level 4 martial artist, directing it straight towards Zhang Qi. Chapter 13. Astonishing combat power values. Hearing the furious tone of Principal Liu, Zhang Qi felt a bit bewildered. Principal Liu was usually gentle with others, and it was rare to witness such unmasked anger from him. Moreover, Zhang Qi sensed an overwhelming pressure that left her mind blank and made it difficult to breathe. Teacher Zhang quickly interjected, "Principal Liu, what Zhang Qi means is that the equipment must be functioning properly. Just moments ago, all the students in our class tested on this machine without any issues. Zhang Qi merely wishes to further validate the machine's reliability." She got a bit flustered and spoke in a disjointed manner. Please do not misunderstand her good intentions. Upon hearing Teacher Zhang's explanation, the furrowed brows of Principal Liu gradually relaxed. So that was the case. Zhang Qi also believed the equipment was fine. All right, since we can confirm the machine is functioning properly, let us proceed with the assessment. After navigating through various minor incidents, Lin Xuan continued on his path of evaluation. The vitality test had been completed, and now it was time for the combat power test. Standing before the machine, Lin Xuan appeared calm, silently channeling all the energy within his body. A fierce aura surged forth. Then, taking a step forward, Lin Xuan clenched his right fist and swung it powerfully. Boom! Accompanied by an intensely thunderous sound, the screen of the combat power testing device began to flicker with numbers. 700, 750. The digits accelerated rapidly. 800, 810. It was not until it reached 810 that the fluctuations began to slow down. 820, 830. At this moment, all the students were riveted to the screen. They had never witnessed such a formidable combat power value in person. In the past, no one in the 5th middle school had ever exceeded a combat power of 800. Hence, not only the students but even the teachers present were utterly astonished. Among them, Teacher Ma was the most exhilarated. As the homeroom teacher of Class 8, he was well aware of Lin Xuan's abilities. He was merely an ordinary student with a vitality value of less than 10 points. To his surprise, today Lin Xuan had achieved a remarkable score of 87 points. And this spectacle unfolded right under the watchful gaze of the principal, earning his approval. Initially, Teacher Ma suspected that Lin Xuan had taken some potent tonic to artificially elevate his vitality. He never anticipated that Lin Xuan's combat power would be so impressive. This unexpected delight felt like a windfall for Teacher Ma. Now he fixed his gaze on the screen, not daring to blink, lest he miss a second or overlook a single digit. This was his student, a rare highlight in his life. He wanted to fully immerse himself in this exhilarating moment. At this juncture, the numbers on the screen had reached 860. Teacher Ma was overwhelmed with excitement. He understood that the higher the vitality value, the more challenging it was for the combat power to reach 10 times the vitality, necessitating various martial techniques. Typically, high school students only learned the nationally standardized basic physical conditioning methods, which had minimal effect on enhancing combat power later on. Thus, among high school students, as the vitality approached 100 points, achieving the corresponding combat power value became increasingly difficult. Yet, Lin Xuan's combat power had astonishingly soared to 860. This made Teacher Ma's eyes brim with tears of joy. Finally, the numbers on the screen began to fluctuate more slowly, under the awestruck gazes of the crowd. It ultimately settled at 880. My goodness! Principal Liu. Teacher Ma's voice trembled. He could hardly believe his eyes. Lin Xuan not only met the corresponding combat power standard for his vitality, but even exceeded it by 10 points. What does this signify? At the vitality level of 80, maintaining a comparable combat power is an absolute mark of excellence in the entire Linjiang city. Moreover, Lin Xuan surpassed the standard by 10 points. Such a student is indeed a rarity in all of Linjiang city. Teacher Ma, do not be overly excited. This is your glory. You have nurtured an exceptionally outstanding student." Observing Lin Xuan's remarkable achievement, Principal Lu felt an immense sense of pride. This accomplishment was enough to garner commendation from higher authorities and would bolster his confidence in discussions with other principals. Principal Lu had already been very satisfied with Lin Xuan, who had persevered in training despite the challenging environment of Class 8, demonstrating his determination and resilience. Principal Lu had initially resolved to award Lin Xuan a special progress prize, irrespective of his results, to inspire other students with his tenacity and perseverance. Little did he expect that Lin Xuan would provide him with such a grand surprise. Such a high vitality value. Such a formidable combat power. Principal Lu decided to allocate most of the prizes prepared for the midterm examination to Lin Xuan. This was not merely a reward he deserved. Principal Lu also wished to entrust the future and glory of the 5th middle school to him. Lin Xuan had already shattered the records of the school. If he could further excel in the upcoming college entrance examination, ideally surpassing the top student from Dongjing 4th Middle School, what a magnificent scene that would be. In stark contrast to the excitement of teacher mind Principal Lu, Wang Liang felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his mind in a daze. He could hardly believe that Lin Xuan's combat power was so high. He had surpassed the strongest student in Class 1 in one fell swoop. The principal and teachers were cheering for Lin Xuan. Meanwhile, Wang Liang had just jumped up to question whether the equipment was faulty. He felt that just a few minutes ago, he must have been out of his mind. Wasn't he this blatantly revealing to everyone that he, Wang Liang, was a deeply envious and petty individual who could not stand others' successes? After working so hard for so long to secure his position as the class leader of Class 8 and earn the unanimous praise of teachers and classmates, he had established his persona. But now, Wang Liang's eyes held a hint of madness as he gazed at Lin Xuan. Besides Wang Liang, teacher Zhang, standing on the other side, wore a grim expression, her teeth clenched in frustration. It was a long-standing tradition in the 5th middle school that students from Class 1 would always outperform those from Class 8. Moreover, she believed herself to be more capable than all the previous teachers of Class 1. Her ambition was to break the school's records and become the foremost among educators, climbing steadily to positions such as grade group leader, academic director, and vice principal. However, now, a student from Class 8 had overshadowed Class 1 at such a critical moment in the midterm examination. This had never occurred since the establishment of the 5th middle school. Yet it was happening during teacher Zhang's tenure. It was easy to imagine the significant blow this represented for her. Such immense disgrace. She could not accept this reality. A student she considered as inconsequential as trash had actually surpassed her pride and joy, her niece. Class 8 had indeed surpassed Class 1. Thinking of this, Teacher Zhang's gaze turned venomous. She spoke lowly, "Chi-Chi, once all the students from Class 8 have completed their tests, you must proactively challenge Lin Xuan to a real combat match and defeat him fair and square. Uphold the honor of Class 1. Having just felt the pressure of a level 4 martial artist from Principal Lu, Zhang Qi's pale complexion had only just regained a hint of color. Upon hearing her aunt's words, her previously flushed face turned ashen once more. Seeing Lin Xuan's test results, Zhang Qi felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. She had sacrificed so much to surpass Li Mo and become the top student in her grade. Today, she indeed surpassed Li Mo in both vitality and combat prowess, rightfully claiming the top position in her class as well as being the foremost in the entire senior year. However, within less than half an hour, with the arrival of Lin Xuan, Zhang Qi found herself relinquishing that coveted title. The mere thought of so effortlessly handing over the rank of first in her grade, which she had only just secured, was something that the fiercely competitive Zhang Qi could hardly bear to accept. Chapter 14. The practical assessment commences after receiving a warning from the principal. Zhang Qi felt as though she had been doused with a bucket of cold water. She understood that her anger and frustration were insignificant in the eyes of the so-called strong. To them, she was but an ant. With a mere flick of their finger, they could easily dispose of her. Thus, despite her helplessness and resentment, she was left with no choice but to swallow her emotions and digest them internally. Upon hearing her aunt's words, a sense of retreat began to take root in Zhang Qi's mind. If both her aunt and Principal Lu are so biased towards Lin Xuan, perhaps it would be wise to step back. Moreover, Lin Xuan's current vitality and combat prowess surpassed hers, leaving her with little hope of defeating him. Listening to Zhang Qi's refusal, Teacher Zhang's anger flared even more. What a useless individual! Fumbling at a crucial moment. I have invested so much in you. Is this how you repay me when I need your support the most? Fortunately, her anger had not completely clouded her judgment. She pressed her lips together, softened her tone, and advised, Chi, Principal Liu is a fair man who favors every student with potential. If you perform exceptionally, he will surely support you as well. As your aunt and a teacher, I understand the thoughts of educators better than anyone. As for Lin Xuan, Teacher Zhang pondered for a moment and continued. The instruments in the gymnasium do not make mistakes. Lin Xuan's vitality a week ago was certainly only 18. To have improved so dramatically in such a short span, he must have either consumed some sort of tonic or practiced a martial technique. However, from what I know of legitimate tonics and martial techniques, none could elevate one's abilities by nearly 70 points in such a brief period. Yet, there are indeed some illicit drugs and forbidden techniques that could achieve such feats, albeit at the cost of severe side effects and potential depletion of future potential. Thus, he may currently be nothing more than a hollow shell, appearing impressive but lacking substance. Moreover, Chi, you have diligently trained for 3 years, building a solid foundation, and recently learned a martial technique. It is important to recognize that martial techniques provide significant advantages in practical combat. Therefore, when it comes to the actual competition, your chances of victory are considerable. As she absorbed her aunt's encouragement, Zhang Qi felt a flicker of determination. Sensing this, Teacher Zhang intensified her persuasion, saying, people only ever notice the first place. No one remembers the second. In the eyes of the majority, there is no distinction between second and third or fourth place. You've worked hard to surpass Li Mo and gained an opportunity for recognition. Do you not wish to seize it? Furthermore, I have a brilliant strategy that will ensure your ultimate victory. Upon hearing her aunt's final words, the ever-competitive Zhang Qi resolutely nodded. In the blink of an eye, the other students from Class 8 had completed their assessments. Apart from Lin Xuan, not a single individual boasted a vitality score exceeding 30 points, with numerous students failing to reach even 10 points. This made Lin Xuan's accomplishments even more resplendent. Soon, his name spread throughout all the classes in the senior year. As students gathered in small clusters to discuss, the announcement echoed over the loudspeaker. Attention, students. The assessments for vitality and combat prowess have concluded. We will now proceed to the practical examination. Please note that participation in this assessment is optional. Students wishing to engage in the practical exam may register now. Half an hour later, the practical examination commenced. The first applicant for the practical battle was Zhang Qi from Class 1, challenging Lin Xuan from Class 8. As the announcement rang out, whispers erupted among the students on the playground. In my lifetime, I never imagined I would witness a student from Class 1 actively challenge someone from Class 8. Am I dreaming? Indeed, such a scenario was exceedingly rare. However, Class 8 had produced a remarkable talent, Lin Xuan. Certainly, Lin Xuan's vitality and combat prowess far exceed those of Zhang Qi from Class 1. As the top student of Class 1, it is only natural for her to seek a challenge against him. If I were in her shoes, I would be unable to swallow my pride. One was a perennial top performer, consistently ranking among the top 3 in the grade, while the other was a dark horse, emerging unexpectedly. This promised to be an exhilarating match. Who do you think has a better chance of winning? That's hard to say. Zhang Qi's practical combat abilities are among the best in the school and have garnered the recognition of the practical class instructor. Meanwhile, the entire Class 8 has been overlooked by the practical class teachers. Indeed, the instructors have never bothered to guide Class 8, practically treating them as invisible. When it comes to combat skills, Zhang Qi is likely the stronger contender. Teacher Ma from Class 8 shared this sentiment. Although Lin Xuan's vitality and combat prowess were high, his practical experience was woefully lacking. To put it bluntly, the practical class that afternoon was little more than a study period for them. Whether or not to practice depended solely on their own initiative. In such an environment, how could Lin Xuan possibly compete with the elite from Class 1? Realizing this, Teacher Ma discreetly pulled Lin Xuan aside and said, Lin Xuan, the practical assessment is not mandatory. As the challenge party, you have the right to refuse. Lin Xuan looked puzzled and asked, why should I refuse? He had been training diligently and had experienced a remarkable surge in strength. He was eager to find an opponent to validate his abilities. With the strongest contender from Class 1 presenting herself, how could he let this opportunity slip away? Before Teacher Ma could continue his persuasion, Lin Xuan strode directly towards the competition platform. Watching Lin Xuan's calm demeanor, Teacher Ma felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have simply held him back. Lin Xuan had already stolen the spotlight during the vitality and combat prowess tests. If he rejected other combat invitations, he would still retain his title as the top performer of the day, a fact no one could dispute. After all, this was the first time Class 8 had produced a top student since its establishment, a significant milestone for both the class and Teacher Ma. However, If Lin Xuan were to inadvertently suffer defeat in the practical assessment, his title would lose its credibility. Moreover, this was merely an optional evaluation. Refusing would have been the wisest choice. Just as teacher Ma lamented his missed opportunity, Zhang Qi and Lin Xuan ascended the competition platform. Unlike Lin Xuan, who entered unarmed, Zhang Qi brandished a short blade. The referee announced, Zhang Qi claims to have learned a martial technique involving the short blade. Without it, she cannot fully showcase her abilities. Therefore, Zhang Qi requests permission to bring the short blade into the arena. Given that Lin Xuan's vitality and combat prowess significantly exceed Zhang Qi's, he possesses ample self-defense capabilities. Thus, our judging panel has approved Zhang Qi's request. We kindly remind both participants that this is merely an assessment. Please refrain from causing intentional harm. Upon hearing the referee's words, another wave of murmurs swept across the playground. The advantages in the practical assessment lay with Zhang Qi. How could she justify bringing a short blade into the arena, portraying herself as the weaker opponent? Zhang Qi's actions seemed somewhat unfair. Although Lin Xuan's vitality surpassed hers by 10 points, everyone was aware of the circumstances surrounding Class 8's practical lessons. Standing by, Principal Liu furrowed his brow. He felt that Zhang Qi's request was somewhat excessive. However, Teacher Zhang from Class 1 continued to explain that Zhang Qi's newly acquired martial technique involved the short blade. With the blade in her possession, she would be able to exhibit her full potential. Although Lin Xuan did not bear any weapons, his vitality surpassed Zhang Qi by over 10 points. His prowess was undoubtedly exceptional, granting him ample capacity for self-defense. One party possessed high vitality, while the other was armed, achieving a delicate equilibrium between them. Moreover, only adversaries of equal strength could foster mutual growth. This arrangement held immense benefits for the school, devoid of any drawbacks. Naturally, the paramount factor was Lin Xuan's unwavering consent to this matter, which is why the principal acquiesced. However, for reasons unknown, he was plagued by a lingering sense of foreboding. Chapter 15. The Secret of the Dagger and Zhang Qi's Plan on the Arena. Zhang Qi and Lin Xuan stood facing each other. Lin Xuan, today's match will determine who is the true top student of our grade, Zhang Qi declared first. Hearing this, Lin Xuan merely smiled faintly. He was aware that since acquiring the system, his strength had seen a tremendous enhancement. However, he had not anticipated the extent of this improvement, as his vitality and combat power had inadvertently shattered the school record. This revelation had just been conveyed to him by Teacher Ma. Thus, Lin Xuan did not regard being the top student as his goal. He aspired to reach even greater heights. To do so, he needed to set his sights higher. Despite knowing that his opponent's use of a weapon would put him at a disadvantage, he still consented to it. He sought to impose greater pressure upon himself, believing that only under substantial stress could he achieve significant progress. Yet, to Zhang Qi, Lin Xuan's smile took on a different meaning. She perceived it as a dismissive smirk, a scornful grin, one that belittled her. Lin Xuan, possessing strength far superior to hers, must have agreed to her weapon usage because he thought she could only win through such unfair means. This thought struck Zhang Qi like a tempest of conflicting emotions: anger, frustration, helplessness, and pain. In that moment, she gripped the dagger tightly. In truth, her martial skills did not revolve around the dagger, but rather a sophisticated agility technique. However, her aunt had warned her that Lin Xuan posed a significant threat. Although she did not understand how Lin Xuan had rapidly elevated his vitality and combat power, she realized that as long as he existed, she would forever be the second best. It was nearly impossible for her to boost her vitality to 80 before the college entrance examination, and her class would remain overshadowed by Class 8. Presently, only one strategy could alter this predicament: to injure Lin Xuan severely enough to incapacitate him from training. Consequently, Teacher Zhang had fabricated an excuse for Zhang Qi to wield the dagger in the match, which was coated with a lethal poison, silver-ringed scorpion venom. This toxin, derived from the otherworldly silver-ringed scorpion, caused extensive necrosis upon human contact, with no effective treatment available. The afflicted could only rely on their own vitality to resist it. Given that Lin Xuan was not even a first-tier martial artist, he would have no means to effectively counter this deadly poison. In essence, if the dagger imbued with this venom struck Lin Xuan's arm, he would lose its functionality. If it were to slice into his thigh, that leg would also be rendered useless. For a martial artist, the body is a unified entity. Any irreparable damage to either hand or leg would inevitably lead to a drastic decline in one's vitality, making recovery exceedingly difficult. Thus, Zhang Qi's objective today was to combine her exquisite agility with a surprise attack using the dagger to inflict a wound on Lin Xuan. She not only sought victory in this contest, but also aimed to obliterate Lin Xuan's future, rendering him a non-threat in her life. With this thought in mind, Zhang Qi made her move first. Her body surged forward like a shooting star towards Lin Xuan, the dagger in her hand glinting ominously. Even the warm sunlight could not soften the blade's sharpness and chill. She aimed directly at Lin Xuan's neck. The spectators gasped in astonishment at Zhang Qi's remarkable speed and fluidity. From the moment she initiated her movement, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped the arena, palpable even to those several meters away. Indeed, Zhang Qi was rightly the top student of Class 1. Just as the onlookers began to worry for Lin Xuan, who stood before her, Zhang Qi expected to see a face filled with panic. Instead, she was met with a confident smile. Suddenly, Zhang Qi felt a blur before her eyes as Lin Xuan vanished from her sight, leaving only an afterimage. His speed was astonishing. Instinctively, Zhang Qi altered her trajectory, her dagger tracing an elegant arc through the air. Wait, Teacher Ma's voice boomed with anger. Wasn't it agreed that this was merely an assessment, to be conducted with restraint? Why is Zhang Qi aiming to kill, directing her blade at Lin Xuan's throat? Standing beside her, Teacher Zhang calmly interjected, but Lin Xuan has evaded her attack. His speed is sufficient for him to avoid her. Teacher Ma remained indignant, asserting, even if Lin Xuan can evade, Zhang Qi's actions are utterly excessive. Principal Lu interjected. Calm down, Teacher Ma. As Teacher Zhang mentioned, Lin Xuan appears to be handling himself quite well. I am eager to see the practical abilities of a student with a vitality of 87 points. Furthermore, the match was overseen by a third-tier martial artist referee, ensuring the safety of both students should any mishaps occur. The principal's words eased Teacher Ma's apprehension slightly. Indeed, Lin Xuan's current performance was not that of a novice who had never engaged in practical combat, although the means by which Lin Xuan achieved this mastery remained a mystery. Teacher Ma's perception of him had undergone a radical transformation. A genius. This was undoubtedly a genius, regardless of whether Lin Xuan had previously concealed his abilities. Standing on the arena now and competing against the strongest of Class 1 unequivocally demonstrated his exceptional talent. On the arena, as Zhang Qi's dagger completed its shift in direction, an unexpected hand appeared in its path. A fist, clenched tightly, struck her wrist. The sound of impact echoed bang. The dagger clattered to the ground. Witnessing the weapon fall from Zhang Qi's grip, Teacher Zhang furrowed her brow in concern. Lin Xuan not only possessed incredible speed, but also remarkable strength. He had perfectly timed his strike, catching Zhang Qi off guard just as her dagger altered its course. The precision of his timing was nothing short of exquisite. Had Lin Xuan truly never trained in practical combat? His every motion resembled that of a seasoned veteran. Lin Xuan was indeed a formidable opponent not to be underestimated. The dynamics of the arena shifted dramatically. Although Zhang Qi had taken the initiative to attack and reached Lin Xuan, her crucial support, the dagger, lay discarded on the ground. Moreover, Lin Xuan's punch had landed solidly on her wrist. One glance at Zhang Qi's suddenly pallid complexion revealed the extent of her pain. Just when it seemed Zhang Qi had fallen to the disadvantage, she suppressed her anguish, quickly transforming her left hand into a claw, lunging towards Lin Xuan, who was momentarily fatigued. In a hurried retreat, Lin Xuan narrowly evaded Zhang Qi's strike. The onlooking students, having witnessed the perilous exchange, were drenched in cold sweat. The intensity of the encounter was overwhelmingly dangerous. They attempted to place themselves in Zhang Qi's position, realizing it was a life-or-death scenario. Indeed, this was the true essence of a duel between masters. Lin Xuan, although hailing from Class 8, exhibits prowess in both vitality and combat skills that are in no way inferior to the strongest individuals of Class 1. Initially, their discussions regarding Lin Xuan's attributes were laced with a sense of gossip. However, upon witnessing Lin Xuan's remarkable abilities, they genuinely acknowledge him as a formidable force, a powerhouse worthy of their admiration. Despite their lingering confusion over the sudden surge in Lin Xuan's strength, it does not diminish their respect and reverence for him. Chapter 16. The thrilling contest in a bid to evade Zhang Qi's claw-like strike from her left hand. Lin Xuan hastily adjusted his body's orientation, momentarily losing his balance. It took him about a second to regain his composure. As a novice experiencing his first real battle, Lin Xuan's response was far from flawless, yet he held himself to an even higher standard. On several occasions, he felt he could have reacted more swiftly and effectively. However, his lack of practical experience left him in a passive defensive position. Contemplating this, Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly. He resolved to devote his entire focus to this contest. Meanwhile, Zhang Qi shook her right hand, wincing from a sharp pain in her wrist. She had not anticipated Lin Xuan's reaction to be so rapid. In less than a single exchange, he had knocked the dagger from her hand, and her wrist bore the brunt of a fierce blow. Truly, he was worthy of his impressive combat power rating of 880. At that moment, Zhang Qi cast a deep glance at Lin Xuan. However, when she turned her gaze back to him, she was astonished to perceive that Lin Xuan's momentum was still escalating, and the pressure from his vitality was intensifying. Indeed, as her aunt had stated, this was no mere contest. She had to inflict a wound on Lin Xuan, delivering irreparable harm. Otherwise, she would be left at his mercy in the future. Fixating on the dagger that lay on the ground, Zhang Qi's resolve hardened. In an instant, she moved with the swiftness of a specter. This was the ghostly technique she had mastered, ghostly movement. This technique significantly enhanced her speed, employing a unique footwork that rendered her nearly invisible to the naked eye, elusive and unpredictable. So swift, my eyes can barely keep up. Zhang Qi's speed had surpassed even her previous pace. Was this the true strength of a first-place contender? The students observing gasped in astonishment. Teacher Ma clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intently on the scene unfolding before him. He had never imagined Zhang Qi could accelerate further. Was she holding back before? This speed was such that even Teacher Ma would need to exercise caution in dealing with it. He wondered if Lin Xuan could handle it. Turning his focus towards Lin Xuan, he was startled to see him intently watching Zhang Qi, as if he could match her speed. In that instant, Teacher Ma was taken aback. Suddenly, he noticed Lin Xuan's pupils constrict, as if startled by something. A piercing sound of friction echoed through the air. Teacher Ma swiftly directed his gaze back to Zhang Qi, who had, unbeknownst to everyone, reached the spot where her dagger had fallen. With the momentum from her charge, she flicked her right foot forward lightly. The dagger, scraping against the ground, was propelled forward with force, aimed directly at Lin Xuan. Zhang Qi's speed was so great that even a gentle flick with her foot generated a substantial impact. The dagger hurtled towards Lin Xuan. The razor-sharp tip glinted ominously, and the atmosphere became charged with tension. The students' rapid breaths were distinctly audible. As the referee prepared to intervene, a stunning spectacle unfolded. Lin Xuan shifted his right foot to the side, executing a graceful sidestep that allowed him to evade the dagger's assault. Just as the audience began to breathe a sigh of relief, a live figure followed the dagger's trajectory, with an elegant sweep of her arm. Zhang Qi adeptly caught the dagger in midair. She had retrieved her weapon once more. Now, not only Teacher Ma, but even Principal Lu recognized the gravity of the situation. The dagger was aimed menacingly at Lin Xuan's vital points, signaling Zhang Qi's intent to inflict harm. Just as Teacher Ma prepared to call for the referee to halt this unfair duel, he noticed Lin Xuan had pivoted at a 45-degree angle, facing Zhang Qi as she turned to reclaim her dagger. In an instant, his right hand transformed from an open palm into a fist, channeling his body's energy to deliver a powerful punch. Zhang Qi had just turned to the side when she saw Lin Xuan's fist hurtling toward her. Thud. A heavy sound reverberated as Lin Xuan's punch connected with Zhang Qi's body. Her expression turned ashen, and she was sent flying backward, like a kite severed from its string. Blood spewing from her mouth, tracing an arc through the air. The arena fell into an eerie silence. The students stood in stunned disbelief, their minds struggling to comprehend the unfolding drama. Just moments ago, Lin Xuan appeared to be at a disadvantage, the dagger poised at his throat. In the blink of an eye, the tables had turned, and it was Zhang Qi who was sent sprawling, bloodied, and defeated. The shift in power had been wrought solely by Lin Xuan's singular punch. Principal Lu, too, found himself momentarily dazed. He had believed Lin Xuan to be in a precarious position, fearing for his safety in this contest, and had contemplated calling for a halt. Yet, in a heartbeat, someone had been injured, and it was Zhang Qi. Moreover, judging by her trajectory, her injuries were likely severe. Yet, Lu felt no sympathy for her. After all, she had been the one to strike first with lethal intent. Now that she was in such a predicament, it could only be said that she had brought this upon herself, an eye for an eye. Conversely, Lin Xuan filled him with immense delight. Throughout the contest, although Lin Xuan's movements were few, each was executed with precision and clarity, devoid of hesitation. Furthermore, his timing was exquisite, consistently transforming peril into opportunity, showcasing his superior vitality and combat prowess over Zhang Qi. Principal Lu was aware that the instructors for the practical combat class had been rather lackadaisical in their teachings to Class 8, rarely attending, and when they did, it was merely a cursory visit. In light of this, Lin Xuan's remarkable combat skills were nothing short of miraculous, truly a prodigy, a self-taught genius. Reflecting on genius, Principal Liu recalled Lin Xuan's soaring vitality and combat power ratings. Initially, he had suspected illicit means, perhaps some forbidden elixir, had facilitated such rapid enhancement. Yet now, he was convinced that Lin Xuan's achievements were a result of his dedicated training. The evidence lay in Lin Xuan's performance on the dueling stage, which was far beyond what a mere novice reliant on supplements could exhibit. His calm demeanor and collected nature spoke volumes of his strength and experience. In stark contrast, Teacher Zhang's expression twisted with fury. She was incensed. This was an extraordinary opportunity to undermine Lin Xuan, and now she could only watch helplessly as it slipped through her fingers. It would be exceedingly difficult to find another legitimate chance like this. Zhang Qi was truly a disappointment. Yet, witnessing her niece spitting blood and crumpled on the ground, Teacher Zhang felt a twinge of compassion. After all, she had invested considerable time and effort in Zhang Qi's training. She could not allow Lin Xuan to continue his assault. Otherwise, Zhang Qi's injuries would only worsen, jeopardizing her future martial path. Upon this realization, Teacher Zhang spoke emphatically. Referee, Zhang Qi has already sustained an injury. The outcome of this match is already determined. Lin Xuan must not continue to engage. Chapter 17. Malice and self-inflicted consequences. Upon hearing these words, the referee glanced at the principal. After receiving a nod of affirmation, the referee stepped into the center of the duel platform. The victor of this contest is Lin Xuan from Class 8. With the referee's loud announcement, the previously quiet atmosphere erupted into a cacophony of cheers. The students spontaneously applauded Lin Xuan, while a fraction of them harbored intense jealousy towards him. The majority were drawn to his prowess. Lin Xuan's recent performance had utterly captivated them. They now genuinely believed he was the top student of their grade, the finest at Dongjiang No. 5 Middle School. On the duel platform, Lin Xuan reflected on Zhang Qi's movements. He felt he had, in some elusive manner, grasped the essence of her technique. He glanced at Zhang Qi, sprawled on the ground like a shattered kite. Although she had fought fiercely, it was merely a contest. As the saying goes, a competition is akin to a battlefield. Furthermore, Lin Xuan had not held back his punch against her. It was certain that Zhang Qi's injuries would take at least 10 days to heal. Therefore, Lin Xuan considered their bout a draw. After all, they were classmates, not mortal enemies. Lin Xuan approached Zhang Qi and extended his hand towards her. Witnessing this scene, the onlooking students erupted once more. What a magnanimous spirit! He was offering a hand of friendship to his opponent. The principal and teachers nearby felt a wave of satisfaction. In terms of both strength and character, Lin Xuan was exceptionally commendable. However, Teacher Zhang stood aside, utterly disdainful, believing Lin Xuan was merely putting on a show. His actions and elaborate performance that would only make things more difficult for Zhang Qi in the future. Just as everyone was marveling at Lin Xuan's gesture, an unforeseen event transpired. Seeing Lin Xuan's hand reaching out to her, a bold thought flashed through Zhang Qi's mind. Her heart raced with anxiety. Yet it could not suppress the madness in her eyes. She seized the short knife lying beside her and lunged it towards Lin Xuan's arm with all her might. Given how close Lin Xuan's arm was to her, and considering the knife's length, the blade was now less than 2 centimeters from him. A piercing scream erupted. Some students shut their eyes in terror. Teacher Zhang watched eagerly, anticipating the moment the blade would meet Lin Xuan. The referee attempted to intervene. Chapter 18. The wicked ultimately received their just desserts, though the outcome was flawless and Lin Xuan emerged unscathed. Zhang Qi received her due retribution. Nonetheless, Lin Xuan felt a lingering apprehension. In his previous life, he had dwelled in an era of peace, fostering a disposition of kindness towards others. Even when inadvertently slighted, he would choose to forgive. Yet, this martial world was far more ruthless than the one he had known. A mere supplementary examination among high school students escalated to the perilous extent of seeking one another's lives. Initially, Lin Xuan had viewed the reports of life and death struggles against otherworldly beasts on television with detachment. However, he now acutely perceived that this was no ordinary realm. Here, martial prowess reigned supreme. It signified that only with sufficient strength could one carve out a space for existence. Lacking such power rendered survival itself a daunting challenge. Everyone aspired to make their mark in martial arts, inevitably leading to fierce competition and strife. The brutality of this world eclipsed even the rigors of his former life as college entrance examinations. Thus, Lin Xuan recognized the necessity for a shift in his approach to life. This institution represented one of the few civilized locales within the martial realm. Yet, Individuals like Zhang Qi, with their ruthless natures, still existed. He pondered what formidable adversaries awaited him beyond these walls. Even with the system's assistance, complacency was not an option. The aftermath of Lin Xuan and Zhang Qi's contest was profoundly shocking. Zhang Qi, gravely injured, was rushed to the hospital, while teacher Zhang was detained by the school's security department, awaiting the investigation's conclusions. Several classmates who had intended to engage in practical assessments ultimately withdrew at the last moment. Thus, the martial component of the midterm examination concluded. In the center of the playground, Principal Liu beamed as he addressed the assembly. Lin Xuan's achievements in this examination are nothing short of remarkable. With a vitality score of 87 and a combat power rating of 880, he has not only secured the top position in his grade, but has also shattered the school's historical record. Furthermore, he demonstrated exceptional aptitude in the supplementary practical assessments. Lin Xuan, a student from Class 8, was often perceived as part of the weaker cohort, lacking in notable talent. Yet, through unwavering diligence and continuous improvement, he proved that success was attainable even from Class 8, ultimately claiming the top spot. Let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to Lin Xuan. Most importantly, his journey illustrates that hard work is rewarded and perseverance will yield results. Fellow students, only 3 months remain until the college entrance examinations. Let us strive with renewed vigor. Defying fate is not merely a dream. As Principal Liu concluded his impassioned speech, thunderous applause erupted, stirring the hearts of the students. This was a rallying call. Yet Lin Xuan's very presence transformed it into a living testament of hope. The students saw in him the promise of a brighter tomorrow. Many of them had entered with higher initial standings than Lin Xuan. If they could channel their efforts as he had, might they not also find themselves in the spotlight, garnering similar accolades from Principal Liu? As this thought crossed their minds, excitement illuminated their faces, their gazes filled with determination. Witnessing the palpable enthusiasm among the students, Principal Liu felt a profound sense of satisfaction. This, indeed, was the power of exemplars, surpassing mere words. He believed that under Lin Xuan's leadership, the school would achieve unprecedented success. Another sunlit day dawned. In the Class 8 classroom, the results of the midterm cultural examinations were announced. Upon entering, Lin Xuan was greeted by the animated discussions of his classmates. Was it Zhang Qi or Liu who had claimed first place? It was noted, however, that even if Zhang Qi had excelled academically, it mattered little now. Rumors circulated that her right leg had suffered severe injury, necessitating amputation to preserve her life. Is that true? If she loses her leg, her martial path would effectively end. Indeed, it was true. Reports indicated that the school had issued a notice of expulsion to Zhang Qi due to her egregious actions. Her parents had come to plead on her behalf, as without the ability to pursue martial arts, her high school diploma would be out of reach, sealing her fate. As for teacher Zhang, she found herself in an even more precarious situation. Allegations suggested that the poisoning incident had originated from her. Principal Liu had dismissed her from her position, and the Education Bureau revoked her teaching credentials. Is this scandalous? Absolutely. This incident transpired during such a significant examination, witnessed by all, with irrefutable evidence. Such a heinous act warrants severe repercussions. The students of Class 8, witnessing the fall from grace of once prominent figures, buzzed with excitement. As the conversation threatened to veer off course, one student interjected, "Let us not stray. Aren't you curious about who topped the exams?" With Zhang Qi out of the running, Liu has one less competitor. Rome, the top scorer in cultural studies, is from our class. Our class. Who could it be? It's not Lin Xuan, is it? Indeed, it's Lin Xuan. As his name was mentioned, all eyes instinctively turned to a corner of the classroom where Lin Xuan sat, propped up on one hand, perusing a book. Shen Ming, seated in front of Lin Xuan, turned to him with admiration, saying, "Lin Xuan, you're incredible. Not only did you excel in martial assessments, but you also topped the cultural exams." Without diverting his gaze from the pages, Lin Xuan merely nodded, responding, "The cultural studies were manageable, not particularly challenging." Compared to the college entrance exams he had faced in his past life, the academic evaluations of this world seemed remarkably simple. After all, this was a realm where martial prowess prevailed, and much of the curriculum consisted of rote memorization. Moreover, Lin Xuan felt that as his mental acuity heightened, his reading speed had accelerated significantly. A mere glance allowed him to grasp and retain most of the material, achieving a level of comprehension that felt almost effortless. Thus, he found the cultural assessments to be far less daunting than the martial evaluations. However, it was important to note that Lin Xuan had only recently arrived in this world. having previously languished in despair due to his lack of talent, leading a life of aimlessness. Now, in pursuit of deeper understanding and integration into this realm, he had immersed himself in numerous texts. Noticing Lin Xuan's calm demeanor, devoid of any signs of elation at his academic success, Qinming couldn't help but marvel at the profound transformation in his friend. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Xuan had surpassed them all, firmly establishing himself at the pinnacle of his grade. Yet, his expression remained unperturbed, exuding an aura of tranquility. It was evident that not only did he possess superior strength, but his mindset also set him leagues apart from the rest. At that moment, a voice resonated from outside the classroom. Lin Xuan. It was Teacher Ma calling for him. Chapter 19. A conversation with the principal, Lin Xuan. Congratulations on achieving the top scores in both the martial arts and academic examinations this midterm, exclaimed Teacher Ma, standing excitedly before Lin Xuan's desk. Principal Lu wishes to speak with you in his office. Do you have time to go now? Lin Xuan, not only the top student in his grade but also personally summoned by Principal Lu, felt the weight of this rare honor. Such recognition had never before been conferred upon a student from Class 8. The principal's attention towards Lin Xuan also reflected on Teacher Ma, the class teacher, who now basked in the glow of this acknowledgement. The principal's tone had never been so warm and amiable, causing Teacher Ma to regard Lin Xuan as a precious treasure. Noticing the book in Lin Xuan's hands, Teacher Ma continued with polite insistence. If it is inconvenient for you right now, please let me know when you are free, and I will coordinate a suitable time with the principal. Just as Teacher Ma finished speaking, a gasp of astonishment rippled through the classroom. The other students were left dumbfounded by the scene. Class 8 was traditionally known as a gathering of underachievers. Though Teacher Ma had never been excessively strict, he had never shown them such warmth. It was unimaginable that he would exhibit such gentleness towards one of their peers. Moreover, the implications of Teacher Ma's words were profound. The principal wished to meet with Lin Xuan, and it was contingent upon Lin Xuan's availability? Was it truly so that if Lin Xuan declined, Teacher Ma would go out of his way to manage their schedules? What a jest! Which student, upon being called by the principal, wouldn't he sprint to the office without hesitation? A mere delay of seconds would typically provoke the class teacher into a flurry of urgency. Yet here was Lin Xuan, receiving an entirely different treatment. Was this the privilege of being the top student? As the astonished crowd took a moment to absorb this, Lin Xuan closed his book decisively. All right, I will go now. With that, he strode away, leaving his classmates to continue their animated discussions. What do you think the principal wants with him? One asked. Given Teacher Ma's humble demeanor, it must be something good. Another replied. Isn't there a reward for the midterm exams? A third chimed in. I heard the rewards are quite substantial. Honestly, I'm feeling a bit envious of Lin Xuan right now. Me too. Count me in. Perhaps we should study harder. The perks of being a good student seemed too enticing. In the principal's office, a voice called out, "Come in." Hearing the knock, Principal Lu stood immediately as Lin Xuan entered. He poured a glass of water for Lin Xuan and gestured for him to sit on the nearby sofa. Acknowledging the principal's warm hospitality, Lin Xuan offered a polite smile. Lin Xuan, the purpose of your visit today is to congratulate you on securing the first place in the midterm exams. I must confess, in all my years in education, I have never encountered a student who has made such rapid progress as you have. Your improvement has truly opened my eyes. Principal Lu paused. Curiosity piqued about Lin Xuan's secret to success. However, seeing no indication from Lin Xuan that he intended to share, the principal continued. For a student to advance so swiftly, there must be a unique method at play. Initially, Principal Lu sought to uncover Lin Xuan's strategies, but he was aware that the Lin Xuan before him was not the same as the one who had merely 19 points of vitality. Although both were students, the distinction was significant. A student with less than 20 points of vitality could be easily commanded by the principal, as their future seemed limited to a junior college, a life of mediocrity. Conversely, an 18-year-old with 87 points of vitality represented an entirely different potential. Such a student was destined for university, and the fact that Lin Xuan had transitioned from 19 to 87 points in just a week further obscured his future trajectory. Perhaps he could reach the principal's level or even surpass it. Principal Lu was uncertain, yet he recognized the need to treat such a student with utmost respect. Thus, as Lin Xuan showed no inclination to divulge his secrets, Principal Lu proceeded with the conversation as if nothing had transpired. The school has substantial rewards for you. 2 servings of bone-strengthening soup for external use, medicinal bath, 3 servings of vitality reinforcement powder for internal use, and a cash reward of 20,000 yuan. Listening intently, Lin Xuan nodded in acknowledgement. However, he was taken aback at the absence of vitality pills among the rewards. Aren't there any vitality pills? Principal Lu chuckled ruefully. Vitality pills are widely recognized as the finest supplements. Unfortunately, this year there has been a significant reduction in raw materials, leading to a notable decline in overall production. Thus, our school does not have any surplus stock. In terms of value, the rewards provided are equivalent to 3 vitality pills. Noticing Lin Xuan's slight frown, Principal Lu added, "Although we lack vitality pills this time, there is a special reward. Each year, 5 cities in the Jiangnan region jointly host a special training camp before the college entrance examination. The spots in this camp are exceedingly precious and scarce. In the past, our school has never secured a place in this training camp, but thanks to my efforts, we are fortunate to have obtained 2 slots this year, one for you and the other for Liemo." Lin Xuan inquired. "A training camp?" "Indeed. It is a 2-month program featuring top-tier instructors. Every year, students emerging from this camp achieve outstanding results in the college entrance examination." Principal Lu extolled the numerous benefits of the training camp. However, he then shifted his tone. "The tuition for this training camp is 100,000 yuan. 100,000 yuan? Lin Xuan was momentarily taken aback. This was no trivial sum. His monthly allowance was merely 2,000 yuan. Principal Lu continued, "I hope you can discuss this with your family. This training camp is undoubtedly worth the price. Our school has never had access to such an opportunity before. This is our first time securing a spot. The scholarship covers 20,000 yuan, meaning your family would only need to contribute 80,000 yuan." Principal Lu elaborated further, emphasizing the value of the opportunity and urging Lin Xuan to persuade his parents, as many students aspired to join but were unable to do so. As the conversation drew to a close, Lin Xuan posed one final question. "Principal Lu, I have a lingering question regarding Zhang Qi's martial skills. She doesn't seem to be practicing short blade techniques, does she?" Principal Lu nodded. "Correct. The short blade is merely a weapon she intends to use for harm." Lin Xuan, "Let me test your insight. Did you sense anything during your match with her concerning her martial techniques?" Principal Lu had intended to disclose the details of Zhang Qi's skills to Lin Xuan, but decided to assess Lin Xuan's practical abilities first. Chapter 20. The Training Camp? It must be a scam. Lin Xuan pondered for a moment before responding. Zhang Qi exhibited a remarkable improvement in speed during the latter part of the competition, and her movements are quite unique. Principal Lu nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Lin Xuan, you truly astonish me. Your observations are entirely accurate. Zhang Qi has mastered a martial technique focused on agility." After Principal Lu's explanation, Lin Xuan's understanding of martial arts deepened considerably. The concept of vitality can be likened to the reserve of fuel, while combat power represents the damage inflicted upon an adversary after utilizing that fuel to its fullest extent. The term standard combat power refers to the numerical value attainable by the majority. Martial arts employ specialized training techniques and moves to enhance vitality, increase combat power, or fortify the combat capability of specific body parts, delivering lethal strikes amid the ever-changing dynamics of a competition. Reflecting on Zhang Qi's distinctive footwork and ghostly presence during the contest, Lin Xuan's interest in martial arts intensified. Observing Lin Xuan's expression, Principal Lu added, "In the training camp, you will also have the opportunity to learn martial arts and encounter various prodigies." That evening, after a 2-hour journey, Lin Xuan finally returned home. As a boarding student, he could only return for a brief respite every 2 weeks. Principal Lu indicated that if his parents consented to his enrollment in the training camp, Lin Xuan would be granted a 6-day leave. Following this break, he would directly enter the camp. Therefore, Lin Xuan's current objective was to persuade his parents to agree and produce the 80,000 yuan fee. At that moment, Lin Xuan surveyed the table laden with 6 dishes and 2 soups, glanced at the busy maid, and admired the luxurious decor of his room. For the first time, he recognized that his family, despite his previous circumstances, was rather affluent. Although 80,000 yuan was a considerable sum, it was still within the family's means. With this thought, Lin Xuan set down his chopsticks and said, "Dad, the school mentioned a training camp before the college entrance examination, lasting 2 months. His father, Lin Ping, nodded, stating, "That's wonderful. Lin Xuan, you are approaching your exams, and it's essential to dedicate yourself during this period." Seeing his father's positive demeanor, Lin Xuan continued, "The training camp requires an enrollment fee of 80,000 yuan. If all goes well, it will commence in 6 days." Upon hearing this, The living room fell silent. The two women seated across the table halted their movements, wide-eyed with shock as they regarded Lin Xuan. Lin Ping, sitting at the head of the table, furrowed his brow, equally taken aback by the figure of 80,000. Lin Peng was a serious-looking middle-aged man. In his youth, he had shown considerable talent, having served on the front lines and fought against otherworldly beasts, accumulating a degree of merit before returning to his hometown as he approached 50. Even without a job, his benefits sufficed to support the entire family. As a level 3 martial artist, he also received a monthly subsidy, while 80,000 was indeed a large sum. Considering Lin Xuan's impending exams, it might be his most significant expense yet. Though he felt a pang of reluctance, he found no valid reason to oppose it. Noticing her husband's expression, the middle-aged woman seated to his left, Wu Qin, sensed something amiss. She interjected before Lin Peng could respond. Lin Xuan is about to take his exams. As parents, we should indeed invest more for our child's future. I wholeheartedly support Lin Xuan participating in training or supplementary classes before the exams. However, 80,000 for this training camp seems exorbitant. It's not that I object to the cost. We know that martial arts can be pricey. But our school, Wuzhong, isn't particularly prestigious in the city. Is this training camp truly worth that amount? Could it be that the school is exploiting our parental concern for our children, charging exorbitant fees? Listening to her words, Lin Xuan's heart sank. This attractive middle-aged woman, Wu Qin, was not Lin Xuan's biological mother. His mother had passed away when he was 3. And his father later married Wu Qin, with whom he had a daughter, Lin Weiwei, who now sat beside her. Wu Qin did not overtly display the selfishness and indifference typically associated with stepmothers. On the surface, she treated Lin Xuan quite well. His living conditions were comparable to those of her biological daughter, and she never scolded or punished him. Every conversation was accompanied by a warm smile, creating the facade of a nurturing mother. However, Lin Xuan attended Dongjiang's least prestigious high school, Dongjiang Wuzhong, while Lin Weiwei was enrolled in the city's finest, Dongjiang. The family's resources were consistently allocated to support Lin Weiwei, leaving Lin Xuan with only ineffective vitality soup. Having lived 2 lives, Lin Xuan was not oblivious to her tactics. Initially, upon arriving in this new world, he had felt despondent due to his lack of talent and maintained a semblance of peaceful relations with Wu Qin. Now, upon hearing about the financial burden, she was quick to interject. Lin Xuan recognized that the primary obstacle was not his father, but rather his stepmother. Wu Qin's malice lay in her indirect approach. She did not explicitly state her unwillingness to spend money on Lin Xuan. Instead, she attacked the school and the training camp, suggesting that the institution sought to profit at the expense of parents' hard-earned money by creating a training camp without proper justification. This would conveniently absolve the family of financial responsibility while providing a plausible excuse to avoid spending. Lin Peng appeared to be swayed by Wu Qin's words. Lin Xuan, did your school really say that? Could it be that the teachers are trying to make extra money by organizing this training camp without the necessary qualifications? Lin Xuan, without a moment's hesitation, retorted, that's impossible. The principal told me this directly. There's no reason for him to deceive me. The spots in this training camp are incredibly rare. It is recruiting from several cities, and in previous years, our school had no such opportunities. This year, we have only 2 spots. Wu Qin seized upon Lin Xuan's words, quickly countering, Lin Xuan, the more you say, the more suspicious it seems. There were no spots before, and suddenly there are 2 this year? What a coincidence that one of those spots is yours. It seems contrived to create an illusion of scarcity, compelling parents to pay without hesitation. As soon as Wu Qin finished her statement, her daughter Lin Weiwei chimed in. Indeed, Lin Xuan, your abilities are so lacking. If the school truly had 2 spots, how could they possibly fall to you? It's evident that this is a scam targeting you, exploiting your desperation to improve your strength to extort money from our family. You can't just wish for a shortcut without putting in the effort. That is sheer folly. Recently, Lin Weiwei had her eye on a necklace worth 20,000 yuan, which she had yet to acquire, and she certainly would not allow Lin Xuan to spend money. Chapter 21. The Double Standards of Parents. Lin Weiwei. Taking shortcuts with money, this is a reflection of yourself, is it not? Hearing the unmasked malice in Lin Weiwei's words, Lin Xuan retorted sharply. I haven't seen you train with much dedication. However, I do observe your diligent consumption of 2 chi blood pills each month. As Lin Xuan's words pointedly targeted her, Lin Weiwei felt a surge of anger. You, she stammered, struggling to formulate a retort. For Lin Xuan's claims were indisputable. Lin Weiwei possessed only a very mediocre talent, one that should have disqualified her from attending Dongjiang No. 1 high school. It was only through her father, Lin Peng, a third-level martial artist, that she managed to secure a place, having leveraged connections and spent a considerable sum to gain admission. Once at the school, Lin Weiwei's lack of talent and inability to endure rigorous training compelled her to consistently rely on 2 Qi blood pills each month, ensuring her vitality remained sufficient to avoid expulsion. Thus, her attendance at Dongjiang No. 1 high school and her stable academic life was entirely contingent upon her father Lin Peng's substantial support. The phrase taking shortcuts with money could not have been more apt in describing Lin Weiwei. Observing her daughter's setback, Wu Qin quickly interjected, "Our family resources are limited, and Weiwei's talent is somewhat superior to Xiao Xian's. If we distribute resources evenly, neither of you will have a promising future. However, if we concentrate our limited resources on Weiwei, we can ensure she gains admission to a reputable university. In time, with a bright future ahead of her, she will certainly assist you, her only brother, in leading a better life. This is the most advantageous choice for our family, maximizing our investment return." Lin Xuan acknowledged Wu Qin's eloquence but was astounded by her ability to twist the narrative. She could turn black into white with her words. Unwilling to spend a single penny on him, she spoke with such conviction and justification. Waiting for Lin Weiwei to attend university to help him? That was akin to waiting for the day the Blue Star would perish. Lin Xuan turned directly to Lin Peng. "Dad, after all these years, you have invested so much in Lin Weiwei, and I have never complained. Now, as I approach the college entrance examination, I wish to make a final effort and seize this opportunity. Are you willing to provide the 80,000? Lin Peng's expression softened noticeably. He had indeed contributed too little to his son's endeavors. Aside from a monthly allowance of 2,000, he had provided no support in martial arts. However, Wu Qin's argument was also quite compelling. Investing money in Lin Xuan seemed to yield a low return. It was hardly worthwhile. His money and resources should be allocated where they would generate a more substantial return. Seeing Lin Peng's indecision, Wu Qin continued, "Xiao Xian, how can you speak to your father in such a manner? We are a family. Of course, we wish the best for you and are willing to invest in your future. But this training camp appears to be rather dubious. I suspect it may be a scam. Just the other day, I saw a similar scam targeting students preparing for college entrance exams on television. You cannot let the words of an outsider, a potential scam, dictate your discourse. This is deeply hurtful. Your father works tirelessly, supporting our family single-handedly." Lin Peng set down his chopsticks and said, "Lin Xuan, your Aunt Wu is absolutely correct. It's not that I am unwilling to spend this money. It's just that this training camp seems to be a scam. Since it is a scam, I refuse to be deceived." Lin Xuan was nearly amused. To avoid spending money, these two had managed to label the training camp as a scam in unison. It was truly eye-opening. Yet, he would not relinquish the hard-won opportunity at the training camp simply because his father refused to support him. Lin Xuan understood that the path to advancement is invariably fraught with challenges and obstacles. Even if his father was reluctant to provide the funds, he would strive to seize this opportunity and gather the necessary money. He would elevate himself to a larger platform and secure a brighter, more radiant future. As Lin Peng's resolute statement concluded, Lin Xuan fell silent, deep in thought about how he might amass 80,000 yuan in just 6 days. The dining table was enveloped in silence. Noticing Lin Xuan's lack of response, Lin Weiwei's arrogance flared once again. "Mom and Dad, are you aware of the training camp organized jointly by 5 cities in the Jiangnan region? It is officially sanctioned, and slots are exceedingly scarce." With enthusiasm, Lin Weiwei continued. Oblivious to the peculiar gaze Lin Xuan cast her way. "Even our No. 1 high school only offers 4 slots each year. This year, they have increased it by 2. Yet entry remains incredibly difficult. A senior I met in a club successfully gained admission to the training camp." Wu Qin, intrigued, inquired, "Is that true? I have heard of this training camp as well. They only consider one's ability for admissions. No amount of connections or money can sway them. It is said that students emerging from there are guaranteed admission to prestigious universities. I heard the top scorer in last year's martial arts examination in our city came from there." Lin Weiwei, filled with pride, continued, "Of course it's true. Mom, how could I deceive you about such matters? I'm not like Lin Xuan. That senior is exceptionally talented." Wu Qin's interest piqued. "You must cultivate a good relationship with such a talented individual. It would be beneficial to learn from him. Even if you cannot, maintaining good relations is vital. More friends mean more opportunities." "Understood, Mom," Lin Weiwei replied. Observing Lin Xuan with his head bowed, Lin Weiwei remained unsatisfied. He was not only weak in ability, but also held a low status within the family. As the cherished child of her parents, she had just been reprimanded by him. In her frustration, Lin Weiwei deliberately elongated her tone as she addressed Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, this training camp is authentic and prestigious. It would never deceive you out of your money. It wouldn't even stoop to that level. You need to broaden your horizons and gain insight. Do not fall prey to those small enterprises employing hunger marketing tactics. Believing her words would shame Lin Xuan. She was taken aback by the disdain and derision she perceived in his gaze. This infuriated her. A student from the fifth-tier school. She was merely trying to enlighten him and prevent him from being duped. Yet he responded with such arrogance. Lin Xuan, if you could gain entry to such a top-notch training camp, I believe your parents would willingly invest any sum. However, lacking the requisite ability. Do not blame them for their reluctance to spend money. Ultimately, it is your own inadequacy that is to blame. Lin Xuan had initially been focused on how to gather funds and had no desire to engage in their conversation. Yet, as Lin Weiwei continued to provoke him, he found it difficult to maintain the facade of peace any longer. With a hint of anger, he retorted, in the same training camp, when I wish to attend. You dismiss it as a scam to avoid spending money. Yet now, you praise the camp's excellence and its difficulty to enter. You are truly hypocritical and laughable. Chapter 22. If you believe the training camp is a scam, then call the official number to confirm. As Lin Xuan's words fell, a profound silence enveloped the dining table. Both Lin Peng and Wu Qin were taken aback, astonished that Lin Xuan would utter such a statement. Was this truly the same Lin Xuan, typically so malleable and easily influenced? The first to regain her composure was Wu Qin. At that moment, her usual insincere smile faltered, revealing her irritation. Lin Xuan, we are not spending money for your sake. We do not want you to be deceived. How could you misunderstand your father's and my good intentions? You even claim that the training camp mentioned by Wei Wei is the same as the one you intend to attend. I know you are upset, but you cannot lie, especially not about such easily debunked falsehoods. Lin Xuan, it is one thing to be weak. It is another to allow your character to diminish. At the very instant Wu Qin finished her sentence, a loud clap echoed as Lin Peng forcefully slammed his chopsticks onto the table, reprimanding Lin Xuan. You have truly disappointed me. Look at what you have learned from the outside world. A mouthful of lies. Just because of a fraudulent training camp. You dare to confront your parents like this. Raising you has been in vain. As he spoke, Lin Peng released some of his pressure as a third-level martial artist, intending to teach Lin Xuan a lesson and remind him who held authority in their household. Feeling the palpable pressure, Lin Xuan quickly summoned his inner strength to shield himself, unflinchingly meeting Lin Peng's authoritative gaze. If I indeed join the training camp that Wei Wei mentioned, will you pay for my tuition? Upon hearing Lin Xuan's question and witnessing his unwavering stare, Lin Peng was momentarily taken aback. Did his own pressure have no effect on Lin Xuan? Though he had not unleashed his full might, this intensity typically subdued Wei Wei without fail. Was Lin Xuan truly stronger than Wei Wei? The thought flickered through Lin Peng's mind. With a swift adjustment of his expression, Lin Peng furrowed his brow and replied, if you can get in, I will pay not just 80,000, but even 160,000. Moreover, you can do whatever you wish with the remaining funds. I will not interfere. Without hesitation, Lin Xuan responded, very well, remember what you just said. As he spoke, he rose from his seat. Wu Qin was momentarily bewildered by Lin Xuan's composure amidst their dual onslaught. She had not anticipated that he would remain calm and unyielding, deftly redirecting the conversation. The Lin Xuan of the past would have cowered in fear at Lin Peng's fury, silencing himself entirely. Wu Qin would have seized the opportunity to demand a further reduction in his allowance, justifying it by claiming he might be led astray by external influences, thereby aiming to curtail his spending. How else could he possibly survive on a mere 2,000 yuan monthly allowance, while Wei Wei enjoyed a lavish 8,000? Wu Qin had initially hoped to reduce Lin Xuan's allowance to 1,000 yuan, but the situation had spiraled beyond her expectations, leaving an ominous premonition in her heart. Lin Peng, the Shaoxian usually stays elsewhere and does not often dine with us. It is still inappropriate for a younger generation to leave the table while elders are still eating. If this were in public, others might think our family lacks proper values. Wu Qin remarked with a sardonic tone. Sensing her precarious position, she decided to strike first, prompting the others to ponder their responses and forget their original intentions. This was a tactic Wu Qin had successfully employed on numerous occasions. She understood Lin Peng well. He valued his reputation above all else and could not tolerate others whispering behind his back. Thus, Accusing Lin Xuan of disrespecting his elders and lacking decorum was an excellent point of entry. As Wu Qin spoke, Lin Peng's brow furrowed tightly, his lips pressed together. A visage of fury, he realized that the conversation had shifted to Lin Xuan's favor. He had not succeeded in dissuading Lin Xuan from pursuing the training camp. Just as he contemplated another outburst, Wu Qin's statement provided him with a golden opportunity. At that moment, Lin Xuan had approached him directly, staring at the phone being offered. Lin Peng was momentarily taken aback. The words he had been forming in his mind and the emotions he had been cultivating were abruptly interrupted. He could only gruffly inquire, "What is it?" Lin Xuan did not respond, but instead swiped a few times on the phone before presenting it to Lin Peng. The screen displayed the principal's contact information. Lin Xuan's action left Lin Peng bewildered, as well as Wu Qin and Lin Weiwei, who were equally confused. "Call the principal." "You believe the training camp I mentioned is a scam?" "Simply ask the principal or request him to provide relevant credentials. Wouldn't everything be clarified?" Lin Xuan stated calmly. At that moment, the restaurant fell silent once more. Lin Peng stared at the phone, now merely 10 centimeters from him, feeling as though he were frozen in place. Uncertain how to respond, Wu Qin's mind seemed to have been struck by a heavy blow, leaving her utterly blank. Wu Qin had claimed the training camp was a fraud, insisting that such news pervaded television broadcasts. All of this was, of course, her fabrication. If the camp dared to operate, it must possess the requisite qualifications. If it were a scam, it would have been eradicated long ago. In this age of stringent scrutiny over tutoring institutions, who would dare to act unlawfully? Yet, different training camps yield varied results. Each individual's progress is distinct. Both Wu Qin and Lin Peng believed that investing in Lin Xuan was not worthwhile. Thus, after Wu Qin's tirade, Lin Peng not only failed to highlight the flaws in her arguments but even lent his support to her claims. As adults with a certain level of experience and insight, they both understood each other's motives, tacitly choosing not to expose one another's lies. They presumed Lin Xuan was merely an ordinary student, inexperienced in societal affairs. They believed their earlier rhetoric would easily deceive him. Little did they expect Lin Xuan to insist on having Lin Peng call the principal. This call was one they could not afford to make. If Lin Peng truly inquired, their reputations would be irrevocably tarnished. They would not only be unwilling to invest in their child, but would also be guilty of disparaging the training camp as a scam. Each training camp is spearheaded by local powerful figures. If these individuals discovered the truth, they might very well seek retribution against Lin's family. Though the leadership at Wuzhong may not wield significant power, if this matter escalated, their family's reputation would be irrevocably damaged. Moreover, it would greatly impact Lin Weiwei's future. Thus, without a second thought, Wu Qin blurted out, "Do not make that call." Seeing Wu Qin's agitation, her eyes filled with urgency and helplessness. The facade she had previously maintained crumbled away entirely. Lin Xuan remained even more composed. Coldly, he retorted, "Do you truly believe I would find someone to impersonate the principal and continue deceiving you? Let us search for the school's official number online. Surely there can be no issue in calling the official number, or we could directly contact the education department. You cannot possibly suspect that the staff there would deceive us as well." Chapter 23. The embarrassment of Lin Peng and Wu Qin upon hearing the suggestion to call the school's official number or even the education department. The previously assertive Wu Qin immediately lost her composure. In a fluster, she could only weakly respond, "It's not working hours. We shouldn't disturb others' rest." Lin Xuan continued, "You are right. Let's wait until office hours to make the call." Caught off guard, Wu Qin could only lower her head, endlessly stirring her food with chopsticks. Lin Peng also felt an acute sense of awkwardness. How could Lin Xuan be so disrespectful, insisting that he make the call directly? It was utterly inconsiderate. Clearly, his decision to withhold the 80,000 yuan was indeed wise. However, the current situation was undeniably uncomfortable. Lin Peng pretended to pick up a nearby cup, attempting to let the matter slide. Observing the actions of Lin Peng and Wu Qin, Lin Xuan couldn't help but snort disdainfully. Who is truly lying? Who is fabricating stories? They were intent on distorting the truth. Initially, Lin Xuan wished to maintain a semblance of peace, but their behavior was intolerable. Not only did they refuse to finance his endeavors, but they also continued to mock him. The Lin Xuan of today was no longer the true child of Lin Peng. Acknowledging the identity of this body, he had no desire to engage in conflict with them. Yet, it was evident that the original Lin Xuan had endured a far worse existence. 6 months ago, what could have transpired to cause the current Lin Xuan to inhabit this body? Thus, Lin Xuan resolved to abandon all pretense. After all, these parents exhibited blatant favoritism. The path ahead would have to be forged solely by him. He was now 18, an adult, and there was no need to extend them any favors or maintain any hypocritical facades. At that moment, he proclaimed, "Father, Mother, if Lin Xuan suggests confirming the call, then let us confirm it. Fabrications can never become reality. Are we still unaware of his capabilities? How could he possibly gain entry into the training camp organized jointly in the Jiangyan region? Do not be deceived." Watching as her parents' authority and presence evaporated. While Lin Xuan gained the upper hand, Lin Weiwei was utterly bewildered. Nevertheless, she seized the opportunity to undermine Lin Xuan. "Be quiet." Wu Qin shot a glare at Lin Weiwei. Was this really the time to discuss which training camp Lin Xuan was entering? The most crucial matter now was that no matter which training camp Lin Xuan joined, it was legitimate and could not possibly be a scam. Thus, their excuse for refusing to pay for Lin Xuan's fees was rendered null and void. Lin Weiwei, being Wu Qin's only daughter, was usually pampered, rarely facing any reprimands. Suddenly receiving a glare from her typically affectionate mother left her feeling quite aggrieved. Lin Weiwei is correct. "Father, you can also call the homeroom teacher," Lin Xuan continued, echoing Lin Weiwei's sentiment. As he spoke, he once again extended his phone towards Lin Peng. Lin Peng found himself genuinely cornered. Pretending to drink water would not alter the situation. He had not anticipated Lin Xuan's audacity. How could he act so assertively? His mind was remarkably clear. Lin Xuan had uncovered a lie that even Lin Weiwei had failed to notice. Lin Peng now faced a dilemma. If he made the call, whether to the homeroom teacher or the principal, he would lose face. Yet, if he refrained, Lin Weiwei's eager gaze remained fixed upon him. The unspoken lie they all shared was on the verge of being exposed, threatening to shatter his image as a father and challenge his dignity. Feeling utterly humiliated, Lin Peng yearned to escape this embarrassing predicament swiftly. He hoped for a distraction, anything to liberate him from this uncomfortable scenario. Seconds ticked by, each feeling like an eternity as he stared at the phone before him, acutely aware of the slow passage of time. Just then, a sudden ding-dong echoed through the room, shattering the oppressive atmosphere. Lin Peng felt as though he had heard a divine melody, swiftly pushing the phone aside. "A guest has arrived. Wu Qin. Hurry and open the door." Wu Qin sprang to her feet, eager to greet the visitor. Lin Peng felt an immense sense of relief, as if grasping a lifeline. And he swiftly moved from the dining room to the living room. The timing of this guest was impeccable. However, when he prepared to warmly welcome the visitor, he was taken aback. The middle-aged man before him, with a gentle demeanor, was a stranger. "Principal Lu?" Lin Xian's puzzled voice reached Lin Peng's ears. "Hello. You must be Lin Xian's father. I am Principal Lu from the 5th middle school." As he spoke, Principal Lu extended his hand in greeting. Lin Peng's mind went blank. Just moments ago, Lin Xian had mentioned calling the principal, and now the principal himself had come to their door. Feeling guilty for his misdeeds, Lin Peng instinctively shook hands with Principal Lu. Wu Qin also sensed something amiss with Principal Lu's arrival. Only Lin Weiwei watched Lin Xian with a glimmer of schadenfreude. In high school, it was rare for teachers to conduct home visits unless a student had committed a serious offense. The fact that Lin Xian's principal had come personally suggested the magnitude of his wrongdoing. Just moments ago, Lin Xian had been so arrogant. Now, at last, someone could rein him in. Wu Qin and Lin Weiwei stood by, their expressions markedly different. As soon as he sat down, Principal Lu beamed, saying, "Mr. Lin, your son is extraordinary." In this midterm examination, he topped both the martial arts and academic subjects, achieving the highest rank in the grade. He is our school's most improved student. As soon as Principal Lu's words fell, Lin Weiwei exclaimed, "Impossible." She could not accept this reality. The principal had not come to criticize Lin Xian, but rather to commend him. How could he possibly be first in the grade? Lin Xian had always been a failure. How could he have transformed into the top student? And not just in academics, but in martial arts as well? It must be false. Hearing Lin Weiwei's sharp tone, Principal Lu cast a disapproving glance in her direction. As the highest authority in the school, he was accustomed to his words going unchallenged by teachers or students alike. Even if there were disagreements, they would carefully consider their words before speaking. Principal Lu had never encountered such a situation. Lin Weiwei, still just a student, instinctively harbored a fear of teachers. Thus, a single look from Principal Lu effectively silenced her. Lin Weiwei's reaction puzzled Principal Lu. And when he turned his gaze towards Lin Peng and Wu Qin, he found their demeanor even more perplexing. Their child had achieved first place, yet instead of exuberance, they appeared guarded, as if facing a formidable adversary. As his mind raced, Principal Lu began to comprehend. Lin Xian had consistently performed poorly, remaining in Class 8 for 3 years. Now, he had suddenly soared to new heights. His parents likely had yet to fully grasp the situation. After all, when Principal Lu first witnessed Lin Xuan's improvement, he too found it hard to believe. Chapter 24. The Visit from Principal Lu with Empathy. Principal Lu felt he could truly understand the sentiments of Lin Xuan's parents. He produced an invitation letter and handed it to Lin Peng. Mr. Lin, this year, our school has been fortunate enough to secure 2 spots for a training camp jointly organized by the Jiangnan region. As the top student of our institution, Lin Xuan is naturally qualified for this opportunity. This is the invitation letter for the training camp, which I have specially brought to you today. The name of this year's training camp has been finalized as the Stellar Training Camp. As soon as Principal Lu's words escaped his lips, the living room fell into a stunned silence once more. Wu Qin and Lin Weiwei gazed in disbelief, their eyes wide open. Lin Peng could scarcely fathom what he had just heard. First in the grade? An invitation to a training camp? Surely, he was not dreaming. When had Lin Xuan become so exceptional? Yet, the exquisitely crafted invitation bore the embossed golden letters, jointly organized by the Jiangnan region. Stellar Training Camp. This revelation pierced Lin Peng's heart deeply. It was indeed true. Lin Xuan had genuinely received an invitation from this prestigious training camp, while he and Wu Qin had hastily dismissed it as a scam merely to avoid expenses. Thank goodness they had refrained from making a phone call. Otherwise, he would have been utterly humiliated. It is worth noting that the training camp admits a very limited number of students each year. The best schools in Dongjiang City receive no more than 10 spots. Moreover, the camp attracts the strongest talents from 5 surrounding cities. If word got out that he had labeled it a scam, Lin Peng felt he could no longer show his face in Dongjiang City. What a stroke of luck. He was relieved he hadn't answered that call. Principal Lu, is this invitation genuine? Could it possibly be a fabrication by our school? Just as Lin Peng was reveling in his good fortune, Lin Xuan's voice broke in. Principal Lu found this question perplexing. How could such an invitation possibly be a forgery? If it were not authentic, students would not be permitted entry to the camp. Was there any need for the school to engage in deceit? As Principal Lu prepared to clarify, Wu Qin interjected hastily. Indeed. Of course, it is real. How could an invitation be fake? Xiao Xian, you are quite the comedian. Lin Peng joined in, chuckling. Xiao Xian enjoys joking around. Please don't take offense, Principal Lu. Principal Lu responded, humor is wonderful. We practice martial arts under considerable pressure. A bit of humor can help us unwind. He paused, then added, by the way, aside from delivering the invitation, I have another important matter to discuss. The training camp requires a fee of 100,000. Lin Peng immediately replied, we will certainly cover this expense. However, Lin Weiwei, noticing her father's swift agreement, expressed her dissatisfaction. Dad. Wu Qin's face mirrored her discontent. The sum of 100,000 was even greater than the 80,000 Lin Xuan had just mentioned. Nevertheless, Lin Peng was far too preoccupied to ponder these concerns. He simply wished to resolve the matter swiftly and ensure that no one discovered he had previously dismissed the training camp as a scam. No. I have come specifically to inform you that the school will cover all expenses. Initially, I had mentioned to Lin Xuan that he would receive a scholarship of 20,000, requiring his parents to contribute only 80,000. However, Lin Xuan is an invaluable talent for our school, and we have not invested significantly in him thus far. With the upcoming college entrance examinations, our school needs Lin Xuan to bring us glory. Therefore, after unanimous approval from the school leadership, we have decided to shoulder the entire cost of 100,000. The 20,000 scholarship will still be awarded to Lin Xuan. This revelation astonished not only Lin Peng, but also Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan had not anticipated such generosity from the school. Observing the astonished expressions of the family before him, Principal Lu wore a satisfied smile. During their conversation that afternoon, he sensed that the 80,000 would pose a challenge for Lin Xuan. A student as exceptional as Lin Xuan should not be denied the opportunity of this training camp merely due to financial constraints. For truly formidable martial artists, 100,000 is but a trifling sum. Investing 100,000 to nurture a promising student is indeed a wise decision. When discussing the martial techniques employed by Zhang Qi, Principal Lu had already recognized Lin Xuan's remarkable capabilities. Despite having never encountered any martial techniques himself, he could discern the type of martial skill in others. Such innate talent for combat was something Principal Lu had never witnessed before. Thus, he had resolved to provide financial support for Lin Xuan, ultimately deciding it would be best to do so in the name of the school. He promptly convened a meeting to discuss the matter and, upon its conclusion, rushed over without delay. Lin Ping had received an overwhelming influx of information throughout the evening, causing his mind to feel somewhat overwhelmed. Nevertheless, he quickly grasped the crux of the situation. Lin Xuan, as the top student of Wuzhong, had been invited to the most prestigious training camp in Dongjiang City. The camp required a fee, yet the school would cover all expenses for Lin Xuan, who would also receive an additional scholarship of 20,000. Why would the school be willing to pay this 100,000? Cautiously, Lin Ping inquired, "Principal Liu, how much is Lin Xuan's current blood vitality value?" Now that he has achieved the top rank? With pride, Principal Liu responded, "Lin Xuan's blood vitality value is 87, and his combat power has reached an astonishing 880. A chorus of exclamations erupted at Principal Liu's answer. Lin Weiwei's face was filled with incredulity, her voice trembling as she asked, What? How much?" Principal Liu beamed as he replied, "His blood vitality is 87. Lin Xuan not only ranks first in his grade but has also shattered our school's record." Lin Weiwei's expression contorted in disbelief. Just as she was about to utter another remark, Wu Qin grasped her hand, signaling her to remain silent. Meanwhile, Lin Peng fell into deep contemplation. In his mind, neither of his children possessed extraordinary talent, especially Lin Xuan, whose initial blood vitality value had been below 10. Even Lin Weiwei, who fared slightly better, had a blood vitality value of only 13. Thus, he had devoted all the family's resources to Lin Weiwei, hoping she would emerge as a martial artist and provide some security for his later years. Conversely, Lin Peng had never harbored expectations for Lin Xuan. He believed that with Lin Xuan's lackluster talent, even self-sufficiency would be a challenge. Consequently, he had long since abandoned any hopes of nurturing Lin Xuan. Yet today, Principal Liu had informed him that Lin Xuan's blood vitality had soared to 87 points, while Lin Weiwei's score in the midterm exam had only been 63 points. This was despite Lin Weiwei's monthly intake of 2 blood vitality pills, which indicated a conservative monthly increase of 2 points. Lin Xuan, however, had no such advantages and had to rely solely on his own efforts. While Lin Weiwei was still only in her second year of high school and had room for growth, Lin Ping calculated that the return on investment for Lin Weiwei was far inferior to that of Lin Xuan. Moreover, Lin Weiwei's training was far from diligent, resulting in her combat power being significantly below standard. In contrast, Principal Liu had just mentioned that Lin Xuan's combat power stood at 880, surpassing the standard value. This clearly illustrated the extent of Lin Xuan's dedication and hard work. Perhaps it was time for Lin Peng to pay a little more attention to his eldest son, especially given the school's evident investment in Lin Xuan. Chapter 25. Lin Peng's awakening after bidding farewell to Principal Liu. An air of silence enveloped the living room once more. Lin Xuan felt an unexpected joy, as the issue of tuition had been resolved so effortlessly. Indeed, in the realm of martial arts, demonstrating formidable strength could surmount any obstacle. Thus, the enhancement of one's own abilities became paramount. In stark contrast to Lin Xuan's elation, Lin Weiwei's countenance was marred by jealousy and resentment. In this household, she had always been the center of attention, and it was unfathomable to her that Lin Xuan would steal the spotlight today. "Lin Xuan, you did this on purpose, setting a trap to ensnare us. This is all part of your scheme." Just as Lin Weiwei prepared to unleash her grievances, Lin Ping barked, "Enough. Lin Weiwei, take a look at your vitality score, and then compare it to Lin Xuan's. With the time you spend complaining, you might as well dedicate it to training. You're in your final year next year. Will you even secure an invitation to this training camp?" Feeling the intensity of her father's anger, Lin Weiwei lowered her head like a defeated hen. She had no rebuttal to Lin Peng's words, for she indeed lacked the drive to train and shunned hardship. Observing her daughter being chastised, Wu Qin felt a twinge of discomfort. She had not anticipated that the usually unassuming Lin Xuan would deliver such a remarkable surprise. All right. This training camp only accepts a limited number of students from each school annually. Weiwei, to secure your spot, you must compete against the talented students from the first high school, unlike Lin Xuan, who only has to contend with those from the fifth high school. The difficulty level is simply incomparable, Wu Qin remarked sarcastically. As Lin Xuan was about to interject, Lin Ping preemptively erupted, "Weiwei, do you have any idea how much I've invested for you to attend the first high school? How many connections I've leveraged? How much have I spent on you? And how much on Lin Xuan? Look at your current capabilities." The more he thought about it, the angrier Lin Ping became, nearly shouting by the end. The price of vitality pills had been rising year by year, yet Lin Peng gritted his teeth, and continued to provide her with 2 each month, all for the sake of his daughter's future. Furthermore, Wei Wei's expenses were exorbitant. He had unknowingly spent countless sums on her. Lin Peng had devoted himself completely to her training, expecting her to bring him honor in return for his sacrifices. To his dismay, she was now outshone by Lin Xuan. Wu Qin's remarks regarding the heightened difficulty of Wei Wei's entry into the training camp only poured salt on the wound, further inflaming Lin Peng's ire. Seeing Lin Peng's agitation, Wu Qin fell silent, pulling Lin Weiwei into a room. The living room was left with only Lin Xuan and Lin Peng. When facing Lin Xuan, Lin Peng adjusted his demeanor. With vitality rising from 8 to 87 points without having taken any effective supplements, the challenge was evident. Lin Peng scrutinized his eldest son earnestly. Handsome and tall, Lin Xuan's eyes conveyed a sense of determination and resilience. In the journey of martial arts, innate talent is important, but so is diligent effort. Perhaps Lin Xuan was limited by his natural aptitude, but his spirit of perseverance deeply moved Lin Peng. It dawned on him that perhaps a more equitable distribution of resources between his 2 children was the optimal solution. With this thought, Lin Peng spoke. I haven't invested much in you. Your ambition and progress bring me great satisfaction. If you can enter the training camp, I will provide you with 160,000 yuan. And in a couple of days, I will transfer the funds to your bank account. Lin Xuan was taken aback. He had never anticipated receiving money. His words had stemmed from a sense of injustice, merely wishing to expose the hypocrisy of Lin Peng and Wu Qin. To his astonishment, such a reward awaited him. Late at night, Lin Xuan lay in bed, contemplating the events of the past few days. He felt as though he had gained a deeper understanding of this world. Strength was the passport in this realm. With strength, he would command respect and recognition, both in school and at home. Therefore, his immediate goal was to relentlessly enhance his abilities. With this resolve, he delved into the system messages. Upon seeing the anomalous value of 750, a wave of elation washed over him. Despite being preoccupied with the midterm examinations, he had managed to accumulate a significant amount of anomalous values. It appeared that effectively utilizing the system was more crucial than mere self-training. System, initiate the lottery now. Ding. Consumed 100 anomalous values. Lottery successful. Speed increased by 2. Ding. Consumed 100 anomalous values. Lottery successful. Strength increased by 2. Name, rebellious system host. Lin Xuan strength, 24 speed, 21 endurance, 19 defense, 19 skill, 19 mental strength, 22 remaining anomalous values. 0 Lin Xuan attempted to sum the first 5 attributes displayed on the system panel. To his delight, the total reached 102. This surpassed the critical threshold of 100. It was a well-known fact that a vitality score of 100 was a significant demarcation. Surpassing this score indicated the transition into a formal martial artist, while falling below it merely classified one as someone who had trained in martial arts. The score of 100 served as a threshold. Many individuals with lesser talent or insufficient training struggled throughout their lives to breach it. Once one became a formal martial artist, the benefits reaped were entirely different, elevating them to a new echelon. However, to officially attain the status of a martial artist, one needed to undergo certification by the Martial Artist Alliance. With a few days left in the holiday, Lin Xuan resolved to pay a visit to the Alliance. 2 days later, in the heart of Dongjiang City, before a grand and imposing structure, Martial Artist Alliance, Dongjiang Division, Lin Xuan read the engraved characters adorning the building, towering majestically in the city center. It was truly a sight to behold. The Alliance encompassed the majority of martial artists worldwide, holding a prestigious position in the martial arts realm. Thus, it was no surprise that this building was the most magnificent in the entire city. With a heart full of anticipation, Lin Xuan stepped into the Alliance's edifice. Having made an appointment in advance via his mobile device, he presented his identification to the receptionist. Hello. A fee of 3,000 yuan is required. The receptionist's polite and melodious voice resonated in Lin Xuan's ears. The privileges of being a martial artist were considerable, yet the costs associated with attaining such status were substantial as well. As he grumbled inwardly, he handed over his bank card. After completing all the necessary formalities, Lin Xuan followed the receptionist's instructions to a waiting room. Within 10 minutes, a staff member escorted Lin Xuan to the testing chamber. The door bore the inscription, Level 1 Martial Artist Assessment. Upon entering the room, Lin Xuan discovered several individuals already awaiting their turn. Perhaps his arrival had interrupted their discussions, as a few of them raised their heads to glance at him. He's quite young. Has he even reached adulthood? The martial arts scene is becoming increasingly competitive. The candidates for assessment are getting younger and younger. Whispers of discussion floated into Lin Xuan's ears. Chapter 26. The Assessment of Primary Warriors Listening to Their Hushed Whispers. Lin Xuan realized that those before him were more mature, akin to university students. After a few minutes, a boy who bore a resemblance to Lin Xuan, albeit slightly more youthful, entered the room. Shortly thereafter, a robust middle-aged man arrived, carrying a stack of documents. Excellent. All 10 assessors are now present. We shall commence the evaluation. The criteria for the primary warrior assessment stipulate that the vitality must reach 100 points, and combat power must hit 1,000. The candidates are required to undergo testing in a specified environment using designated instruments. Fees are non-refundable for those who do not pass the assessment. Following the examiner's brief opening remarks, the test officially began, proceeding in the order of their appointments. As Lin Xuan had made a reservation for the late hours, he was assigned to the last slot. He curiously observed the assessment of others. Vitality, 99. 8. Assessment failed. The examiner announced, reading the numbers from the instrument's screen. What? The first candidate exclaimed. How could this be? Just 2 days ago, I tested over 100 at school. The examiner's cold voice interjected. All assessment results are based on this apparatus. If you are dissatisfied, you may file a complaint with the authorities. There shall be no commotion during the assessment. The first candidate, visibly frustrated, could only sigh and accept the outcome silently, for he understood that this was the Warrior Alliance, a revered sanctuary for all warriors. The instruments here could not err. Rather than question their accuracy, it was wiser to doubt the validity of their school's equipment. He lamented internally about losing 3,000 yuan. Vitality, 100. 5. Combat power, 998. Assessment failed. The examiner's voice rang out again. The second candidate, flushed with embarrassment, stammered, Sir, I was just too nervous. I slipped up. I usually exceed 1,000 in combat power. Could I have another chance? The examiner, head bowed while recording on paper, coldly replied, In battle against beasts. Will you ask them for another chance due to your nerves? A mistake is a mistake, regardless of the cause. You have but one opportunity. The experiences of the first 2 candidates intensified the already tense atmosphere. The examiner's unyielding demeanor and the instrument's stringent accuracy led to successive failures among the remaining candidates. 5 had participated, yet none had succeeded. The examiner's icy gaze swept over the remaining few. Some furrowed their brows, others breathed rapidly, while some appeared anxious. The examiner mused about the declining psychological resilience of these candidates. How could such individuals aspire to become warriors? While warriors enjoy commendable benefits, they also bore significant responsibilities, including risking their lives against beasts. The 5 who had just tested were deemed unworthy by the examiner. They seemed to pursue the rewards of being a warrior without acknowledging the dangers and pressures involved. They were simply not qualified. Naturally, the examiner's deliberate use of frigid language to engage with them was part of the assessment, aimed at heightening their anxiety. As the number of warriors increased, controlling the pass rate and selecting the most exceptional candidates became an essential part of the examiner's duties. The testing continued. Vitality, 105. Combat power, 999. Assessment failed. Vitality, 113. Combat power, 1003. Assessment passed. It was not until the 7th candidate that someone finally succeeded, though only barely, with a combat power just above the threshold. The others felt disheartened, having anticipated a mere formality, only to confront such formidable challenges. Lin Xuan too felt perplexed. Just as Lin Xuan pondered, the examiner called out, Next. Lin Xuan. With composure, Lin Xuan approached the apparatus. Observing Lin Xuan's serene demeanor, a flicker of satisfaction crossed the examiner's eyes. Is he so young? The examiner scrutinized Lin Xuan's profile. 17 years and 9 months. He raised an eyebrow. Such youth. The previous candidates were all nearly 20, with the eldest being 25. Yet here was Lin Xuan, youthful yet composed. Lin Xuan stepped beside the device, removed the syringe, and drew a drop of blood. The screen promptly displayed 102. Next, he moved to the adjacent machine, clenched his right hand into a fist, and tensed his body. With a swift and decisive motion, he struck. In that moment, Lin Xuan sensed a wave of pressure bearing down upon him. Frowning slightly, he summoned all his strength, subtly adjusting the arc of his arm and the angle of his punch. Boom. The sound resonated like thunder. The examiner's eyes widened in astonishment. At that precise moment of Lin Xuan's strike, the examiner had subtly altered the airflow around him, attempting to disrupt his performance. This was, indeed, part of the evaluation. The earlier candidates who failed to surpass 1,000 in combat power had been influenced by the examiner's intervention. In real combat, circumstances shift rapidly. The enemy would never remain stationary, waiting for one to strike. Thus, the examiner simulated the scenario where a candidate's punch is affected by external factors. Unexpectedly, Lin Xuan's reflexes were remarkably swift. He appeared to sense the change in airflow, cleverly minimizing the examiner's impact by adjusting the angle of his arm and punch. Such speed, such adaptability. The examiner was taken aback, as Lin Xuan exhibited prowess akin to a seasoned warrior. Vitality, 102. Combat power, 1090. Assessment passed, the examiner declared, his demeanor thawing slightly. The others stole glances at Lin Xuan. Achieving 1090 in combat power with a vitality of 102 under such conditions was impressive, especially from one so youthful. Envious glances followed Lin Xuan as he exited the testing room. Vitality, 102. Combat power, 930. Assessment failed. The examiner's voice echoed once more as Lin Xuan stepped out. In the hall, Lin Xuan took a few minutes to complete the formalities for his primary warrior certification. With this credential, he would enjoy various benefits, such as the opportunity to purchase a vitality elixir at official prices each month, free access to the warrior library, among others. Yet, Lin Xuan considered the most valuable aspect to be the monthly subsidy of 1,500 yuan for primary warriors. However, such privileges came with corresponding responsibilities, namely, the obligation to heed the warrior alliance's summons during emergencies, such as large-scale beast invasions. Overall, Lin Xuan found the privileges afforded to warriors and their accompanying responsibilities to be fundamentally reasonable. Lin Xuan, what brings you here? A sharp voice pierced through the air, startling him. Not far away stood a slender girl clad in a blue dress, his sister, Lin Weiwei. Chapter 27. Lin Weiwei exclaimed, Lin Xuan, how could you possibly compare to my senior, Zhou Qingyang? The events of the past few days had left Lin Weiwei profoundly irate. Lin Xuan had always been a shadow in their household, with their parents consistently self-centered. Accustomed to being the center of attention, Lin Weiwei found it difficult to accept that her father no longer regarded her as his precious gem, especially after Lin Peng had scolded her and subsequently reduced her allowance to 7,000 yuan per month. This stark contrast filled her with resentment and fury towards Lin Xuan. However, her mother, Wu Qin, advised her not to confront Lin Xuan for the time being, as he had recently achieved the top rank in his grade and gained entry into the most prestigious training camp. It was his moment of triumph, and Lin Peng had begun to pay him more attention. Wu Qin suggested waiting for the right opportunity to diminish Lin Xuan's standing in the household. Taking her mother's advice to heart, Lin Weiwei decided to take a breath of fresh air outside. Fortuitously, she encountered her admired senior, Zhou Qingyang, on the way. Zhou Qingyang was the exemplary senior who had also been accepted into the training camp, ranking within the top 5 of the senior class at Dongjiang No. 1 High School. Not only was Zhou Qingyang formidable in strength, but his handsome visage also stirred Lin Weiwei's youthful heart. Upon hearing that he would participate in the formal martial artist assessment, Lin Weiwei eagerly volunteered to accompany him to the martial alliance. This was the very reason she found herself there. Now, seeing Lin Xuan also present, Lin Weiwei's demeanor shifted from the meekness she exhibited at home. Although her vitality and combat prowess paled in comparison to Lin Xuan's, the presence of her senior, Zhou Qingyang, who undoubtedly overshadowed Lin Xuan, instilled confidence in her. Zhou Qingyang's vitality had surpassed 90 since his second year, making him significantly stronger than Lin Xuan. Thus, Lin Weiwei's arrogance swelled. Lin Xuan, do not think that simply being admitted to the training camp makes you exceptional. This year, each school was allotted a quota for the training camp. The entirety of our school is mediocre. What is there to be proud of in being first among the mediocre? Unlike our school, where the top 10 are all elite students, your entry into the training camp is merely a stroke of luck, a fortunate consequence of quota distribution, utterly unfair. I advise you to remain humble and keep a low profile, or you may find yourself dealt with by true powerhouses. Lin Xuan found his sister's remarks utterly unreasonable. The good mood he had from becoming a formal martial artist was completely spoiled by her. He replied nonchalantly, sour grapes from one who cannot reach the fruit. Today, I have truly witnessed it. Lin Weiwei's bravado faltered for a moment. You. She struggled to find words to counter Lin Xuan's succinct and incisive retort, which struck at the heart of the matter. Observing Lin Xuan's disdainful expression and his intent to depart, a spark ignited in her mind, and she regained her combative spirit. Lin Xuan, what brings you to the Martial Alliance today? I heard there is a first-level martial artist assessment. You wouldn't be foolish enough to think you could participate, would you? With a vitality of only 87. Do you even realize that a first-level martial artist requires a vitality of 100? As Lin Weiwei continued her tirade, Lin Xuan chose to ignore her and attempted to walk away. Sensing an opportunity, Lin Weiwei seized upon the information she had overheard from those exiting the testing room. She knew that only 2 individuals had passed the assessment, one of whom had already exited, while the other remained inside completing paperwork. Her senior, Zhou Qingyang, had yet to leave, and given that he had achieved a vitality of 100 in the midterm exams, it was clear that the other successful candidate must be him. Therefore, Lin Xuan was bound to have failed. His vitality of only 87 made passing impossible. His departure was nothing less than a retreat in disgrace. Lin Weiwei was determined not to let this opportunity to undermine Lin Xuan slip away, and her demeanor became increasingly haughty. With your abilities, aspiring to be a formal martial artist is nothing short of a delusion. Just being the top student has left you lost. Failing now will teach you that there is always someone stronger. Her excitement escalated her volume, drawing the attention of those around them, including Zhou Qingyang, who had just exited the testing room. He was the very individual who had entered the testing room right before Lin Xuan. After the assessment, he had taken a trip to the restroom, causing him to emerge a bit later. Although he couldn't clearly discern Lin Weiwei's words, her high-pitched voice grated on his nerves. Lin Weiwei, a junior to him in school, had always been overly enthusiastic in her demeanor towards him, which he found off-putting. Despite her decent looks, her words often came across as petulant and spiteful. When he encountered her earlier, he had made a point to emphasize his intention to participate in the Martial Alliance test, hoping to dissuade her from following him. Yet, she seemed oblivious to his hints and insisted on accompanying him. As Zhou Qingyang had anticipated, he had not passed the assessment. This was not his first attempt. He had failed 3 times previously, and the sight of someone he disliked only dampened his spirits further. However, as his gaze fell upon Lin Weiwei's companion, he was taken aback. Was this the very individual who had passed the assessment right before him? From the conversation between the examiner and other staff after the assessment, he had learned that this young man was only 18 years old and was taking the test for the first time, passing on his first attempt, something Zhou Qingyang, who had failed thrice, couldn't help but admire. Zhou Qingyang was generally sociable, so he approached the duo of Lin Weiwei and Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, you likely haven't encountered true strength yet. The individual who just passed the martial artist assessment is our senior from number 1 high school. The students nurtured here are exceptionally talented. As Lin Xuan prepared to leave, Lin Weiwei continued her relentless chatter, each word leaving him in disbelief. He genuinely thought Lin Weiwei must be somewhat unhinged, perhaps suffering from mania or delusions. Just then, a deep voice interrupted. Lin Weiwei, do you know them? Lin Weiwei was thrilled to discover it was her long-admired senior, Zhou Qingyang. She immediately suppressed her haughty demeanor, ready to don a gentle and charming facade. However, she was taken aback when Zhou Qingyang extended his hand towards Lin Xuan. Hello, I am Zhou Qingyang, Lin Weiwei's senior. It is a pleasure to meet you. Chapter 28. Zhou Qingyang, Lin Xuan is stronger than me. Listening to the friendly and polite voice of the other party, Lin Xuan felt a hint of hesitation. He sensed that Lin Weiwei was not quite herself and that the people around her might share in her peculiarities. After all, birds of a feather flock together. Furthermore, Lin Xuan found the person before him somewhat familiar. Just as he was pondering this, Zhou Qingyang seemed unfazed by Lin Xuan's slightly aloof demeanor and continued with a sense of familiarity. Congratulations. You've successfully become a formal warrior. I am Zhou Qingyang, from the same testing room as you. Lin Xuan blinked, seemingly coming to a realization. In stark contrast to Lin Xuan's calmness, Lin Weiwei erupted with surprise. What? What did I just hear? The person I admire most, Zhou Qingyang, said what? Congratulations, Lin Xuan. Become a formal warrior. These words, when broken down, made perfect sense to her. Yet when taken together, she could not fathom their meaning. Lin Xuan has become a formal warrior? What about Zhou Qingyang? Shouldn't it have been you, senior, who became a first-level formal warrior? Lin Weiwei could no longer maintain her ladylike composure and asked in a state of hysteria. Upon hearing Lin Weiwei's agitated and rude inquiry, Zhou Qingyang frowned, unable to conceal his disdain for her. My combat power was just a tad short, thus, I did not qualify as a warrior. This individual before me is stronger and has achieved the status of a formal warrior. To Lin Xuan's surprise, Shou Qingyang openly admitted his inferiority without a hint of awkwardness, which improved Lin Xian's impression of him. Consequently, Lin Xian extended his hand in greeting. At this moment, Lin Weiwei felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She never expected Shou Qingyang to utter such words. Lin Xian's strength surpasses his? He had already passed the assessment and become a first-level formal warrior. How could this be? Surely, there must be some mistake. Was it possible she had misheard? Just moments ago, Lin Weiwei had been using Shou Qingyang to belittle Lin Xian, incessantly boasting about how exceptional he was, how remarkable Shou Qingyang was. Cultivated by their prestigious school, even if they entered the same training camp, it would not change the vast chasm between them. Yet, in mere seconds, everything had shifted. The exceedingly commendable Shou Qingyang, who had been trained by the prestigious school, was now admitting his inferiority to Lin Xian, right before her eyes. This rendered her previous assertions foolish, ignorant, and egotistical. And all of this transpired in public, in front of the person whom she secretly admired. Lin Weiwei felt a level of embarrassment she had never experienced before, particularly with the gazes of those around her and the smile curling at the corner of Lin Xian's lips. Lin Weiwei felt a desire to disappear into the ground. Naturally, the reactions of others were quite normal. It is only human to turn and glance when someone speaks loudly. Currently, Lin Xian was shaking hands with Shou Qingyang. It was unreasonable for him to maintain a cold demeanor in light of Shou Qingyang's warm approach. All of this was merely a reflection of Lin Weiwei's own sharp tone, leading her to perceive those around her as equally malicious. "Senior, let us leave here quickly," Lin Weiwei stammered, unable to bear the scrutiny of others. In contrast to Lin Weiwei's eagerness to escape, Shou Qingyang found himself intrigued by Lin Xian and wished to continue their conversation. Lin Weiwei's words provided Shou Qingyang with an opportunity to delve deeper. "By the way, Lin Weiwei, what is your relationship with him?" The question from her idol suddenly clarified Lin Weiwei's previously chaotic thoughts. Without hesitation, she responded, "His name is Lin Xian. He is my brother." Upon hearing this, Shou Qingyang was even more excited, exclaiming, "Lin Weiwei, Lin Xian is your brother? I never imagined you had such an exceptional brother. I just heard the examiner mention that Lin Xian participated in the assessment for the first time and passed on his first attempt. That is truly impressive." The expression on Lin Weiwei's face was nothing short of spectacular. It was rare for Shou Qingyang to willingly engage in conversation with her, and this made Lin Weiwei, who had always idolized him, feel ecstatic and thrilled. Yet, the entirety of their conversation revolved around Lin Xian, the very person Lin Weiwei had always looked down upon. Now, she could only muster a forced smile to echo Shou Qingyang's sentiments. Seeing Lin Weiwei so flustered and out of sorts brought a smile to Lin Xian's face. Finally, someone could put Lin Weiwei in her place. Thus, he chose not to leave hastily, but instead lingered to continue conversing with Shou Qingyang. Shou Qingyang inquired, "I heard from classmates who have become first-level formal warriors that one must achieve a combat power of 1100 in the outside world to ensure a 100 pass rate for this assessment. It's peculiar. During the combat power test, I distinctly felt that I was unable to fully express my abilities. Typically, I can consistently demonstrate a combat power exceeding 1000 at school. Moreover, it was just me. Several others in front of me in the examination room experienced the same issue. Lin Xian, did you feel anything similar?" Then, Shou Qingyang took a few steps closer to Lin Xian and softly asked, "Do you think the Warrior Alliance might have manipulated the instruments to control the number of formal warriors?" Lin Xian pondered for a few seconds before replying. "The Warrior Alliance is the largest organization of warriors in the world. If they were to tamper with the instruments during the first-level warrior assessment, it would result in catastrophic damage to their reputation if discovered. The Alliance would never engage in such practices. However, I did sense some resistance during my combat power test." Shou Qingyang nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I felt that too. It was evident that we were not able to unleash our full potential." Lin Xian continued, "I suspect this was intentional on the part of the examiner. It may have been another form of assessment. Do you recall? The examiner emphasized the need to perform in a specified environment. At that time, the examiner was positioned much closer to the instruments than when we usually test at school. Perhaps this combat power assessment was designed to measure our capabilities under external influences." Shou Qingyang fell into deep contemplation upon hearing this. After a long moment, he murmured, "You make a valid point. Such a large organization and formal testing procedures are unlikely to tamper with the instruments. Creating psychological pressure or disrupting a candidate's strikes could prevent them from performing to their full potential. That makes more sense. No wonder many students who typically exceed a combat power of 1000 at school failed the assessment. Lin Xuan, this is your first assessment, right? How come you were not affected? Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan merely smiled. Indeed, he had been influenced as well. However, it was as if his body instinctively adjusted, limiting the impact he experienced. Observing the smile on Lin Xuan's face, Zhou Qingyang suddenly realized he may have overstepped. Warriors often harbor their own secrets. It was imprudent of him to ask such a personal question upon their first meeting. Zhou Qingyang quickly sought to amend his words, saying, Lin Xuan, being an 18-year-old first-level warrior makes you a standout among your peers. I came across some data indicating that the average age of first-level warriors is 24. You are ahead of others by 6 years. Chapter 29 Zhou Qingyang. I invited you solely because you are Lin Xuan's sister. At the side, Lin Weiwei listened to the conversation between Zhou Qingyang and Lin Xuan, her face turning a shade of green. Although Zhou Qingyang usually treated her with kindness, she could distinctly sense a barrier between them. It was evident that he preferred to maintain a certain distance, his words always polite yet aloof. Thus, she had long perceived Zhou Qingyang as a rather cold individual. However, to her surprise, during his interaction with Lin Xuan today, Zhou Qingyang appeared exceptionally lively and engaging. His demeanor warm and filled with compliments for Lin Xuan. What difference did it make that Lin Xuan had passed his assessment on the first attempt? Being the top student at Yizhong had already elevated him to the rank of a first-class warrior, with many surpassing him in prowess. Why bestow such favorable attention upon him? Weiwei, your brother is truly remarkable. Not only is he powerful, but he is also so easygoing. Zhou Qingyang's voice interrupted Lin Weiwei's thoughts. At that moment, Lin Xuan had already departed, and Zhou Qingyang turned to converse with Lin Weiwei. Gazing at the smiling face before her, Lin Weiwei felt a flicker of happiness. Zhou Qingyang had never referred to her as Weiwei before, nor had he ever shown her such tenderness. Lin Weiwei intentionally disregarded the content of Zhou Qingyang's words, lifting her smile in response. Indeed, Weiwei, you must have a great relationship with your brother. He came here today for the warrior assessment, and you specifically came to accompany him. Zhou Qingyang continued. The smile on Lin Weiwei's face instantly faltered. Yet she was unwilling to reveal her true feelings in front of her idol. She had no choice but to force a response. Yes, Zhou Qingyang, upon hearing her affirmation, became quite excited, exclaiming, Weiwei, next time, let's go out together. With such an outstanding brother, you must take him out more often. This marked the first time Zhou Qingyang had actively invited Lin Weiwei to hang out. Previously, it had always been Lin Weiwei persistently following him. However, this rare invitation was primarily directed towards Lin Xuan, not her. This reality dealt a heavy blow to Lin Weiwei. Yet, how precious was this opportunity to go out with the idol of her heart. She suppressed her discomfort and smiled, saying, all right, I will bring my brother along. Zhou Qingyang nodded in satisfaction. Although his vitality had reached 100, placing him among the top 5 in his grade at Yizhong, he was well aware of the arrogance and aloofness of those ahead of him. Zhou Qingyang understood that those with greater power often focused solely on enhancing their own abilities, unwilling to waste time engaging with those beneath them. Yet, Lin Xuan's attitude today was distinctly different from the formidable individuals Zhou Qingyang had encountered. He fully recognized the benefits of befriending those more powerful than himself. For instance, Lin Xuan had swiftly pointed out the key to the combat assessment, unraveling the confusion Zhou Qingyang had faced during his 3 failed attempts. Therefore, Zhou Qingyang yearned for more interaction with Lin Xuan, and being Lin Xuan's sister, Lin Weiwei compelled Zhou Qingyang, who had previously held disdain for her, to temper his true emotions and feign warmth towards her. Time flew by, and soon the day of the training camp's commencement arrived. In a secluded mountainous area of Dongjiang City, due to its relatively remote location in the Jiangnan region, the training camp was established in the deep mountains on the outskirts of Dongjiang City. Following the address on the invitation, Lin Xuan arrived at the gate of the training camp, dragging his suitcase. Several instructors clad in uniform stood at the entrance. After presenting his identification, Lin Xuan completed his registration. A staff member guided him to the side. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from behind Lin Xuan. A red sports car sped towards the entrance of the training camp, arriving in the blink of an eye. Wow. They must be wealthy to arrive at the training camp in a sports car. Why is there such a disparity among us students? Amidst the astonished exclamations and discussions, a young man wearing sunglasses arrogantly opened the car door, hands in his pockets, standing still to bask in the envious and admiring gazes of the crowd. In order to stand out at the training camp, he had brought his family's sports car. This moment was precisely what he had long awaited. Classmate, please park your car in the designated area. Do not block the way. An instructor's voice cut through the young man's display of ostentation mercilessly. Following this brief interlude, Lin Xuan smoothly reached the waiting area, where several students were already gathered, scattered in small groups, engaged in conversation. Lin Xuan, over here, a voice suddenly called out. Lin Xuan focused his gaze and recognized a familiar face, though he could not recall the name. The person approached and pulled Lin Xuan aside. Lin Xuan, I am Liu Mo from Class 1. This year, we are the only two from Wuzhong eligible for the training camp. I had hoped to invite you to set off together. Lin Xuan was somewhat taken aback. He and Liu Mo were not well acquainted. One was in Class 1, while the other was in Class 8 at Wuzhong. It would be an exaggeration to say they had no connection, but they were certainly not close. Thus, faced with Liu Mo's enthusiasm, Lin Xuan instinctively felt a twinge of wariness. At that moment, the murmurs of the surrounding crowd reached Lin Xuan's ears. So he's from Wuzhong. Wuzhong has truly struck gold this year. For the past few years, there were no slots for them at the training camp. This year, with the camp's expansion, they finally received 2 spots. Wuzhong is the bottom school in Dongjiang City. As the low discussions continued, Liu Mo's expression grew increasingly anxious. Lin Xuan seemed to grasp the situation. Liu Mo was indeed a student from Class 1 at Wuzhong, consistently ranking in the top 3. He was regarded as an exemplary student by both teachers and peers, a true standout. However, at the training camp, most schools far surpassed Wuzhong. The students they cultivated were no less capable than Liu Mo. The advantages he once took pride in had completely vanished. In fact, Wuzhong had brought him embarrassment. Thus, upon seeing Lin Xuan, who was also from Wuzhong, Liu Mo displayed an unusual eagerness. It was a case of encountering a familiar face in a foreign land, perhaps. Liu Mo quietly confided to Lin Xuan, everyone here is incredibly formidable. Lin Xuan, you arrived late and missed their earlier discussions. Most of them have vitality values exceeding 80, and there's even one who surpasses 90. Yet, my vitality value is only 73. Indeed, the reality matched Lin Xuan's suspicions perfectly. However, it was precisely because he sought to engage with stronger individuals and witness broader horizons that Lin Xuan was eager to join the training camp. If everyone in the camp were inferior to him, there would be no point in attending. Thus, unlike Liu Mo's anxious demeanor, Lin Xuan exuded an air of calm and composure. Chapter 30. Entering the training camp meanwhile, several students arrived in the waiting area, including the boy who had just donned sunglasses. Silence. A commanding voice echoed as a uniformed instructor approached. Greetings, students. I am one of the instructors for this training camp, and my surname is Xue. You may refer to me as Instructor Xue. I am here to announce this year's camp assessment. The 10 individuals present will form a small team. According to the map provided, successfully reaching the endpoint signifies passing the assessment. However, be warned that ferocious beasts lurk along your path. When faced with these creatures, you may choose to collaborate, fight solo, or seek assistance from an instructor. Defeating these beasts earns you points, which will vary based on individual contributions. Take heed. Requesting help from an instructor or failing to reach the endpoint will be considered a failure in the assessment. Those who fail will be automatically dismissed from the camp. Next, we will distribute wristbands that contain a map, camera functionality, and a distress signal feature. Pressing the rescue button on the wristband will activate a protective shield. Once Instructor Xue concluded his speech, another staff member entered carrying a large box, beginning to hand out wristbands to each student. After the staff and instructor left, Liu Mo expressed his astonishment. Is there really an assessment? Will we encounter ferocious beasts during the assessment? Their combat prowess is no trivial matter. Surely, this assessment won't pose a life-threatening risk. A boy with brownish-yellow hair replied, Indeed. From the moment we entered this training camp, our lives have been at risk. Isn't that an unspoken understanding among us? Another student explained, This is your first year participating in the camp, so you may be unaware of its rigorous training mechanism. By wagering one's life and repeatedly pushing beyond personal limits, one can significantly enhance their strength. After all, no risk, no reward. Upon hearing this, Liu Mo turned pale with fear. He had previously regarded entering the training camp as an honor, but he never imagined he would be in danger. There's no need to fret too much. The instructor mentioned that in dangerous situations, you can press the distress button. This ensures your safety. However, it also means you will be eliminated from the camp. Another student chimed in. All right, everyone. The boy who had worn sunglasses exclaimed, capturing everyone's attention. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Sun Haoming from Dongjiang No. 2 High School. I currently possess the peak strength of a quasi-warrior, with a vitality score of 97 points. As soon as Sun Haoming uttered these words, the atmosphere fell silent. Several astonished gazes were directed at him. A vitality score of 97 points is tantalizingly close to the coveted 100 points, the threshold for being a full-fledged warrior. Official statistics indicate that the average age of a level 1 warrior is 24 years. Even if this young man is not the cream of the crop in the entire camp, he undoubtedly stands out among all present. Sun Haoming relished the admiration directed his way. Before entering the waiting area, he had discreetly paid off a staff member to gain access to everyone's information. He was certain he was the strongest among them. With confidence, he continued, "I believe that with my strength, I should be appointed as the captain of this 10-member team, and I trust that everyone will unanimously agree." Lin Xuan frowned and asked, "The instructor just stated that we can confront the ferocious beasts alone." Lin Xuan had come to this training camp with the intent of enhancing his own abilities. He did not wish to waste time on teamwork, especially with someone who exhibited such ostentation. He felt Sun Haoming was not a suitable candidate for captain. Moreover, the instructor had made it clear that defeating the beast would yield points. Thus, Lin Xuan preferred to act independently rather than as part of a team. Sun Haoming felt dissatisfaction brewing within him. Having revealed his vitality score, how could anyone dare to oppose him? Although it is possible to confront beasts solo. According to the upperclassmen at their school, the most formidable beasts here are at least Tier 2. Tier 2 beasts are equivalent to Level 1 warriors. Do you truly believe you can face such monsters alone? The instructors require teams of 10 to encourage collaboration and mutual success, while acting alone may yield greater rewards. The risk of expulsion from the camp is considerable. Working together may result in fewer points, but it significantly increases the chances of passing the assessment. In order to secure his position as captain, Sun Haoming patiently stated, "Brother Sun, there's no need to pay them any mind. They hail from the 5th high school, the weakest institution in Dongjiang. The moment they heard of potential life threats, one turned pale with fear. We should avoid forming teams with such individuals, lest they hinder our progress." Another student from Dongjiang No. 2 high school interjected, "Let's not take that route. We are all part of the same training camp. We should strive for amicable relations and avoid internal strife from the outset." Indeed, while the 5th high school may not be impressive, I heard a dark horse emerge this year, someone who, through 3 years of perseverance, managed to elevate their vitality score from 7 to 87 points. Such relentless dedication is truly commendable. We should not harbor prejudices against students from the 5th high school. Another student joined in the discussion. This topic sparked considerable conversation. Have you heard about this? Yes. A vitality score rising from 7 to 87 is incredibly inspiring. They say this student is the most diligent and hardworking among the 5th high school, rising before 6 a.m. to train and only retiring at 10 p.m. Indeed, currently, the official website of the Dongjiang Education Bureau lists this student as a model of excellence. I believe their name is Lin Xuan. Upon hearing his name suddenly mentioned, Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. Wake at 6 a.m. and sleep at 10 p.m.? How come he was unaware of this? The saying 3 men make a tiger holds some truth. As rumors circulate, they often transform. However, he had no interest in clarifying the matter, especially since they had only just met. Beside him, Li Mo quickly interjected, "Yes, Lin Xuan is the one. He stands right next to me." Though Li Mo was quick to affirm, he felt utterly bewildered. Are there really students from the 5th high school who train at 6 a.m.? He personally rose at 6:30 a.m. and arrived at the training ground by 6:45 a.m. Each time he reached the field, it was empty. Li Mo had believed himself to be the most diligent student from the 5th high school. Little did he know, Lin Xuan surpassed him in that regard. In this regard, Li Mo had unfairly judged Lin Xuan. After all, the leap from a vitality score of 7 to 87 is a staggering growth. What an eye-catching headline. Principal Liu, as the highest authority in the school, understood well that competence is an essential skill in the workplace. However, the ability to communicate effectively is an even more crucial skill. Under the leadership of Principal Liu, the students of No. 5 middle school have devoted themselves tirelessly to training, sacrificing sleep and sustenance. From being a student with a mere 10 points in vitality, they have remarkably ascended to become the top achiever in their grade. What an outstanding accomplishment this is. It showcases the efficacy of the principal's teaching methods, illuminating his wisdom and greatness. Consequently, Principal Liu has ardently promoted Lin Xuan's achievements, even featuring prominently on the homepage of the Education Department's official website recently. Of course, Principal Liu is acutely aware of the art of rhetoric and the techniques of exaggeration. The most crucial fact remains that the data concerning vitality and combat effectiveness must be impeccably accurate. As a result, Many have come to know Lin Xuan and successfully associate him with virtues such as diligence, hard work, and perseverance. Chapter 31. Solo Actions and Team Formation. With the emergence of the name Lin Xuan, the attention of the students present shifted entirely towards him. The focus of the conversation transitioned abruptly from Sun Haoming to Lin Xuan. Feeling sidelined and displeased at no longer being the center of attention, Sun Haoming harbored considerable resentment. He had always yearned to be the focal point of the crowd, relishing the admiration or envy of others. To this end, he had driven his newly acquired luxury sports car to the training camp's opening day, intending to create a perfect first impression. However, fate was unkind. Before he could bask in the aura of his vehicle, the instructor ordered him to move it, claiming it obstructed the way. Consequently, that dazzling sports car was now relegated to gathering dust in the parking lot. This inauspicious beginning left Sun Haoming feeling quite irked. He had finally found a team comprised of individuals whose abilities were inferior to his own. He understood that this training camp was filled with exceptional talent, and many were far more capable than he. In the face of such genuine prodigies, he felt utterly insignificant. Resolute in his determination to be the leader rather than the follower, he set his sights on those less skilled than himself. This mindset was also the reason he had settled for a second-tier school instead of attending the prestigious First High. He believed that within this group, he would wield unassailable authority. Yet unexpectedly, an unknown Lin Xuan emerged from the shadows, stealing his thunder. Moreover, this Lin Xuan had the audacity to oppose his ascension to team captain. Coming from a wealthy family and possessing considerable talent, Sun Haoming simply wished to be a leader, to capture the attention of others. Was there anything wrong with that? It was all Lin Xuan's fault, especially as he hailed from Dongjiang No. 5 High School, reputed to be the least esteemed institution. Even if Lin Xuan had put forth great effort and achieved a vitality score of 87, what did that matter? Sun Haoming's vitality score was a staggering 97, and his family was affluent. He could not comprehend why others were drawn to Lin Xuan. Thus, Sun Haoming proclaimed loudly, attempting to redirect the focus back onto himself. As a team, we share a common goal to reach the finish line successfully. For this purpose, I volunteer to be the captain. Does anyone oppose? The crowd exchanged glances, silent and unresponsive. They hailed from various schools and had no prior acquaintance with one another. The sudden declaration of a captaincy instinctively incited resistance among them. Yet, upon recalling Sun Haoming's impressive vitality score, they found themselves lacking a valid reason to object. I will act alone. Lin Xuan broke the silence, speaking first. This was merely a temporary team, and trust was non-existent among them. Now, faced with someone eager for recognition, Lin Xuan placed greater faith in himself than in these unfamiliar faces. Most importantly, Lin Xuan possessed a rebellious system. If all present, save for him, formed a team and acted together, his solitary actions would yield significant anomalous values, rapidly enhancing his strength and bolstering his self-preservation in perilous situations. After articulating this thought, Lin Xuan prepared to depart. Simultaneously, Sun Haoming's frustration reached its zenith. It was Lin Xuan again. How long would this individual continue to oppose him? Despite no one voicing dissent against his leadership, Lin Xuan had the audacity to leave. Such arrogance was intolerable. He foolishly believed he could pass the assessment relying solely on himself. It was nothing short of a pipe dream. Lu Haoming resolved to disregard Lin Xuan, allowing him to fend for himself. He envisioned standing at the finish line, savoring the sight of Lin Xuan's dismal elimination. Were there others who wished to follow Lin Xuan's example and act alone? Sun Haoming suppressed his ire, questioning the group. Silence ensued. They were aware that their seniors had previously participated in this training camp, thus possessing some understanding of its dynamics. Here, earning points and surpassing others was crucial. Yet surviving was paramount. The survival rule of the training camp was to compete within cooperation and prevail in competition. Hence, they tacitly chose not to respond. Liamo, also from No. 5 High, observed the collective silence and aligned himself with the group's consensus. He lacked the courage to confront the entire assembly, believing that safety lay within unity rather than in solitude. Consequently, the remaining 9, under Sun Haoming's leadership, embarked on the path of assessment. According to the map displayed on his wristband, Lin Xuan gradually distanced himself from the training camp's entrance. Ding. Others travel in groups while you venture alone. Anomalous value 400. Observing the freshly appeared system message, a smile graced Lin Xuan's lips. As he had surmised, solitary action did indeed yield anomalous values. However, the magnitude of the value was somewhat unexpected. After traversing winding paths, he arrived at a vast expanse. In the distance loomed majestic mountains, while towering trees stood nearby. Golden rays of sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting warmth upon the earth and creating a vibrant tableau. Unlike the modern city, this place possessed a tranquil beauty. Nevertheless, Lin Xuan would not be deceived by the apparent serenity. The substantial anomalous values hinted at lurking dangers in this locale. Lin Xuan reopened the map on his wristband, noting several red exclamation marks signaling impending peril. System, commence the lottery. To enhance his chances of success, Lin Xuan resolved to convert his newly acquired anomalous values into strength without delay. Ding. Consumed 100 anomalous values. Lottery successful. Strength 2. Ding. Consumed 100 anomalous values. Lottery successful. Defense 3. Speed 2. Mental strength 3. Strength 26. Speed 23. Stamina 19. Defense 21. Technique 22. Mental strength 25. Feeling a warm surge of energy coursing through his body, Lin Xuan inhaled deeply and continued along the verdant grassland. At this moment, he deliberately slowed his pace, meticulously observing his surroundings. With his mental strength enhanced, Lin Xuan's perceptual abilities sharpened. Thus, he distinctly heard the footsteps of Sun Haoming and his companions approaching from behind. Without dwelling on them, Lin Xuan cautiously advanced. Thud. Thudding footsteps echoed from afar. Though distant, Lin Xuan still sensed a faint tremor beneath his feet. He halted, summoning the strength within him, preparing for battle. Behind him, a classmate wondered, why has he suddenly stopped? Perhaps he caught sight of the red exclamation marks on the map and felt a twinge of fear. They would soon confront real danger. Perhaps he regretted his earlier bravado. I bet he wants to rejoin our team. Sun Haoming scoffed. However, even if Lin Xuan were to have second thoughts, Sun Haoming would not grant him that opportunity. Adults must pay the price for their decisions. Chapter 32. The Purple-Haired Demon Ape Captain. No matter how many flattering words Lin Xuan utters or how lowly he postures himself, you must not relent and allow him to rejoin our ranks. Such a wavering spirit brings no benefit to our team. In times of danger, he will only retreat and, once we have vanquished the beast, he may seize the credit from others. Another classmate asserted emphatically. It was not that he held a particularly strong animosity towards Lin Xuan. Rather, the elimination of one more competitor would ease his own future burdens. Lin Xuan was universally acknowledged as a diligent exemplar. Should such an individual gain entry into the training camp, coupled with scientific training and excellent mentorship, who could foresee the heights he might achieve? Though he admired Lin Xuan's dedication, he certainly did not wish for such an industrious rival in his future. It would be far better to eliminate such a contender sooner rather than later. Moreover, Lin Xuan had chosen to stand opposed to the group from the outset. This provided him the liberty to express his disdain for Lin Xuan without hesitation. After all, Lin Xuan was not one of them, not one of their own. Yes, the preceding speaker's points were quite sound. Not only must we reject Lin Xuan's return to the team, but if he finds himself in peril, we shall not extend our assistance. One by one, the classmates seemed to awaken to this sentiment, voicing their agreement. Feeling the intense emotional turmoil among his peers, Liemo remained silent. As a fellow graduate of the 5th high school, he could only offer a silent prayer for Lin Xuan in his heart. Roar. At that moment, a deep, menacing roar echoed from a distance. The classmates, engrossed in their discussion of Lin Xuan, were jolted by a sudden chill. The beast has arrived. Their voices trembled as they spoke. They were merely high school students, sheltered within the ivory tower of academia. Although they had learned practical combat skills, it had always been in the context of sparring with peers and teachers, nothing more. Even in defeat, there had never been any danger to life. This was their first encounter with a living beast. Previously, the term beast had only been associated with gruesome reports on the news, invariably accompanied by bloodshed and casualties. In their minds, beasts were synonymous with peril. Now, confronted with such an unexpected situation, many of the less resolute students displayed signs of panic. In the blink of an eye, the beast stood before them. It was a creature resembling a gorilla, cloaked in purple fur. Its eerie purple eyes glared fiercely at the humans before it. Roar. As it bellowed, it opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs that instilled dread. The purple-haired demon ape, Lin Xuan murmured. Fortunately, he had previously immersed himself in knowledge about this world, having perused numerous texts. At this moment, he could instantly recognize the creature before him. This was a variant of the gorilla originally native to Blue Star, mutated due to the influence of the rifts in Blue Star. The classification of the purple-haired demon ape is proportional to its height. A demon ape under 3 meters possesses only the strength of a first-tier beast. A first-tier beast corresponds to a human-esque quasi-warrior level, characterized by vitality below 100 points and combat power below 1,000 points. However, beasts possess innate combat instincts. Thus, even when matched against humans of the same tier, beasts generally hold a higher probability of victory. The demon ape before them stood just under 2 meters, nearing that height. It was equivalent to a peak quasi-warrior in human terms. At this moment, the group, led by Sun Haoming, was already gripped by fear, towering over them. Moving with alarming speed, its fur and eyes an unsettling shade of purple, the creature's traits were utterly alien to humanity, rendering their faces pale with dread. The beast has appeared. Thank goodness we are in a team. Facing it alone would be daunting, but with so many of us, what is there to fear from a single beast? Observing the wavering resolve of his comrades, Sun Haoming spoke to reassure them. Yes, we are a team. We shall support one another. We will surely defeat it. Upon hearing his words, many students found their fear dissipating, their rationality gradually returning. Sun Haoming commanded, "Pair up. 2 of you flank the beast from behind, 2 to its left, 2 to its right, and the remaining 3 shall stand in front of it. Once in position, heed my command and strike together." With fervor, Sun Haoming declared. This purple-haired demon ape was of comparable strength to him. With so many of them, subduing it would be a trivial task. Sun Haoming not only sought to conquer this beast, but aimed to establish his authority within the team. He wished to make Lin Xuan regret his choices and the disrespect he had shown. The thought of achieving 3 objectives with one action filled Sun Haoming with exhilaration. Unlike Sun Haoming's enthusiasm, the others stood frozen, paralyzed by indecision. "Go," Sun Haoming urged. Yet still, no one heeded him. As the strongest among them, no one had opposed his election as captain. However, when faced with personal danger, his peers were unwilling to follow the so-called captain's orders. After all, this was a matter of their lives. Seeing that none would comply with his commands, Sun Haoming felt anxiety creeping in. If this continued, the purple-haired demon ape would soon launch an assault. Yet, he dared not confront the beast alone. Though his strength was nearly equal to the demon ape's, it was, after all, a creature of nature. Its inherent combat prowess and courage far surpassed his own. Thus, Sun Haoming remained within the crowd, hoping to rely on their numbers to surround and attack it. However, if no one moved forward, the only option left was to flee. Were they to wait for the purple-haired demon ape to slaughter them? Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Bang! A muffled explosion erupted suddenly. Ack! The purple-haired demon ape let out a piercing shriek. Drawn by the sudden commotion, everyone turned their gaze toward the beast. To their astonishment, they observed a cloud of smoke emanating from the purple-haired demon ape, expanding outward. Within the smoke, bloodstains were faintly visible. Thud! The ground trembled beneath their feet. Accompanied by a powerful shockwave, the purple-haired demon ape crashed heavily to the ground. Blood spilled across the earth, painting the lush grass in vivid crimson. Truly, a striking splash of red amid the verdant expanse. The fallen purple-haired demon ape lay motionless, devoid of life. Sun Haoming was utterly astounded. He could not fathom how such a significant change could transpire in mere seconds. Just moments ago, he had been contemplating fleeing, as his companions had refused to cooperate in vanquishing the purple-haired demon ape. Better to preserve one's life than to face certain death. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the very beast that had posed such a threat lay lifeless before him. As the dense smoke gradually dissipated, Sun Haoming's pupils constricted to pinprick size. Where the purple-haired demon ape had once stood, Lin Xuan now appeared. He remained poised in a striking stance, as if he had just delivered a blow. Lin Xuan, has he slain the purple-haired demon ape? How could this be possible? Chapter 33. It is not that Lin Xuan is too strong, but that the purple-furred demon ape is too weak. Sun Haoming could scarcely believe his eyes. Lin Xuan, a high school student with a mere vitality of 87 points. How could he possibly slay the monstrous purple-furred demon ape with a single punch? Yet, the evidence lay before him, the lifeless body of the beast. Moreover, the interval between the beast's emergence and its demise was astonishingly brief. Sun Haoming was certain he had heard nothing beyond the sound of that singular strike. Not only was Sun Haoming incredulous, but the others were equally astonished. They had intended to launch a coordinated assault of 9 against the beast, but fear had led them to abandon their attack. Consequently, it was Lin Xuan alone who vanquished the creature. Was Lin Xuan truly that formidable? Were the 9 of them so feeble? Surely, something was amiss in this world. They had all heard that although the beast was large in stature, it was not particularly strong, at most possessing the prowess of a peak quasi-martial artist. Indeed, Lin Xuan had bested it single-handedly. They were merely unaccustomed to confronting a genuine beast for the first time. One must not overestimate the enemy. The truth must be acknowledged. Sun Haoming's voice resonated, reaching the ears of the assembly. Yes, the fact that Lin Xuan felled the purple-furred demon ape with a single punch indicates that it is not so formidable after all. We simply failed to react in time. Had we been quicker, we too could have defeated it. Indeed, Lin Xuan merely occupied the advantageous position and reacted swiftly. The students, all distinguished individuals from their respective schools, were unwilling to concede that their own abilities paled in comparison to a student from the 5th high school. Thus, as they absorbed Sun Haoming's words, they found themselves grasping at excuses and justifications. The purple-furred demon ape was not powerful. Lin Xuan had merely been in the right place at the right time. If we were in Lin Xuan's shoes, we could achieve the same result. Someone remarked, "Do you know Lin Xuan's combat power value, given that his vitality is only 87? Another, pointing to himself for confirmation, replied, "His combat power value is approximately 880. A heavy silence fell over the group. It was astonishing, over 10 times greater than his vitality. Lin Xuan had indeed put forth considerable effort. Yet, more importantly, the purple-furred demon ape was undeniably weak. Why had they not mustered the courage to confront it directly? Sun Haoming shattered the silence, declaring, "My combat power value exceeds Lin Xuan's. I possess 920. Another wave of silence ensued. Though Sun Haoming's combat power value of 920 surpassed Lin Xuan's 880, his vitality stood at 97 points. This indicated that his combat power value fell significantly below the standard threshold, which is tenfold that of vitality. This implicitly suggested that Sun Haoming had likely enhanced his vitality through medicinal means, and that his training was not as diligent as Lin Xuan's. His foundational skills were not as solid. Yet, despite this, the others gleaned not a sense of shame from Sun Haoming's words, but rather a sense of pride. Though they lacked bravery, they still looked down upon Sun Haoming. This uncomfortable silence seemed to awaken a realization in Sun Haoming. Thus, he asserted, "The purple-furred demon ape is not a formidable opponent. Lin Xuan can defeat it with a single punch. I believe capturing it would be effortless." He recognized that his combat power value not matching his vitality was not a point of honor. However, as long as his values surpassed Lin Xuan's, he would remain the strongest in their ranks. Who would dare contest him? Who would challenge him to a duel? Thus, he resolved to focus on his advantages and disregard the rest. Brother Sun is correct. We have so many of us, and our captain, Brother Sun, is so powerful. Our safety is certainly far greater than that of Lin Xuan alone. A fellow student from Dongjiang No. 2 echoed. Sun Haoming regarded his supportive classmates with satisfaction. Indeed, in times of crisis, one must rely on their own. This was the result of years of cultivating good relationships. What was wrong with aligning with him? His family was wealthy, and he had often treated his companions to lavish meals. Following the affirmations of the other 2 students from No. 2, the atmosphere within the group began to improve once more. At this moment, Lin Xuan withdrew his right hand, carefully reflecting on the power of the punch he had just delivered. Having prepared in advance, he had summoned nearly all the energy and vitality within his body. This was the most potent strike Lin Xuan could muster. He had anticipated a protracted struggle with the purple-furred demon ape, but instead, it had fallen with a single blow far more smoothly than he had envisioned. Lin Xuan activated his wristband. "Kill the purple-furred demon ape. Points 20. This message appeared on the display. Not bad. One beast yielded him 20 points. They had only just entered the perilous area, with a considerable distance still to the finish line. Lin Xuan's confidence in his assessment continued to grow. The rebellious system has new information? Ding. In the face of the beast, while others wavered, you charged forward and struck it down with one blow, abnormal value 300. Upon reading this message, Lin Xuan was taken aback momentarily, then he felt a sense of clarity wash over him. Typically, in a group, each individual contributes their strength, leading to a collective combat power greater than that of any single person. However, this presupposes an organized and disciplined group with mutual trust. In contrast, the makeshift group behind Lin Xuan lacked trust and a recognized leader. In moments of danger, individuals instinctively think someone else will act on their behalf. They might hide in the background, believing it acceptable to do so. Once one person adopts this mindset and behaves accordingly, others will follow suit. Human nature inclines towards conformity, and this tendency intensifies within a group. They perceive confronting the beast as a collective responsibility rather than an individual one. There will always be someone willing to charge forward. Even if the sky were to fall, there would be a tall person to bear the brunt. Consequently, the group may present a scenario entirely contrary to their initial expectations. Everyone yearns to flee, hoping others will take action, resulting in a situation where no one dares to act. The group's collective might pales in comparison to that of a single individual. This was precisely why Lin Xuan had hesitated to engage with this group, as it offered him no advantages and would only hinder his progress. Yet, this arrangement might prove beneficial. After all, the beasts along this path were finite. If everyone adopted such a mindset, Lin Xuan could not only accrue points for slaying the beasts but also earn abnormal values. A truly advantageous situation. Bang! Lin Xuan's figure darted forward, delivering a punch aimed directly at the abdomen of the purple-furred demon ape. A piercing cry echoed through the air. Kill the purple-furred demon ape. Points 20. This time, Lin Xuan's strike was unlike the last. The group, led by Sun Haoming, observed every detail of Lin Xuan's punch with clarity. Astonishing. Utterly astonishing. A fatal blow. The purple-furred demon ape had not even had the capacity to retaliate. It was simply too weak. Its reflexes were far too sluggish before it could strike. Lin Xuan had ended it with a single punch, Sun Haoming remarked. Chapter 34. A clear path leads to failure. Sun Haoming and his companions stood not far from Lin Xuan, observing as he effortlessly dispatched several purple-haired demon apes. Frustration welled up within Sun Haoming. The strength of these demon apes was utterly lacking, allowing Lin Xuan to annihilate them with minimal effort. Meanwhile, he, a prodigy with a vitality of 97 points and a combat power of 920, could do nothing but watch as Lin Xuan engage these beasts. He garnered points while drawing everyone's attention, becoming the center of focus. Was this just? Shouldn't it be him, not Lin Xuan, who commanded such admiration? After witnessing Lin Xuan's methodical handling of the purple-haired demon apes repeatedly, Sun Haoming had discerned the approach. A forceful punch to the abdomen would guarantee a kill. He felt this was no challenge, devoid of any peril. Classmates, these points are crucial for us as well, Sun Haoming exclaimed. Yet, thus far, all 4 demon apes encountered have been felled solely by Lin Xuan. He has claimed all the points for himself. If we do not act soon, we will fall behind. As the others recalled Lin Xuan's fluid movements and the feeble purple-haired demon apes, their confidence surged. They unanimously agreed with Sun Haoming's sentiment. When the next beast appeared, they resolved to strike before Lin Xuan could. Thus, Sun Haoming and his 9 companions quickened their pace, intent on surpassing him. At that moment, Lin Xuan was suddenly seized by an indefinable sense of foreboding. Was it merely a trick of the mind, or an instinct? He halted, deciding it prudent to convert his accumulated anomaly points into strength. System, initiate the lottery. Ding. Consumed 100 anomaly points. Lottery successful. Power increased by 2. Speed increased by 3. Endurance increased by 2. Name, Rebellion System Host. Lin Xuan Power, 28 Speed, 26 Endurance, 21 Defense, 21 Skill, 22 Mental Strength, 25. Meanwhile, on the other side, with Lin Xuan pausing, Sun Haoming and the others quickly caught up. Thud. Thud. Lin Xuan sensed the approaching beast was significantly mightier than the previous ones, its footsteps resonating with greater force, sending tremors through the ground. Roar. In an instant, a massive purple figure loomed before them. Lin Xuan frowned. This purple-haired demon ape was evidently larger than the previous ones, towering over 3 meters. A demon ape exceeding this height was classified as a standard second-tier beast, its combat prowess equivalent to that of a first-level human warrior. Although this one was just marginally above 3 meters, it was akin to a newly minted first-level human warrior. However, Lin Xuan perceived a distinct difference in its violet eyes, which shimmered with a hint of golden radiance. Caution was imperative. On the other hand, Sun Haoming was overjoyed. Another purple-haired demon ape had appeared, providing him the opportunity to showcase his own strength. He could not allow Lin Xuan to steal the spotlight. Without a second thought, he charged ahead, transforming his palm into a fist, aiming directly at the beast's abdomen. Bang! A dull thud resonated as his fist made contact with flesh. Just as Sun Haoming anticipated that the beast would be sent reeling, he was met with a thunderous slap descending from above, striking him on the head and sending a jolt of pain through him. The purple-haired demon ape then extended its right hand, delivering a blow that sent Sun Haoming soaring through the air, helpless as a leaf caught in the wind. Blood spewed from his mouth as he crashed heavily to the ground. Thud. The mere sound of Sun Haoming's body hitting the earth illustrated the weight behind the demon ape's attack. The others were stunned. In just a second, Lin Xuan had slain the purple-haired demon ape while Sun Haoming was left bleeding profusely. Faced with the same creature, how could such a vast chasm exist between their capabilities? Was Lin Xuan exceptionally strong, or was Sun Haoming disproportionately weak? At that moment, the purple-haired demon ape launched a ferocious assault, its form darting swiftly toward the 3 individuals clustered nearby. Lin Xuan was no longer at the forefront. Besides Sun Haoming, several others had followed his lead toward the demon ape, each harboring the same misguided belief that they could emulate Lin Xuan's success with a single punch. Thus, they summoned their utmost speed, fearful of lagging behind and losing the points they believed were rightfully theirs. This greed led them to position themselves directly before Lin Xuan. Facing the demon ape, the concentrated group allowed the creature's attacks to flow effortlessly. With a single strike, it dispatched the three closest individuals, their bodies soaring through the air like kites with severed strings, blood splattering the ground. This was a second-tier purple-haired demon ape. Only by joining forces do we stand a chance against it. Sun Haoming, still reeling from his fall, managed to utter. At that moment, he felt immense regret for not taking the time to assess the demon ape's rank before charging ahead, resulting in his grievous injury. Only through unity could they hope to defeat it. Solo efforts would lead to certain doom. He had hoped that his warning would inspire the others to act with organization and strategy against the purple-haired demon ape. However, the reality was far from it. Run! Run! Help! Help! The sounds of panic erupted, and chaos ensued. Rather than banding together, Sun Haoming's warning only hastened their retreat. The remaining individuals quickly sensed the ominous threat. Their instincts for survival kicked in, prompting them to turn and flee, scrambling in every direction. They had heard Sun Haoming's call for cooperation, yet the four individuals, including their leader Sun Haoming, were the strongest in their group. It was their superior strength that had allowed them to reach the purple-haired demon ape first, making them the initial casualties. The others, lacking the same power, knew they could not hope to contend with the beast alone, fearing they would meet the same fate as their fallen comrades. So they focused solely on escaping. Lin Xuan, run! Liamo shouted as he followed the retreating crowd. In his haste, he spotted Lin Xuan moving in a direction opposite to everyone else's. Instinctively, he called out, hoping to offer assistance as they hailed from the same school. To his surprise, Lin Xuan stood firm amidst the panicked throng, seemingly oblivious to his plea. Liamo glanced back at Lin Xuan, who was now moving against the tide toward the purple-haired demon ape. Ding! Facing the beast while others fled, you bravely advance. Anomaly points 500. The system's voice echoed in Lin Xuan's ears. A fleeting smile graced his face. At that moment, Liamo was left in shock. In the face of danger, Lin Xuan not only refrained from fleeing in panic, but instead walked forward with remarkable composure. His countenance bore no trace of fear. Rather, it was graced with a hint of a smile. What extraordinary mental fortitude! What resilient and courageous spirit! Meanwhile, the others in the team, upon seeing an opportunity, surged forward heedlessly. When confronted with peril, they were solely preoccupied with their own escape, lacking any sense of the bigger picture or cohesion. At this moment, Lin Xuan's figure, swimming against the current, appeared towering and majestic in Liamo's eyes. Chapter 35. An urgent escape and swimming against the current. The chaotic sound of footsteps abruptly grounded Liamo in reality. Although Lin Xuan's advancing figure exuded charisma, the violet-haired demon ape was unlike the previous ones. It had effortlessly sent Sun Haoming, a peak-level martial artist, flying with a single strike. This violet-haired demon ape must indeed be the second-tier beast that Sun Haoming had mentioned. Could Lin Xuan possibly contend with such a formidable opponent? Courage is commendable, but one must not sacrifice their life for it. Liamo silently quickened his pace. Meanwhile, witnessing Lin Xuan's noticeably different retreating figure, the injured Sun Haoming felt a tumult of emotions. As the captain of the team, in this critical moment, everyone was solely focused on their own escape, disregarding his commands. No human could match the speed of a second-tier beast. If this continued, the violet-haired demon ape would catch up to everyone, defeating them one by one. The entire team would be eliminated from the training camp. Additionally, as a beast, their lives were also at stake. Thus, Sun Haoming had already placed his left hand upon his wristband. Should the violet-haired demon ape attack, threatening his life, he was prepared to press the rescue button immediately. At that moment, he spotted Lin Xuan swimming against the current. He fervently hoped Lin Xuan could, as before, deliver a single punch to slay the violet-haired demon ape, ensuring the safety of himself and the remaining team members. At the very least, they would not be eliminated here. However, he also feared that if Lin Xuan truly succeeded, he would usurp his position as the leader of the team, earning the respect of all. As the original captain, Sun Haoming could not bear to be overshadowed by Lin Xuan. If it came to that, he would rather see the entire team eliminated. Just as Sun Haoming was consumed by inner turmoil, Lin Xuan made his move. He initiated an attack on the violet-haired demon ape, channeling all his strength into his right fist. Whoosh! The punch was incredibly swift and powerful, producing a distinct sound as it cut through the air. The violet-haired demon ape reacted with impressive speed. As Lin Xuan's fist hurtled toward its abdomen, a massive hand intercepted the blow in midair. Bang! The fist and palm collided fiercely, producing a cacophony of sound. The violet-haired demon ape was pushed back several steps before it could steady itself. A look of bewilderment flickered in its violet eyes. How could this punch possess such tremendous force? Unlike the previous encounters, it felt as though its palm had struck solid stone. Even now, it still felt a searing pain in its palm. This human was no ordinary foe. Observing that Lin Xuan had not slain the violet-haired demon ape with a single punch, Sun Haoming let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. If he had been sent flying by the same violet-haired demon ape, only for Lin Xuan to dispatch it with a single strike, where would his pride be? Fortunately, Lin Xuan did not possess such overwhelming strength. Therefore, his own failure could be justified. It was merely the violet-haired demon ape's might that had led to his defeat, and he had underestimated it. He remained the strongest in the team. In the monitoring room, several instructors clad in uniform sat before a large screen. This year's batch of students displays remarkable quality. 20 have already become first-tier martial artists. Among them, the highest vitality value has reached 291 points. Just a step away from the 300 points required for second-tier martial artists, reported a burly man as he closed the documents in his hands. It was none other than Instructor Shui, who had encountered Lin Xuan earlier. Indeed, the chief instructor has divided these 20 students into 2 teams, increasing the difficulty of their assessment. They will initially face the second-tier violet-haired demon ape, with the final boss being a third-tier violet-haired demon ape. The remaining students who have yet to reach first-tier martial artist status will start their assessments against the first-tier violet-haired demon ape, with their ultimate boss being the second-tier violet-haired demon ape. Another instructor added. This was Instructor Luo, whose strength surpassed that of Instructor Shui. Consequently, the advantage of first-tier martial artists has vanished. They now face beasts slightly stronger than themselves. The chief instructor's approach is quite fair. Instructor Shui commented. Thus far, no team has encountered the final boss. It appears we will have to wait here for a considerable time, Instructor Luo remarked. Wait. A team has already encountered the final boss, announced Instructor Wang, who was responsible for monitoring. Quickly switch the display to the main screen, Instructor Luo commanded. As one of the most skilled instructors in Nanjing City, he had always been a prominent figure in this training camp. His prized student, Kai Yinjia, the son of the city lord, was also among this batch of students, thanks to his guidance and the ample resources provided by the city lord. Kai Yinjia was the top student in this training camp. The individual with the aforementioned 291 vitality points was none other than him. Upon hearing that a team had encountered the final boss, Instructor Luo naturally assumed it was his favored disciple. Eagerly, he anticipated showcasing his achievements to his colleagues. Soon, the large screen displayed the scene. Observing the disheveled figures desperately fleeing, Instructor Luo furrowed his brow. Although this was merely a temporary team, their quality was disappointingly low. They displayed none of the courage expected of martial artists. When he turned his gaze to the individual confronting the violet-haired demon ape, his eyes widened in shock. It was not Kai Yinjia. This small team lacked any first-tier martial artists, hence they faced the second-tier violet-haired demon ape as their boss. Instructor Wang explained. This one. Instructor Shui scrutinized the violet-haired demon ape, his brow furrowing slightly as he noted its eyes. The chief instructor had mentioned that among the batch of violet-haired demon apes he found, one had awakened a special skill, psychic attack. Could this be the one? Instructor Shui speculated. Based on the violet-haired demon ape's eyes, it certainly appears to be. Instructor Wang confirmed. How could this be deployed against a team composed entirely of aspiring martial artists? Psychic attacks differ from physical attacks. They directly affect the brain. A moment's carelessness could result in harm to a student's mind, Instructor Shui expressed his concerns. Psychic attacks are exceedingly rare among both beasts and humans. Those who utilize psychic powers in combat are referred to as psychic practitioners, a minority indeed. Psychic practitioners require an innate, exceptional mental aptitude to cultivate their abilities. Only those with vitality values exceeding 300 points, thus reaching the second-tier martial artist level, have a chance to engage in such cultivation. Consequently, martial artists below the second tier are virtually defenseless against psychic attacks. The chief instructor had also stated that this was a unique trial. Should any team succeed in defeating the violet-haired demon ape capable of psychic attacks, they would receive an additional 100 points. Due to the presence of this violet-haired demon ape, the wristbands provided to the students were equipped with shields capable of defending against psychic assaults. After all, this was not a genuine battlefield. and students would not be placed in life-threatening situations. Instructor Wang elaborated. Chapter 36. Mental Assault. The shock of the instructor risks and opportunities coexist. It is indeed reasonable, Instructor Luo remarked. He harbored concerns regarding the purple-haired demon ape, which was known for its mental attacks. His disciple, Kai Yenjia, was utterly defenseless against it. Now, the appearance of this extraordinary beast and other teams momentarily relieved Instructor Luo while secretly delighting him. Although this team encountered the final boss first, the presence of a purple-haired demon ape capable of mental assault could lead to their total annihilation. In such a scenario, they would not be the first to pass the assessment, granting his disciple a much greater chance of claiming the top position. On the other hand, following its initial confrontation with Lin Xuan, the purple-haired demon ape found itself at a disadvantage. After being pushed back a few steps, it refrained from launching an immediate counterattack. Instead, it remained stationary, closing its eyes to prepare for its next assault. Lin Xuan, observing the creature, suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Seizing the moment when the purple-haired demon ape had its eyes shut, he resolved to strike fiercely. With determination, Lin Xuan surged forward a few steps, transforming his palm into a fist midair, and launched an assault towards the demon ape. At that very instant, the purple-haired demon ape abruptly opened its eyes. Its previously violet irises now enveloped in a radiant golden hue. In that fleeting moment, Lin Xuan felt as though his mind had been struck by lightning. This is it. The mental attack has targeted this student. Instructor Shui expressed his deep concern. Confronting the second-tier purple-haired demon ape's mental onslaught could inflict significant damage to the brain, even in the absence of physical wounds. Should I attempt a remote rescue? I can assist him from here by activating the rescue button on his wristband. Deploy the protective shield, exclaimed Instructor Wang. We may not have time, countered Instructor Luo. Wait. Look. Instructor Wang gasped. At that moment, the surveillance screen displayed Lin Xuan's previously aggressive motion as if it had been paused, momentarily sluggish. The purple-haired demon ape, having unleashed its mental attack, had already advanced to Lin Xuan's front, sensing Lin Xuan's right fist aimed at its abdomen. The demon ape instinctively shielded itself with its left hand, subsequently swinging its left palm forcefully towards Lin Xuan. At this juncture, Lin Xuan's vision regained clarity. In the next heartbeat, he propelled himself upward with vigor, utilizing the momentum from his run to leap high, directly targeting the demon ape's jaw. His right fist adjusted its angle midair, ascending with intent towards the creature's jaw. Bang! Crack! The two sounds seemed to resonate simultaneously. The first was the sound of Lin Xuan's fist colliding with the demon ape's jawbone, while the second was the audible fracture of the creature's bones. This strike captivated the attention of all those present, who were in a state of frantic retreat. They instinctively halted, turning back to witness a shocking spectacle. At that moment, Lin Xuan soared above the height of the purple-haired demon ape, which emitted a piercing cry of anguish, accompanied by a sound that sent shivers down the spine. The towering figure of the demon ape, standing at 3 meters tall, began to topple, blood spraying from its mouth, saturating the arena in a crimson mist. Its skull shattered, extinguishing its final flicker of life. Liamo and his companions were left in stunned disbelief, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. In their desperate bid to evade the demon ape's pursuit, they fled in all directions, panic-stricken and trembling with fear. Yet, the deadly threat that had loomed over them was vanquished by Lin Xuan in mere moments. Just moments prior, this second-tier demon ape had dispatched 4 individuals with a single blow each. How could it have been so swiftly subdued by Lin Xuan? Moreover, he appeared to exert minimal effort in the process. The most devastated among them was undoubtedly Sun Haoming. Having been knocked to the ground, he witnessed the entire sequence of Lin Xuan's actions. This time, Lin Xuan did not rely on a single punch, but rather struck with 2 punches to fell the second-tier purple-haired demon ape. How could this transpire so rapidly? Sun Haoming grappled with the dilemma of whether all should be eliminated together or if hope lay in Lin Xuan resolving the crisis. In the monitoring room, a profound silence enveloped the space. Instructor Wang's finger hovered a mere 0.1 centimeters from the rescue button, just as he was about to press it. The individual he intended to save had successfully slain the purple-haired demon ape. Was the second-tier demon ape with mental capabilities truly so easily dispatched? This was their ultimate boss. Instructor Wang felt a twinge of existential doubt. He might possess a mental talent. Instructor Luo remarked slowly. Indeed, this student directly faced the mental assault of the purple-haired demon ape. Yet, in less than a second, he emerged from that state. This likely correlates with his formidable mental strength. If he is destined to become a mentalist in the future, it would be a tremendous boon for our training camp. Instructor Shui expressed his excitement. The proportion of martial artists with mental capabilities is less than 10 of the total. The number of those who can cultivate into mentalists is even fewer. However, each mentalist possesses an extraordinarily bright future. According to data released by the Martial Artist Alliance, those who can become mentalists are destined to reach at least the 5th tier, if not higher. 5th-tier martial artists are rare talents in Dongjiang City and throughout the Jiangnan region. Given the scarcity of mentalists and their unique attack methods, various factions extend them exceptional privileges. In essence, every mentalist commands formidable strength and elevated social status, prompting ordinary martial artists to actively seek alliances with them. Thus, the prospect of a mentalist emerging from the training camp thrilled Instructor Shui immensely. Yet, merely possessing a degree of mental talent does not guarantee the ability to cultivate into a mentalist. Do not be overly excited, cautioned Instructor Luo. This student not only resisted the mental attack of the purple-haired demon ape, but also demonstrated remarkable reflexes. When the demon ape was on guard, he adeptly altered his target from its abdomen to its skull, ultimately delivering a fatal blow. Such composure and wisdom are exceedingly rare, reminiscent of someone with years of combat experience rather than a high school student. Instructor Luo refrained from further comment. This small team had triumphed over the ultimate boss. Now only about 200 meters from the finish line, it appeared that the first-place contender for this assessment had emerged. Can we access the complete information on this student? Instructor Luo inquired of Instructor Wang. All right, I will look it up right away. Instructor Wang replied. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan had returned to the ground after his aerial display. Having slain the ultimate boss, the second-tier purple-haired demon ape, he was rewarded with 100 points. A line of messages appeared on his wristband. Is this truly the ultimate boss? Has the assessment concluded so swiftly? Lin Xuan pondered in disbelief. He opened his wristband to examine the map, confirming that he was indeed quite close to the finish line. There was no ominous red exclamation mark indicating danger at this distance. It seemed that the camp assessment was not as daunting as anticipated. Lin Xuan murmured to himself. This remark was fortuitously overheard by Sun Haoming, who hobbled over with great difficulty. He felt as if he might vomit blood in frustration. If it were indeed easy, why was he struggling to even walk? Reflecting on the tremendous force of the purple-haired demon ape's earlier strike, Sun Haoming still felt a lingering dread. Lin Xuan was truly a peculiar individual. However, circumstances dictated his actions. With a steel determination, Sun Haoming continued to approach Lin Xuan. Chapter 37. Lin Xuan is actually a first-rank warrior? Sun Haoming has come to a realization. Given Lin Xuan's formidable strength, even the second-tier purple-haired demon ape stands no chance against him. Thus, he must adapt to the current circumstances. Although Sun Haoming relishes the spotlight and enjoys the admiration of others, the presence of Lin Xuan in their group diminishes his ability to fulfill this desire. The disparity in their combat capabilities is simply too vast. It becomes increasingly evident that he can no longer maintain his position as captain. Even if he clings to the title, it would only be a hollow accolade, as no one would sincerely acknowledge him. With this in mind, and recognizing that Lin Xuan has led them thus far, Sun Haoming decides to follow Lin Xuan to the end. Losing the captaincy is a small price to pay. He cannot afford to lose his chance to enter the training camp. He cannot suffer a double loss. He must gain something from this ordeal. Thus, Sun Haoming approaches Lin Xuan, hoping that Lin will graciously accept the captaincy that rightfully belongs to him and guide them all to the finish line. When Sun Haoming shares his thoughts with Lin Xuan, he expects a warm acceptance. After all, the captaincy symbolizes the highest honor of their team. In Sun Haoming's mind, having made such a significant sacrifice, Lin Xuan should be filled with gratitude and lead everyone triumphantly to the finish line. After all, Sun Haoming boasts a vitality score of 96, while Lin Xuan only has 87. This showcases Sun Haoming's magnanimity. Lin Xuan should hold such a benevolent figure in high regard. However, to his surprise, Lin Xuan merely raises an eyebrow and gestures toward the wristband on his arm, saying nothing, and strides ahead without a backward glance. This starkly contrasts with Sun Haoming's imagined scenario of joyous mutual respect. The rejection strikes Sun Haoming hard. Yet, in the face of necessity, he has no choice but to lower his head. He is gravely injured, and the others lack the strength to support him. They would only flee in moments of crisis, leaving him with no one else to rely upon. He cannot bear the thought of being eliminated, especially if Lin Xuan reaches the finish line while he is cast aside. That would be an unbearable outcome. Thus, with great effort, he follows Lin Xuan, knowing that Lin possesses strength, courage, and responsibility. Following in his wake seems to be the safest choice. The others are taken aback by Sun Haoming's actions, but within moments, another person joins him behind Lin Xuan. One by one, they all fall in line, maintaining a distance of about 3 meters from him. Lin Xuan is at a loss for words. The finish line is within sight, and no further beasts will impede their path, as the map clearly indicates. Yet this group wishes for him to take on the role of captain and protect them all. Lin Xuan is perplexed. Are they still trembling from their encounter with the second-tier purple-haired demon ape, or have they simply lost their wits? In the blink of an eye, Lin Xuan and his companions arrive at the finish line. The staff waiting there promptly remove their wristbands and instruct them to sit aside. As they finally reach safety, the 9 individuals, apart from Lin Xuan, exhale deeply. The oppressive aura of the second-tier purple-haired demon ape had left them feeling like frightened birds, on edge at every rustle of the grass. Compounding their anxiety is the fact that Lin Xuan never explicitly promised to protect them, which only heightens their sense of insecurity. Fortunately, they have all made it to the finish line, successfully completing the entrance assessment. 15 minutes later, Sun Haoming notices another team arriving at the finish line. At the forefront stands a refined young man who seems somewhat familiar to him. However, the young man's gaze towards Sun Haoming and the others is anything but friendly. In the back of the group, he spots someone he recognizes, Zhao Yuan, the top student from Dongjiang No. 1 High School. Sun Haoming's heart skips a beat. To his knowledge, Zhao Yuan is not only the top student of Dongjiang No. 1, but also the best among all high school students in Dongjiang City. He had passed the first-rank warrior assessment in his sophomore year. Now, he willingly walks behind others, suggesting that those ahead of him possess even greater strength. Sun Haoming cannot help but scrutinize them further, determined to remember who is to be feared and who can be trifled with. He must discern these distinctions clearly. Subsequently, other teams arrive at the finish line one after another, and Sun Haoming continues to observe everyone. Some students, like him, return injured, while others, though unscathed, are filled with fear. Some teams consist of fewer than 5 members. The atmosphere is heavy with trepidation. Suddenly, Sun Haoming notices someone waving at him. Upon closer inspection, he realizes it is Shou Qingyang from Dongjiang No. 1 High School. Sun Haoming is somewhat familiar with this individual. His vitality and combat scores are slightly higher than his own, placing him among the top 5 in their grade. Despite their similar abilities, Zhou Qingyang often carries an inexplicable sense of superiority over him, leading Sun Haoming to avoid interactions with him. However, today Zhou Qingyang is unexpectedly reaching out to him, leaving Sun Haoming taken aback. As he prepares to wave back, he is astonished to see Shou Qingyang swiftly approach the group, going directly to stand before Lin Xuan. In that moment, Sun Haoming's smile freezes. A wave of embarrassment washes over him. He slowly turns to see Zhou Qingyang now standing in front of Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, long time no see. I didn't expect you to participate in this training camp. Shou Qingyang greets him enthusiastically. Lin Xuan looks at the overly familiar individual before him with a hint of confusion. We met during the first-rank warrior assessment. I am Zhou Qingyang, Lin Weiwei Sr. Zhou Qingyang explains. Oh, nice to meet you. Lin Xuan replies. How could I forget? You're already a certified first-rank warrior, being a senior in your 3rd year. You were bound to be selected for this training camp. Shou Qingyang continues to chatter away. Their brief exchange detonates like a bombshell, sending ripples through the surrounding group. Liu Mo and the others exchange incredulous glances, struggling to grasp the significance of Shou Qingyang's words. First-rank warrior assessment? Certified warrior? Who is he referring to? Lin Xuan? How is that possible? Doesn't he only have a vitality score of 87? Yet, mere seconds later, they begin to connect the dots. The extraordinary strength Lin Xuan exhibited along their journey far surpasses Sun Haoming's vitality score of 97. Perhaps only a first-rank warrior could account for such prowess. At that moment, Sun Haoming's cheeks flush with embarrassment. It dawns on him that he had misinterpreted Zhou Qingyang's intentions, believing he was acknowledging him. He had even taken the initiative to lean forward, only to be met with complete disregard. This alone rendered him exceedingly embarrassed. What compounded his desire to find a crevice to hide in were the words spoken by Zhou Qingyang. Lin Xuan had, astonishingly, already attained the rank of a first-level warrior. How foolish he had been to boast shamelessly about his vitality score of 97 before Lin Xuan during the pre-camp assessment. Even going so far as to nominate himself as captain. Was this not akin to brandishing a great sword before Guangong, an utter lack of self-awareness? It was no wonder that Lin Xuan's gaze towards him later had been so peculiar. He must have seen him as nothing more than a capering monkey. Chapter 38. Cheating? Is Lin Xuan's score to be annulled? Sun Haoming, although he often enjoys putting on a show and flaunting his little power, does so only in front of those he perceives as weaker. When faced with someone more formidable, he is exceedingly cautious, never daring to act inappropriately. He understands that this is a world where martial prowess reigns supreme. Should someone with greater strength choose to teach him a lesson, he would have no recourse to argue. Yet, he had just made grandiose claims in front of Lin Xuan, a first-level martial artist, leaving him feeling embarrassed and somewhat fearful. Lin Xuan only needed a single punch. At most two, to deal with the formidable purple-haired demon ape. Such overwhelming strength would make it a trivial matter for Lin Xuan to teach Sun Haoming a lesson. Fortunately, Lin Xuan had refrained from striking him. Feeling the strange gazes of Li Mo and the other eight, Sun Haoming pretended not to notice, lowering his head as he stepped aside. In the monitoring room, Instructor Shui, did you hear what they said? Lin Xuan is a first-level martial artist? Instructor Luo spoke with palpable excitement. During this time, several instructors had come to understand Lin Xuan's personal information. Indeed, another individual mentioned it. Instructor Wang replied. However, Lin Xuan's enrollment records indicate a blood vitality of 87 points and a combat power of 880. We are all aware that this year's assessments are divided into martial artist and quasi-martial artist evaluations, each with different levels of difficulty and varying grades of beasts encountered. I now suspect he deliberately falsified his records, lowering his capabilities to enter the easier assessment for non-martial artists, thereby securing first place. Instructor Luo stated. The assessment was divided into two parts. This division was only decided by the chief instructor a few days prior. Lin Xuan could not possibly have known in advance. Instructor Shui furrowed his brow and said, regardless of whether Lin Xuan was aware or not, the fact remains that there is an error in his records. This error has resulted in complications in our team assignments. The first place of his team is in question and does not comply with regulations. I propose a thorough investigation, and the results of Lin Xuan's team should be annulled. Instructor Luo asserted emphatically. The rankings of this assessment are determined by the time taken for each team to reach the finish line. The team that arrives first is declared the winner. Originally, it was thought that my disciple Kai Yinja's team arrived second, resigning them to second place. Unexpectedly, with the revelation of Lin Xuan's erroneous records, this represents a tremendous opportunity. Instructor Luo would not let this chance slip away. Canceling the results seems inappropriate. Moreover, one cannot place all the blame on Lin Xuan due to an error in the records. Dongjiang 5 High School is participating in the training camp for the first time this year. Perhaps they are unfamiliar with the procedures, and a staff member may have made an inadvertent mistake. It is possible that canceling the entire team's results would be unjust. Instructor Shui attempted to advocate for Lin Xuan and the others. Is it an error in the records or a deliberate falsification? We cannot reach a conclusion at this moment. However, I am certain that this presents a significant injustice to the other teams participating in the camp assessment. There are suspicions of cheating regarding Lin Xuan's team's results. Instructor Luo interrupted Instructor Shui, stating, let us report this matter to the chief instructor and allow him to make a determination. Instructor Wang interjected. Very well. At the assessment's finish line, with the arrival of the final team, the entire event concluded. Yet, the staff issued no directives. All the students could do was remain in place, awaiting instructions. Teacher, nearly everyone has arrived. When can we leave? What are our next arrangements? The chatter escalated. The staff, momentarily at a loss, could not respond. Silence. A powerful voice commanded. Instructor Luo approached with purpose. Some students' results are somewhat problematic. The instructors are currently reviewing them. Please be patient. Shortly, the chief instructor will convene a camp meeting to announce the assessment results. As Instructor Luo spoke, his gaze swept toward Lin Xuan. No sooner had he finished speaking than the board students began to murmur among themselves. Results in question? That phrase sounds all too familiar. Could it be that someone cheated during the assessment? It is possible. These instructors are very circumspect in their language. How could one cheat in such an assessment? Unclear. We can only wait now. In the monitoring room, silence reigned. Instructor Cheng Feihu, the chief instructor of the training camp, was reviewing Lin Xuan's records. A military man by background, he is known for his integrity and straightforwardness, and he despises underhanded tactics. Hearing that there were discrepancies in a student's records, especially those that downplayed their abilities, coupled with Instructor Luo's embellishments, left Instructor Cheng's expression grave. Instructor Wang and Instructor Shui stood respectfully to the side. I just spoke with the principal of Dongjiang No. 5 High School, Principal Liu, who assured me repeatedly that there were no errors in the records. When Lin Xuan was tested for his blood vitality and combat power, He stood right beside him, and there were absolutely no issues. Instructor Wang stated, "Based on the footage recorded from the wristbands, Lin Xuan's combat power is undoubtedly that of a first-level martial artist. Do you believe that such formidable combat power could be achieved solely through martial techniques?" Instructor Chung inquired. This. Instructor Xue hesitated. "It is unlikely. While martial techniques can indeed enhance combat power effectively, a combat power of 1,000 is a significant threshold that cannot be reached solely through techniques without a corresponding increase in blood vitality." Instructor Wang replied. In other words, Lin Xuan is indeed a first-level martial artist, yet he reported his records as a quasi-martial artist. As Instructor Ching drummed his fingers on the table, he pondered swiftly. Principal Lu, as the head of the school, would not lie about such matters. The recordings from the wristbands cannot be false either. Thus, there is only one possible explanation. Instructor Wang, please help me contact the Eastern Jiang Division of the Martial Arts Alliance. Instructor Ching instructed. What is the status? Has the investigation yielded results? Instructor Luo entered with a beaming expression. Whether the staff made a mistake in filling out the records or someone intentionally falsified the information. As long as Lin Xuan's identity as a first-level martial artist can be confirmed, then this assessment is indeed flawed. It would be inherently unfair. The results of Lin Xuan's team should be annulled. Without the first place, the team that arrived second would naturally ascend to first place. Bolstered by the number of beasts Kai Yinja personally defeated, Instructor Luo was utterly convinced that Kai Yinja would undoubtedly emerge as the top student in this assessment. With such an honor bestowed upon his disciple, Instructor Luo could not help but wear a satisfied smile. The investigation has been thoroughly concluded. Our training camp has struck gold, discovering a true prodigy. Instructor Cheng was equally exhilarated. Kai Yinja possesses average talent, but through diligent study and training, he has achieved an impressive blood vitality score of 291 at the age of 18. He cannot bear the title of genius. With such praise from the chief instructor, Instructor Luo felt immense pride. However, the customary courtesies and decorum must still be observed. Instructor Cheng paused and remarked, Kai Yinja is indeed an exceptionally outstanding student. It is entirely fitting to describe him as a genius, but I am not referring to him. Instructor Luo appeared somewhat bewildered. Huh? Then who is it? Chief Instructor Cheng replied, It is Lin Xuan. Chapter 39. It is not data fabrication. Rather, it is the slow update of information. Instructor Luo was more bewildered than ever and inquired, Is it the Lin Xuan involved in the data fabrication? Chief Instructor Chung replied, The term data fabrication is rather harsh. In Lin Xuan's case, it can merely be classified as the slow pace of information updates. This explanation not only puzzled Instructor Luo, but also drew curious glances from Instructors Wang and Xue. Chief Instructor Chung continued to elucidate. Our training camp requires schools to provide midterm examination results. Principal Lu of Number 5 High School submitted accurate data. Lin Xuan's status as a first-level warrior is also valid. The issue arose during the 6-day interval from the midterm exams to the start of the camp. It was during these 6 days that Lin Xuan made a breakthrough, completing the assessment for first-level warriors. Everyone else has no objections. The problem lies in Lin Xuan's exceptionally rapid progress, while our data updates lag behind. As soon as Chief Instructor Cheng's words fell, the other 3 instructors gasped in astonishment. What? Instructor 1 exclaimed, Are you saying that during those 6 days, Lin Xuan's vitality surged from 87 to 100 points? Chief Instructor Chung clarified. To be precise, his vitality reached 102 points, with a combat power of 1090. Instructor Xue, taken aback, asked, In just 6 days? This must be a joke. How is that possible? Observing the incredulous expressions of his 3 subordinates, Chief Instructor Ching chuckled. Indeed. When he first learned of this news, he too found it hard to believe. However, after thorough verification, and even requesting Principal Lu to send the footage of the midterm exam, he finally accepted the reality. Interestingly, Principal Lu played a role in this matter. An article highlighting Lin Xuan's dedication had been prominently displayed on the official website of the Dongjiang Education Bureau. Chief Instructor Chung had read this article and developed a favorable impression of Lin Xuan. However, the article primarily focused on Principal Lu's astute decisions and guidance over the past 3 years, portraying how Lin Xuan's relentless efforts elevated his vitality from a mere 7 points to 87 points. While the article praised Lin Xuan's hard work, it disproportionately extolled Principal Lu's educational philosophy, leading many to mistakenly believe that Lin Xuan had taken 3 years to achieve his current success. In reality, Lin Xuan had reached 87 points in just about 2 weeks. Although this was undoubtedly a result of his unwavering effort, it also highlighted his exceptional talent. Chief Instructor Cheng, well-versed in such matters, had encountered similar cases where individuals initially inconspicuous eventually soared to greatness. Given the precedent of a nearly 70-point increase in vitality over 2 weeks, a 20-point rise in just 6 days seemed far from extraordinary. In the realm of martial arts, diligence is crucial, yet innate talent is evidently even more significant. Lin Xuan possessed such a rare and formidable gift. Thus, Chief Instructor Cheng was elated, declaring that they had struck gold. So, the first place in this camp assessment is Lin Xuan? Instructor Luo inquired. Indeed, the data submitted by Lin Xuan is flawless. Our oversight should not cast blame upon the student. Moreover, Lin Xuan was not only the first to reach the finish line, but also single-handedly dealt with all the beasts encountered by his team. His final adversary was the purple-haired demon ape, known for its mental attacks, earning him an additional 100 points. Consequently, Lin Xuan's position as the undisputed first place is assured. Chief Instructor Cheng affirmed. Instructor Luo's expression turned grave. Very well. Gather the students in the central square. We are preparing to hold the camp opening ceremony. Chief Instructor Cheng commanded. In the central square, we waited for a full 2 hours. It seems the student accused of cheating has been thoroughly investigated. To have such an incident on the first day is truly embarrassing. It would have been better to fail the assessment outright. I am quite curious about who it is. The students whispered among themselves. At this moment, several sturdy instructors clad in uniform approached the center of the square. Hello, students. Welcome to the Star Training Camp. Jointly hosted by the Jiangnan region, I am Chief Instructor Cheng Feihu for this training camp. The overly formal and tedious welcoming ceremony commenced, lulling the students into a state of drowsiness. After nearly 10 minutes of monotonous discourse, Chief Instructor Cheng announced, Now, let me reveal the rankings of this year's camp assessment. Upon hearing this, the students perked up, no longer sleepy or distracted. The first place in the assessment is Lin Xuan from Dongjiang No. 5 High School. As Chief Instructor Cheng's words resonated, the students erupted in excitement. What kind of school is Dongjiang No. 5 High School? I've never heard of it. This year, several students had already become first-level warriors, one even boasting a vitality of 291 points. Who would have guessed that the first place would be an unheard-of individual? Lin Xuan not only reached the finish line the fastest, but also defeated 6 purple-haired demon apes. His total score ranks first. Chief Instructor Cheng continued. Incredible. To take down 6 beasts single-handedly, it is only fitting that he claimed the top spot. The students' perceptions began to shift. Chief Instructor Cheng added, Of course. Our delay of 2 hours for the opening ceremony is closely related to Lin Xuan. His statement was met with astonished expressions. He went on in this assessment. We divided the students into warriors and prospective warriors, with differing levels of difficulty in the assessments, and the final bosses encountered would be of a higher tier than themselves. Lin Xuan's entry data marked him as a prospective warrior. However, today, he has already attained the status of a true first-level warrior. At this revelation, the students erupted once more. Did Lin Xuan not gain an advantage? He possesses the strength of a warrior while being placed in the prospective warrior group, facing beasts of the same tier as his original level. Isn't that cheating? Indeed, Lin Xuan's actions constitute cheating. His results should be annulled. Silence. Chief Instructor Cheng continued. Following our investigation, we found that Lin Xuan has committed no violations. Our training camp requires the schools to submit midterm examination results. 6 days have passed since those midterms, and it was during this period that Lin Xuan ascended from the prospective warrior realm to that of a true warrior. What? He crossed that threshold in just 6 days. A vitality increase from 99 to 100 points may seem a mere 1-point difference, yet it is a significant hurdle. My sister stagnated at this point for half a year before finally breaking through. My brother experienced the same. He lingered at 99 points for quite some time. To break through in just 6 days is extraordinary. I have never seen anyone achieve such rapid progress. A genius. He is undoubtedly a genius. The discussions resumed fervently. Thus, Lin Xuan is unequivocally the first place in our camp assessment. Chief Instructor Cheng proclaimed. I specifically bring forth Lin Xuan's case for a reason. Lin Xuan's starting point was not high. Initially, his vitality was below 10 points, yet he never faltered, consistently training for 3 years without fear of hardship. It is his unwavering dedication day after day that has led to today's remarkable results. In the path of martial arts, innate talent is undeniably important. The efforts made in the days to come are equally significant. Dear students, human talents vary in degree, a fact beyond our control. However, the training we undergo can indeed be transformed. The principle of hard work being rewarded holds true. Diligence will inevitably yield results. Lin Xuan stands as a splendid example. I hope you cherish the invaluable time spent in this training camp and deliver satisfactory answers in the college entrance examination. Chapter 40. The Four Talents of the Training Camp. With a stirring address from Commander Chung, the atmosphere in the square was ignited in an instant. The students stood tall, brimming with vigor and determination. Commander Chung was immensely satisfied. This was perhaps the most exhilarating orientation ceremony he had conducted in years. He had drawn inspiration from Principal Lu's midterm examination commendation ceremony at Wuzhong, where the students' combat training attitudes had indeed shown remarkable improvement. Although Principal Lu's prowess was rather mediocre, he possessed an exceptional talent for oratory, effectively utilizing exemplary figures to motivate other students. The results were unexpectedly impressive. When selecting a role model, Commander Chung had contemplated whether to highlight the formidable Cai Yanjia, known for his exceptional vitality, or Lin Xuan. Ultimately, he chose Lin Xuan. Though Cai Yanjia was undeniably powerful, he hailed from a prestigious background as the son of the Lord of Nanjing City, enjoying privileges and resources far beyond those of ordinary students. Using him as an example would lack representativeness. In contrast, Lin Xuan came from humble beginnings, possessing only average talent. His achievements were the result of relentless hard work and perseverance. Moreover, the article still featured on the Education Department's official website served as a tailor-made exemplar. In the realm of martial arts, talent is indeed important. However, in the face of comparable gifts, it is one's diligence that truly matters. Those admitted to this training camp all possess commendable aptitude. Commander Cheng's aspiration was to galvanize everyone's enthusiasm and fully unleash their potential, fostering a final push before the college entrance examination to enhance their abilities holistically. Thus, Lin Xuan was the most fitting example to illustrate this point. Of course, to promote the virtues of diligence and hard work, he subtly downplayed Lin Xuan's innate gifts while greatly amplifying his efforts. After the conclusion of the orientation ceremony, the instructors guided the students in familiarizing themselves with various locations within the training camp and distributed relevant materials, thereby wrapping up the first day's tasks. That evening, at the entrance of the dining hall, Lin Xuan organized his belongings and proceeded inside, eager to have dinner. Upon entering the hall, he was immediately aware of the multitude of gazes directed at him. Other students paused their activities, lifting their heads to observe Lin Xuan. Some eyes were filled with astonishment, others with admiration, while a few were tinged with wariness and discontent. Becoming the center of attention did not faze Lin Xuan. He calmly approached the serving counter. The meals at the training camp were standardized: 2 servings of meat, 3 servings of vegetables, a bowl of rice, and a bowl of soup. Holding his share, Lin Xuan felt quite satisfied, rich and nutritious. He found an empty seat and sat down, ready to enjoy his meal. At this moment, several students occasionally glanced in his direction. Lin Xuan, may I sit here? A figure appeared before him, politely inquiring. It was Shou Qingyang. Lin Xuan nodded in affirmation. Shou Qingyang placed his meal beside Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, you certainly made quite an impression today. Securing the top spot in the entrance assessment, coupled with the commander's praise before all the students, you overshadowed the 4 others. Shou Qingyang exclaimed eagerly as he sat down. For others? Which 4? Lin Xuan seized upon the key phrase in Shou Qingyang's words. You don't know? Among the students entering the training camp this year, there are 4 particularly outstanding individuals who shattered their respective school records. The strongest among them, Cai Yanjia from Nanjing City, reportedly has a vitality score of 291 points, just a step away from becoming a second-level warrior. Next is Xie Zhenyun from Dongguan City, with a vitality score of 218 points. These 2 even set new records for the training camp, as the highest vitality score in previous years was only 180 points. Another is Jiang Feng from Nanchuan City, with a vitality score of 162 points. Lastly, we have Zhao Yuan, the top student from Dongjiang No. 1 High School, with a vitality score of 145 points. Shou Qingyang elaborated. Listening to Shou Qingyang's introduction, Lin Xuan nodded thoughtfully. This training camp was indeed a breeding ground for talent. There were many stronger than him. He needed to continue striving. Observing Lin Xuan's calm demeanor, Shou Qingyang probed, Aren't you worried? Although you are all first-level warriors, the strength of these 4 far exceeds yours. Initially, we all thought they would dominate the top 4 positions, yet you unexpectedly claimed the first place. relegating Kai Yinja to second, and the others followed suit. Aren't you concerned they might trouble you privately? Lin Xuan pondered for a moment before responding. In the path of martial arts, practical combat is of utmost importance. If they wish to seek me out for a spar, I would welcome it. Lin Xuan's vitality and combat power were improving rapidly, yet his practical experience was still lacking. If someone were to challenge him, it would be a golden opportunity for him to gain experience. Even if he were to falter now, what of it? As long as he continued to grow stronger. These individuals would merely be minor obstacles on his path to advancement. He was unafraid, sensing the courage and confidence in Lin Xuan's words. Zhou Qingyang regarded him with newfound respect. Truly, he was someone whom the commander had greatly praised, displaying both diligence and such bravery. Zhou Qingyang felt compelled to learn from Lin Xuan. To Lin Xuan's left rear, Kai Yinja sat quietly, absorbing the dialogue between Lin Xuan and Zhou Qingyang. Kaigo, that Lin Xuan is utterly arrogant. He even dares to say he welcomes us for a spar. He has just become a first-level warrior. His strength cannot even be compared to yours at the pinnacle of first level. He merely got lucky to claim the top spot in the entrance assessment. We are all dissatisfied. You are the rightful first. Kai Yinja's underling expressed indignantly. Indeed, should we teach him a lesson to keep him grounded, so he understands his place? Another underling chimed in. Kai Yinja set down his chopsticks and replied slowly, Are you a band of bullies? Seeking to punish others without understanding the circumstances? This is a training camp. Upon hearing this, Kai Yinja's companions lowered their heads, falling silent. In truth, Kai Yinja was quite displeased with Lin Xuan's achievement in the entrance assessment. He was a peak first-level warrior and had even received an early admission notice from a top martial arts university in the country before entering the training camp. Kai Yinja had anticipated being the most illustrious presence within the camp, only to have his spotlight seized by Lin Xuan right from the start. Yet, the reality was that Lin Xuan's strength was far inferior to his. The nearly 190-point difference in vitality and the vast chasm in combat power were undeniable. Moreover, as the son of the Lord of Nanjing, he had always received preferential treatment from teachers at Nanjing No. 1 High School. All accolades and honors were readily bestowed upon him. However, today, the commander had lavished praise upon Lin Xuan while showing him little warmth, even coldness. How could he swallow this bitterness? True to his usual style, he would have sought to have Lin Xuan dealt with to vent his frustrations. Yet, this was a training camp. Before departing, his father had repeatedly urged him to temper his temperament and to cultivate a good relationship with the commander. After all, Commander Chen was a 7th-level martial sovereign. In the realm of martial arts, one begins to earn titles from the 5th level onward. 5th-level warriors are referred to as martial masters, 6th level as martial grandmasters, and 7th level as martial sovereigns. Attaining the level of martial sovereign bestows significant influence. He is a presence that even Kai Yinja's father would not dare to offend lightly. Therefore, within the training camp, Kai Yinja must endure this indignation. If he cannot afford to offend him, how could his subordinates possibly dare to do so? Chapter 41. The commencement of competition and night training. Beyond this reason, Kai Yinja is also exceedingly mindful of his public persona. How could he possibly allow the image of a diligent role model, revered by others, to be tarnished? Is he merely a second-generation scion, indulging in reckless behavior due to his family's wealth? No, such a fate is not what Kai Yinja aspires to. Born into privilege, yet striving for excellence, he treats others with utmost courtesy, earning universal acclaim. This is the persona Kai Yinja wishes to cultivate. Thus, he must not only refrain from confronting Lin Xuan, but also learn from him. He aims to absorb Lin Xuan's industrious and diligent spirit, which is the very reason the chief instructor praises Lin Xuan. It is evident that the chief instructor admires such tenacity. Consequently, to elevate his standing with the chief instructor, Kai Yinja resolves to emulate Lin Xuan. As for teaching Lin Xuan a lesson, that is a matter to be addressed after the training camp concludes. At 8 p.m., on the training grounds, after organizing his belongings, Sun Haoming relinquished his gaming pursuits and called upon 2 fellow students from Dongjiang No. 2 High School to join him at the training site. Brother Sun, having been injured in your battle with the purple-furred demon ape, why are you not resting to recuperate? Today marks the first day of our camp. The instructors have not mandated any training. We should focus on rejuvenation, preparing ourselves for the grueling training that lies ahead. One of the students remarked. Fool, Sun Haoming retorted, exasperated. As he spoke, he gestured towards the training ground, indicating the bustling scene before them. The area was ablaze with lights and teeming with people, a vibrant tableau. Are they all training together? Another student from Dongjiang No. 2 inquired. Did you see the article about Lin Xuan on the official website of the Dongjiang Education Bureau? I meticulously scrutinized it this afternoon. Lin Xuan initially had a poor talent, with a vitality score under 10, yet through relentless training from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. daily, he achieved a remarkable turnaround, becoming a first-tier warrior. Do you not feel any inspiration from this? Sun Haoming asked. Brother Sun, online articles often have an agenda, exaggerating details. We cannot take them at face value. Perhaps Lin Xuan consumed numerous tonics, which could explain his substantial progress. One of his companions replied, Impossible. Sun Haoming dismissed the notion without a second thought. His family was affluent enough to afford various internal and external tonics, but the enhancement provided by such supplements was limited. The vitality pill was the most effective. Yet one could only consume 5 per month. Any more would yield no benefits. The Sun family had sought the counsel of a renowned alchemist, who explained that overconsumption would lead to resistance, causing the body to expel the surplus instead of converting it into vitality points. Furthermore, once one reaches the pinnacle of a quasi-warrior, with vitality scores between 95 and 100, supplements become ineffective. The transition from quasi-warrior to warrior is a significant leap that cannot rely on external aids. It demands persistent self-cultivation. This realization struck Sun Haoming profoundly. Moreover, Lin Xuan's recent accomplishments had profoundly impacted him. With a single strike, he vanquished 5 first-tier purple-furred demon apes, and against the second tier, he required only 2 blows. What a solid foundation he possessed. Frankly, Sun Haoming felt envy and jealousy. Even more astonishing was Lin Xuan's achievement of the top rank in the camp's entrance assessment, receiving lavish praise from the chief instructor. All the students in the training camp regarded Lin Xuan with newfound respect, igniting a fierce jealousy within Sun Haoming. The recognition Lin Xuan received was precisely what he yearned for. Thus, he comprehended that it mattered not if one was not the strongest in the camp. Unwavering dedication and earnest training would yield rewards. And these rewards could be immense, admiration from peers, becoming the center of attention. Given this, why would Sun Haoming abandon such a promising path? He couldn't afford to squander a moment, so he brought his companions to train that evening. To his surprise, he found many shared his sentiment, intensifying his urgency. If everyone else was striving, he must exert even more effort to capture their attention. After expressing his thoughts, he disregarded his companions' hesitations and joined the throng of trainees. Still going to play games? I think I shall train too, he declared. This training camp is notoriously grueling. Surely we should take the day to relax. One of his companions protested. Relax? With so many training, are you not inspired by their fervor? To speak bluntly, they are our competitors. Can you still indulge in games while they toil away? Last year, the lowest admission score for universities was a vitality score of 50, a rise of 3 points from the previous year. The minimum score for prestigious universities was 80, up by 5 points. At this rate, the cutoffs would only continue to climb. If this persists, I shall be unable to enter a prestigious university. I will join the training as well. You may return if you wish. One student from Dongjiang number 2 joined the training ranks, leaving another in a state of disarray. He found himself in a dilemma. He longed to return to the dormitory, to recline on his bed and enjoy his gaming time. Yet, observing so many engaged in training, he surmised that the majority of the camp's participants had arrived. While others exerted themselves, he languished in idleness. Was this truly acceptable? He was regarded as a good student at Dongjiang number 2, not a slacker, unable to withstand the pangs of conscience and moral pressure. He too entered the training ground to commence his night training. On the periphery of the training field, Chief Instructor Chung and Instructor Luo were on patrol. Upon witnessing the scene of diligent training, Chief Instructor Chung felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Over the years of overseeing this training camp, each cohort seemed stronger than the last. Even before the formal commencement, the students were eager to engage in self-directed training. Instructor Luo remarked, "It is largely due to your compelling words during the induction ceremony." Chief Instructor Chung shook his head with a smile. Official rhetoric is spoken daily, year after year. Surely these children have become desensitized to it. The true catalyst lies in the power of exemplary role models. This year's cohort, including Lin Xuan, Kai Yinja, and Xie Jinyan, has greatly inspired their peers. I hope they can foster healthy competition and work together to achieve remarkable results in the training camp. Instructor Luo nodded in agreement. Indeed, they will. I see Kai Yinja and Xie Jinyan, but where's Lin Xuan? Chief Instructor Chung inquired. Upon hearing this, a fleeting smile crossed Instructor Luo's face. He had initially assumed Chief Instructor Chung concentrated solely on Lin Xuan, But it appeared he had also reviewed Kai Yinja's profile, even managing to spot him among the crowd. Instructor Luo began to hold a newfound admiration for Kai Yinja. As Kai Yinja's instructor, he had meticulously planned his training regimen. Rarely did he allow Kai Yinja to train alone. Even if Instructor Luo was not present, he would arrange for others to accompany him. From an efficiency standpoint, training with partners proved far superior to solitary practice. This afternoon, Kai Yinja approached Instructor Luo with a proposal to engage in voluntary training that evening. Instructor Luo expressed some dissatisfaction, perceiving it as a waste of time. However, in retrospect, Kai Yinja's initiative appears remarkably prescient. In this training camp, establishing familiarity before the chief instructor and earning his esteem is of utmost significance. Such a modest endeavor has garnered the recognition of Chief Instructor Cheng, making Kai Yinja's efforts exceedingly worthwhile. Chapter 42. Lin Xuan surprisingly skips night training? Your training suffices. With a sense of satisfaction, Instructor Luo began to search the crowd for Lin Xuan's figure. To his astonishment, he could not locate him. After spending a considerable amount of time observing Lin Xuan's image in the morning, Instructor Luo had firmly etched Lin Xuan's face in his mind. However, as he scrutinized each student, he failed to spot that familiar countenance. Chief Instructor, I did not find him either, Instructor Luo candidly reported. The smile on Chief Instructor Cheng's face gradually faded. Realizing something, Instructor Luo suggested, perhaps Lin Xuan is training elsewhere. We simply overlooked it. A diligent individual like him would certainly not be idling in his dormitory at this hour. Should we ask Instructor Wang to access all the surveillance footage to locate Lin Xuan? Upon hearing this, Chief Instructor Cheng pondered for a few seconds. It was nighttime now. And apart from the training field, no other specialized training rooms were open to the public. If he wasn't here, then, Chief Instructor Cheng continued. There is no need to go to such lengths to find Lin Xuan. This is not designated training time. Whatever Lin Xuan chooses to do is his prerogative. Instructor Luo nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, Lin Xuan just achieved first place in the camp assessment, garnering considerable attention among all the students. It is entirely understandable that he might be exhilarated and chose not to attend training. After all, it is quite normal for one to take a break occasionally. Instructor Luo emphasized the fact of Lin Xuan's absence with a hint of sarcasm. Kai Yinja, being the strongest student in the training camp, continued to train diligently, while Lin Xuan, the top performer of the assessment, was absent. The comparison was stark. Superiority and inferiority were evident. Seizing the opportunity presented by fate, Instructor Luo was keen not to miss out. As anticipated, the smile on Chief Instructor Cheng's face completely vanished. Not only had the instructors noted Lin Xuan's absence, but some students had as well. During the break, Li Mo inquired, "Where's Lin Xuan? I haven't seen him." "Lin Xuan is not here," Li Mo responded, puzzled. "Don't you know where he is? Aren't you from the same school?" Sun Haoming asked, increasingly bewildered. "I attend the same school as Lin Xuan, but I am not well acquainted with him," Li Mo replied. "It appears that Lin Xuan is genuinely absent." "Yes, I searched everywhere and couldn't find him," echoed the voices of other students around them. Could it be that he did not come to the training field? Surely not. He is renowned for his diligence. Besides, today is not a formal training day, so it's understandable for him not to attend. Yet, there was an uncanny feeling that this contradicted the rumors surrounding Lin Xuan. To be honest, is it not better that he is absent? A person who is so dedicated and makes rapid progress is indeed intimidating. If he were here training, we would merely maintain the same gap and not manage to close it. You make a valid point. This presents a splendid opportunity for us to surpass him. He has worked so hard, while we have squandered too much time. Exactly. Every minute he spends resting is precious. Brothers, I plan to train until 10 p.m. tonight. I will train until 11 p.m. I shall train until midnight. In the dormitory, the training camp thoughtfully provided each individual with a private room. After Lin Xuan organized his luggage, he indulged in a relaxing foot soak. As he prepared for sleep, the system's notifications began to chime incessantly. Ding. While others diligently cultivate. You leisurely soak your feet. Anomaly value 200. Ding. While others diligently cultivate, you indulge in games. Anomaly value 200. Ding. While others diligently cultivate, you prepare to drift into slumber. Anomaly value 200. The barrage of messages left Lin Xuan bewildered. Others are cultivating. It was nearly 10 p.m. Were there truly individuals still training? Moreover, the anomaly value awarded was substantial, 200 points. This indicated the sheer number of students training and their relentless effort. Contemplating this, Lin Xuan, who had already reclined in bed, sat up once more. Approaching the window, he gazed into the distance. Amidst the darkness, a certain area was brilliantly illuminated. Under the streetlights, shadows of individuals training stretched long, intertwining in a unique vibrancy. Lin Xuan glanced at his watch. It was 9:50 p.m. Truly, this was the finest training camp in the Jiangnan region, attracting the most exceptional students from surrounding cities. Even late into the night, the students remained tireless, engrossed in their training, a stark contrast to the lax atmosphere of his previous school. No wonder there were students in the training camp boasting a vitality value of 291 points. Inspired by the relentless efforts of his peers, Lin Xuan felt a surge of motivation. He recalled his own high school days, where he had been equally dedicated to studying. Such was the fervor of youth. Lin Xuan cherished this memory. However, upon reflection, he realized that while those students toiled tirelessly to enhance their abilities, he did not have to exert himself in the same manner. As long as he could accrue sufficient anomaly values, Lin Xuan could swiftly elevate his prowess. In other words, while others were fervently training, he merely needed to refrain from training or engage in any unrelated activities to earn anomaly values. Understanding this, Lin Xuan felt a rush of excitement. Did this not imply that during these 2 months in the training camp, he could strengthen himself while lying back and relaxing? What a splendid life! Lin Xuan was immensely grateful to his past self for the decision to join this training camp, which had proven to be the most prudent choice since his arrival in this world. In his previous life, he had been diligent in his studies, sacrificing sleep and leisure. Yet ultimately, his hard work bore fruit, enabling him to gain admission to a prestigious university. Nonetheless, he secretly envied those classmates from affluent families who could take the college entrance examination with foreign identities. Their scores were light years apart from his, their efforts vastly different. Yet they had the privilege of attending the same university. Although he did not express it outwardly, Lin Xuan longed for such a life. Little did he expect that one day, in a world of high martial arts, he would also experience a life where he could grow stronger without exerting effort. How wonderful! With a heart full of joy, Lin Xuan drifted off to sleep. The following day, Lin Xuan woke up early. The first thing he did was access the system. Ding! While others diligently cultivate, you sleep soundly, anomaly value 200. Ding! While others diligently cultivate, you are lost in pleasant dreams, anomaly value 100. Anomaly value 80. Anomaly value 50. Lin Xuan had previously studied the system. It was not a spontaneous event, but rather a state that persisted over time. Thus, every hour, the system would recalculate and award anomaly values. As he observed the numerous messages from the system, Lin Xuan was astounded. Until what hour had these students been training? However, noticing the gradual decline in anomaly values, he understood. The longer the time elapsed, the fewer individuals remained steadfast. Though fewer in number, there were still a few who persisted until the early hours. Lin Xuan held a deep admiration for these individuals. Thanks to them, his anomaly values were assured. His rate of strength increase was also secured. After addressing the system notifications, Lin Xuan retrieved the training list issued the previous day. According to the guidelines outlined, he was to rise at 6 a.m., assemble at 7 a.m., and train collectively for 3 hours before engaging in independent training for the remainder of the time. He could also utilize points to consult the instructors. 30 points can be exchanged for 10 minutes of one-on-one guidance from an instructor. 200 points may be redeemed from the library for a martial arts manual. The initial points are those earned during the entrance examination. Points can also be accumulated. By checking in for training every 8 hours, one earns 30 points and gains 1 hour of access to a special training area. Assisting the cafeteria with cleaning and other tasks can yield between 1 to 10 points. Lin Xuan activated the points wristband issued yesterday. Slaying 5 first-tier purple-haired demon apes grants an additional 100 points. Defeating a second-tier purple-haired demon ape awards 200 points. Being ranked first overall earns another 100 points. In total, 400 points have been amassed. Chapter 43, The Dragon's Roar Fist and the Fundamentals of Mental Power Driven by an Insatiable Curiosity for Martial Arts. Lin Xuan concluded his 3-hour unified training session and promptly approached Instructor Shui to inquire about exchanging for martial techniques. Within the confines of the library, Instructor Shui guided Lin Xuan past row upon row of bookshelves, leading him to a secluded corner where 2 modest bookshelves stood. It was here that the martial techniques were displayed. Each technique requires 200 points for exchange, and with your 400 points, you can select 2. Instructor Shui elucidated. Lin Xuan, intrigued, pulled the book from the shelf. The title read Dominating Body Fist. As he casually flipped through the pages, he observed a combination of textual explanations and illustrative images. Noticing Lin Xian's evident unfamiliarity, Instructor Shui remarked, "Lin Xian, it appears you have never studied martial techniques before. The key lies in examining the table of contents. From it, one can discern the level to which this technique can be cultivated." As he spoke, Instructor Shui turned to the contents page, pointing at the text. "Observe. This technique is divided into two sections, one for aspiring martial artists and the other for first-level practitioners. In essence, this technique is suitable for levels 0 to 1. With a rather low ceiling, you will only reach level 1 at most." Lin Xian nodded humbly. I see. Are martial arts techniques categorized in such a manner?" "Indeed," Instructor Shui explained. "To outsiders, martial techniques appear as something quite exalted. However, within the realm of martial arts, there exists a distinction between superior and inferior techniques. High-grade techniques can be broadly classified into two categories: those specifically designed for advanced practitioners, such as those above level 7. These techniques are remarkably effective, exceedingly rare, and highly coveted. However, that is not the focus of our discussion. The second category consists of techniques that allow practitioners to utilize them over extended periods. Because these techniques boast a high ceiling, practitioners do not need to frequently switch to different martial arts. Transitioning to a new technique requires considerable financial resources, and mastering a new technique demands significant time investment. Therefore, techniques that can sustain long-term use are also regarded as superior martial arts. As he continued, Instructor Shui picked up another book, saying, for instance, this book titled Meteor Fist can be utilized up to level 2. Its ceiling surpasses that of Dominating Body Fist, thus making it a more advanced technique. Lin Xian's understanding deepened, so that is how it is. I comprehend now. Instructor Shui continued, however. These techniques also have their drawbacks. Taking Dominating Body Fist and Meteor Fist as examples, Dominating Body Fist can only be used up to level 1, making it somewhat easier for aspiring martial artists to grasp, while first-level practitioners typically can master this technique's essence. In contrast, Meteor Fist, with a maximum usage up to level 2, presents a greater challenge for aspiring martial artists, and first-level practitioners may not have fully mastered it in practical combat, potentially losing to a first-level practitioner who has perfected Dominating Body Fist. Lin Xian nodded in understanding. I see. Instructor Shui, I prefer to acquire techniques with a higher ceiling. Naturally, I wish to prioritize those that can be utilized for a longer duration, even if they are more challenging to master. Instructor Shui, initially impressed by Lin Xian, now observed the determination in his eyes, devoid of hesitation or trepidation. He led Lin Xian to the far right. The martial techniques collected at the training camp were superior to those circulating outside. Yet the highest attainable level here was only level 3. The books available all had a ceiling of level 3. Under Instructor Shui's guidance, Lin Xian scrutinized each martial technique. By the way, Instructor Shui continued, yesterday, when you faced the second-level purple-haired demon ape, you seemed relatively unaffected by its mental attack. Lin Xian, puzzled, responded, mental attack? Instructor Shui clarified, when the purple-haired demon ape's eyes turned golden, did you feel as though your brain had been struck? Indeed, that was a mental attack, Lin Xian acknowledged. Instructor Shui explained, typically, first-level practitioners exposed to the mental attacks of second-level beasts may suffer severely, losing their capacity to resist or even fainting. Your resilience against such attacks is remarkable. I suspect you may possess a talent for mental acuity. However, instruments for assessing mental power can only be utilized by second-level practitioners, as first-level practitioners lack the capacity to endure them. I have a suggestion. Here is a book titled Fundamentals of Mental Power. If you indeed possess this talent, selecting this book will enable you to awaken your potential earlier than typical mental practitioners. If not, it would be a wasted opportunity. Lin Xian attentively absorbed Instructor Shui's words. Mental attacks. This notion reminded him of the mental power attribute on his system panel, which was steadily increasing. From Instructor Shui's implications, it was evident that mental power bore a close relationship with the mental practitioners in the martial arts world. Indeed, he had previously focused solely on enhancing his vitality, neglecting this critical aspect. Now, prompted by Instructor Shui's insights, Lin Xian resolved to select Fundamentals of Mental Power. Ultimately, Lin Xian chose Dragon's Roar Fist and Fundamentals of Mental Power. Just as he was at the exchange counter, Instructor Luo's voice resonated from behind him. Instructor Shui, you have arrived as well. After completing the formalities, Lin Xian turned to find a young man standing behind Instructor Luo. He nodded in acknowledgement to both. Instructor Luo smiled at Lin Xian and replied, yes. Instructor Shui, I brought Kai Yinja to exchange for martial techniques. Upon hearing the name, Lin Xuan scrutinized the individual beside Instructor Luo. He realized that this was the person with the highest vitality in the entire training camp. He appeared refined yet exuded an air of arrogance, seemingly looking down on others. After a brief exchange of pleasantries between the two instructors, Instructor Shui led Lin Xuan outside. Lin Xuan, although you achieved first place in the entrance examination, do not allow this to lull you into complacency. There are many individuals in this training camp who surpass your abilities, just like Kai Yinja, whom we encountered earlier. Instructor Shui, recalling that earlier this morning, Chief Instructor Chung mentioned that most students had trained late into the night while Lin Xuan had not, decided to subtly remind him. Kai Yinja may harbor some hostility towards you. Focus on your growth and strive to enhance your strength. Do not concern yourself with anything else. Reflecting on Kai Yinja's demeanor during their earlier encounter, Instructor Shui added, Indeed. Lin Xuan acknowledged, understanding that Kai Yinja's enmity was entirely predictable. His vitality and combat prowess were far inferior to Kai Yinja's, yet he had attained first place. Kai Yinja would undoubtedly feel a sense of imbalance. To openly display his discontent indicated that Kai Yinja's cunning was still lacking. Having lived 2 lives, Lin Xuan could predict Kai Yinja's subsequent actions. If he were timid, he would either suppress his anger internally or display it outwardly without daring to act. If he were bold, he would likely seek an opportune moment, either enlisting someone or taking matters into his own hands to teach Lin Xuan a lesson, thus venting his frustration. Considering the martial arts world, the likelihood of the latter scenario was greater. In the face of such circumstances, the best course of action was to rapidly enhance one's own strength. For in the martial arts world, strength is the ultimate truth. Nevertheless, this had always been Lin Xuan's objective. However, had Kai Yinja been overly cordial just now, Lin Xuan would have had to be cautious of him. Yet, regardless of Kai Yinja's prowess, he remained merely a high school student, lacking the depth of experience. Therefore, Lin Xuan was not overly concerned. At the same time, he sensed the goodwill of Instructor Shui towards him. After sincerely expressing his gratitude, Lin Xuan returned to the training ground with 2 volumes of martial techniques in hand. Chapter 44, Mental Power. A tiny grasshopper, a tremendous fright. In the training ground, it was now time for autonomous training according to the schedule. However, upon stepping onto the field, Lin Xuan discovered that nearly all the students were diligently engaged in their training. Each movement they executed was clean, precise, and powerful, a stark contrast to the environment at number 5 high school. Lin Xuan felt a profound satisfaction. With so many individuals toiling away, he need only relish life. Finding a secluded corner, he seated himself and eagerly opened the 2 martial arts manuals in his possession. The first one he perused was Foundations of Mental Power. This book was tailored for second-tier warriors endowed with mental aptitude. He had anticipated encountering some difficulties in comprehension, yet Lin Xuan found the reading remarkably fluid. Gaining a general understanding of mental power, mental attacks were categorized into 2 types. One was akin to the encounter he had previously with the purple-haired demon ape, which employed its superior mental strength to directly assault its opponent's brain, inducing dizziness, unconsciousness, or even brain injury. This method demanded a high level of mental intensity. The other type involved manipulating objects with mental power to attack others. The book briefly introduced basic introspective techniques, methods utilized for training mental power. At that moment, a system notification chimed in. Ding! The system has detected that the host is preparing to cultivate mental power. To avoid futile efforts, this system kindly reminds you. Lin Xuan, intrigued, accessed the system. Typically, the rebellious system only spoke to announce anomalies or when Lin Xuan sought to draw rewards. The fact that it initiated conversation indicated the presence of significant information. After a dialogue with the system, Lin Xuan understood that the foundations of mental power was, at best, a popular science read. If he were to train mental power according to the book's methods, it would be a waste of time. In the system's words, these introspective techniques were the most ineffectual of all. The increasing mental power value on his personal panel signified that both his mental capacity and intensity were on the rise. In essence, he need not exert effort to train his mental power. The numerical enhancements on the system panel were equivalent to the results of others' diligent training. Lin Xuan effectively bypassed the training process and obtained the outcomes directly. What he needed to do now was to master the fundamental methods of utilizing mental power. Following the system's guidance, Lin Xuan turned to the latter sections of the book. After a period of reading and comprehension, he closed his eyes and summoned the mental power stored within his mind. The cafeteria worker was currently washing vegetables by the sink. while the security guard at the training camp's entrance lounged leisurely in a reclining chair. Lin Xuan perceived a multitude of sights. Was this mental probing? Truly astonishing. The training ground was flanked by several buildings, yet mental probing allowed him to see others and objects clearly, undeterred by such obstacles. He concentrated his mental energy, directing it toward a specific direction. This training camp was nestled amidst mountains on 3 sides, with only a narrow path leading to the urban district of Dongjiang City. Along this path were several bus stops, where buses of alternating colors traversed the road. However, the inscriptions on the buses remained indistinct. At this realization, Lin Xuan was taken aback. This training camp was situated on the outskirts of Dongjiang City, encompassing a considerable area. The fact that he could concentrate his mental power towards a certain direction and see the route leading from the urban center to the outskirts, despite only perceiving vague shapes and lacking intricate details, thrilled him immensely. Yet, when he attempted to inquire further about the relationship between his mental power and the mentalists of this world, the system feigned ignorance, remaining silent. Very well. The rebellious nature of the system was indeed evident. That could wait for another time. As long as his mental power continued to rise, a delay in testing was inconsequential. Next, Lin Xuan experimented with manipulating objects using mental power. In the nearby grass, a green grasshopper lay concealed, beside it an empty plastic bottle. An idea struck Lin Xuan. The grasshopper basked in the warm sunlight, drowsily. Suddenly, it sensed a colossal shadow looming overhead. The grasshopper's tiny eyes bulged in astonishment as it realized the plastic bottle was suspended in midair, its opening directed squarely at its body. There was nothing else but the empty bottle. The grasshopper blinked in disbelief. Surely, this must be a trick of the mind. Just as the grasshopper grappled with its incredulity, the bottle descended, enveloping it entirely. The grasshopper, frozen in fear, could not comprehend how it had been captured when it had done nothing, and no other creatures were present. As it resigned itself to the inevitability of death, the empty plastic bottle lifted once more, gradually returning to its original position. The grasshopper's small eyes brimmed with profound confusion. Am I alive again? A miracle. This must be a miracle. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Xuan, who was controlling the empty plastic bottle, was exhilarated and thrilled. What an incredible power! Was this not the ability to manipulate objects from a distance? Never had he imagined that his mental power could reach such heights. Upon mastering the method, he had succeeded in manipulating objects to this degree. However, an overwhelming wave of fatigue surged into Lin Xuan's brain. Although he had successfully grasped the usage of mental power, it was his first attempt, and the exertion had drained a significant amount of his mental energy. His mind felt as if it had been completely depleted of energy, and he experienced a wave of dizziness. Succumbing to extreme fatigue, Lin Xuan chose to rest on the spot, not far away. A student who had repeatedly performed the basic body conditioning exercises wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. With the 3 hours of unified training in the morning, he had now been training for nearly 5 continuous hours. Not a moment of slack, not a second of laziness. He felt as though his entire body had been weighed down with lead. Observing the other individuals still training around him, he sighed. Such an extended period of training had reached his limit, yet it had not reached theirs. It was still insufficient. He recalled the article he had seen on the Dongjiang City Education Bureau's official website the previous evening. The article claimed that Lin Xuan rose at 6 in the morning to train and did not conclude until 10 at night. In comparison to Lin Xuan's efforts, what were his own struggles? Grimly determined, he resolved not to rest and to continue training. As carbon-based life forms, if others could achieve it, he believed he could as well. Taking a deep breath, he decided to persist with the basic body conditioning exercises. As he threw his punches, his movements adapted, broadening his perspective. Suddenly, his pupils constricted in shock, as if startled. He gazed into a corner of the training ground, where a figure lay leisurely napping. That figure was none other than Lin Xuan. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, trying to ascertain that he was not mistaken and that fatigue had not caused him to hallucinate. Focusing intently, he looked again. Lin Xuan. Indeed, it was Lin Xuan. The article from the Education Bureau's website had featured Lin Xuan's photograph. He had stared at that face for quite some time yesterday. He would recognize it anywhere. Chapter 45. Others train. Lin Xuan sleeps. The peculiar actions of the student drew the attention of his peers nearby. What are you looking at? Inquired another student, following his gaze. Ah? A gasp escaped his lips. An increasing number of onlookers were captivated by the commotion. Isn't that Lin Xuan? I must be seeing things. During independent training time, he is actually sleeping. This was a time for self-directed training. The instructor had not enforced any rules, so a brief respite shouldn't be an issue, right? While others might not face scrutiny. Lin Xuan's situation was different. He had always been synonymous with diligence and hard work. Now, brazenly sleeping nearby, he resembled a slacker in school. The term slacker piqued Li Mo's interest. He suddenly recalled that Lin Xuan had once been in the slacker class at his previous school, Class 8. But was it Lin Xuan who persisted relentlessly in training while everyone else in the class slacked off? That was why he had become a prominent figure at his former school. What was happening now? Whispers continued among the students. I sensed something was off last night. While we were all training, he was conspicuously absent. Is he truly as dedicated as the rumors suggest? Yet, the principal and chief instructor Chung have affirmed this fact. They have no reason to lie on Lin Xuan's behalf. Could it be that Lin Xuan, once diligent and hardworking, has become complacent after receiving praise from the teachers? Perhaps the accolades have inflated his ego. Yes, indeed. Your theory holds merit. After the chief instructor praised him so highly yesterday and he secured first place, he might feel he has reached a sufficient level of strength and thus sees no need to strive further. At this juncture, Shou Qingyang interjected, impossible. I spoke with Lin Xuan yesterday. He is aware that there is someone in our training camp with an astounding vitality of 291 points. He expressed a yearning to grow stronger, so he wouldn't just become complacent. Though Shou Qingyang was also puzzled by Lin Xuan's actions, his interactions with Lin Xuan had fostered a favorable impression. He believed Lin Xuan was not the type to be arrogant or self-satisfied. Consequently, he instinctively sought to defend him. What do you think could be the reason? A classmate promptly inquired. Perhaps Lin Xuan is simply fatigued. After all, maintaining prolonged training is no trivial matter. He has recently attained the rank of a first-level warrior and secured the top position in the camp assessment. A brief respite to rejuvenate for future endeavors seems more plausible. Shou Qingyang's reasoning was sound, and while the surrounding students may not fully agreed with him, they refrained from further disputation. After years of being students, everyone has experienced moments of being praised by teachers or parents. When praised, it's easy to feel elated, proud, and even consider oneself invincible, dismissing others entirely. This is a common human experience. However, since Shou Qingyang was reluctant to shatter this illusion, they did not press the issue. After all, who among us does not desire to save face? Nevertheless, Lin Xuan's recent behavior led them to perceive him as merely average. His standing in the eyes of his classmates began to wane. Not far off, Cai Yinja, while keeping an eye on the unfolding drama, continued to practice the newly learned martial arts techniques. When he had just exchanged martial skills, Instructor Luo informed him that his thoughts were not misplaced. The chief instructor indeed favored diligent students. Noting Lin Xuan's absence from training the previous night, Instructor Luo sensed the chief instructor's dissatisfaction. Thus, he urged Cai Yinja to train tirelessly, even if it meant acting. Cai Yinja had not received the chief instructor's praises Lin Xuan had from the onset, and he felt a pressing need to prove himself. His purpose in joining the training camp was to curry favor with Chief Instructor Cheng. However, as a man of integrity and strong principles, the chief instructor could not be swayed by ordinary wealth or resources. Therefore, Cai Yinja and his father could only hope for genuine admiration from him. Yet with a rocky start, Cai Yinja was compelled to seek other opportunities. Now that he had affirmed the chief instructor's preferences through Instructor Luo, he was determined to align himself with them. Especially since Instructor Luo had informed him that micro-cameras were installed in the training area, monitoring every student's actions. This heightened Cai Yinja's resolve to train diligently, not merely perform. Thus, even though Lin Xuan attracted many students' attention, Cai Yinja did not cease his training. Instead, he listened intently to their conversations. Upon learning that Lin Xuan was not training but sleeping, he could hardly contain his glee. If Lin Xuan continued his relentless training as before, Cai Yinja's efforts would go unnoticed. After all, in the eyes of others, Lin Xuan was the epitome of hard work and diligence. Though Cai Yinja was unaware of how Lin Xuan achieved this, it drove him to madness. Now, with Lin Xuan slacking off, Cai Yinja was still laboring. This stark contrast only served to accentuate Lin Xuan's excellence and greatness. At that moment, other students also ceased training, instead congregating to gossip. In the expansive training area, only Cai Yinja remained committed to his practice. If the instructors were to witness this scene, how elevated would his reputation become? Just as Cai Yinja was caught up in his thoughts, invigorated by excitement, Xie Zhenyan, Jiang Feng, Zhao Yuan, and others gradually returned to their positions to continue training. They had seen enough of the commotion surrounding Lin Xuan, it no longer entertained them. Moreover, they were all top students in the camp. fully aware that Lin Xuan was not their true rival. It was Kai Yinja they sought to surpass. With Kai Yinja still training, how could they afford to squander time on trivial matters? The most disheartening scenario is witnessing your greatest rival continuously striving and improving while you remain a mere spectator. Consequently, Xie Jinyun and his comrades resumed their training, much to Kai Yinja's dissatisfaction. In a crowd, being the only one training was a delightful scene. But with more individuals joining in, his uniqueness diminished. However, Kai Yinja's irritation escalated as more and more individuals returned to their positions to practice. He was no longer special. He had become just another face in the crowd. This was not the fault of the ordinary students. The four strongest in the training camp, Kai, Xie, Jiang, and Zhao, had shifted their focus from Lin Xuan and chosen to train instead. Thus, the average students could only follow the path laid by the powerful. They mirrored the actions of the strong, believing it to be their best path to progress. After all, why would they follow the weak into the abyss of mediocrity? As the surrounding individuals resumed training, not a single soul lay down as Lin Xuan had, and not even a sip of water or a breath of air was taken. The first to notice Lin Xuan sleeping lacked the courage to pause for rest. They also lacked the bravery to stand out like Lin Xuan, facing the judgment of others. Reluctantly, they licked their parched lips, trudging back to their original spots to continue their grueling training. Chapter 46. A Surge in Strength. The proper way to unlock the training camp. Time flies swiftly, slipping away in an instant. As Lin Xuan slumbered, the others diligently practiced their techniques. The sun gradually descended, painting the horizon in shades of orange and red. Upon waking, Lin Xuan let out a great yawn. The ample rest invigorated him, leaving him feeling refreshed and spirited. Simultaneously, a wave of hunger washed over him. He glanced up. It was already late, time for dinner in the cafeteria. Lin Xuan rose and made his way towards the dining hall, while behind him, a group continued their rigorous training. After dinner, Lin Xuan returned to his dormitory. He had gained a rough understanding of utilizing his mental energy that afternoon. He still held a copy of Dragon Roar Fist in his hands. Thus, he leisurely reclined on his bed, perusing the pages of the book. The content was detailed, featuring both text and illustrations. After meticulously reviewing the sections for aspiring and first-tier warriors, a vision of himself throwing punches began to materialize in his mind, accompanied by an instinctual sense of mastery. To validate this feeling, Lin Xuan promptly stood up and went to the balcony, throwing punches into the air. Whoosh! With the sound of his fists slicing through the air, faint yellow glimmers ignited at the point of impact, forming a colossal phantom of a dragon's head. Long, sharp horns adorned its sides, emanating a fierce and dignified aura that exploded into the atmosphere. After a moment, the phantom gradually faded, and ripples of air emanated from the center of his fist. With a crashing sound, the nearby wall began to peel away under the influence of the transparent ripples. Lin Xuan was taken aback. He had merely intended to gauge the approximate power of Dragon Roar Fist, consciously avoiding damage to the dormitory by practicing on the balcony. Yet, even this precaution had repercussions on the wall. According to the book's description, the apparition of the dragon's head signified that the user had mastered the first-tier techniques of Dragon Roar Fist. This indicated that the punch he had just executed had fully absorbed the essence of the first-tier warrior's training. Remarkably, this was only Lin Xuan's initial attempt. It was worth noting that he had not undergone any prior training related to it. Reflecting on the words of the rebellious system earlier that afternoon, Lin Xuan began to comprehend. It was not just in the realm of mental energy, all other dimensions displayed on the system panel shared this characteristic. With the increase in numerical values, he had effectively bypassed the training process and directly attained the results. Moreover, these results were substantial and devoid of any dilution. This was precisely why Lin Xuan had managed to learn all the aspects of the first-tier Dragon Roar Fist shortly after stepping into the role of a first-tier warrior. It is often said that practicing martial techniques enhances one's vitality. Lin Xuan was curious about just how much Dragon Roar Fist could elevate his vitality. He opened his system panel. Name: Rebellious System Host. Lin Xuan Strength, 29 Speed, 27 Stamina, 22 Defense, 22 Skill, 25 Mental Energy, 30 remaining abnormal values. 2,980. Lin Xuan's eyes lit up. Since his last battle with the second-tier purple-haired demon ape, he had been preoccupied with adapting to the training camp and had not converted his abnormal values into strength. Compared to his previous panel, he had experienced a 1-point increase in strength, speed, stamina, defense, and skill, while his skill dimension had surged by 3 points. This translated to an overall increase of 7 points in vitality. While this may seem modest compared to points earned through the lottery of abnormal values, It is essential to remember that this increase came from merely reading a book and then executing a punch. The cost-effectiveness was exceptional. Hence, he felt thoroughly satisfied. Additionally, Lin Xuan discovered that his mental energy had risen by 5 points compared to the last measurement. This increase was the most significant among all dimensions. Lin Xuan pondered that this might be related to his earlier exertion of mental energy. In summary, the 2 books he had exchanged for with points had yielded tremendous advancements with minimal time and effort on his part. This exhilarated him as he had discovered another avenue for enhancing his strength. However, in this world, martial techniques are exceedingly rare. The number of martial techniques circulating in the market is scant, and their prices are exorbitant. Most have been collected by powerful families with rich legacies. This explains why Lin Xuan, despite training for 3 years, had never encountered any martial techniques. Moreover, even within the elite training camp established in Jiangnan, the availability of martial techniques was limited, and acquiring them required a considerable number of points. Lin Xuan estimated that only he and Kai Yinjia, who ranked first and second respectively, had accumulated enough points from the entrance examination to exchange for martial techniques. This illustrates the rarity and preciousness of such skills. Nonetheless, for Lin Xuan, there was still another method to enhance his strength through abnormal values. Thus, he was not overly fixated on acquiring martial techniques. If an opportunity arose, it would be splendid. If not, he bore no grievances. Contemplating the abnormal values, Lin Xuan glanced once more at the system panel and was astonished to discover that he had amassed a staggering 2,980 abnormal values over the past 2 days. Yet, he had devoted remarkably little time to training. Aside from the fixed 3 hours outlined in the training schedule, he had made no additional efforts. This was even less than his training time at Wuzhong, where he would engage in practical lessons until dusk, totaling around 5 hours. Yet, the abnormal values he had collected now far exceeded those from his time at Wuzhong. Through this period of observation, Lin Xuan speculated that the accumulation of abnormal values was correlated with the degree of rebellion. Although Class 8 at Wuzhong did not practice, other classes were engaged in training. In contrast, within the training camp, aside from Lin Xuan, the majority were diligently honing their skills. Undoubtedly, Lin Xuan's level of rebellion here surpassed that of his time at Wuzhong. Reduced training time resulted in an increase in abnormal values. A smile crept onto Lin Xuan's lips. System lottery. Ding. Consumed 100 abnormal values. Lottery successful. Speed increased by 2. Consumed 100 abnormal values. Lottery successful. Stamina increased by 3. Consumed 100 abnormal values. Lottery successful. Defense increased by 2. Strength, 38 speed, 34 stamina, 32 defense, 32 skill, 30 mental energy, 35 after a series of lottery draws. Lin Xuan attempted to sum the first 5 items on his system panel. 166. His vitality had swiftly reached 166. At this rate, the 300 vitality points required for a second-tier warrior were within reach. Lin Xuan vividly recalled just a few days prior when he had merely participated in and passed the first-tier warrior assessment. The certificate for first-tier warriors still lingered in his bag, hardly warmed. His strength was on the verge of breaking through to second tier. Such speed was astonishing, not only to others but even to Lin Xuan himself. This was merely his second day in the training camp. He had already comprehended the correct method to unlock the potential of this training camp. How delightful the days ahead were bound to be. For the first time, Lin Xuan found himself deeply anticipating the arrival of a new day. Chapter 47. Lin Xuan's Blissful Life. The self-indulgence in the eyes of others. Time slips away like a fleeting shadow. It is yet another sunlit day. In the azure sky, the clouds float like soft cotton candy. The gentle sunlight cloaks the earth in a golden veil, showering warmth upon the world. On the training ground, Lin Xuan sits leisurely to the side, savoring the beauty of it all. To be candid, throughout his years, Lin Xuan has never truly basked in the sun. In his previous life, during school days, he would rise with the dawn, hastily preparing to head to school. After evening classes, he would return home under the cold glow of the moonlight, hardly ever experiencing the sun's embrace. Upon entering society, the grueling 9 to 9 work schedule drained him of all vitality. While he could see the sun on his commute, his mind was engulfed in work-related thoughts and complex social interactions. It is no exaggeration to say that the road to his workplace felt akin to a path to the underworld. In such a stifling mental state, Lin Xuan lacked the inclination, let alone the mood, to pause and appreciate the warmth of the sun overhead. In his previous life, he was perpetually caught up in school. work, and the struggles of existence, never truly stopping to reflect, missing out on so much. He had thought that traversing into the martial world would bring greater pressure than before. However, unexpectedly, it has led Lin Xuan to a state of leisure. Observing his classmates diligently training, Lin Xuan feels he has no choice. He can do anything except train. As long as he refrains from training, he becomes an anomaly. With an anomaly, he can enhance his strength. In truth, Lin Xuan shares the same fervent desire to grow stronger as his peers. The paths they tread and methods they employ merely differ. All roads lead to Rome. Different paths can lead to the same destination. In that moment, Lin Xuan comprehends the essence of these sayings. Thus, he now possesses ample free time, surrounded by beautiful scenery beneath the warm sun. Finally, he has the opportunity to quietly relish all of this, to enjoy a slow-paced life, to appreciate the beauty of existence. In the monitoring room, in stark contrast to the wonderful world Lin Xuan experiences, an oppressive atmosphere envelopes the space. Commander Chung sits before the large monitor, his fingers incessantly clicking the mouse, switching between surveillance feeds. Beside him stands Instructor Xue, visibly anxious. For on the screens, all the students are rigorously training, except for Lin Xuan. He sits off to the side, observing as if he were an outsider. Even more absurdly, he wears a faint smile upon his face. What is most outrageous is that Lin Xuan is under the jurisdiction of Instructor Xue. As Commander Chung, the superior of Instructor Xue, painstakingly checks on the situation. He encounters such a scenario. Instructor Xue feels his head spinning. How will his superior perceive him? Might he think he lacks the ability to manage students? In truth, Instructor Xue is equally helpless. In the initial days, he noticed Lin Xuan's negative attitude. During autonomous training time, he never practiced. He never exchanged points for guidance from Instructor Xue. Initially, Instructor Xue believed Lin Xuan was merely adjusting to the new environment and thought it prudent to allow some relaxation. He paid little attention to Lin Xuan, as he had a favorable impression of him, reinforced by an article from the Education Bureau of Dongjiang City. However, as days passed, Instructor Xue began to discern a troubling pattern. Lin Xuan had entirely lost his motivation. Aside from the mandatory 3 hours of training each day, he spent the rest of his time idling. As an instructor, he sought a conversation with Lin Xuan, hoping to inspire change. But Lin Xuan simply stated, autonomous training means granting students the autonomy to choose their training methods. Lin Xuan had found the path that best suited him. Perhaps his approach differed from that of his classmates, yet he assured that his strength would rapidly improve. Instructor Xue vividly recalls the steady and powerful tone in which Lin Xuan spoke, his face radiating confidence, and his eyes reflecting a fierce passion and desire for strength. Seemingly inspired by Lin Xuan's spirited determination, Instructor Xue believed him, as Lin Xuan's words aligned perfectly with the impression he had formed. Thus, in a moment of emotional impulse, Instructor Xue acquiesced to Lin Xuan's perspective, tacitly allowing his behavior. Little did he know, following that discussion, Lin Xuan's actions grew even more audacious. Previously, while he did not train, he at least kept company with his classmates. Yet yesterday, Lin Xuan brazenly left the training ground an hour early. He had ceased even the pretense. Instructor Xue realized that during their previous conversation, he had been deceived by Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan had truly given up. He had laid back. As a martial artist who had progressed to level 4, Instructor Xue understood the arduous journey of martial arts. Many who initially approach martial arts are filled with confidence, but falter under the relentless grind of rigorous training, ultimately giving up. Such individuals are abundant. With years of experience, he knew that once a person's will to persevere wanes, no external force can alter their course. They would merely resort to deceit to appease teachers or parents, just as Lin Xuan had done. Even if Instructor Xue, leveraging his authority, forcibly compelled Lin Xuan to train, it is likely that Lin Xuan would comply, but such training would yield no true results. It would be mere theatrics. Moreover, Instructor Xue had many other responsibilities to attend to. He managed numerous students, each of whom was diligently striving. Nearly every day, they exchanged the points earned from training for one-on-one guidance with Instructor Xue. Thus, the busy instructor grew disinclined to monitor Lin Xuan, who had chosen the path of self-indulgence. Yet, Instructor Xue had not anticipated that Commander Chung would visit the monitoring room today to inquire about student training progress. Had he foreseen this, he would have certainly advised Lin Xuan to at least feign a commitment to training. Alas, it is now too late. As expected, Commander Chung paused Lin Xuan's image on the large screen. His expression darkened as he inquired, is Lin Xuan the only one not training? As Instructor Shue's mind raced to absolve himself of responsibility, Instructor Luo interjected, "Commander, Lin Xuan has maintained this state for quite some time. Aside from the mandated 3 hours, he has never engaged in autonomous training." Upon hearing this, Commander Cheng's expression soured further. Instructor Shui grew increasingly flustered. Instructor Luo continued, "Lin Xuan's strength is not particularly formidable within the training camp. He is at best average. In contrast, Kai Yinja, who ranks first in vitality within the camp, has been diligently clocking in 16 hours of training daily." Instructor Wang nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, Kai Yinja's dedication is among the top in the training camp." As the instructor responsible for overseeing data and records, he was well aware of each student's training hours. Chapter 48. Instructor Luo, Lin Xuan's character is worrisome. Upon witnessing his words validated by Instructor Wang, Instructor Luo continued to embellish. The dedication and perseverance of a student can be discerned from their vitality and combat power values. Lin Xuan's vitality barely surpasses 100 points, while Kai Yinja boasts an impressive 291 points. Kai Yinja's vitality is more than double that of Lin Xuan's. This perhaps indirectly indicates that Kai Yinja's training regimen exceeds that of Lin Xuan by a considerable margin. After all, data cannot lie. Kai Yinja focuses intently on training, remaining modest and refraining from publicizing his industriousness. In contrast, Lin Xuan, with even a modest achievement, makes it widely known. As the saying goes, a full pot makes no sound, while a half pot clinks loudly. Instructor Luo has long harbored discontent towards Lin Xuan. How could someone with a mere vitality of 102 points overshadow his prized disciple? Kai Yinja is undeniably the foremost student of this training camp, with a vitality of 291 points. This figure remains unparalleled since the camp's inception. It was assumed that Kai Yinja would demonstrate his exceptional abilities among the students, yet unexpectedly, the limelight has been usurped by Lin Xuan. Now, the once diligent and hardworking Lin Xuan is perceived as the laziest individual in the training camp. Truly, what a twist of fate. Instructor Luo has mentored Kai Yinja for nearly 3 years, meticulously planning every aspect of his training, the methods, sparring partners, and duration. Instructor Luo is acutely aware of the effort Kai Yinja has invested. Although he may not train as extensively as Lin Xuan's regime of working from dawn till dusk, as the esteemed son of the city lord, he has indeed done his utmost. Who among the youth of his standing has endured such trials? He is already exceptionally capable. Furthermore, his father, the city lord, has made tremendous sacrifices for this endeavor. Such circumstances are beyond the imagination of an ordinary family. Thus, Instructor Luo's assertion that Kai Yinja's training volume exceeds Lin Xuan's by a factor of 2 is purely fabricated. Yet, observing Lin Xuan's lackadaisical demeanor, Instructor Luo doubts the authenticity of the articles regarding Lin Xuan, suspecting them to be exaggerated. The Kai family, in their humility, has overlooked the power of publicity, inadvertently granting Lin Xuan an opportunity to thrive. Therefore, Instructor Luo is determined to vindicate Kai Yinja. The remarkable vitality Kai Yinja possesses is a testament to his greater dedication compared to Lin Xuan. His modesty has led to misunderstanding, while Lin Xuan's ostentation has made his slightly above 100 vitality widely recognized. His character is indeed questionable. Instructor Luo's reasoning was coherent and emotionally resonant. Although Instructors Shui and Wang felt that Luo's stance on Lin Xuan was overly harsh, they still concurred with his perspective. Chief Instructor Cheng, seated nearby, cast a glance at Instructor Luo, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. He felt profoundly disappointed in Lin Xuan's behavior. However, this did not imply satisfaction with Instructor Luo either. Chief Instructor Cheng was aware of the close relationship between Instructor Luo and Kai Yinja. Yet, he did not anticipate that Instructor Luo would fail to uphold fairness and impartiality within the training camp, treating all students equally. This criticism was not directed at Instructor Luo's attitude towards Lin Xuan, but rather at his lackluster engagement when students sought guidance in exchange for points, showing little care except for Kai Yinja. Consequently, upon hearing Instructor Luo's remarks, Chief Instructor Cheng instinctively felt displeased, regardless of whether Instructor Luo was intentionally sowing discord. Chief Instructor Cheng harbored significant dissatisfaction with Lin Xuan. His disappointment was tinged with regret. Chief Instructor Cheng had high hopes for Lin Xuan. In just 2 weeks, Lin Xuan had significantly increased his vitality by over 80 points, with a corresponding rise in combat power. From a vitality of 87 points to 102 points took him less than a week. The threshold between a quasi-warrior and a true warrior lies at 99 points to 100 points, though merely a single point apart. Many languish at 99 for months without breaking through. Yet, Lin Xuan achieved this swiftly. Such a feat underscores his innate talent. Although his initial aptitude was lacking and his vitality growth sluggish, he exploded with potential midway through, accelerating his vitality far beyond that of ordinary individuals. This rare ability to flourish later in one's journey is seldom seen, as poor initial vitality often leads to abandonment of martial pursuits. However, those who possess such talent and endure invariably become paragons at the pinnacle of humanity. Chief Instructor Chung has a close friend who exemplifies this very journey. Now a level 8 martial emperor. Moreover, among the known martial saints, there exists one who also experienced a late blooming. Before the age of 25, he was an obscure level 1 warrior with a painfully slow vitality increase. Yet, after turning 25, his progress was meteoric. Within less than 40 years, he ascended to the highest echelons of martial arts, level 9 martial saint. He simultaneously shattered the age record for martial saints prior to him. The youngest had already surpassed a century in age. As one delves deeper into martial cultivation, their lifespan extends. He achieved the status of martial saint by his 50s, significantly lowering the average age of martial saints. Given such examples, Chief Instructor Chung harbored great optimism for Lin Xuan's future. He even contemplated personalized training for Lin Xuan in the days to come. However, he never anticipated Lin Xuan's utter lack of reliability. Before any special training could commence, Lin Xuan had already reclined in complacency. In this regard, Chief Instructor Chang shared the sentiments of Instructor Shui without intrinsic motivation. No amount of external assistance or attention could bear fruit. Without the determination and drive to advance, no one could aid him. Chief Instructor Chung felt a profound sense of regret. Such a promising talent squandered. Yet beyond regret, he was also incensed. His own efforts at reforming the training camp had been undermined by Lin Xuan's presence. This year, he implemented sweeping changes within the camp. Traditionally, the requirement had been a steadfast 8 hours of training daily, supplemented by individual guidance from instructors. Yet, a faction of students would inevitably slack off during these lengthy sessions, lacking in self-discipline. Thus, prior to the camp's opening, Chief Instructor Chen consulted educational theorists to maximize student motivation. Through extensive discussions with experts, the current reforms were devised. The primary changes mandated 3 hours of compulsory training, with the remaining hours designated for self-directed practice. Upon reaching a certain threshold of training time, students could earn points redeemable for access to specialized training facilities or one-on-one guidance from instructors. According to Chief Instructor Ching and the experts, this plan reduced external pressures while igniting competitive spirits among students, fostering a proactive training atmosphere. Imagine, a student training merely 3 hours daily without individual guidance would see limited progress. Meanwhile, their peers, striving for instructor guidance, would invest at least 8 hours of training. With training time more than doubled and guided by instructors, their advancement would be swift. Such immense effort would yield greater rewards. Thus, this student will cherish this hard-won opportunity for guidance even more. Every word spoken by the instructor will be etched indelibly in his mind. Over time, the gap between these two students will only widen. The first student possesses the capability to bridge this divide, provided he is willing to train earnestly. It is essential to recognize that every student admitted to this training camp harbors a fervent desire for self-improvement and is unwilling to be merely a participant in the shadow of others. Consequently, this mechanism will subtly heighten the competitive spirit among the students, prompting them to compare themselves with one another and engage in a relentless pursuit of excellence. This significantly extends the duration of their training sessions. Indeed, the remarkable merits of this reform proposal have become evident. Currently, most students are clocking in training sessions of 8 hours daily, with some reaching 10, 12, or even 14 hours, and the longest stretching to an astonishing 16 hours. Such a scene was unimaginable in previous training camps. Chief Instructor Cheng is greatly pleased with this development, believing that this reform constitutes the most successful aspect of his endeavors this year. Chapter 49. Commander Cheng. I shall expel Lin Xuan. Little did Commander Cheng anticipate that the reform plan he took great pride in would be exploited by Lin Xuan, facilitating his path of complacency. Lin Xuan completed a mere 3 hours of mandatory training each day, while he chose to observe others rather than engage in training for even a second. Witnessing his competitors progressively surpass him, gaining more guidance and making strides, he remained entirely indifferent. This left Commander Cheng perplexed. He believed that even the most unambitious individuals, when immersed in such a fiercely competitive environment, would be compelled to train alongside their peers. Yet, Lin Xuan persisted in his own way, utterly unaffected by the prevailing atmosphere of competition. Without Lin Xuan, Commander Ching was confident that his reform would be deemed remarkably successful, devoid of any flaws. He could showcase it as an exemplary achievement in his work, comparing it with the commanders of other training camps. However, the presence of Lin Xuan, the proverbial fly in the ointment, indicated that the reform had not yet succeeded, and Commander Ching still had much to strive for. Despite his considerable investment of effort, time, and energy, the fruits of his labor were undermined by Lin Xuan's singular lack of respect and acknowledgement. Moreover, Commander Chung was incensed by the fact that during the camp's opening ceremony, he had lavishly praised Lin Xuan's diligence and determination. Yet, the current Lin Xuan stood as the laziest individual in the entire training camp. Lin Xuan's behavior felt like a slap in the face, suggesting to others that Commander Ching was muddled and incapable of discerning talent. It was essential to remember that Commander Chung Feihu was a 7th-level warrior, the highest authority in the training camp, wielding an undeniable aura of authority. Now, due to Lin Xuan, Commander Chung understood that his reputation among subordinates and students was undoubtedly tarnished. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Lin Xuan was nothing short of a disruptive force. Not only was he squandering his own future, but he was also adversely affecting Commander Chung. Contemplating this, Commander Ching inquired, as the training camp reaches its midpoint next month, I recall there is a midterm assessment, correct? Instructor Wang replied, Yes, Commander. Commander Chung continued, Since there is an assessment, there should also be corresponding punitive measures. I propose implementing a system of elimination for the lowest performers. The student with the least progress should be expelled from the training camp. The mere mention of expulsion startled both Instructor Shui and Instructor Wang. The training camp had never before expelled a student. While some students might be eliminated during the entry assessment, the camp slots were highly coveted, filled through rigorous selection. Yet, to gain entry, one must pay a tuition fee of 100,000. Once they accepted someone's money, expelling them midway would be inappropriate. Commander Ching's intention to expel the student with the least progress, rather than the weakest, was unmistakable. He aimed to expel Lin Xuan. Given that Lin Xuan had trained less than anyone else, it was evident that his progress would be the least. Instructor Wang voiced his concerns, Commander, this may not be wise. There are no precedents for expelling students in training camps nationwide. While he disapproved of Lin Xuan's laziness, he did not wish for their camp to become the subject of public scrutiny due to one individual. If Lin Xuan preferred to remain idle, so be it. That was his choice. He should bear the consequences. As long as it did not affect the training camp, there was no issue. This was Instructor Wang's perspective. However, Instructor Luo held a different view. Before Commander Chung could respond, he interjected, Commander, I believe your idea is excellent. Aside from Lin Xuan, everyone else in the camp is incredibly diligent and committed. Lin Xuan's idleness is inconsequential, but we fear that if he continues, others might follow suit and neglect their training. If the trend of complacency spreads in the camp, it would be disastrous. It would be better to expel Lin Xuan outright, eliminating future troubles. Instructor Luo was elated at the thought. Should Lin Xuan indeed be expelled, he would become the first student ever expelled from a training camp. This would be an unprecedented occurrence nationwide. At that point, Instructor Luo would ensure that Kai Yinja utilized his influence to publicize Lin Xuan's misdeeds far and wide. After all, Lin Xuan relished in self-promotion, so Instructor Luo was determined to let every high school student know of his transgressions. Kai Yinja had been pondering how to teach Lin Xuan a lesson. Now, the opportunity had presented itself. Instructor Luo believed this would be far more painful for Lin Xuan than a physical confrontation. If he cared about his reputation, it would be most impactful to destroy what he valued most. The more Instructor Luo contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. After hearing Instructor Wang and Instructor Luo's comments, Commander Chung pondered for a few moments before stating, expulsion indeed requires a justifiable reason. Here's what we will do. Instructor Wang, invite the principal of No. 5 High School to observe the student's assessment. Additionally, provide him with Lin Xuan's monitoring records. With concrete evidence in hand, I trust he will have little to contest. Commander Chung harbored great dissatisfaction towards Principal Lu of No. 5 High School. It was under the influence of Lu's article that Commander Chung had mistakenly believed Lin Xuan to be diligent, hardworking, and perseverant. The reality was, however, entirely opposite. Principal Lu was the one truly muddled and incapable of recognizing talent, which had inadvertently implicated Commander Ching. No wonder he could only serve as the principal of the worst school in Dongjiang City. With Principal Lu's impending visit, Commander Chung resolved to give him a lesson, demonstrating that as an educator, one should possess the fundamental attitude of seeking truth from facts, rather than exaggerating reality for public attention. He was a principal, not a journalist. With Commander Cheng's determination firm, Instructor Wang confirmed and returned to fulfilling his duties. Days later, on the training grounds, the students trained fervently, unwilling to pause for even a moment. While training, they calculated the training durations of their peers, fearful of being surpassed. They bore immense physical and psychological pressure. Before arriving at the training camp, they were aware it was a grueling environment. Yet, they never anticipated the ordeal would be so severe. Although the training list indicated a mandatory training time of only 3 hours, the remainder was designated as self-directed training, with instructors not monitoring closely. Nonetheless, the cohort around them trained with fervor, as if fueled by a stimulant, relentlessly pushing themselves without rest. Moreover, each evening, staff would tally each student's training duration and distribute corresponding points. This period became a time for students to compare and boast about their achievements. 30 points were hardly impressive. With only 8 hours of training in a day, how could one boast about such a meager accomplishment? Many students earned 40 or 50 points, while some even reached 60. 60 points. What a remarkable feat. That equated to 16 hours of training in a single day. Yet, there were only 24 hours in a day. To devote 2/3 of that time to training was a grueling existence. Yet, the moment of achieving 60 points was one of immense pride and brilliance. The most outrageous aspect was that the student who trained for 16 hours was none other than the top performer, Kai Yinja, with dual accolades backing him. Kai Yinja's status soared. Among the students, an unspoken consensus began to form. Thus, those who undergo prolonged training, accumulating higher points, ascend to a superior status. Conversely, individuals who train for 8 hours daily yet only garner 30 points find themselves relegated to the lowest echelons. The moment the points are distributed, each evening marks their utmost humiliation. Chapter 50. Classmates Lin Xuan is deemed a waste by his peers. It is a known fact that many students, while at their respective schools, train a maximum of 4 to 6 hours a day. An 8-hour training regimen seems an unattainable ambition for them. However, upon entering the training camp, they struggle to meet the daily 8-hour mark, only to discover that they are among the lowest tier of participants. This reality is unbearable for them, as those selected for this camp are the C-Army de la C-Army from their schools. Previously, they basked in the admiration of teachers and classmates alike. Thus, to alter their current circumstances, they feel compelled to extend their training hours. In light of recent developments, training for at least 10 hours daily has become essential to avoid relegation to the bottom tier and to spare themselves the humiliation that accompanies the nightly distribution of points. Consequently, even when exhaustion renders their limbs nearly immobile, they dare not entertain thoughts of respite. Despite the toll this rigorous training takes on their bodies, hindering genuine improvement, they remain relentless in their pursuit. For this is no ordinary training. It is a battle for their dignity and honor. Each day feels like a war, leaving many in anguish, yet they cannot cease their relentless competition. They endure day after day in a state of torment, inner conflict, and anxiety. Among this group, however, there exists an exception, Lin Xuan. Unlike his peers, with their heavy dark circles, vacant gazes, and listless demeanor, Lin Xuan exudes a vibrant aura of youth. He adheres to a strict schedule for his midday naps, indulging in leisurely reading or daydreaming when boredom strikes. His days pass in blissful tranquility. This stark contrast evokes feelings of resentment from those forced into grueling training as they cast envious glances at Lin Xuan. At this moment, Lin Xuan, who had been lost in thought, reclines to prepare for his nap. One student can no longer contain his frustration, exclaiming, "Lin Xuan spends his days eating and sleeping, with no ambition whatsoever. I cannot fathom why he even entered this training camp. With such time and resources, wouldn't he playing video games at home be more enjoyable?" As one classmate breaks the silence, others quickly join in. Previously, Lin Xuan was heralded as a paragon of diligence. Yet now they question the mindset of the author who penned such praise. It seems utterly nonsensical. One can only speculate that the article was written at Lin Xuan's behest. Look at him now. I have yet to witness his commitment to training from 6 in the morning to 10 at night. But I certainly see him shirking responsibilities from 1 in the afternoon until midnight. He shows no effort, yet he knows how to market himself and put on a show. How foolish I was to believe that article online. Moreover, I recall others defending Lin Xuan, claiming he was simply fatigued and would soon recover with some rest. Where are those voices now? Utterly unfounded and fabricated. Lin Xuan is nothing but a hopeless case. As the conversation escalates, Shou Qingyang, standing nearby, finds himself at a loss for words. He had not anticipated Lin Xuan to be this type of person. He once believed that befriending Lin Xuan would yield benefits. But in light of Lin Xuan's current state, anyone associating with him risks being dragged down as well. Lin Xuan has undoubtedly drawn the ire of the collective. Shou Qingyang now wishes to distance himself from Lin Xuan, pretending not to know him. Fortunately, the group's sentiments have been ignited by Lin Xuan, and the conversation swiftly shifts in another direction. They do not deliberately seek trouble with Shou Qingyang, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief and escape unscathed. The chatter continues. How can Lin Xuan manage this? While we sweat through our training, he naps beside us. How can he sleep so soundly during such a prime time of youth? One student asserts, if it were me, I certainly could not sleep. Senior year is a time for striving and battling. The saying goes, without struggle, life is meaningless. Without hardship, senior year is dull. Another agrees, indeed. Lin Xuan seems entirely out of place in our world. He resembles those students long abandoned by teachers and parents. The term poor student resonates deeply within Liemo. Lin Xuan was indeed regarded as a poor student at his previous school. Our school classifies students into 8 tiers based on their vitality levels, and Lin Xuan was in the lowest tier. Unlike him, I have consistently been in the top class. Liemo states, previously, I never dared to reveal that Lin Xuan was in the lowest tier. The instructors and classmates have always held him in high esteem. Yet today, it is evident that the tides have turned. Criticizing Lin Xuan has become the right thing to do. Without hesitation, Liemo voices his thoughts. Upon hearing his revelation, the clamor of disbelief erupts again. What? Lin Xuan was in the lowest tier? Is there anyone here not from the top class? This training camp only accepts the elite. I have never heard of a student from the lowest tier being admitted. It all makes sense now. No wonder he seems to excel at slacking off. He is utterly accustomed to this state of decline. How could we possibly share a training camp with such a person? It is a disgrace. As Liemo discloses Lin Xuan's background, the students' emotions are reignited. The fervor escalates, catching the attention of Kai Yanjia. Over recent days, Kai Yanjia, having trained for an astonishing 16 hours daily, has emerged as the leader among these students. He seizes the opportunity to join the discourse, stating, the reason poor students remain poor is their inherent lack of ambition. They cannot persist in any endeavor. Unlike us, who endure fatigue and monotony, committing to over 8 hours of training each day. Though he appears to live comfortably now, his future will be far more dire than ours. The path of martial arts is akin to rowing against the current. Stagnation equates to regression. Although he once possessed the strength of a first-tier martial artist, his prolonged idleness will undoubtedly diminish his vitality. He might even plummet to the very bottom of the training camp rankings. Kai Yanjia, already critical of Lin Xuan, sees an opportunity to capitalize on the collective animosity. By leading the charge and disparaging Lin Xuan, he simultaneously elevates his own standing among his peers. He cares not if his statements contain exaggerations, for he knows that when emotions run high, no one will scrutinize the likelihood of Lin Xuan descending to the lowest rank. In this moment, facts and logic hold little weight. Attacking Lin Xuan is the politically correct stance. Indeed, with Kai Yanjia's remarks, the students grow increasingly emboldened. Right. With Lin Xuan's current negligence, he is bound to face dire consequences in the future. He will surely find himself among society's lowest echelons. Yes, his fate will amount to nothing more than delivering takeout or parcels, devoid of any prospects. Indeed, while we toil now, we shall one day smile as we witness his downfall. Such sentiments are plentiful. This scathing denunciation of Lin Xuan becomes a daily occurrence. In truth, most students harbor no profound animosity towards him. Quite the opposite. They are envious of Lin Xuan's leisurely existence. They dream of living such a carefree life themselves. Yet reality does not permit it. If they slack off, if they do not exert themselves, they will be met with shame when the staff tallies their training hours each night and assigns points. Unlike Lin Xuan, who possesses the audacity to remain indifferent, they do not share such luxury. They also dread the plummeting grades and the scornful gazes of their peers, the disappointed gazes of parents and teachers. A dim future ahead. These are the very experiences currently befalling Lin Xuan, and they shall inevitably mirror the circumstances of others. This weight is one they cannot bear. They yearn for a life of ease, yet reality incessantly compels them into a relentless competition. Their hearts are rife with contradictions, and their bodies are utterly fatigued. The students, whose mental states have become distorted, can only vent their frustrations upon Lin Xuan. Naturally, were it not for Lin Xuan's status as a first-level martial artist, ranking among the upper echelons of the training camp, they would have long sought to challenge him. Under the guise of challenging Lin Xuan, they would relish the opportunity to inflict a beating upon him. Regrettably, most lacked the prowess to rival Lin Xuan. The four who were unequivocally stronger than him refused to deign to engage with one whom they perceive as a self-destructive failure. Thus, these individuals can only unleash their verbal assaults upon Lin Xuan, completely disregarding the reality that he surpasses the majority. At present, they have adopted the belittling of Lin Xuan as their sole outlet for emotional release. It is only through incessantly berating him that they can derive any semblance of joy in their lives. By envisioning the most tragic future for Lin Xuan, they find the fortitude to endure this abominable training. For Lin Xuan's choices starkly contrast with those of everyone else. He has opted for a path of neglect that they scorn, yet secretly yearn for, a paradise they cannot attain or enjoy. They cannot bear to witness Lin Xuan revel in it. Furthermore, Lin Xuan is deemed a failure in the conventional sense, unlike them, who have spent their high school years among the elite of Class A. Lin Xuan's identity places him in an entirely different realm. When they denounce him, they do so without reservation. Yet, in truth, their own competitive struggles and relentless efforts have little to do with Lin Xuan. He is not the architect of their grueling training. They are merely directing their impotent ire toward him. Chapter 51. Lin Xuan classmates, you are not training diligently enough. On the other side, Lin Xuan, still in a drowsy state, was roused by the voices of his peers discussing animatedly. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, trying to discern their conversation. However, seated in the corner of the training ground, he was quite distant from the students engaged in their exercises. He could vaguely hear their impassioned remarks, but the specifics eluded him. His pleasant dreams had been abruptly interrupted, leaving him somewhat irritable. This was not an isolated incident. It had been occurring for several consecutive days. Training should be straightforward. Why all the chatter? Engaging in conversation while training surely reduced efficiency and was quite disruptive. He silently criticized them, but he had been fortunate to secure 8 hours of sleep every night recently, coupled with a 1-hour nap just before this. He knew that if he attempted to sleep again, slumber would evade him. With nothing to occupy his mind, Lin Xuan activated his system, preparing to harvest. No. To gather the anomalies. Ding. Others are competing. You are at ease. Anomaly value 250. Ding. Others are striving. You are daydreaming. Anomaly value 200. Ding. Others are training. You are napping. Anomaly value 100. As he observed the messages popping up from the system, Lin Xuan nodded in agreement. Initially, he received a substantial 250 points of anomaly value. Yet, in the past hour, he had only accumulated a mere 100 points. His behavior remained unchanged. He consistently refrained from training. The number of students on the training ground had also not diminished, indicating that the dwindling numbers were a direct result of his classmates' growing lack of seriousness. They had begun to slack off and take it easy. This was why Lin Xuan's rebellious score was declining, and consequently, the anomaly values he could earn were diminishing as well. They were chatting while training. Clearly, the outcome was far from effective. The anomaly values he could gain had also decreased. These students were truly astounding. He recalled his previous life in high school, where he studied uninterrupted for 8 hours without a break, achieving remarkable efficiency. Unlike this group, society had indeed fallen from grace. Then, Lin Xuan noticed another system message. Ding. Others are enraged. You remain composed. Anomaly value 300. Ding. Others loathe life. You cherish it. Anomaly value 500. What an abundance of anomaly values. Lin Xuan felt a wave of delight. He had thought that with the rebellious system, every 100 anomaly values could secure a lottery draw. However, now that he had officially entered the ranks of a second-tier warrior, with a vitality exceeding 300 points, he had discovered a new limitation. After becoming a second-tier warrior, he could only draw once for every 300 anomaly values. Moreover, each draw yielded merely 1 point. For example, consuming 300 anomaly values. Draw successful. Speed 1 point. Unlike before, where he could often gain 2 points or occasionally 3. This meant that his rate of improvement had significantly slowed. Thus, his desire for anomaly values had intensified more than ever. Gazing at the messages regarding emotions that provided him with anomaly values, Lin Xuan suddenly felt a pang of guilt. His classmates were laboring hard to train, increasing their own anomaly values, while he lounged nearby enjoying life. How could he blame them for their lack of seriousness in training? One shouldn't be so greedy. One shouldn't be so harsh. After all, the anomaly values gained from their emotions had completely compensated for the deficit caused by their lack of dedication and training. Lin Xuan reminisced about his own high school days. Endless assignments, relentless exams, and a mountain of material to review. Even when on the brink of collapse, he had forced himself to study through those dark times. He realized he could empathize with these students. Experiencing emotions was entirely normal. The more intense the emotions, the better. He welcomed them all. Time continued its relentless march. No matter how much anguish the students endured, facing extensive training each day, nor how bored Lin Xuan felt, having nearly exhausted all the borrowable books from the library and grown weary of the training camp scenery. Time would not pause for anyone nor hasten for anyone. Soon, a whole month had passed since these students entered the camp. According to the camp's tradition, a midterm assessment would take place within a week following this one-month mark. This would serve as a summary of the training outcomes from the previous month and motivate them to strive further in the subsequent month. The special training building, a seemingly ordinary and somewhat dilapidated structure within the camp, was, in fact, the most enigmatic entity in the entire training facility. This building consisted of 2 floors. The first floor housed the gravity training and testing rooms, while the second floor was dedicated to speed training and testing. The midterm assessment would not measure vitality or combat prowess, but rather assess the students' ability to withstand gravity and achieve their maximum speed. Given that only a month had elapsed since entering the camp, any increase in vitality or combat power would be minimal. The focus was primarily on the students' previous foundations. Gravity and speed tests, however, would provide a clear reflection of the students' hard work during this period, especially for students with closely matched vitality levels. The diligent one would undoubtedly perform better in the gravity and speed tests than their more relaxed counterpart. This was why the camp's tradition dictated that midterm assessments be held in this special training building. At this moment, Lin Xuan stood before this building, scrutinizing it closely. He was surprised that the midterm assessment would take place in such an unassuming location. This wasn't surprising, considering he had never visited this place before. The building was entirely foreign to him. Learning that the assessment would occur here made him cautious. According to the camp's regulations, 30 points could be exchanged for 30 minutes of usage in the special training room. However, aside from the points earned during the entrance assessment, Lin Xuan had only trained for 3 hours each day subsequently. If it weren't for those mandatory 3 hours, he would have been too lazy to even practice. Thus, he had accumulated no points. Lacking any points, he showed little interest in what they could be exchanged for, leaving him entirely ignorant of the building before him. With a sense of curiosity and exploration, he stepped inside. In the first floor corridor, students walked in small groups, discussing animatedly as they strolled. Kai Yinja is truly impressive. He managed to complete an entire set of basic body training techniques under 4.5 times the gravity. He surely deserves to be the top performer in this test. Zhang Zhenyun barely lasted 20 seconds under 4 times the gravity before he had to leave. The performance of others was even worse. Although training can enhance gravity tolerance, it remains closely tied to one's vitality. Kai Yinja was nearing 300 points of vitality. His victory was unquestionable. Such a scholar is indeed admirable. As the last 3 students engaged in lively discussion about the recent test, Lin Xuan's figure suddenly caught their attention. The trio exchanged glances and instinctively halted their steps, lowering their voices conspiratorially. Why is he only arriving now? The gravity test is about to conclude. He is late for the exam due to his usual lack of training. That's the hallmark of a poor student. Ever since I learned he was from class 8, I'm utterly unfazed. What do you think his performance will be like this time? Is there any need for contemplation? He will undoubtedly be at the bottom. He has never spent time in the gravity training room. To suddenly have him tested, one can only recall our own initial experiences upon entering the gravity training room. Chapter 52. The midterm assessment commences. Is the chief instructor plotting to murder Lin Xuan? Upon hearing this statement, the companions nodded in unison. The gravity training room differs significantly from typical training facilities. It necessitates a period of adaptation and practice, complemented by the instructor's guidance, to acclimate to its environment. They had invested considerable time to move freely within it. Anyone who had never set foot in the gravity training room could easily surmise the dismal outcome of their performance. What do you think? Should we linger and watch? What a splendid idea. Isn't that inappropriate? We are scheduled for speed tests on the 2nd floor. If we delay, the instructor will surely reprimand us. It will only take a few minutes. Besides, we'll have to queue upstairs anyway. As they waited in line, the conversation turned to the impressive achievements of the top 4 competitors. What could be more entertaining than watching Lin Xuan's performance? That makes sense. The 3 of them were eager to witness Lin Xuan's potential embarrassment. They reached a consensus. As Lin Xuan stepped into the gravity testing room, They slowed their pace and tiptoed to the door. Similar to the gravity training room, a rectangular display screen adorned the wall to the right of the entrance, showing the current gravity level within the room. By observing the information on the screen, they could glean an understanding of Lin Xuan's performance. Within the gravity testing room, Chief Instructor Chung rose from his seat, preparing to depart. Nearby, Instructor Shui held a large stack of documents and remarked, "Chief Instructor, Instructor Luo is conducting the assessments upstairs. I will deliver these materials to Instructor Wang so he can input them into the computer promptly." Just then, with the sound of footsteps, Lin Xuan entered the room. Instructor Shui was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lin Xuan's figure. He had assumed that all students had completed their gravity tests. However, upon reflection, it dawned on him that he had not seen Lin Xuan at all, primarily because Lin Xuan had not trained for an extended period, leading Instructor Shui to largely disregard him. Consequently, Lin Xuan had a diminished presence in Instructor Shui's eyes. "Lin Xuan, you were late for the midterm assessment," Chief Instructor Chang stated, his tone decidedly unfriendly. In truth, he had noticed Lin Xuan's absence long ago. However, he had already resolved to expel Lin Xuan. The latter's absence from the assessment provided an excellent excuse. Yet unexpectedly, at the last moment, Lin Xuan had shown up. Feeling somewhat innocent, Lin Xuan was aware that today marked the midterm assessment day. However, the notification he received did not specify the exact timing or order of assessments for each individual. Since it was not stated, it was reasonable to assume that one would queue upon arrival, as was customary for previous minor assessments, rather than waste time queuing. He opted to depart a little later. After all, sufficient rest would allow him to perform better. Additionally, his daily routine consisted solely of traveling between the training ground, the cafeteria, and his dormitory. He was unfamiliar with other areas of the training camp. The building was somewhat remote, and it took him several minutes to reach it. It could not be entirely deemed his fault. Moreover, he raised his hand to check his watch and explained, "It is currently 8:57. The assessment is scheduled from 8:30 to 10:30. I may be a tad late, but it cannot be considered an outright tardiness." His words rendered Chief Instructor Chung momentarily speechless. Indeed, strictly speaking, Lin Xuan had not arrived late. As long as one arrived within the designated time frame, no issues should arise. Yet, was this merely a discussion about tardiness? Chief Instructor Chung had harbored dissatisfaction towards Lin Xuan for an extended period. He merely sought an opportunity to vent his frustration. To his surprise, Lin Xuan dared to retort, truly lacking in awareness. Chief Instructor Chung, infuriated, sat back down. "Very well. Let us commence the test." Instructor Shui hesitated, clutching the stack of documents. For a student like Lin Xuan, a mere formality would suffice. Was it worth investing time in him? He had even turned off the equipment. Restarting it would consume several minutes. "Proceed, Instructor Shui. Lin Xuan is a first-level warrior. Begin at twice the gravity," Chief Instructor Chung stated, suppressing his ire. Instructor Shui realized that Chief Instructor Chung was indeed angered. Typically, the gravity testing room commenced at 1.5 times the gravity, progressively increasing according to the student's capacity. All previous students, including the formidable Kai Yinja, had begun at 1.5 times. Even knowing that Kai Yinja's capabilities far exceeded that, Instructor Shui prioritized the student's safety and initiated the test at 1.5 times. Now, however, regarding Lin Xuan, Chief Instructor Chung had ordered a direct initiation at twice the gravity. This indicated that the Chief Instructor harbored ulterior motives, wishing to take the opportunity to reprimand him and demonstrate his authority. Yet, recalling that Lin Xuan had only trained for 3 hours daily and had not accrued any points, Instructor Shui realized that Lin Xuan had never entered the gravity training room before. He had not undergone any resistance training against gravity. Starting at twice the gravity would likely be overwhelming for Lin Xuan's body. Instructor Shui felt conflicted. Although Lin Xuan was not an exemplary student, he bore no ill will towards him. However, seeing Chief Instructor Cheng's evident fury, Instructor Shui remained silent and moved aside to activate the machine. The machine roared to life. "Lin Xuan, we shall commence at twice the gravity. If you experience any discomfort, please speak up immediately." During the wait for the machine to power on, Instructor Shui decided to offer a warning to Lin Xuan. Although Lin Xuan was a first-level warrior, he had not trained in recent times. His strength was likely regressing. Moreover, having never entered the gravity training room, he was unaware of how to combat gravity. Instructor Shui feared that twice the gravity could lead to internal injuries. For a low-level warrior like Lin Xuan, the primary focus of training was on bones and muscles. The fragile internal organs would not receive any conditioning. Thus, Entering the gravity training room served two purposes. First, to enhance the endurance of the internal organs, and second, to learn how to mobilize one's inner energy to protect them. Upon hearing Instructor Xue's caution, Lin Xuan felt somewhat perplexed. Should I call for help at the first sign of discomfort? Is this mere assessment less dangerous than facing magical beasts in the entrance exam? While Lin Xuan pondered this, he suddenly sensed the atmosphere around him thickening noticeably. Be cautious. The twofold gravity has commenced, Instructor Xue shouted. The repeated warnings galvanized Lin Xuan's focus, preparing him to confront the challenge. However, as he perceived the sensations, he detected no abnormalities. It merely felt as though he were wearing several extra layers of clothing, an added burden. Noticing Lin Xuan's bewildered expression, Instructor Xue was equally astonished. Did he not feel the overwhelming gravity? Did he not sense the constriction in his breath? Did he not recognize the impending pressure on his internal organs? Meanwhile, Chief Instructor Chung observed Lin Xuan intently. His intention to begin at twice the gravity was meant to intimidate Lin Xuan and provide an outlet for his frustrations. Like Instructor Xue, he did not wish to harm him. Thus, he remained vigilant, ready to intervene at the first sign of trouble. Yet, judging by Lin Xuan's expression and movements, he appeared entirely unaffected by the pressure. Chief Instructor Chung, seasoned and astute, was confident in his assessment. After a moment's hesitation, Commander Chung declared, Lin Xuan, the assessment has commenced. Now, within this environment, complete a set of basic body tempering exercises. Instructor Xue was taken aback. They were starting directly under twice the normal gravity, and Lin Xuan had only taken about 5 seconds to acclimate. Yet Commander Chung expected him to perform a set of foundational body tempering exercises. Typically, students were allowed 30 seconds to adapt before beginning their activities under observation, ensuring they felt no undue pressure. Why was it, then, that Lin Xuan was permitted to start after merely 10 seconds? Furthermore, it was not the simplest of tasks, but rather a specific instruction for him to practice the fundamental body tempering techniques. Even if Commander Chung harbored discontent towards Lin Xuan, this was utterly excessive. It was nothing short of a travesty. Chapter 53, 4. 5 times gravity. Is it Lin Xuan? No. This must be Instructor Xue conducting a test. Just as Instructor Xue internally lamented the excessive measures of the chief instructor, Lin Xuan, standing in the center of the room, had already begun his routine. He moved with a deliberate grace, raising his hands, throwing punches, lifting his legs, and executing kicks. Each movement was precise and powerful, flowing like water. A sight to behold. Perfect. Instructor Xue was taken aback by his own thoughts. This was under double gravity. How many students could throw a punch or kick? Yet their movements appeared distorted? They could barely manage the basics. Yet Lin Xuan managed to perform at this level. Instructor Xue found himself questioning reality. Was this truly Lin Xuan's first time in the gravity chamber? No. Even Kai Yinjia, the student with the highest vitality in the training camp, had taken 25 seconds to acclimate before moving under double gravity. Instructor Xue knew that Kai Yinjia trained here daily, possessing considerable experience against gravity, and thus had a shorter adaptation time than most. But what about Lin Xuan? How could he possess such superior adaptability? Was he exceptionally gifted in this regard? Just as Instructor Xue was engulfed in disbelief, the chief instructor's voice rang in his ears. Instructor Xue, increased to 2. 5 times gravity. The chief instructor, seated nearby, was equally astonished. Lin Xuan's fluid movements, his relaxed demeanor. Undoubtedly, double gravity posed no challenge for him. He was far from his limits. The chief instructor resolved to waste no time and directly escalated to 2. 5 times gravity. Yes. Instructor Xue quickly adjusted the settings on the machine. Listening to the chief instructor and Instructor Xue, Lin Xuan understood that the gravity in the room had now increased to 2. 5 times. He attempted to sense the change, but felt little difference. Today, he wore only a t-shirt. If double gravity felt like donning an extra layer, then 2. 5 times gravity felt like adding a sweater beneath it. A slight constriction, but nothing more. Thus, before the chief instructor could speak, Lin Xuan continued to practice his foundational body training techniques. Watching Lin Xuan's movements, Instructor Xue was left speechless with astonishment. Remarkably, after less than 3 seconds of adaptation, he began moving again, engaging in foundational body training techniques. His motions remained skilled and precise. Was Lin Xuan truly an expert in this field? Overwhelmed, Instructor Xue continued to adjust the settings. He increased the gravity in the room to 3 times. Outside the gravity testing room, 3 students were sprawled over the display screen, watching the numbers. 2 times gravity. 2. 5 times gravity. 3 times gravity. The numbers fluctuated rapidly, and the pace only quickened. Is this Lin Xuan's test? Is he really this formidable? Was there even 5 minutes between 2 times and 5 times gravity? No, absolutely not. I estimate it was at most 2 minutes. Look. The number has changed again. 5 times gravity. Hiss. 5 times gravity. He is not afraid of injuring himself. No, not just his waist, but his internal organs. 5 times gravity. What a terrifying number. Most students struggle between 2 to 5 times gravity, with the maximum being 3 times gravity. Now, Lin Xuan, a student known for his lackadaisical attitude. He has reached 5 times gravity. This is a level only Jiang Feng, recognized as the third among the 4 geniuses of the training camp, could achieve. And Jiang Feng, as they knew, had reached 162 points in vitality. Lin Xuan had just surpassed 100 points in vitality, which could never compare to Jiang Feng. Moreover, Jiang Feng had been training for 14 to 15 hours daily, firmly holding his title as the third best. Just then, the numbers on the display screen flickered again. 4 times gravity. Seeing this number, they instinctively rubbed their eyes. Could it be that their vision was impaired? How could they possibly see a 4? This was the score of Xie Zhenyan, recognized as the second best in the training camp. Bang, bang, bang. One of them raised his hand and struck the display screen forcefully. This screen must be malfunctioning. The numbers are changing too quickly. It must be fake. Who could possibly increase the gravity so rapidly in such a short time? The other 2 stared blankly. Yes, the machine must be broken. The normal procedure requires adapting to a gravity environment for 30 seconds, followed by simple movements, and finally practicing foundational body training techniques. This entire process takes at least 5 minutes. This is far too quick. The machine must be malfunctioning. While speaking, the 2 approached and began tapping the display screen, hoping to restore it to normal, for they could not fathom that Lin Xuan, who lay idle and trained not at all, could rival the second of the 4 geniuses. Such a result could only mean the machine was broken. Hey, what are you doing? Vandalizing property? I will report you to the chief instructor. The commotion of the 3 students banging on the display screen attracted the attention of the staff member Xiaoli, who had just entered. Xiaoli had come to retrieve the students' assessment results from Instructor Shui and input them into the computer. Upon entering, he saw 3 troublemakers causing havoc. This building is not just an ordinary structure. The value of all the equipment inside is exceedingly high. Ordinary schools could hardly afford such resources. The training camp was a collaborative effort among several cities in the Jiangnan region, each contributing substantial funds. The training camp's ample budget allowed for the acquisition of such advanced and costly equipment. Observing the reckless students handling the devices, Xiaoli stepped forward and reprimanded them sternly. This display screen is not broken. We are not vandalizing it. We are merely helping it recover. One of them replied. Impossible. These machines are maintained by professionals every week. They cannot malfunction. Stop making excuses. You will accompany me to meet the chief instructor. Xiaoli scolded. Upon hearing they would meet the chief instructor, the 3 felt a twinge of fear. However, they concealed their trepidation and insisted, it's truly broken. The numbers on the display are changing too quickly. Look, it's now at 5 times gravity. Is there anyone else in our cohort as strong as this? Moreover, regarding Kai Yinsha, I just saw him go upstairs for a speed test. Listening to the 3, Xiaoli fell silent. 5 times gravity. This was indeed beyond the capability of an ordinary student. He was familiar with this cohort of students. Apart from Kai Yinsha, it was doubtful anyone could achieve such a feat. Could the machine truly be broken? Who did you see enter just now? Xiaoli inquired. Lin Xuan. Sir, you know Lin Xuan, right? He is the one who never trains and never collects points at night. They answered swiftly. Lin Xuan. Xiaoli murmured. With Lin Xuan's abilities, it was indeed impossible for such numbers to appear. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him, and he asked, besides Lin Xuan, is the chief instructor Cheng and instructor Shui still inside? The 3 nodded. They were the last to leave the gravity testing room. At that time, both the chief instructor and instructor Shui were still inside. After they exited, only Lin Xuan remained. That makes sense. Xiaoli realized. Huh? The 3 looked on in confusion. The machine is not malfunctioning. For within it, the one being tested is not Lin Xuan, but rather Instructor Shui. Xiaoli replied. Instructor Shui? Testing? The mouths of the 3 widened in astonishment. Indeed, a gravity level of 5 times is a formidable challenge for students. Yet for Instructor Shui, it is merely a piece of cake. Although Instructor Shui is relatively young, he still possesses the potential for further advancement in martial arts. Each year, the chief instructor takes time to guide him, assessing his strength. Now that the majority of students have completed their gravity tests, it is entirely reasonable to evaluate Instructor Shui as well. You simply were not aware of this, so there is no need for such surprise, Xiaoli explained confidently. Chapter 54. Staff Lin Xuan is to be expelled. He cannot participate in the assessment. The three individuals found it hard to believe what staff member Xiao Li had just conveyed. Yet, the assertion bore an unsettling logic that compelled their acceptance. Could they truly believe that someone who had never undergone training could suddenly surpass them all? Was this not fanciful thinking? Sharing incredulous glances, one of them mustered the courage to inquire, "Sir, how can you be certain that it is not Lin Xuan being tested inside?" He hoped that Xiaoli would provide a more convincing rationale, one that would lead them to believe that the person inside was, in fact, Instructor Shui. At this moment, Xiaoli's patience waned. Everyone was aware of Lin Xuan's situation. His abilities had stagnated, if not declined. How could he possibly experience such a dramatic improvement? A modicum of reasoning would reveal the impossibility of such a scenario. Yet, these three, well, given their status as students, Xiaoli resolved to share a secret with them. Why is it not Lin Xuan? Because the chief instructor has already decided to expel him, he whispered. How could someone destined for expulsion from the training camp still be undergoing tests here? Originally, it was supposed to be Instructor Wang who came to collect the materials. But he was occupied with receiving Principal Liu from Dongjiang No. 5 Middle School, thus delegating the task to Xiaoli. And why was Principal Liu visiting the training camp? Simply to oversee the expulsion of Lin Xuan, a matter of adult concern that Xiaoli refrained from elaborating upon. Upon hearing Xiaoli's words, the three gazed wide-eyed, astounded by the shocking revelation. Lin Xuan was to be expelled, a startling piece of news that, upon reflection, seemed somewhat logical. Every student in the training camp, except for Lin Xuan, diligently trained for over 10 hours daily. Lin Xuan, on the other hand, was an anomaly, a failure who could not be salvaged. Initially believing that the instructors would overlook him, they were taken aback to learn that a decision had already been made to deal with him. The thought of expelling someone like him from the training camp was indeed gratifying. Within the gravity training room, Instructor Shui stood in disbelief before Lin Xuan. His complexion remained unflushed, and he showed no signs of fatigue. His limbs moved with ease, seemingly unaffected by the triple gravity. Remarkable. Could he be a genius? Turning his gaze, Instructor Shui prepared to increase the gravitational intensity. Yet, upon glancing at the machine's display, he was astonished to find his finger inadvertently resting on the key, an indication to augment the room's gravity. Had his finger not left that key? This touch-sensitive screen was incredibly responsive. A mere brush could alter the gravity within. Instructor Shui felt a shiver run through him. He could scarcely fathom how many times he had inadvertently pressed it in his astonishment. Slowly, he shifted his gaze to the displayed number, 4, 5 times gravity. Good heavens! What had he done? In mere minutes, the gravity had escalated from 3 to 4, 5 times. Such an action was utterly reckless regarding the safety of the student. Yet, he vowed that he had been oblivious to this change. His shock had clouded his judgment. Casting his eyes back to Lin Xuan, he found him still composed and unruffled. Though he had been astonished at the threefold gravity, this new intensity was a different realm altogether. The top student in the camp, Kaiyinja, had only just reached this level. A sharp intake of breath escaped Instructor Shui as he realized the gravity of the situation. In the hushed room, the sound resonated clearly. Chief Instructor Cheng furrowed his brow, casting a disapproving glance at Instructor Shui. As an educator, one must be mindful of every utterance and action, avoiding undue alarm. Upon hearing Instructor Shui's words, Chief Instructor Cheng paused. He had indeed sensed the gravity escalating, but the magnitude of the increase surprised him. Kaiyinja had only just achieved this gravitational level, yet Lin Xuan's condition was entirely different. While Kaiyinja had struggled, flushed and exerting every ounce of strength to complete a basic exercise under 4, 5 times gravity, Lin Xuan was practicing the same exercise as the gravity intensified without any time to acclimate. The difficulty had surged, yet he remained unfazed, executing each movement with ease. If one were to assume that similar vitality levels could allow for slight adaptation, that was only within a range of 0, 5 times additional gravity. Beyond that, it seemed implausible. Yet, Lin Xuan was thriving under 4, 5 times gravity, indicating his prowess and vitality far surpassed that of Kaiyinja. Standing at the center of the room, Lin Xuan too had heard Instructor Shui's exclamations. So, it was already at 4, 5 times gravity? No wonder he felt as though he were clad in layers of heavy cotton, tightly constraining his movements. while it did not impede his actions. The sensation of being fully ensconced was somewhat uncomfortable. Nevertheless, he was still far from his limits. I do not wish to waste time here, Instructor Shui. Increase it directly to 5. 5 times gravity, Lin Xuan declared, throwing punches as he spoke. Hearing this peculiar request, Instructor Shui glanced at Chief Instructor Ching. Observing no dissent from him, Instructor Shui, still reeling from the rapid developments, turned to adjust the settings, feeling disoriented and unsure of his actions. Had his mind been clearer, he would never have made such an extreme adjustment from 5 to 5. 5 times gravity. For a high school student yet to reach the rank of a secondary martial artist, such a leap was tantamount to recklessness. The atmosphere grew tense, and each breath became labored. Every movement felt burdened, as if weighted down by several kilograms. Lin Xuan distinctly sensed the pressure. The oppressive sensation affecting his skin and bones did not concern him. However, he was acutely aware of the discomfort in his lungs, a result of the intense gravity. Determined to observe his internal condition, Lin Xuan focused as his mental acuity expanded. To his astonishment, he discovered he could not only extend his mental energy outward to explore the environment, but also peer within himself, examining his organs and skeletal structure. It was a surreal experience, akin to viewing an X-ray. At that moment, Lin Xuan discerned that while his bones withstood the 5 times pressure without deformity, his internal organs were subjected to significant compression. No wonder he felt breathless. The impact of gravity on his vital organs surpassed his expectations. Chapter 55, 7. 5 times gravity. Indeed, it must be Instructor Shui conducting a test. However, since it is possible to observe the changes in the internal organs so clearly, Lin Xuan conceived a plan. He silently summoned the energy within his body, carefully controlling it with his mental power. He enveloped it around various internal organs, isolating them from the pressure exerted by gravity. With the energy safeguarding his vital organs, Lin Xuan gradually felt them returning to their original state. He let out a sigh of relief. While this approach appeared straightforward, the execution proved to be quite intricate. It required a fusion of his qi and blood energy with mental focus, demanding both mental and physical exertion. Moreover, he had to exercise utmost caution while enveloping his organs, as they were the most vulnerable parts of the body. A slight misstep could lead to grave consequences. Fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly. While protecting his internal organs, his bones and muscles were gradually adapting to the 5 times gravity environment. Lin Xuan sensed that he could continue to push the limits. Meanwhile, 1 minute earlier, as the room transformed into a 5 times gravity environment, Chief Instructor Cheng fixed his gaze intently on Lin Xuan. He understood that the higher the gravity, the more intense the pressure on the body. In an instant, the body might be unable to withstand it. Yet, Lin Xuan recklessly leaped another level higher, increasing the danger. However, Chief Instructor Cheng did not intervene. As a warrior, one must possess the courage to charge forward without regard for personal safety. If one were to weigh the pros and cons before taking action, they would only become timid and achieve little. Additionally, Chief Instructor Cheng was eager to discover Lin Xuan's limits. Thus, while permitting the increase to 5 times gravity, he kept a vigilant eye on Lin Xuan. Should anything go awry, he would be ready to act immediately. As anticipated, the 5 times gravity imposed pressure on Lin Xuan. His complexion gradually paled, his breaths quickened, and his movements slowed, all indicating that he was bearing an immense strain. Unlike other students, who paused to acclimate for 30 seconds before commencing their activities, Lin Xuan's foundational training had never ceased. This led to him experiencing even greater pressure in a short span. Observing Lin Xuan's increasingly ashen face, Chief Instructor Cheng felt a sense of foreboding. The sudden increase in gravity must have had a significant impact on his internal organs. Just as Chief Instructor Cheng prepared to rise and assist, he was astonished to see Lin Xuan exhale deeply. His previously rapid breaths had steadied, and color returned to his face. His movements became fluid once more. He had successfully resisted the 5 times gravity. In such a brief time, he had discovered a method to protect his organs and averted a crisis. It seemed Lin Xuan surpassed expectations. Chief Instructor Cheng regarded him with admiration. Instructor Shui, 6 times gravity, Lin Xuan proclaimed loudly. Good. At this moment, Instructor Shui was somewhat numb. He hadn't anticipated that after 2 successive leaps, Lin Xuan would merely experience a brief discomfort before returning to normal. It is worth noting that 5 times gravity had been the highest record since the training camp commenced. This record was continuously shattered in Lin Xuan's hands. What more could he achieve? Faced with such an unconventional genius, he could only silently execute commands while witnessing history unfold. Instructor Shui 6. 5 times gravity. Good. Instructor Shui. 7 times gravity. Good. Instructor Shui 7. 5 times gravity. Good. Instructor Shui seemed to have adapted to responding affirmatively. However, he soon sensed something amiss. Even he felt a degree of pressure when confronted with 7. 5 times gravity. And he was a bona fide 4th-level warrior. Now in this room, Instructor Shui had to mobilize his internal energy to protect his own organs. Just how far could Lin Xuan push his limits? Instructor Shui found himself increasingly alarmed. If this continued, how much of a gap would remain between Lin Xuan's strength and his own? After all, he was selected from the entire Jiangnan region as an instructor. His power and experience far surpassed that of an average high school student. Could it be that he would truly be surpassed by his pupil? As Instructor Shui wrestled with his conflicted emotions, Lin Xuan felt the pressure mounting. Even with the full activation of his qi and blood energy, he was barely able to endure. Struggling to complete the action at hand, Lin Xuan declared, "Instructor Shui, I've reached my limit." Hearing someone speak, Instructor Shui instinctively prepared to adjust the parameters upward. Are we to continue increasing? No, Lin Xuan's words did not seem to imply that. He had said he had reached his limit. Limit? Instructor Shui, turn off the machine. As Instructor Chung observed Instructor Shui in a daze, he spoke up. Understood. Instructor Shui promptly operated the machine. Phew. So this was Lin Xuan's limit. Thankfully, there remained some disparity between their abilities. As an instructor, his strength still surpassed Lin Xuan's. Instructor Shui gazed at the display screen showing 7. 5 times gravity and let out a sigh of relief. Just days prior, he had scorned the idea of teaching a slacker like Lin Xuan, who merely indulged in idleness. Yet today, he began to question whether he possessed the qualifications to instruct Lin Xuan. How unpredictable is life? Outside the gravity testing room, upon seeing the display indicating 7. 5 times gravity, the 3 individuals felt a sense of relief akin to that of Instructor Shui within. 7. 5 times gravity surely indicated that an instructor was conducting the test. What high school student could possess such formidable strength? Indeed, I was startled. I initially thought Lin Xuan was the one being tested. Such thoughts seemed utterly foolish. How could he possibly be that strong? If it were Lin Xuan, he would likely struggle even with 1. 5 times gravity. After all, he had never set foot in the gravity training room. Exactly. The trio confirmed that it was not Lin Xuan inside, and they all breathed a sigh of relief, their demeanor relaxing considerably in conversation. I could never misjudge. However, you lot have deliberately damaged public property. According to the training camp regulations, each of you must write a 5,000 word reflection. I will collect it tonight when points are distributed. Staff member Shaoli announced. Upon hearing this, the smiles on the faces of the 3 instantly faded. Please no. Shaoli continued to threaten. Hurry upstairs for the speed test. Stay another minute, and you'll add another 1,000 words to your reflection. The trio hastily made their escape. However, as they reached the staircase, smiles reappeared on their faces. They remembered an important piece of news. The staff had previously mentioned that Lin Xuan was to be expelled from the training camp. The staff member had just confirmed that it was Instructor Shui being tested inside. His judgment was accurate. Thus, it could be inferred that the news was undoubtedly true. Fantastic. Their relentless training and the sweat and tears they had shed were not in vain. They could continue to remain, while Lin Xuan was to be mercilessly cast aside. As the saying goes, heaven's justice is cyclical. Who can escape its grasp? Lin Xuan had been idling away, and now his retribution had come. Moreover, over the years, they had never heard of anyone being actively expelled from the training camp. Such training camps typically do not experience any reduction in participants after the initial assessment. Aside from the candidate selection process, in a certain sense, Lin Xuan's treatment is indeed unparalleled. What a disgrace. Chapter 56 Instructor, Lin Xuan has shattered my worldview. Within the gravity testing chamber, Instructor Shui busily deactivated the machinery. Chief Instructor Cheng scrutinized Lin Xuan with great seriousness, fully aware of the latter's actions over the recent period. He was the only one in the training camp who had chosen to take a backseat, training a mere 3 hours each day. Initially, Chief Instructor Chung presumed that Lin Xuan lacked the fortitude to endure hardship, succumbing to the frailties of human nature. Or perhaps he believed that no matter how hard he tried, he could never catch up to the 4 strongest individuals and therefore surrendered his efforts. Consequently, Chief Instructor Chung had momentarily given up on Lin Xuan. However, this gravity test compelled him to reassess Lin Xuan. A person who trains only 3 hours daily could exhibit such remarkable progress. What an extraordinary talent! If he were to train for 8 hours or more like the other students, what a splendid spectacle that would be. There existed an unspoken rule within the training camp. Regardless of the reason or inherent talent, if a student chose to slack off and refused to exert themselves, the instructors need not waste their time. They could simply be left to their own devices. Yet, for a talent like Lin Xuan, Chief Instructor Chung felt there was still hope for redemption. Lin Xuan, congratulations! You have adapted to an environment with 5 times the normal gravity, achieving first place in the entire training camp. Chief Instructor Chung endeavored to soften his tone, adopting a more amicable demeanor, and a benevolent smile graced his face. If he wished to salvage a student who had strayed from the path, he must not allow them to become defensive. By lowering their psychological barriers and gaining their recognition, he could potentially guide them towards transformation. With years of experience as an instructor, he was well versed in this approach. However, for most students, he hardly bothered with such tactics. Without sufficient talent on their part, and with his limited time, it was simply not worth the effort. After all, he was a level 7 martial arts master, possessing a sense of pride befitting a strong individual. It was often better to avoid unnecessary complications. Moreover, these students were 18 years old and needed to take responsibility for their actions. But Lin Xuan was different. Sensing the chief instructor's goodwill, Lin Xuan politely nodded in acknowledgement. Demonstrating humility, Chief Instructor Chung continued with a smile, Lin Xuan, I see boundless potential within you. You currently train only 3 hours a day yet have made such tremendous progress. If you were to increase your training time or even double it, wouldn't your advancement also double? Your talent ranks among the top I have encountered. As Chief Instructor Chang grew increasingly animated, Lin Xuan comprehended his intentions. However, his significant progress was not merely a result of training. If he were to engage in training, he would become just like the other ordinary students within the camp. Thus, Lin Xuan judiciously interrupted Chief Instructor Chang, saying, Chief Instructor, I understand your perspective. I have never abandoned my pursuit of strength. I have merely discovered a unique training method that suits me. It is precisely through this approach that I have achieved such substantial progress. Each individual possesses different talents, and the means to enhance one's abilities vary accordingly. Instructor Shui was momentarily taken aback, and Chief Instructor Chung also found himself in a state of astonishment. The words rang eerily familiar. Had Lin Xuan not expressed similar sentiments to him not long ago? Initially, he had presumed it to be nothing more than an excuse for Lin Xuan's reluctance to train. Was it truly genuine? Nonetheless, throughout his years as an instructor, he had encountered countless students who concocted various lies to evade training. He had developed a method to discern truth from deception by observing actions rather than words. Words could deceive, but actions could not. Diligent individuals, even when injured, would refuse to halt their progress, while the indolent, despite being in good health, would not spare even a minute for training. Following this paradigm, Instructor Shui had consistently distinguished between high-achieving students and underperformers throughout the years. Yet, Lin Xuan's emergence had shattered Instructor Shui's long-held beliefs. Had Lin Xuan lied? No. The achievement of adapting to 5 times the normal gravity spoke volumes. Who could claim Lin Xuan lacked effort? Who would dare to assert such a thing? Furthermore, the ability to withstand 5 times the gravity indicated a continuous increase in his vitality. His vitality must surely exceed that of Kai Yinjia, who was nearing level 2, suggesting Lin Xuan's vitality had likely surpassed 300 points. To transition from just over 100 points to above 300 in merely a month was no small feat. Even the most exceptional talents would find it impossible to achieve such a goal without rigorous training. Thus, Lin Xuan had not only trained, but had done so with remarkable efficiency. However, when did Lin Xuan train? Each day, he spent at least 8 hours engaged in activities unrelated to training. At night, he was never seen on the training grounds. If Lin Xuan was not lying, then it implied that Instructor Shui's long-established judgment method was flawed. But where had the error occurred? Instructor Shui felt his mind was overwhelmed. Chief Instructor Cheng, however, demonstrated his prowess as the chief instructor. Unlike Instructor Shui, he quickly regained his composure. Lin Xuan, next, we shall proceed with the agility test. The other students are undertaking speed tests, but I believe that for your level, that test would be too simplistic. You should pursue a more advanced assessment. Chief Instructor Cheng proclaimed. In truth, he could not definitively ascertain whether Lin Xuan's claims were truthful or fabricated. Since he could not determine the veracity, he would let time unveil all truths. What he needed to do now was to test Lin Xuan's limits, identify any existing issues, and provide suitable solutions to aid his gradual growth. After all, according to Lin Xuan, he had never relinquished his desire to become stronger. Thus, at least in the pursuit of strength, both the instructors and Lin Xuan himself stood united. Instructor Shui, please retrieve the key to the agility training room. Chief Instructor Cheng instructed. The key to the agility training room? That room is designated exclusively for instructor use and is never open to students. Instructor Shui felt utterly bewildered. Go and get it. Why question so much? Chief Instructor Cheng expressed his dissatisfaction with Instructor Shui, feeling that today he was absent-minded, pondering who knows what, and now questioning his orders. Yes, aware of the chief instructor's unusual demeanor, Instructor Shui hastily exited. At the end of the corridor on the first floor, there lay a room adorned with more opulent decor than the others. While the rooms typically bore a sign indicating their purpose, this one did not. As Instructor Shui unlocked the door with the key, Lin Xuan was granted a glimpse into the room's true nature. It was vast and spacious, featuring a colossal machine in one corner, while both walls on either side were riddled with numerous small holes. Upon entering, Lin Xuan immediately noticed the floor beneath his feet, which was specially customized. Unlike ordinary flooring, it resembled a synthetic running track. Chapter 57. Does Lin Xuan have extraordinary hearing? Is he performing magic? Observing Lin Xuan's keen gaze as he surveyed his surroundings, Chief Instructor Cheng began to elucidate. Lin Xuan, as Instructor Shui mentioned, this agility training room is not accessible to students. It is exclusively for instructors. The speed testing room on the second floor primarily evaluates students' explosive short-distance running and endurance for long-distance running. The walls of the speed testing room are akin to this wall, adorned with numerous small apertures. Once the machine is activated, it will eject a multitude of red spherical beads from these openings. Concurrently, a certain aperture on the opposite wall will emit a red light, and the red spheres will be directed towards that illuminated opening. The objective for the students is to intercept these red spheres before they reach the opposing wall. Similar to the gravity test, the speed test commences at 1.5 times the normal speed. Each time a student successfully intercepts 3 red spheres, they advance to the next stage. Listening intently to Chief Instructor Cheng's explanation, Lin Xuan grasped the requirements of the assessment. He inquired, I comprehend the demands of the speed test. How does the agility test differ? To Chief Instructor Cheng's surprise, Lin Xuan's comprehension was remarkably swift. He continued, the agility test builds upon the speed test, adding an additional challenge. When the machine activates, the red spheres will emerge from the wall's apertures, but blue beams will also shoot forth from these openings, with one of the apertures on the opposite wall illuminating in blue. The blue beams will connect the 2 openings, forming a line. Your task is to evade the blue beams while successfully intercepting the red spheres. If you fail to capture a red sphere or are struck by a blue beam, the test concludes. A friendly reminder, the blue beams will emerge from apertures at varying angles. Auditing sound will precede the appearance of the blue beams. Commence the test. Starting at 1.5 times speed, Instructor Shui declared loudly. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Lin Xuan. Although Chief Instructor Cheng presented the agility test as a mere augmentation of the speed test with the addition of avoiding blue beams, this very element rendered the test exclusive to instructors. In reality, during the actual test, the blue beams would not dissipate. Over time, the room would be filled with countless blue beams, intersecting at random angles. The challenge of capturing the red spheres while avoiding the intricate web of blue beams was immensely daunting. This assessment demanded heightened concentration from the test taker, necessitating acute auditory and visual awareness, as well as the ability to adapt swiftly. Compared to the previous gravity test, the requirements for the agility test were far more rigorous. Even with high vitality and combat prowess, there were no significant advantages in this test. Typically, only those who had specifically trained in agility-based martial arts could achieve commendable results, as the criteria for the test mirrored the demands of such techniques. As Instructor Shui recalled Lin Xuan's initial choice of martial arts skills, exchanging merely for a boxing manual and foundational mental discipline. Devoid of any agility-based techniques, he realized that Lin Xuan had likely never engaged with martial arts prior to this. Thus, Instructor Shui held little hope for Lin Xuan's performance, despite his exceptional display in the gravity test. Buzzing. With the roar of the machine, the red spheres slowly emerged from the wall's apertures. Lin Xuan's eyes fixated on the vivid hue. Simultaneously, a red light flickered at the far right end of the opposite wall. In the blink of an eye, the red sphere was propelled towards the opposing wall. This trajectory formed a diagonal line. Lin Xuan immediately advanced towards the far right. Ding! A faint alert resonated. Lin Xuan turned to see a blue beam swiftly shooting from the central aperture, aimed at the lower aperture of the opposite wall. This blue beam intersected directly in Lin Xuan's path. Without hesitation, he bent his knees and executed a deft maneuver, skillfully dodging the impending blue beam that threatened his neck. As the red sphere traversed halfway, Lin Xuan successfully intercepted it. Following closely, the second red sphere was ejected. Drawing from his previous experience, Lin Xuan reacted promptly, sprinting to the left to capture the sphere. Simultaneously, he noticed that the blue beam had not disappeared. Ding! As the sound echoed, another blue beam shot forth, creating yet another obstacle. A smile graced Lin Xuan's lips. Ah, I see. With each new sphere, an additional blue beam appears. Quite interesting. This is indeed far more engaging than the previous gravity test. Thud! Thud! The sound of Lin Xuan's footsteps reverberated through the room. Next stage, 2 times speed. Instructor Xue announced loudly. Next stage, 5 times speed. Next stage, 3 times speed. The red spheres shot forth with noticeably increased velocity. By this point, 12 blue beams crisscrossed the space. Regardless of the direction he took, obstacles loomed. To secure the spheres, Lin Xuan occasionally found himself forced to take detours or execute various evasive maneuvers mid-stride. The challenge proved more complex than he had anticipated. Each extraneous motion and rapid decision-making drained his energy and focus. Lin Xuan began to feel fatigued. He could no longer allow the red spheres and blue beams to dictate his actions. He needed to regain control. Next stage, 5 times speed. Instructor Xue proclaimed. He was pleased with Lin Xuan's prior performance. The young man exhibited swift reflexes and timely decision-making regarding the most efficient routes. While some of his evasive actions were somewhat excessive given his lack of training in agility-based martial arts, he had performed admirably nonetheless. However, as the test progressed, the difficulty would escalate, significantly taxing one's vitality and stamina. Noticing Lin Xuan's increasingly labored breathing, Instructor Xue surmised that he would not be able to sustain this pace for long. Yet, achieving such results was already a source of pride for Lin Xuan. After all, Instructor Wang, who conducted the agility test, could only reach a speed of 4 times. Although Instructor Wang was primarily engaged in administrative duties and possessed limited strength, he was nonetheless a solid third-tier warrior. However, it was crucial for the instructors to maintain a certain level of challenge in their roles. Otherwise, it would complicate their ability to teach effectively. As Instructor Xue's thoughts wandered, he was astounded to find Lin Xuan positioned precisely in the center between the 2 walls. Moreover, he had closed his eyes. Ding! Accompanied by the subtle alert, a blue beam instantly formed a barrier. Lin Xuan sidestepped left twice, evading the blue beam, and simultaneously extended his palm. The red sphere, akin to a wayward traveler returning home after years of wandering, eagerly leapt into Lin Xuan's grasp. Instructor Xue? What kind of acrobatics is this? Lin Xuan can perceive the trajectory of the red spheres with his eyes closed. It is important to note that the red spheres are silent prior to their launch. Only the blue beams emit a warning sound before their appearance. Could Lin Xuan be relying on the sound of the red spheres slicing through the air to ascertain their trajectories? No, that is implausible. The resistance faced by a spherical object in the air is minimal, and these red spheres are specially designed to be lightweight. Theoretically, when the red beads move at an excessive velocity, they produce a sonic boom. However, due to the aforementioned reasons, this sound is nearly inaudible. Even Instructor Xue cannot hear it. Could it be that Lin Xuan possesses exceptional hearing? Chapter 58. Has Lin Xuan gained eyes on his back? Time flowed steadily. Second by second, Lin Xuan maintained a state of unwavering concentration, his eyes tightly shut, positioned precisely between 2 walls. As the crimson orb traversed halfway, he made a slight adjustment and successfully captured it. Instructor Xue was left in awe. Ding! A blue beam of light shot forth once more. However, this time, Lin Xuan's right arm was directly in the path of the beam. Should the light pass through him unimpeded, the test would undoubtedly be declared a failure. Be careful! Instructor Xue exclaimed involuntarily, for Lin Xuan still had his eyes closed. If one were to suggest that Lin Xuan possessed extraordinary hearing, allowing him to detect the faint rustling of the red orb in the air and accurately ascertain its position, it would still be impossible for him to hear the sound of the ray. The blue beam was merely a form of energy, devoid of any audible sound. Was this the end for Lin Xuan? Observing the blue ray racing towards him at an alarming speed, Instructor Xue couldn't help but feel anxious for him. It was close. The beam was nearly upon Lin Xuan's right arm. Instructor Xue's heart raced alongside the unfolding event. Just at that critical moment, Lin Xuan decisively stepped 2 paces to the left, successfully evading the blue ray. The crisis was averted. Averted. Instructor Shui was left speechless, astonished. Was this magic? The blue ray emitted no sound. Lin Xuan could not possibly gauge its trajectory through auditory means. He faced the very direction from which the blue light emanated. Not only was he currently blindfolded, but even with his eyes wide open, he would be unable to perceive the endpoint of the blue ray, which lay directly behind him. Therefore, he could not possibly deduce the ray's overall trajectory. How then had he managed to avoid it? Moreover, the minimal movement of his body was remarkably precise and effective, allowing him to sidestep the blue ray's path. Could it be that he had eyes on his back? Instructor Shui's astonishment was palpable. In a moment of distraction, he inadvertently voiced his thoughts. Not just eyes on his back. Lin Xuan now possesses eyes all over his body, murmured Chief Instructor Cheng. What? Instructor Shui queried incredulously. Is he more formidable than Erlangxian, who has only 3 eyes? Chief Instructor Cheng continued. Saying he has eyes all over is merely a metaphor. Lin Xuan is currently utilizing his mental prowess. This is a form of mental exploration. After a brief pause, Chief Instructor Cheng elaborated, Lin Xuan is exceptionally clever. During our agility test, we typically observe the walls, forming a rough estimate of the trajectory of the red orb and the obstacles posed by the blue ray. With each launch of the orb, we rely on specialized techniques or steps to evade the blue light while hastening to capture the red orb, relying solely on our physical capabilities. However, Lin Xuan's approach is distinctly different. By harnessing mental exploration, he stands perfectly between the 2 walls. When the red orb approaches, he merely needs to move laterally to swiftly seize it, conserving both time and effort. While he may not exhibit intricate agility, his method of passing the test is truly innovative. This is the first time I have encountered such a technique. Chief Instructor Cheng's tone brimmed with admiration and respect. Indeed. As Chief Instructor Cheng had articulated, Lin Xuan employed mental exploration to perceive everything within the room. He did not possess the legendary wind ear, nor did he have eyes behind him. After initially employing the same methods as others, Lin Xuan recognized that his agility was insufficiently nimble and adept. Although he had managed to capture the red orb, his lack of systematic training and agility resulted in considerable fatigue. He could not maintain such exertion for prolonged periods. Hence, he sought alternative methods. He discovered that his mental exploration allowed him to perceive every occurrence on the walls with remarkable clarity. The moment anything stirred, he could instantly react in his mind, faster than relying on sight alone. This method eliminated the time spent shifting his gaze. With the trajectories of the red orb and the blue ray already formed in his mind, his only contemplation was how to conserve his energy to maximize his endurance for the subsequent tests. Simultaneously, he realized that the central area between the 2 walls required the least movement. The red orb, aiming for the opposite wall, would invariably traverse this central zone. However, due to the varying endpoints, the orb would pass through different positions. Thus, by remaining in the central area and utilizing the information gleaned from his mental exploration, he could dodge the blue ray while moving laterally to capture the orb. In this manner, he minimized his physical exertion, with the sole requirement being prior knowledge of the orb's endpoint, which could be flawlessly resolved through mental exploration. Hence, the scene witnessed by Instructor Shui, of Lin Xuan standing in the middle with his eyes closed, unfolded. Listening to Chief Instructor Cheng's insights, Instructor Shui nodded, though with a mixture of comprehension and confusion. Lacking any mental aptitude himself, he had heard of the exploration techniques employed by mentalists. Even with closed eyes, everything surrounding them remained vividly imprinted in their minds. Yet, could Lin Xuan truly perform mental exploration? Though he had never witnessed it firsthand, Instructor Shui was aware that mental exploration signified the user had successfully entered the ranks of mentalists. In other words, it was a mark of achieving the first tier of mental prowess. Could it be, then, that Lin Xuan had already attained the status of a first-tier mentalist? How could that be? It is well known that the cultivation of mental power typically lags behind that of martial practitioners. Usually, when a martial artist advances to the second tier, they undergo a specialized mental aptitude assessment. Only upon meeting the criteria for mental power would they commence training focused on mental capabilities. Moreover, cultivating mental power is not an overnight endeavor. It requires extensive accumulation to achieve breakthroughs. The entire process typically takes 6 months to a year to genuinely become a mentalist. Yet Lin Xuan, nearly a month ago, he had just begun his journey as a novice at the first tier of martial arts. To ascend to the rank of a first-tier mentalist in less than a month? This world is utterly insane. Instructor Shui felt as though his worldview had been profoundly challenged. Next phase, speed at 4 times. Instructor Shui commanded. Next phase, speed at 4.5 times. Having discovered an efficient and convenient method, Lin Xuan activated his speed mode. With the assistance of his mental power, he needed only to take a few lateral steps to capture the orb effortlessly. Simultaneously, Chief Instructor Ching, observing from the side, found it impossible to gauge the intricacies of Lin Xuan's agility. Lin Xuan had provided him with an abundance of surprises and thrills. As he watched Lin Xuan's figure, a myriad of thoughts raced through his mind. I understand now, Chief Instructor Cheng suddenly declared, startling Instructor Shui. What do you comprehend? Instructor Shui inquired. Lin Xuan spoke the truth. He did not deceive us. Chief Instructor Cheng exclaimed with newfound clarity. What truth? Instructor Shui questioned, bewildered. It pertains to his training. Chief Instructor Cheng affirmed confidently. Chapter 59, Instructor Cheng. I must be insane. I am contemplating expelling a genius. Instructor Cheng spoke slowly. The cultivation of a mentalist is heavily reliant on mentorship. The results differ vastly depending on the instructor, and the methods of training can be quite peculiar. I have a cousin who is a level 5 mentalist. His training regimen is extraordinarily unusual. He never sleeps at night and remains in a state of semi-consciousness during the day. He often mutters to himself, and his parents nearly sent him to a psychiatric institution. Yet, it is precisely this unconventional schedule that has accelerated his training, allowing him to ascend to a level 5 mentalist in a remarkably short time. I suspect Lin Xuan is experiencing something similar. He specializes in mental cultivation, and his approach diverges from anything we have previously encountered. Thus, we have misjudged him, assuming he was slacking off. How could a seemingly idle individual make such substantial progress? Upon hearing Instructor Cheng's words, Instructor Shui remained perplexed and inquired, if Lin Xuan is indeed undergoing a unique form of mental training, how is it that his combat prowess is increasing so rapidly? The results from the gravity test clearly indicate a significant rise in both his vitality and combat strength. What could account for this phenomenon? Instructor Cheng continued to elucidate. Instructor Shui, you must not have encountered a true mentalist before. Fortunately, my cousin is a mentalist. Otherwise, I would have been oblivious. Mentalists train their mental faculties, which are intricately linked to the brain, the most vital organ in the body, governing all bodily functions. By unlocking the brain's potential, one can enhance the body's limits. An increase in vitality signifies a continual surpassing of these limits, achieving new heights. In essence, the training of mental faculties concurrently elevates one's vitality and combat capabilities. This explains why mid to high-level mentalists invariably become at least level 5 warriors in the end. As Instructor Cheng elucidated, Instructor Shui experienced an epiphany. So that's how it is. No wonder mentalists hold such elevated social status. However, Instructor Shui hesitated and continued, Lin Xuan must not have a dedicated mentor in mental training. When he first entered the training camp, he was completely oblivious to mental faculties and only exchanged points for a book titled Fundamentals of Mental Power upon my suggestion. Could it be that this Fundamentals of Mental Power contained such an extraordinary training method? I had presumed it was merely a basic text. Upon hearing Instructor Shui's remarks, Instructor Cheng became agitated. What? Lin Xuan lacks mentorship? He learned mental probing solely from a book titled Fundamentals of Mental Power? Instructor Shui, you cannot be serious. It is crucial to understand that mentalists differ fundamentally from warriors. They heavily depend on the proficiency of their instructors. Most literature on mental practices is superficial at best, merely discussing theories. The essential methods and techniques for cultivation can only be acquired through direct mentorship. Instructor Cheng recalled that his cousin, in his quest for a competent teacher, had his family invest considerable resources and connections. After navigating numerous layers of relationships and leveraging his cousin's innate talent, he was able to secure a mentor. Under this instructor's guidance, his cousin indeed made remarkable strides. This underscores the significance of mentorship in mental training. Yet now, Instructor Shui suggests that Lin Xuan was unaware of his mental talent prior to joining the camp. This implies he has had no exposure to any teachers regarding mental faculties. Furthermore, Instructor Cheng knew that this training camp lacked any mental training instructors. Merely relying on a book, Lin Xuan taught himself. He learned mental probing. This is genius. An unparalleled genius. Heavens, what has this chief instructor done? He nearly considered relinquishing a once-in-a-century prodigy. He previously misjudged Lin Xuan as someone lacking ambition, unable to overcome human weaknesses, content to exist in a comfort zone, unwilling to strive. He even feared Lin Xuan might negatively influence the entire training camp. Akin to the old adage, a single rat dropping spoils a whole pot of porridge. Thus, the notion of expelling Lin Xuan had crossed his mind. This is utterly absurd. If a genius mentalist were expelled from the training camp, no one would blame the mentalist. On the contrary, everyone would mock the camp's overseer for their blindness. Thankfully, Lin Xuan came to test today. Otherwise, Cheng Feihu would have become the laughingstock. Moreover, he almost destroyed a genius. No, he could not ruin Lin Xuan. Since entering this training camp, Lin Xuan has not received any guidance or instruction from any instructors. His progress is entirely self-made. Hence, even if Chief Instructor Cheng were to expel Lin Xuan, a change of location and environment would still allow Lin Xuan to succeed. He would undoubtedly stand out. For the strong never complain about their circumstances. As long as one is gold, they will shine wherever they go. In such a scenario, the greatest losers would be the training camp and Chief Instructor Cheng himself. Fortunately, all of this can still be salvaged. Cheng Feihu now desperately wished to slap his past self. After many years as an instructor, having encountered numerous students, how could he not possess a broader mindset? Why not be more tolerant? Allow for the existence of various types of students rather than judging them through a singular worldview. Evaluating students solely based on their diligence and hard work is generally applicable, but geniuses do not fit this mold. Geniuses differ fundamentally from ordinary individuals. One cannot apply the standards of the average person to assess a genius. In truth, Instructor Chen was aware of all this. Yet, among the untrained students, most are genuinely underperforming. Geniuses are rare. He was reluctant to invest considerable time to sift through those untrained students. It was precisely his arrogance and lofty demeanor that nearly cost him a genius like Lin Xuan. Chief Instructor Cheng deeply reflected on his actions. In the realm of education, there remains much for him to learn. At this moment, the next phase commenced, 7 times the speed. As Instructor Shui announced, Lin Xuan distinctly felt the acceleration once more. Whether it was the time taken for the red light to illuminate and the red orb to be propelled or the orb's velocity in midair, everything was hastening. The continuous use of mental probing left Lin Xuan's mind fatigued. Moreover, as his brain detected the trajectory of the red orb and the obstruction of the blue light, his body had to react swiftly. With the increase in speed multipliers, Lin Xuan's running pace quickened dramatically. The consumption of physical stamina escalated. The simultaneous drain on both mental and physical faculties became overwhelming for Lin Xuan. It appeared that he needed to continue enhancing his strength. Thud. With the sound of the red orb entering the small aperture, Lin Xuan's test concluded in failure. The final result, 5 times the speed. Instructor Shui announced loudly. Lin Xuan shook the beads of sweat from his forehead and approached the 2 instructors. He scratched his head. Feeling somewhat embarrassed as he said, "The results of my agility test are not satisfactory. I will strive harder in the future." Lin Xuan spoke with sincerity. For in the gravity test, he had achieved a remarkable 5 times gravity. Yet, in the agility test, at 7 times the speed, he clearly felt his stamina and mental faculties wane, failing to catch even a single orb. Ultimately, his score was a mere 5 times speed. This figure was evidently less than 5. Thus, Lin Xuan was dissatisfied with his performance. However, upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, Instructor Shui's lips twitched in disbelief. This individual is remarkably ostentatious. In the agility test, he has achieved an astonishing speed of 5 times, yet he still claims it is not satisfactory. How must this make Instructor Wang feel? Instructor Wang's best performance in this agility test was merely 4 times the speed. Lin Xuan is still just a student, while Instructor Wang is a seasoned teacher. Chapter 60, at a speed of 5 times. The unfortunate Principal Liu. Moreover, Instructor Shui reminisced about his own commendable achievements, which barely reached a speed of 8 times, hardly superior to Lin Xuan. However, Instructor Shui had at least mastered 3 different martial arts techniques, making speed his forte. And he was also a level 4 martial artist. Although Lin Xuan had utilized mental probing, significantly reducing the difficulty of this assessment, a speed of 5 times is still commendable by any standard. Yet, when Lin Xuan spoke these words, his expression was imbued with such sincerity and candor. Instructor Shui found himself at a loss for words. By the way, Lin Xuan, what are your current vitality and combat power values? Chief Instructor Cheng inquired. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan fell silent. He was aware of his vitality value. Summing the first 5 items on the system panel would yield that information. However, he had never measured his combat power value. If he only mentioned his vitality value without acknowledging his combat power, would it raise suspicions among the instructors? One must always be wary. After pondering for a moment, Lin Xuan chose not to respond. In fact, This question piqued not only Chief Instructor Cheng's curiosity but also Instructor Shue's keen interest. Based on past experiences, one could generally assess a person's strength from the gravity and speed multiples. Yet, Lin Xuan's use of mental probing during the agility test had distorted the results of his 6.5 times speed. Observing Lin Xuan's silence, Instructor Shui remarked, "There are testing machines in the adjacent building. If you're unsure, we can find out right now." With that, the group proceeded outside. At the entrance of the training camp, Principal Lu sat in a black car, putting away his phone. He had just called Instructor Wang at the training camp to announce his arrival. At that moment, Principal Lu was in a particularly foul mood. The students of Dongjiang No. 5 High School had never before qualified for this training camp. This year, thanks to his tireless efforts, they had finally secured 2 spots. He had hoped that sending 2 exceptional students to participate in this prestigious training camp would significantly enhance their abilities and bring glory to the school during the college entrance examination. However, Principal Lu never anticipated that the training camp would expel students. While high school is not compulsory education and schools possess the right to expel students, Principal Lu believed that, out of humanitarian concerns and consideration for the students' futures, he would merely issue a disciplinary action for any serious infractions, which he would rescind before the entrance exams, never truly expelling a student except in egregious cases like Zhang Qi's deliberate harm. Principal Lu had assumed that other schools or training camps would adhere to this unspoken rule, so he was taken aback when the training camp actually expelled a student. The tuition for a year in high school barely amounts to 300 to 400, yet a 2-month training camp charged a staggering 100,000, approximately 30 times the regular tuition. What's worse, having paid the fee, students were not even permitted to remain for the full 2 months. They were expelled after merely 1 month. Is there no sense of contractual integrity? In truth, Principal Lu was deliberately nitpicking. He understood that any student expelled from the training camp must have committed a grievous error. Regardless, the fault lay with his side, not the camp's. What irked Principal Lu was that when a student erred, shouldn't the parents be held accountable? Why must he, as the principal, bear the brunt of this? Being tasked with retrieving the expelled student was a blow to his dignity. After all, he was the head of a school, a leader. Moreover, he had gone to great lengths to curry favor with the camp staff to secure those 2 spots. Surely, one should not disregard the benefactor. This situation was indeed embarrassing. Furthermore, the training camp had not explicitly informed him who had been expelled or the reasons behind it, merely stating that it would be discussed in person. Principal Lu silently grumbled. Yet, despite having 1,000 reservations, upon receiving the call from the training camp, he had no choice but to hurry over. There was no escaping the fact that this camp boasted the finest faculty in the entire Jiangnan region. Each year, the top 3 candidates from the region emerged from this training camp. Dongjiang No. 5 High School, being at the bottom of the district, could not hope to elevate itself solely through its own faculty. It was only through the training camp that the school could nurture a select few outstanding talents. In time, with improved exam results, the school's reputation would flourish, and of course, Principal Lu's credentials would shine as well. This would create a triumvirate of success. Thus, Principal Lu was keen to avoid offending anyone at the training camp. Even if the camp's personnel treated him poorly, he had to endure, for he looked forward to sending several more students in the years to come. The thought of the upcoming confrontation filled Principal Lu with discomfort. After all these years as principal, he had always been the one to reprimand teachers. Now, he found himself subjected to the instructor's criticisms, not for his own failings but due to those of his students. This left him feeling utterly frustrated. Simultaneously, he was seething with anger at the student who had thrust him into this predicament. How shameful it was to lose face at his own school, and now to do so publicly. Upon returning, he would certainly have to discipline both that student and the homeroom teacher. Principal Lu twisted open a water bottle, took a sip, and tried to calm his emotions. He then reflected on the 2 students he had sent to the training camp this year, Liemo and Lin Xuan. Liemo had consistently ranked among the top 3 in his grade. Principal Lu was well acquainted with him. His talent was average, yet his demeanor and conduct exemplified that of a model student, far from the mischievous types. As for Lin Xuan, he was even less likely to misbehave. Despite being in a class filled with underachievers, he remained diligent and hardworking, untainted by his surroundings. He hardly seemed the type to engage in serious misconduct. So, what could have transpired? While Principal Lu pondered, the security guard at the training camp received a directive from Instructor Wang to open the gates and motion for Principal Lu to park in the designated area. In front of the administrative building, Principal Lu was greeted by Instructor Wang. Following a brief introduction, Principal Lu forced a smile. Warmly addressing Instructor Wang, I have long heard of the grandeur of the training camp's architecture and the excellence of its instructors, who are the finest in the Jiangnan region. Today's visit has certainly confirmed its illustrious reputation as a revered training sanctuary. Aware that his students had caused trouble here, Principal Lu guessed that Instructor Wang's demeanor would not be particularly cordial. Thus, he resolved to take the initiative, regardless of the circumstances. He would first shower praise upon the training camp and its instructors. As the saying goes, one should never strike a smiling face. Surely, there was no harm in complimenting them. However, observing Instructor Wang's increasingly tight-lipped expression, Principal Lu felt that his flattery fell short. Consequently, he continued, Instructor Wang, your hard work is commendable. Spending each day in this remote mountain area, far from the bustling city center, solely to educate these students deserves my utmost respect. As a fellow educator, I aspire to emulate your dedication and continually improve myself. Noticing the tightening of Instructor Wang's lips, Principal Lu reluctantly abandoned the path of praise and began to shift the conversation. This year marks the first time students from Dongjiangno 5 High School have entered the training camp. They are not as seasoned as those from prestigious schools who have attended multiple times. The students are young and inexperienced, and I apologize for any inconvenience they may have caused you. Should there be any areas where my assistance is required, do not hesitate to express your needs. I am committed to cooperating wholeheartedly to ensure that such incidents do not recur next year. Chapter 61. Surprisingly, it was Lin Xuan who was dismissed. The angry Principal Lu, upon hearing the final words of Principal Lu, Instructor Wang's initially stern expression gradually softened. Those last remarks were delivered with a semblance of sincerity. But what had preceded them? A barrage of empty flattery. The enthusiasm was almost intimidating. As the saying goes, when there is no reason for flattery, it's either deceit or theft. Moreover, this was Wang's first encounter with Principal Lu, a complete stranger. Such exaggerated warmth felt utterly insincere, devoid of any genuine sentiment. Thus, rather than feeling any fondness towards Principal Lu's praise, Wang found his defenses against him growing ever higher. Simultaneously, Wang seemed to grasp the essence of the situation. Principal Lu was quite adept at social niceties. No wonder he could compose such extravagant articles. For 3 consecutive years of rigorous training, rising at 6 and retiring at 10. If it weren't for Lin Xuan's actions upon entering the training camp, Wang might have been deceived by Principal Lu's article. Through this brief exchange with Principal Lu, Wang had essentially unraveled the truth. Lin Xuan had indeed worked hard, strived diligently, and achieved commendable results. However, the extent of his dedication was far from the exaggerations presented by Principal Lu. Years of experience had imparted a truth to Wang. Those who speak with grandiloquence often produce shoddy work. And Principal Lu was precisely that type of individual. Consequently, Wang maintained a cool demeanor in response to the flattery. Only when Principal Lu expressed a willingness to cooperate did Wang feel there was a basis for further communication. Principal Lu, allow me to escort you to the chief instructor, Wang declared. Very well. Principal Lu eagerly agreed. At that moment, Principal Lu felt a profound sense of humiliation. As the head of a school, he was accustomed to being met with smiles. Yet, here he was, forced to wear a smile himself, only to receive a cold reception in return. He had never endured such indignity. Yet, what irked him even more was the fact that they were both part of the educational organization. In terms of titles and status, Principal Lu should have been superior to Instructor Wang. Only the chief instructor held a higher position within the training camp. Yet, the only one who came to greet him was Wang. To this day, he had yet to catch a glimpse of the chief instructor. Even under such treatment, Principal Lu had to tread carefully, fearful of any dissatisfaction from Wang. This was solely because Wang worked within the training camp. It was utterly disheartening. However, when one is under a roof, they must bow their head. Principal Lu hastened his steps, inquiring, Instructor Wang, which student from our school has made a mistake? What exactly happened? He wished to glean information in advance, to brace himself. Otherwise, he feared that when confronted with the cool and aloof demeanor of the instructors, his situation would become even more dire. The one who has been expelled is Lin Xuan. As for the specific reasons, the chief instructor will discuss that with you directly. Wang replied. What? Lin Xuan? How is that possible? Lin Xuan is so ambitious, so diligent. Even in Class 8, he has never caused trouble, nor received any warnings or penalties. How could he suddenly become a complete failure, reduced to being expelled from the camp? Principal Lu could hardly believe his ears. Yet, as he prepared to ask further questions, he noticed that Wang was quickening his pace, clearly unwilling to engage in further conversation. Principal Lu could only silently follow behind. his heart pounding. What exactly had gone wrong? Even Wang was reluctant to divulge more information. Thus, he pondered how he should present himself moving forward. As he walked, Principal Lu's mind raced with thoughts. After several minutes, he arrived at the door of an office on the 4th floor. "We're here," Wang announced politely as he knocked on the door. Principal Lu realized he was about to face the most challenging moment of his career. He took a deep breath. For the sake of his students' future, for the future of the school, for his own future, no matter what transpired next, he had to endure. Having mentally prepared himself, Principal Lu was ready to stride boldly into the room when he discovered that Chief Instructor Ching was not present. Wang stated he is not in the office. He knocked several times, but received no response. Turning the doorknob, he found the door unlocked. Pushing it open, he found the room empty. "Principal Lu, please wait a moment. Let me make a call," Wang said, somewhat embarrassed. Yesterday, Chief Instructor Chung had arranged to return to the office to meet Principal Lu after the gravity test. Wang had timed the invitation perfectly. Principal Lu had arrived on schedule, yet Chung was nowhere to be found. Wang hurriedly dialed the phone. Principal Lu, momentarily taken aback, prepared himself to confront the abyss, only to find that the person had not arrived. Beep, beep, beep. "Hello. The number you have dialed is not available." A melodious female voice emanated from Wang's phone. Chung had not answered. "I'll try again," Wang said as he scrolled through his phone. Beep, beep, beep. "Hello. The number you have dialed is not available." At this moment, Wang felt exceedingly awkward. He had scheduled a time with the guest, yet the host was absent, and the phone was unreachable. This was exceedingly rude. Wang, understanding the situation, recognized that this was the chief instructor's oversight. Therefore, his attitude towards Principal Lu gradually softened. At this juncture, Principal Lu comprehended the situation. He grasped the reality of being stood up, the reality of being disrespected. However, he felt powerless to alter it. He had long been aware that Chief Instructor Chung Feihu was a level 7 martial artist. It was precisely Chung Feihu's presence that established the foundation of this training camp. A level 7 martial artist. Not only in Dongjiang City, but throughout the entire Jiangnan region, he was among the elite. And the powerful often carry their own pride. In Ching's eyes, Principal Lu, a level 4 martial artist, was likely viewed as merely a slightly robust insect. Not to mention the fact that the students under Lu had committed a grave error within the training camp and were about to be expelled. Chung Feihu, as someone of Lu's stature, would undoubtedly regard him with indifference. Forgetting a meeting with him was hardly surprising. A level 7 martial artist willing to show respect to a level 4 martial artist reflects a high personal quality. However, it is entirely reasonable for a martial artist to disregard a level 4 martial artist, as their strengths are worlds apart. No one would fault a martial artist for this. For the essence of the martial world is survival of the fittest. Yet, both Chung and Lu ostensibly belonged to the educational system. Their societal positions led Lu to believe that Chung should afford him appropriate respect. Lu had anticipated being respected, but what he faced was Ching's blatant disregard. This disparity left Lu feeling profoundly unsettled, even though he knew he should not expect respect from a martial artist. The series of blows he faced that day clouded his rationality. From Wang's aloofness to Ching's disdain, Lu felt he had suffered immense humiliation, his dignity trampled upon. He felt as if he were a mere jester. He feels an overwhelming sense of frustration, discomfort, and anger within his heart. Chapter 62 Principal Lu, the humiliation I endured today is entirely the result of Lin Xuan's actions. Everything stems from Lin Xuan. Had it not been for Lin Xuan's expulsion, I would not have found myself at the training camp today, nor would I have faced such disgrace. Thus, the root of all this turmoil lies with Lin Xuan. He is to blame. Principal Lu exerted great effort to establish connections and secure 2 spots in the training camp. Moreover, he willingly took on Lin Xuan's tuition fee of 100,000. Was there anything wrong with his actions? Absolutely not, even among other school principals. How many could match his thoughtfulness and meticulousness? Lin Xuan has greatly benefited from his efforts, yet he has caused him such humiliation. Principal Lu now channels all his anger towards Lin Xuan. This is misdirected wrath. Principal Lu is aware of this. Yet, having suffered such indignity and pain today, he must vent his frustrations somehow. He dares not unleash his fury on Chief Instructor Chang, nor offend the other instructors at the training camp, for that poses a significant threat to his safety and professional future. Thus, Lin Xuan becomes the only outlet for his frustrations. Setting aside these considerations, is Lin Xuan truly at fault? If he had not erred, how could he have been expelled from the training camp? Principal Lu's ire found a specific target for release. Once he managed to compose himself, A semblance of rationality returned to his mind. He forced a smile and addressed Instructor Wang. Chief Instructor is busy with numerous matters. I can understand that. Besides, I have no pressing engagements, so I don't mind waiting a bit longer. Upon hearing Principal Lu's considerate words, Instructor Wang felt even more embarrassed. Being a disciplined and punctual individual, he recognized the value of others' time and did not wish to waste an entire afternoon of Principal Lu's. Consequently, he swiped his phone screen again, this time attempting to call Instructor Xue. Chief Instructor Chung had mentioned yesterday that he would observe the students during the gravity test today, and Instructor Xue was in charge of that very test. Perhaps Chief Instructor Ching was currently with Instructor Xue. Beep, beep. After 2 rings, Instructor Wang heard the call connect. I'm currently very busy. We can discuss this later. Instructor Xue's impatient voice resonated from the phone speaker. Instructor Xue, I have an urgent matter here. Are you with Chief Instructor Cheng? Where are you now? Instructor Wang immediately inquired. Yes, we are at the gym, in the room for testing vital energy, Instructor Xue replied. All right, Principal Lu has arrived. I will bring him too. Instructor Wang spoke quickly, eager to finalize the matter. My goodness. Before he could finish, Instructor Xue's sharp voice interrupted him. The tone seemed to echo from a distance. As they conversed through the phone, Instructor Wang quickly realized that Instructor Xue had pulled the phone away. Did Instructor Xue hear the previous few words he uttered? Hello. Hello. Instructor Wang said anxiously. However, no sound came through the receiver. Soon, the electronic beeping signaled that Instructor Xue had hung up. Instructor Wang was left in a state of confusion. Why did Instructor Xue behave so strangely? He hadn't even completed his sentence before the call was terminated. Nevertheless, he was relieved to ascertain Chief Instructor Cheng's location. Given the current demeanor of Chief Instructor Cheng and Instructor Xue, it was evident they were dealing with some issue. Chief Instructor Cheng might have completely forgotten about Principal Lu's matter. The only course of action now was to take Principal Lu to find Chief Instructor Cheng. After all, Principal Lu's presence was merely to retrieve Lin Xuan, who was about to be expelled. It was hardly a significant affair. Chief Instructor Cheng could resolve it in under a minute. Swift action was far preferable to allowing Principal Lu to wait idly here without purpose. With a resolved mind, Instructor Wang stated, Chief Instructor Cheng is occupied with other important matters. I will take you to him. Principal Lu nodded in agreement, replying, Instructor Wang stood close beside him. He could hear the conversation on the phone clearly. Chief Instructor Cheng had summoned him to the training camp. Yet he had forgotten about it. Now, Principal Lu could not express his anger and was compelled to seek out the chief instructor. Such a humble stance. Principal Lu had not felt this way in many years. Suppressing his discomfort and rage, Principal Lu set off with Instructor Wang. Meanwhile, at the gymnasium, in the testing room, silence reigned. Lin Xuan maintained his punching stance. Chief Instructor Cheng and Instructor Xue stared wide-eyed, utterly flabbergasted. They could scarcely believe their eyes. For on the large screen of the combat power testing machine, the displayed number was 6,421. Instructor Xue could not help but rub his eyes. Was this the score of a student? Why did it feel as though he was gazing at the test results of his colleague, Instructor Wang? That's right. Instructor Wang. Had T just called him? What was that about? Instructor Xue momentarily struggled to recall. Glancing at the phone in his hand, it indicated that the call had ended. What exactly did Instructor Wang want to discuss? A flicker of confusion crossed Instructor Xue's mind. However, such details were of little consequence. The paramount concern was Lin Xuan. Instructor Xue turned to observe the display screen of the vital energy measurement device. 597 points. With a vital energy value of 597 and a combat power value of 6,421. Such terrifying numbers. Lin Xuan had excelled in both the gravity test and the agility test. Instructor Xue had mentally prepared himself for Lin Xuan's prowess. Yet, upon witnessing the 597 vital energy value, his mind went blank. A vital energy value of 100 points signifies a first-level martial artist. A value of 300 indicates a second-level martial artist. A value of 600 signifies a third-level martial artist. And now Lin Xuan, with 597 points, was merely a step away from becoming a third-level martial artist. Just last month, he had barely surpassed 100 points as a first-level martial artist. In the span of a single month, his vital energy had soared to 597 points. What an astonishing rate of advancement! Even the speed of an aircraft could hardly match his progression. Instructor Xue thought of his own journey. To this day, he vividly remembers the moment he transcended to a third-level martial artist at the age of 28. This age could not possibly compare to Lin Xuan's. However, At that time, his breakthrough had caused a tremendous sensation in the locality, for the recorded number of third-level martial artists was half that of second-level ones. Furthermore, the average age of third-level martial artists ranged from 38 to 50. Third-level martial artists were already scarce in small towns. And instructor Shui had achieved the official title a full decade earlier than the minimum age. Consequently, he graced the front page of the local newspaper, heralded as a once-in-a-century genius. The city lord even paid him a personal visit. During that period, he was immensely proud and basked in glory. This moment remained a pinnacle of pride for instructor Shui throughout his life. Yet now, Lin Xuan was on the verge of reaching that same height. At the rate Lin Xuan was progressing, in a month's time, no, perhaps next week, he would undoubtedly break through to a third-level martial artist. If instructor Shui, at 28, received such lavish recognition for his achievement, what kind of accolades would await Lin Xuan, an 18-year-old third-level martial artist? The thought was too daunting for instructor Shui to contemplate. Though he understood that as a competent instructor, he should aspire for his students to surpass him and exceed his accomplishments. However, when confronted with this scene, instructor Shui found himself unable to suppress the inherent dark emotions that dwell within humanity. He admitted that, at this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of jealousy, intensely envious of Lin Xuan's talent and his promising future. Chapter 63. In pursuit of Lin Xuan's respect, one must resort to fabrication. Yet, what left instructor Shui utterly astounded was yet to come. That was Lin Xuan's combat power value, 6,421. A combat power of 6,000 signifies a level 3 warrior. The presence of various supplements has hindered the modern populace from achieving the standard value, which is tenfold the vitality score, especially at higher warrior levels. Attaining the standard combat power becomes increasingly arduous. Instructor Shui had witnessed many individuals whose vitality exceeded 600 points, yet their combat power lagged behind, preventing them from obtaining the level 3 warrior certification for an extended period. However, Lin Xuan, whose vitality had not reached 600 points, boasted a combat power that firmly surpassed 6,000. This was the first time instructor Shui had encountered such a phenomenon. This figure not only demonstrated Lin Xuan's solid foundation but also indicated that his progress stemmed from diligent and persistent effort. It further highlighted his innate and formidable combat talent. Beside them, Chief Instructor Cheng was equally taken aback by Lin Xuan's vitality and combat power. In just over a month, his vitality had surged by more than 500 points. His combat power had skyrocketed by over 5,000. Moreover, according to the reports from the instructors, they had not provided any guidance to Lin Xuan. His remarkable achievements were solely attributable to his own endeavors. This could not merely be described as talent, it was nothing less than a prodigious genius. Contemplating this, Chief Instructor Cheng felt a surge of excitement. Throughout his years as an instructor, he had indeed cultivated numerous elites and exceptional talents. However, that was predicated on the teacher's unwavering dedication. Those students had to be sufficiently diligent and persistent to attain commendable results. Yet, when compared to Lin Xuan, those so-called achievements were utterly insignificant. Chief Instructor Cheng understood that at his age, and with his experiences, to ascend further in the educational realm, he could not afford to squander time on ordinary students. He must seek out true geniuses. Only genuine prodigies could bestow upon him immense honor and acclaim. And Lin Xuan was precisely the talented student he had longed for. Minimal effort with substantial returns. Is there anything more advantageous in this world? However, there remained a pressing issue. The contributions of Chief Instructor Cheng and the entire training camp towards Lin Xuan had been exceedingly meager, nearly negligible. Consequently, should Lin Xuan achieve remarkable success in the future, he might entirely disregard his time in the training camp. At that moment, Chief Instructor Cheng pondered how he could assist Lin Xuan, ensuring he would forever remember the training camp and all the instructors therein, that he would not perceive the camp as futile, attributing all his success solely to himself. As his mind raced, Chief Instructor Cheng warmly led Lin Xuan to a chair by the window. Lin Xuan, your progress is astonishing, arguably the most remarkable in the history of this training camp. I have never encountered a high school student with a vitality nearing 600. You have shattered the records of this camp and transcended my understanding. Initially, Chief Instructor Cheng aimed to commend him thoroughly, a means of fostering rapport. After all, who does not relish praise? He then shifted his tone. However, your development remains unbalanced. There are still shortcomings. After the praise, it was imperative to point out Lin Xuan's weaknesses, thereby affirming his professionalism as the chief instructor. It was essential for Lin Xuan to comprehend that relying solely on himself without the guidance of instructors was insufficient. To be precise, it was not impossible, but rather inadequate. With instructors, one could achieve comprehensive enhancement. Instructors were indeed a valuable and necessary presence. Only by proving their necessity could Lin Xuan recognize the importance of instructors. As anticipated, a flicker of confusion crossed Lin Xuan's face. He inquired, "Chief Instructor, what shortcomings do you refer to?" Chief Instructor Chung feigned contemplation for a few seconds before responding. "The deficiency in movement-based martial techniques. Your foundation is excellent. During the gravity test, your physical endurance and adaptability were remarkable. When you recently underwent combat power testing, the strength and angle of your punches were exquisite. You must have studied some form of boxing techniques." Listening to the chief instructor, Lin Xuan nodded. Truth be told, he felt no surprise regarding the 597 vitality score. However, the combat power value of 6,421 exceeded his expectations. Nonetheless, during his recent punches, he instinctively employed various techniques learned from the Dragon Roar Fist. Although no illusion of a dragon's head appeared, he had indeed utilized them. Lin Xuan believed that this was the reason his combat power value far exceeded the standard. Then, Lin Xuan heard the chief instructor continue. "You are aware of the benefits of boxing techniques. Similarly, movement-based martial techniques offer numerous advantages. You may not perceive it during regular practice, but during the movement test, you must have sensed the awkwardness and lack of fluidity in your steps when faced with complex environments. Although you compensated for this disadvantage with mental probing and still achieved commendable results, it undeniably remains your most significant shortcoming. The path of martial arts is fraught with challenges. Any weakness in one area will constrain your future development." Chief Instructor Cheng spoke earnestly. Lin Xuan nodded vigorously. He found Chief Instructor Cheng's words profoundly insightful. This was the so-called barrel effect. The capacity of a barrel to hold water is determined by its shortest plank. Similarly, in the human realm, any deficiency will serve as a bottleneck, impeding future development. Previously, Lin Xuan had been preoccupied with gathering anomalies and exchanging points. He had also noticed that the disparities among various dimensions on his panel were widening. However, as his overall strength continued to grow, he had not given it much thought. Now, having listened to the chief instructor's remarks, he resolved to implement the necessary changes. Meanwhile, Instructor Shui observed the harmonious scene before him, sinking into deep contemplation. He recalled Chief Instructor Cheng once saying that the barrel principle was not applicable to martial arts. In the realm of martial arts, it is one's strengths, not weaknesses, that determine the limits of one's life. For different individuals possess varying talents. Some are inherently strong. Some have rapid reflexes. Some possess extraordinary mental acuity. One cannot expect a strong person to abandon their advantage to train reflexes, nor can one compel someone with immense mental talent to exert themselves in strength training. Even if they did, the results would be inefficacious, yielding little return for much effort, wasting time and energy. The correct approach is to actively discover one's strengths, understand one's advantages, and fully harness one's potential in that field to achieve maximum efficiency. This is the essence of the so-called Varlock effect. It was by adopting Chief Instructor Cheng's suggestion that Instructor Shui decided to focus on mastering movement techniques. Why then? Were Chief Instructor Cheng's and Lin Xuan's discussions seemingly in stark contrast? Instructor Shui had much he wished to articulate, yet upon observing the scene before him, he ultimately remained silent. In truth, what Chief Instructor Chung and Instructor Shui espoused were genuinely effective methods. Informing Lin Xuan about his shortcomings that would hinder future development was nothing short of fabrication. Yet, Chief Instructor Chung found himself at a loss, as he simply did not know how to guide Lin Xuan. Although the Chief Instructor was a 7th-level martial master, he was nearing 100 years of age. Throughout his decades of cultivation, he had never experienced a scenario where an individual could raise their vitality by nearly 500 points within a month. Lin Xuan's excellence rendered him unsure of how to earn Lin Xuan's respect and recognition. He certainly cannot convey to Lin Xuan that he should cultivate according to his own methods, as his approach is far more effective than ours. Chapter 64 Principal Lu. Lin Xuan, you unambitious little rascal. Chief Instructor Chung hopes to elevate his standing in the educational realm by relying on Lin Xuan, this extraordinary prodigy. It is utterly humiliating for an instructor to be at a loss on how to guide a student. At his age, Chief Instructor Chung simply cannot afford such disgrace. Thus, to preserve his dignity and earn Lin Xuan's approval, he musters the courage to fabricate some words of encouragement. Moreover, he considers that this endeavor poses no harm to Lin Xuan. By identifying Lin Xuan's shortcomings and offering pertinent advice, perhaps Lin Xuan could transform his disadvantages into advantages, creating yet another miracle. After all, he is the one who elevated his vitality by nearly 500 in merely a month, a feat unattainable by the average person. With this mental consolation, Chief Instructor Chung, undeterred, continued, Lin Xuan, for a talent as exceptional as yourself, the training camp will provide corresponding treatment. Although the library houses various agility techniques, those would be far too simplistic for you. I will personally assist you in locating a suitable agility technique. Upon hearing the Chief Instructor's words, Lin Xuan's eyes sparkled. Was this a gesture of gifting him a martial technique? How splendid! Previously, due to his anomalous values, he was unable to train and thus could not earn any points. The techniques in the training camp's library were only accessible through point redemption, leaving Lin Xuan devoid of martial techniques. He recognized their benefits but had to choose between the anomalous values and martial techniques. Without hesitation, he opted for the former. However, unexpectedly, the chief instructor was now willing to offer him one freely, and not just any technique from the library, but one specially sought for him. Thank you, Chief Instructor. Lin Xuan's face radiated joy. Hearing that the chief instructor would personally seek out a technique for Lin Xuan made even Instructor Shui feel a twinge of jealousy. Despite being an instructor himself, acquiring a martial technique was no easy feat. With the chief instructor's network and resources, the technique he procured would surely be superior. Perhaps even better than what Instructor Shui was currently practicing. Chief Instructor Chung went on, Lin Xuan, this is my suggestion. Should you have any further needs regarding your training, do not hesitate to voice them. The training camp is a place of great democracy, respecting the diversity of its students. Observing Lin Xuan's smile, Chief Instructor Chung felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Although he had scarcely acknowledged Lin Xuan in the previous month, the prospect of gifting him a martial technique could bridge the gap between them. This transaction was exceedingly worthwhile. Naturally, Chief Instructor Chung felt that merely providing one martial technique was a modest offering. However, due to his limited understanding of Lin Xuan's needs, he preferred to ask directly rather than risk offering something unnecessary. Feeling the harmonious and pleasant atmosphere, Lin Xuan pondered and decided to express himself candidly. Chief Instructor, our training camp mandates 3 hours of compulsory training each day. In truth, this 3-hour requirement consumes my time and hinders my progress. Might it be possible to waive my personal 3-hour compulsory training? Although this request sounded like an excuse from a reluctant student, for Lin Xuan, it was the most sincere and heartfelt expression of his sentiments. In a scenario where everyone else is training, he could only gain anomalous values by abstaining from training. Once he engaged in training and matched the other's pace, he would forfeit his chance at those values. The meager results from that short training time paled in comparison to what the system provided, rendering it a waste of his precious time and obstructing his advancement. In fact, on the 4th day since his arrival at the training camp, Lin Xuan had already surpassed a vitality of 300, becoming a second-level martial artist. The training camp's atmosphere was invigorating, with everyone fervently training, continuously supplying Lin Xuan with anomalous values. Each day, he could attain between 2,500 to 3,500 anomalous values. Averaged out, the 6 dimensions provided by the system could increase by 4, 1 to 5, 8 points daily. However, after surpassing 300 in vitality, the rebellious system altered the rules. He could only draw once for every 300 anomalous values consumed, and each draw yielded merely 1 point. Consequently, the daily increase in the system's 6 dimensions plummeted to an average of 4 to 1, 9 points. This significantly diminished Lin Xuan's rate of strength enhancement, which left him somewhat dissatisfied. Yet, despite the dissatisfaction, he had to accept it, for even with the system raising the bar, his rate of advancement still surpassed that of most individuals worldwide. However, there was still an opportunity for Lin Xuan to acquire an additional 600 anomalous values daily through the mandatory 3 hours of training, if everyone else trained while Lin Xuan refrained. At a rate of 200 values per hour, he could amass an additional 600 anomalous values, translating to an extra 2 points. Though modest, every little bit counts. An additional 2 points daily would accumulate to a significant amount over a month. Thus, Lin Xuan boldly articulated this request. While it may have sounded excessive, it was indeed quite unreasonable. Yet, given the chief instructor's kindness, amiability, and approachability, surely he would acquiesce to this request. Just as Lin Xuan pondered this, a sudden, resounding voice echoed from outside the window. Lin Xuan, you unambitious rascal. If you don't wish to train, why are you even in the training camp? Chief Instructor Cheng was taken aback, exclaiming, "I haven't even spoken yet. Who dares to interrupt me and berate Lin Xuan?" Lin Xuan, startled by the sudden outburst, felt an unsettling familiarity in the voice. As he realized it was not from the two instructors present, he turned to locate the source. Two figures swiftly passed by the window, heading towards the main entrance. Moments earlier, Principal Lu had followed Instructor Wang out of the administrative building and was making his way toward the gymnasium. As he walked briskly, he reflected on the indignities of being summoned and ordered around, running errands here and there. This reminded him of his early career when he was bullied by superiors. At this moment, those long-buried memories assaulted him. He never imagined that even as a principal, he would endure such treatment. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt, and his anger towards Lin Xuan continued to rise. Had it not been for Lin Xuan, how could a respected principal of considerable age find himself in such a predicament? As they approached the gymnasium, which soon came into view, Principal Lu noted the numerous rooms within. Since the windows of these rooms all faced the same direction, he could hear the voices of those inside if the windows were not closed. Just then, Instructor Wang slowed his pace. "It's right up ahead," he remarked. At that moment, "This 3 hours wastes my time and hinders my progress. I wish to cancel my personal 3 hours of mandatory training." Lin Xuan's voice drifted out the window, directly reaching Principal Lu's ears. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, Principal Lu's mind erupted with a thunderous sound, as if struck directly by a bolt of lightning. Chapter 65, You Must Be Mistaken. There's no way we can expel Lin Xuan. Principal Lu could hardly fathom that Lin Xuan would dare to utter such words. Declining to participate in training? What was his purpose for attending the camp then? Claiming that training was a waste of time and hindered progress? Was Lin Xuan trying to ascend to the heavens? Principal Lu had invested immense effort to secure these two hard-won spots. Now, Lin Xuan was squandering them. All of Principal Lu's diligent efforts had been in vain. Not only wasted, but he was now subjected to a level of indignation he had not experienced in decades. It was no wonder the training camp sought to expel him. To voice such sentiments meant that, even if the camp refrained from expelling him, Principal Lu would have no face to allow Lin Xuan to remain. At this moment, Principal Lu felt an overwhelming urge to strike him down. In a fit of rage, Principal Lu momentarily disregarded his stature and unleashed a torrent of invectives. Yet, even after venting, he felt unsatisfied. Catching sight of the main entrance, he hastened past Instructor Wang and stormed in. As Lin Xuan and the others noticed the entrance's disturbance, they rose to their feet. Chief Instructor Cheng's brows furrowed deeply. Who was this unreasonable old man? How could he hurl insults so casually and directed at Lin Xuan? No less. Such a display of rudeness and lack of decorum was astonishing. Just as Chief Instructor Cheng prepared to speak, Principal Lu's movements were swifter. He strode in, eyes bulging as if they could ignite flames. The atmosphere turned taut. "Lin Xuan, do you hold any regard for me? How shameless can you be?" The imminent confrontation prompted Instructor Shui to instinctively recall 4 ominous words. Trouble is afoot. Without waiting for Principal Lu to continue, he stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Lin Xuan, and addressed Principal Lu with grave authority. "What business do you have here? This is a martial arts training camp. I am a level 4 martial artist, and this esteemed individual beside me is a level 7 martial master. Do you wish for your life in this place?" As Instructor Shui assumed a combat stance, Principal Lu, taken aback by the impressive young man before him and the mention of a level 7 martial master, began to regain his composure. He stood momentarily stunned, a wave of trepidation washing over him. "Instructor Shui, take him down," commanded Chief Instructor Cheng. "Principal Lu, what brings you here?" Lin Xuan inquired, equally bewildered. Initially struck by the unexpected insult, he was still processing the situation when Principal Lu re-entered the room, now confronting him again. By the time Lin Xuan recognized the identity of the man before him, Chief Instructor Cheng and Instructor Shui had already regarded him as an intruder in their training camp, preparing to subdue him. In a flurry of concern, Lin Xuan quickly interjected, anxious to avoid any misinterpretation. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, Instructor Shui's brow furrowed. "Principal? What principal lacks such decorum and civility? To arrive and immediately hurl insults, akin to a wild dog attacking anyone in sight." At that moment, Instructor Wang rushed in, urgency etched on his face. "Instructor Shui, please show restraint. This is Principal Lu from Dongjiang No. 5 High School." Instructor Shui's confusion deepened. Could such a person truly be a principal? When did the standards for such positions become so lax? Yet, since both Lin Xuan and Instructor Wang had attested to this, Instructor Shui reluctantly lowered his poised fist. The tension simmered down. Meanwhile, Chief Instructor Cheng's mind was a blank slate, struck as if by a thunderclap. Principal Liu, the principal of Dongjing Number 5. Indeed. He had requested Instructor Wang to contact Principal Liu to collect the expelled Lin Xuan. How could he have forgotten such a crucial detail? Lin Xuan. At this juncture, the camp could not expel Lin Xuan under any circumstances. Chief Instructor Cheng harbored hopes that Lin Xuan would achieve greatness, elevating his own standing in the educational realm. Having just managed to draw closer to Lin Xuan, he could not allow Lin Xuan to discover his previous intentions to expel him. Otherwise, all his prior efforts would be rendered futile. What to do? What to do? Chief Instructor Cheng's mind raced frantically. Chief Instructor Cheng, I have brought Principal Liu. Instructor Wang announced, noticing the unusual demeanor of the Chief Instructor. Assuming the Chief Instructor had merely forgotten due to his busy schedule, Instructor Wang added, he is here to collect the expelled Lin Xuan. Upon hearing this, Chief Instructor Cheng's complexion turned even paler. Instructor Shue's expression became exceedingly peculiar. He recalled the earlier conversation regarding the expulsion of Lin Xuan. However, after witnessing the recent confrontation, Instructor Shue speculated that Chief Instructor Cheng must be filled with regret over his initial decision. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Expelled? Expelled me? As Lin Xuan began to voice his thoughts, Chief Instructor Cheng panicked. He could not allow Lin Xuan to discover the truth of his intended expulsion. What if Lin Xuan, in a fit of anger, truly left the training camp? To lose such a prodigious talent would not only be a colossal loss, but would also render Chief Instructor Cheng a laughingstock in the educational community. No, he could not allow such a catastrophe to transpire. Wang, what nonsense are you spouting? How could Lin Xuan possibly be expelled? Whoever dares to expel him will face my wrath. Chief Instructor Cheng exclaimed fervently. Under no circumstances could Lin Xuan learn of this matter. As long as he did not acknowledge it, the entire episode of the intended expulsion would evaporate into thin air. Upon hearing Chief Instructor Cheng's declaration, Instructor Wang was left in a state of bewilderment. Chief Instructor Cheng, it was you who proposed expelling Lin Xuan. I remember it clearly. Chief Instructor Cheng's agitation intensified upon hearing this. Instructor Wang, who typically appeared quite astute, how could he be so foolish at this moment? His folly was inconsequential. But he could not allow himself to be dragged down as well. Listen here, Instructor Wang. You must have misheard. Absolutely misheard. Our training camp would never consider expelling Lin Xuan. Instructor Shue, did you hear me issue such a command? As he spoke, Chief Instructor Cheng redirected the conversation to Instructor Shue, his gaze sharp as a dagger. Seeing the murderous glint in Chief Instructor Cheng's eyes, Instructor Shue hurriedly shook his head. No, no. The training camp has never expelled a student. The Chief Instructor could never expel Lin Xuan. Instructor Wang, you must have misunderstood. At this juncture, Instructor Wang was increasingly befuddled. How could this be? Was this the agreed-upon course of action? Could it be that his hearing had truly failed him? Yet, if expelling Lin Xuan was not the intention, then why had they invited Principal Liu today? Instructor Shui, you must have heard about inviting Principal Liu. Instructor Wang insisted, eager to assert that he had not misheard. Instructor Shui found himself in a quandary. Indeed, he had heard about this matter. But was the presence of Principal Liu of utmost importance? The priority now was to avoid expelling Lin Xuan, considering Lin Xuan's formidable vitality and combat prowess. Instructor Shui believed that even if Chief Instructor Cheng were to expel Instructor Wang, Lin Xuan would remain untouchable. Not only could they not expel him, but they also could not allow Lin Xuan to discover that Chief Instructor Cheng had ever contemplated such an action. Instructor Shui found himself at a loss for words. The invitation to Principal Liu was intended for him to visit the training camp. This year marks the first time the students of Dongjing No. 5 have participated in this training camp. From the principal to the students, they are all unfamiliar with the camp's operations. Thus, we specifically invited Principal Liu for a tour. Chief Instructor Cheng declared, forcing himself to concoct an explanation. Let it be. Let it be. There was no choice but to fabricate a tale. As long as Lin Xuan remains unaware of the thoughts of dismissing him, everything else is inconsequential. The esteemed Chief Instructor Cheng no longer wishes to intervene. Instructor Wang, I can only extend my apologies to you now. I regret the inconvenience caused to you. Chapter 66, The Sophisticated and the Naive. Instructor Wang was utterly astonished. He couldn't help but shift his gaze towards Instructor Shui, who was equally embarrassed at that moment. Ahem! Under the menacing glare of Chief Instructor Cheng, Instructor Shui had no choice but to feign ignorance and declared, what the Chief Instructor says is correct. Our invitation to Principal Liu is solely for him to visit the training camp. There is absolutely no intention of expelling Lin Xuan. It must be a misunderstanding on your part, Instructor Wang." Upon hearing the unanimous statements from Chief Instructor Cheng and Instructor Xue, Instructor Wang was engulfed in profound self-doubt. Why? Why did he recall that it was Chief Instructor Cheng who intended to expel Lin Xuan, while Principal Liu was merely coming to retrieve him? Indeed, this reasoning seemed quite plausible. However, Chief Instructor Cheng's words were also logical and reasonable. It left him momentarily at a loss for flaws. If Chief Instructor Cheng's assertions were indeed true, then what had he seen and heard previously? Had he been living in a mirage all along? No. He refused to believe it. How could decades of his life possibly be a deception? Yet, if the world he perceived was genuine, why was his understanding of events so divergent from those around him? Was he losing his sanity? Or was the world itself mad? Instructor Wang's eyes brimmed with confusion and helplessness. In stark contrast, Principal Liu, who had been lost in a daze, gradually regained clarity, though the reasons eluded him. The current circumstances indicated that Chief Instructor Cheng did not wish to expel Lin Xuan. Not only did he wish to retain him, but he also preferred that Lin Xuan remain oblivious to any prior intentions of expulsion. Furthermore, his demeanor towards Principal Liu had improved significantly, even extending an invitation for him to visit the training camp. Having navigated the workplace for many years, Principal Liu understood that leaders are invariably right. Even if a leader proclaimed the earth to be flat, it would indeed be flat. Disagreement was not an option. This was the essence of surviving in the professional realm. Thus, at this moment, Principal Liu interjected, "Instructor Wang, you are indeed mistaken. When you called me yesterday, you mentioned the invitation to visit the training camp and made no mention of expelling any students. Perhaps the recent workload has caused you to experience a lapse in memory." Principal Liu's words corroborated the statements of Chief Instructor Cheng and Instructor Xue, alleviating their immediate concerns. However, it also shattered Instructor Wang's worldview. Could it be that he truly was losing his mind? The information he received and disseminated appeared identical. It was merely altered through the processing of his brain. Should he consult a psychiatrist? Instructor Wang fell into deep contemplation. Upon hearing Principal Liu's remarks, Chief Instructor Cheng cast a glance at him, a complex expression in his eyes. Principal Liu was indeed shrewd. His capabilities may not be impressive, but he expertly navigated interpersonal dynamics. No wonder someone of mediocre ability could ascend to the role of principal. Yet, none of this held significance at present. The most pressing matter was Lin Xuan. Chief Instructor Cheng turned his gaze towards Lin Xuan, whose demeanor was remarkably composed. He exhibited no trace of doubt or anger. Evidently, Lin Xuan believed in his words, trusting that he had never harbored intentions to expel him. That was reassuring. Chief Instructor Cheng sighed in relief. However, unbeknownst to them, Lin Xuan had already discerned the underlying truth. With 2 lifetimes of experience and a keen understanding of office politics, how could he fail to perceive the reality? The intention to expel him was genuine, as was the current attempt to win him over. The desire to expel stemmed from his lack of commitment to training, while the effort to attract him arose from his remarkable progress despite minimal training. Which teacher would wish to expel such a gifted student? Lin Xuan also sought the martial arts techniques promised by Chief Instructor Cheng, so he chose not to expose the truth. Principal Liu aimed to foster a good relationship with the training camp, while Instructor Xue acted out of fear of offending his superiors. Each individual had their own motives, and thus they wove a beautiful fabric of deception. It was merely unfortunate for Instructor Wang, a truly earnest individual. Lin Xuan felt sympathy for him as he observed the expression of existential doubt on Instructor Wang's face. "Chief Instructor Cheng, about the 3 hours of mandatory training?" Lin Xuan inquired. Chief Instructor Cheng had lied, although Lin Xuan would not reveal him. Now was a moment of vulnerability. Seizing the opportunity to negotiate for his own benefit seemed quite reasonable. Transform it into self-directed training. How you train is entirely up to you. Chief Instructor Cheng promptly acquiesced. Not only did Lin Xuan wish for self-directed training, but if he wanted to dismantle the training camp entirely, Chief Instructor Cheng would also entertain the notion. Hearing the Chief Instructor's response, Lin Xuan nodded in satisfaction. However, Principal Liu furrowed his brow. Although the storm of expulsion had passed, Lin Xuan's actions were inexcusable. A student's primary responsibilities were to learn and train. His current attempts to evade work, now sanctioned by the chief instructor, were far from commendable. As principal, Liu felt compelled to speak. "Lin Xuan, training is indeed arduous. For human nature tends toward laziness. However, we cannot allow ourselves to be governed by our biological instincts and forsake perseverance. Just as Principal Liu was expounding at length, eager to showcase his educational prowess before the instructors of the training camp. Stop. Chief Instructor Chung interjected at the opportune moment. Is now the time to admonish Lin Xuan to train diligently? How could I have thought of Principal Liu as astute and now find him lacking in judgment? He then turned to Lin Xuan, stating, Lin Xuan, we shall take Principal Liu on a tour of the training camp. You may engage in self-directed training. All right. Lin Xuan departed with great contentment. Oh, just as Principal Liu was preparing to appeal to Lin Xuan's emotions and reason, he realized that Lin Xuan had already vanished. Chief Instructor Cheng, this. Chief Instructor Cheng waved his hand dismissively, saying, it's nothing. Every student is a unique individual. We must respect individual differences. Principal Liu, is this your first visit to the training camp? Allow me to show you around. As he spoke, Chief Instructor Chung took Principal Liu by the arm and prepared to leave. Principal Liu seemed to have a moment of clarity. How could he possibly instruct Lin Xuan directly? From Chief Instructor Cheng's recent demeanor towards Lin Xuan, it was evident that Lin Xuan was cherished by him. He would provide whatever was requested. Moreover, his attitude was exceedingly warm and gentle, devoid of any authoritative air. One could hardly perceive him as a lofty martial arts master. He had even gone so far as to contradict himself for Lin Xuan, disregarding his own reputation. Since Lin Xuan was favored by the leader, he was also Principal Liu's treasure. He must be cherished accordingly. How could he oppose this? While lamenting his previous inappropriate behavior, he wholeheartedly agreed and followed Chief Instructor Cheng out the door. Observing the departing figures of the two, Instructor Wang tugged at Instructor Shue's sleeve, whispering, Instructor Shue, do you think I'm truly experiencing hallucinations? Should I request leave to seek medical attention? Instructor Shue's lips twitched uncontrollably as he replied, I'll explain it to you when I have the time. On the second floor of the specialized training building, the majority of the students from the training camp congregated. They engaged in fervent discussions, their animated chatter creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a bustling marketplace in the corridor. The topic of their discourse was not the recent speed test results, who ranked first, who had made progress, and who had regressed, but rather a more significant matter. Lin Xuan was to be expelled. This explosive news was relayed by a trio who had ascended last. Although they claimed to have heard it from the staff, skepticism lingered among the crowd, for it was their understanding that the training camp had never proactively expelled a student before. Only after the indisputable top student, Kai Yinja, confirmed the news did they wholeheartedly believe it. The credibility of Kai Yinja's information stemmed from Instructor Luo, whose standing and prowess within the training camp were second only to the chief instructor, surpassing that of Instructor Shue, Instructor Wang, and other staff members. Furthermore, Instructor Luo held a particular admiration for Kai Yinja. Thus, anything uttered by Instructor Luo could not possibly be erroneous. Chapter 67. Classmates, is Principal Liu here to plead for Lin Xuan? After the other students in the training camp confirmed that Lin Xuan was about to be expelled, their excitement was palpable, especially for those at the bottom of the ranking. Their faces beamed with radiant smiles, making it hard for outsiders to associate them with failure. Their smiles shone as if they had claimed the top position. Although they felt embarrassed by their low rankings, Lin Xuan's predicament overshadowed their shame. With Lin Xuan around, they no longer felt their scores were particularly dismal. They eagerly began to discuss. Wonderful. In the past, teachers and parents constantly told us to persevere in our training and not fear hardship. Enduring the bitterest of struggles is the path to greatness. I always regarded these words as mere platitudes. Who would have thought that one day they would ring true? Our diligent efforts have borne fruit, allowing us to remain in this training camp, while Lin Xuan must now face the consequences of his actions, being expelled from the camp. Indeed. I used to complain about the injustices of the world, of fate. I was too narrow-minded. It's not that retribution doesn't come, but rather that the timing was not right. Now, Lin Xuan faces a tremendous disgrace. Not only do the students of Dongjiang City know of his blunder, but the entire Jiangnan region is aware of it. If I were him, I would be too ashamed to live. Encouraged by this sentiment, most classmates joined in the chorus of Schadenfreude. The chatter ebbed and flowed incessantly. Sun Haoming, standing nearby, felt a twinge of boredom. He had indeed harbored a deep-seated hatred for Lin Xuan, as Lin had overshadowed him during the entrance assessment. While others toiled diligently, Lin had chosen to slack off. However, now Lin Xuan was paying the price for his actions. He was on the verge of leaving the training camp. He was no longer the exemplary senior of Jiangnan. If he continued this path of laziness, Lin Xuan's future would be bleak. In other words, his future would place him in a different stratum from everyone else in the training camp. While others would continue to ascend, Lin Xuan's status would only decline. For someone who was far beneath his level, there was no need to squander time and energy. It was akin to encountering a beggar on the way to work. One would not despise the beggar simply because he did not need to work. It was entirely improbable. The social standing and lives of the two were worlds apart. They simply did not inhabit the same realm. Similarly, Sun Haoming felt there was no reason to concern himself further with Lin Xuan. To pay him any attention would be a form of favoritism, a waste of his own time. Rather than discussing Lin Xuan, it would be more prudent to contemplate his own future. To consider how he could continuously excel in certain areas and garner the envy of others. Stepping away from the center of the crowd, Sun Haoming retreated to a position by the window. Just as he intended to gaze at the scenery outside, several figures caught his eye. Look! The figures on the playground seemed to be the chief instructor, Instructor Shui, and Instructor Wang. And the last one is Instructor Luo? Sun Haoming exclaimed, drawing the attention of those around him. Following his gaze, several near the window leaned in to look. The last person is not Instructor Luo. He was just in the speed testing room, dressed in uniform. The person on the playground is clearly in casual attire, Kai Yinja responded, knowing Instructor Luo very well. There was no way he could mistake Luo's silhouette. Strange. I remember there being a rule in the training camp that forbids entry for unrelated individuals. Who could be walking with the instructors now? Kai Yinja murmured in confusion. Like Sun Haoming, he was unwilling to spare Lin Xuan even a glance. Lin Xuan was merely a self-defeating high school student. Once expelled from the training camp, his life would only worsen. Such individuals were plentiful in society. Engaging with them would only lower one's own status. Instead of mocking Lin Xuan, he was far more curious about the identity of the person entering the training camp. As he and his father had previously sought to cultivate a relationship with Chief Instructor Cheng. Unfortunately, Chief Instructor Cheng had consistently declined their requests for meetings for various reasons. Now, observing the warm interactions between the Chief Instructor and this individual, Kai Yinja pondered whether he should inform his father to seek a breakthrough elsewhere. Earlier, Instructor Luo had only informed Kai Yinja that Lin Xuan was to be expelled. As for the process of expulsion and who would come to take Lin away, Instructor Luo deemed it a trivial matter and did not mention it to Kai Yinja. Thus, Kai Yinja was entirely unaware of the current situation. A different group had mocked Lin Xuan to their satisfaction. They noticed that Sun Haoming and others were still gazing out the window. Curiosity piqued, they all approached the window. Isn't that Principal Lu? Li Mo's surprised voice rang out. Kai Yinja immediately inquired, do you know him? The one standing with the instructors? Li Mo nodded, yes. That's Principal Lu from Dongjiang No. 5 High School. Kai Yinja could hardly believe it. Your school principal can enter the training camp? That's impossible. As far as I know. Many principals and teachers have wished to enter the training camp for further training but have been turned away. Li Mo replied, I cannot speak to that. But I do recognize our principal. There is no way I could be mistaken. Sun Haoming interjected, Kai Yinja, I believe Li Mo is correct. Typically, when a school seeks to discipline or expel a student, parents come to the school to plead. With Lin Xuan facing expulsion, it is only natural for the principal to intervene. Kai Yinja frowned. You mentioned parents pleading, but now it is the principal. Would a head of a school really come to plead for one student among many? Sun Haoming was momentarily stumped, unsure how to respond. Standing nearby, Xie Zhenyan chimed in. Li Mo, what was Principal Lu's attitude towards Lin Xuan during your time at school? Li Mo replied, I had paid much attention before, but recently. Principal Lu has been very favorable towards Lin Xuan. Don't forget, he even wrote a piece praising Lin Xuan, which is still posted on the Dongjiang Education Bureau's official website. Xie Zhenyan remarked, now it makes sense. Principal Lu must be here to plead for Lin Xuan. After all, he had previously praised Lin Xuan so highly, and now Lin Xuan is the first to be expelled from the training camp. What a slap in the face for Lu. To save face, he is surely making an effort. After this analysis, everyone around nodded in agreement, except for Kai Yinja, who felt something was off. Observing the interaction between Principal Lu and Chief Instructor Cheng, it did not seem that Principal Lu was in a position to plead with Cheng. Rather, it appeared that Chief Instructor Chen was the one trying to curry favor with Principal Lu. Do you think Principal Lu's plea will be effective? Can Lin Xuan remain? Sun Haoming asked. Coming from a wealthy family, he often resolved minor issues at school with money, so he was accustomed to navigating such matters. Thus, upon learning that the unfamiliar figure was Principal Lu from Dongjiang No. 5 High School, he instinctively thought he had come to plead for Lin Xuan. Moreover, since he and his family had nearly always succeeded in such endeavors, he was somewhat concerned about whether Lin Xuan might also manage to stay. If Lin Xuan were expelled, then Sun Haoming could indeed spare him any further attention, as he would be rendered useless. However, if Lin Xuan remained in the training camp, even if he ultimately proved to be a failure, it would be a different story. However, each day, as Sun Haoming diligently trains through hardships, witnessing Lin Xuan idly slacking nearby fills him with distress. Even though reason advises him not to measure his efforts against Lin Xuan's, he finds himself unable to rein in his emotions. Chapter 68. Astonishing. Wasn't Lin Xuan expelled? How is he still in the training camp? Therefore, Sun Haoming hopes that Lin Xuan will continue to languish and sink to the lowest depths of society. However, Lin Xuan's indolence must remain unseen by him. Out of sight, out of mind. Otherwise, Lin Xuan might waver in his martial arts resolve, awakening the dark, hidden emotions within him. Thus, Sun Haoming worries whether Principal Lu's arrival will alter the outcome. This concern is not solely Sun Haoming's, but resonates with other students as well. They had just celebrated Lin Xuan's impending expulsion, and now the prospect of his continued presence is utterly incomprehensible to them. You are overthinking it. Who is Commander Chung? He is a distinguished level 7 martial master, renowned for his fairness and strictness. How could he so easily retract a decision once made? Moreover, this is the most prestigious training camp in the Jiangnan region. The commander's authority far surpasses that of a mere school principal. How could the principal of a small school like Dongjing No. 5 possess such influence? As the worried expression spread across the faces of the crowd, Kai Yinja interjected. Even his father, the lord of Nanjing City, finds it difficult to sway Commander Chung, let alone Principal Lu of a mere No. 5 school. Observing the confidence in Kai Yinja, the top student in the training camp, the others felt their anxieties dissipate. It seems that Lin Xuan's expulsion is indeed a foregone conclusion. I believe that by tomorrow morning's training, we shall no longer see Lin Xuan, Kai Yinja concluded. The next day, the sun shone brightly, illuminating the world with its golden rays. On the playground, Li Mo breathed in the fresh morning air, his face adorned with a blissful, contented smile. Because today, Lin Xuan would be leaving the training camp. Once Lin Xuan departs, Li Mo would be the sole representative of Dongjiang No. 5 in this training camp. Although Li Mo's vitality still paled in comparison to Lin Xuan's, so what? Let us not forget, Lin Xuan was expelled from the training camp. This experience not only brought shame to Lin Xuan but also to the entire Dongjing No. 5, especially since Principal Lu had gone out of his way to plead for him yesterday. Yet, alas, it did not alter Lin Xuan's fate. And Principal Lu lost face in the process. Thus, Li Mo envisioned his future. When this month concludes and he returns to No. 5, what a magnificent scene it would be. By then, his strength would have significantly improved, and even if he could not surpass Lin Xuan, he would be much closer. In that moment, he would be the first student from No. 5 to emerge from the training camp. He would undoubtedly become the pride of No. 5, the most dazzling presence in the eyes of the principal and homeroom teacher. Perhaps he might even leave a few words in the annals of school history. The former Zheng Qi, now Lin Xuan, all who stood in his way have fallen one by one. He is the ultimate victor. He is favored by the heavens. At this moment, the world appeared beautiful in Li Mo's eyes. Behold, the lush green grass, the freshly bloomed flowers, the mischievous little grasshoppers. Life is truly marvelous. Li Mo savored the splendid scenery with satisfaction. Meanwhile, one by one, his classmates clad in training gear arrived on the playground. Li Mo could hardly wait to share his joy with everyone. Just as he prepared to call out to a friendly classmate, a familiar figure entered his line of sight. He was momentarily stunned. The smile on his face froze. His pupils dilated. His mouth fell agape. He stared in disbelief at the figure. Lin Xuan. It is actually Lin Xuan. How is this possible? Wasn't he supposed to hastily pack his belongings and leave yesterday? Who is standing here now? A ghost? On the other side, Lin Xuan yawned and leisurely strolled towards the playground. Yesterday, the commander had agreed to convert Lin Xuan's mandatory 3-hour training into self-directed training. Logically, arriving late should pose no issue for Lin Xuan. However, after much contemplation, he decided it would be better to arrive early and observe his classmates' training. He must maintain a semblance of respect for the commander. He cannot be too outrageous. Yet, the moment he stepped onto the training field, Lin Xuan keenly noticed the peculiar expressions on everyone's faces. They were filled with astonishment and shock. Due to his solitary nature, Lin Xuan hardly interacted with others, resulting in him being unfamiliar with most of the camp's participants. Of course, he deemed this entirely normal. After all, he came to the training camp not to forge friendships but to enhance his abilities. However, now, witnessing the strange gazes directed at him, he felt compelled to inquire what had transpired. But alas, he recognized none of these individuals. At that moment, a familiar face caught Lin Xuan's attention. The look in this person's eyes was even more bizarre, as if they had seen a ghost. This was Li Mo. Because Li Mo hailed from the same high school as him, Lin Xuan had a particularly vivid impression of him. Just as Lin Xuan was about to approach and ask what was happening, a crackling sound erupted from the loudspeaker. Students, today's training officially commences. Please return to your positions promptly. Lin Xuan's intention to inquire was abruptly interrupted by the unexpected announcement. Although he had received permission from the commander to forego the 3-hour mandatory training, he could not disrupt the training of others. He had no choice but to comply with the announcement and found his usual spot to prepare for a brief rest. Meanwhile, the gazes of everyone remained fixed on Lin Xuan. They watched as he walked straight to the side of the training field and sat down. Everyone? Wasn't this supposed to be mandatory training? Why isn't Lin Xuan participating? During self-directed training, one could excuse Lin Xuan's decision to sit aside. But this was a mandatory training session. Had he lost his mind? Did he not fear punishment from the commander? Low murmurs began to circulate. More pressing than that was the question of why Lin Xuan remained in the training camp. Wasn't he expelled? Exactly. Wasn't Lin Xuan expelled? Could it be, as Sun Haoming suggested, that Principal Lu's plea had made a difference? Surely not. The training camp has always been fair and just. They would not make such a decision. More and more people joined in the discussion. Silence. A commanding voice rang out. During mandatory training, a commander would always be present in the training field. Today, it was Commander Xue patrolling. Hearing the incessant whispers, Commander Xue spoke up in a timely fashion. Upon being reprimanded by Commander Xue, the students feigned compliance and resumed their training. However, their expressions revealed that their minds had already wandered far away. Commander Xue continued to walk around the training field. As he strolled, he approached a spot not far from Lin Xuan. Then, Commander Xue's steps came to a halt. The students couldn't help but whisper again. From this angle, Commander Xue can see Lin Xuan sitting idly. Do you think he will go over to scold him and punish him? Although Commander Xue is young, he is exceptionally strict. Last time I was 5 minutes late, he made me train for an additional 30 minutes. Lin Xuan's behavior is simply asking for trouble. Indeed, I believe Commander Xue is the strictest of all the commanders. Lin Xuan must be in for some serious consequences. Chapter 69. The Conspiracy? Is Lin Xuan a favoritism case? At this moment, as the students had anticipated, Instructor Xue indeed spotted Lin Xuan sitting off to the side. In truth, Instructor Xue was quite curious about Lin Xuan's cultivation methods. According to Chief Instructor Chang, Lin Xuan primarily focused on enhancing his mental strength, while elevating his mental prowess. He simultaneously increased his vitality. This explanation seemed quite plausible to Instructor Xue, for it was inconceivable to him that one could boost their vitality by nearly 500 points in just a month. Such a notion was utterly fantastical. Mental strength was an area of ignorance for Instructor Xue. He found himself unable to assess what he did not understand. However, out of respect and trust for the chief instructor, he accepted this narrative. Otherwise, he would be at a loss for elucidating Lin Xuan's astonishing progress. Thus, driven by curiosity, Instructor Xue approached Lin Xuan, eager to uncover the truth behind this so-called mental cultivation. He saw it. Instructor Xue had definitively witnessed it. He was now approaching Lin Xuan's position. Almost there. The students engaged in training watched intently, their eyes fixated on Instructor Xue's every move. Unwilling to miss a single second, they eagerly anticipated the moment Lin Xuan would face punishment. On the other side, Instructor Xue had come to a halt just 2 meters away from Lin Xuan. From his vantage point, he could see Lin Xuan leaning against a tree. Arms crossed over his chest, legs comfortably stretched, eyes shut, and displaying a tranquil expression with steady breathing. Instructor Xue was puzzled. Was this what mental cultivation entailed? Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that Lin Xuan was merely asleep. No. How could Lin Xuan possibly be sleeping during such precious time in the morning? Could one really achieve a near 500-point increase in vitality simply by sleeping? Surely, he lacked sufficient understanding of mental cultivation. It was akin to the peculiar methods employed by his cousin that Chief Instructor Cheng had mentioned, strange practices that were often misunderstood by outsiders. Yet, observing Lin Xuan's demeanor and posture, Instructor Xue could not convince himself that Lin Xuan was engaged in cultivation. Was this not simply slumber? He felt an urge to awaken Lin Xuan and inquire whether he was asleep or truly practicing. However, despite his lack of knowledge regarding mental cultivation, Instructor Xue recognized that it was fundamentally different from ordinary training, focusing directly on the brain. To interrupt it forcibly could lead to significant repercussions. The human brain is the most intricate of organs, Contemplating this, Instructor Shui decided it was best to refrain from intervening. Questions could be addressed later. Interrupting Lin Xuan now posed too great a risk. Moreover, Lin Xuan's rapid progress indicated that he must have exerted an extraordinary effort behind the scenes. Instructor Shui felt he could not, nor should he, doubt such an exceptional student. Sleeping during training hours would not only be an affront to Lin Xuan but also a degradation of his own integrity. Thus, Instructor Shui continued on his path. Passing by Lin Xuan's spot, the students watched in disbelief as Instructor Shui approached Lin Xuan and then stopped just a short distance away. They believed he was gathering his emotions, preparing to reprimand Lin Xuan thoroughly. Yet, to their astonishment, they observed as Instructor Shui continued on, as if nothing had occurred. He walked past. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Was this truly the usually stern and unyielding Instructor Shui? In the past, he would punish students for being merely a minute late. Now, Lin Xuan was sleeping right in front of him, and he acted as though nothing had happened. The student's fragile spirits suffered a severe blow. This was favoritism. This was blatant favoritism. I must lodge a complaint. This is outrageous. I will escalate this matter. Indignant, the students voiced their grievances. Stop being foolish. This is not favoritism. It's a conspiracy. Sun Haoming interjected. Unlike others who failed to see the entire picture, he understood it clearly. In the past, he had often found himself in similar situations. A minor transgression could be easily overlooked if one's family had connections. If righteous classmates voiced their objections, a few words from the teacher could swiftly dismiss the matter. If one wished to escalate the complaint, they should consider their own standing. It was only those with formidable capabilities or strong connections who could afford such leniency. Without either, one could only endure. Yet, Sun Haoming had once occupied Lin Xuan's position, enjoying life to the fullest. Now that he found himself in the role of the oppressed, he felt the weight of injustice. What do you mean by conspiracy, Sun Haoming? A classmate inquired. Sun Haoming was taken aback by the apparent disparity in understanding among his peers in the same training camp. However, recognizing they were still part of the same group, he patiently explained, consider the entire situation. First, Lin Xuan was to be expelled. Then the principal of Dongjiang No. 5 Middle School arrived. Following this, Lin Xuan not only remained, but also brazenly skipped training. The instructor simply ignored it. Do you see now? Sun Haoming's succinct statement contained profound implications. A silence enveloped the students, and after a moment, one voice broke through. I understand now. This is indeed a conspiracy. Lin Xuan is a favoritism case. This ugly reality. I had hoped the training camp would be a sanctuary, only to discover it is no exception to the norm. Are we to simply watch Lin Xuan laze about? Is there no way to punish him? If the instructor intends to shield him, we shall not indulge him. Brothers, let us show Lin Xuan a thing or two. That makes sense. Let us proceed. Although our strength may be limited, we have numbers on our side. Even a war of attrition can wear him down. Yes, even a single spit from each of us could drown him. The group fervently discussed their plans to teach Lin Xuan a lesson. This is simply intolerable. A gentleman may endure, but there are limits. A tiger does not reveal its might, yet Lin Xuan dares to treat us as mere playthings. Sun Haoming rubbed his forehead, astonished by the simplicity and brutality of his classmates' thoughts. I do not wish to discourage you, but do bear in mind that Lin Xuan entered the camp as a first-level warrior. Although he is not trained for over a month, challenging him under the guise of normal combat is risky. How many among you can guarantee victory over Lin Xuan without the risk of being taught a lesson in return? Even those with considerable strength face uncertainty. Defeating him and venting your frustrations may bring little satisfaction. Now that we are aware of Lin Xuan's connections, do you think the chief instructor will not make things difficult for you? Do you still wish to navigate the upcoming month without complications? Before taking action, consider the consequences. Do not allow anger to cloud your judgment. Sun Haoming's words doused the fervor of the heated students like a cold splash of water, restoring clarity to their minds. Indeed, he presented logical arguments. The most agitated students were often the weakest, with many lacking even a vitality score of 100. In other words, they were merely aspiring warriors. Yet they fancied themselves capable of reprimanding a seasoned warrior. Such hubris was truly misplaced. Meanwhile, those few who could assuredly defeat Lin Xuan wore calm expressions, their demeanor untroubled. After all, Lin Xuan's self-destructive behavior and lack of training have diminished their competition, which, in fact, is a great advantage for them. If they were to confront Lin Xuan and teach him a lesson, it would only incite the dissatisfaction of their instructors, a scenario fraught with detriments and devoid of benefits. Thus, these students, lacking in strength themselves, cannot rely on those more capable to vindicate them. They are plunged into utter despair. Sun Haoming, what do you suggest we do? Shall we simply allow this injustice to unfold before our very eyes? Chapter 70. The true beneficiary lies elsewhere. The heartfelt distress of Xie Zhenyun. Sun Haoming shrugged and remarked, "What can we do? Just endure. The world is inherently unjust, so we must bear with it. Otherwise, we'll offend the instructor, and our lives will become even more arduous." Sun Haoming felt a profound sense of frustration. In the past, he was the favored one. But now he could only witness the privileged basking in their glory. Fortunately, he was surrounded by a large group of people who, being somewhat naive and uninformed, relied on him to comprehend the unfolding events. Without his guidance, these oblivious classmates would remain utterly clueless about the situation. This realization inexplicably instilled in Sun Haoming a sense of superiority that eclipsed his earlier feelings of frustration. His mood suddenly brightened. However, the classmates nearby, upon hearing Sun Haoming's words, felt even more disheartened. The terms dark underbelly and privileged beneficiary pierced their hearts, confronting them with the brutal realities of their world. Yet, the most painful aspect was their utter helplessness in the face of it all. They could only accept their fate. Previously, they had hoped that Lin Xuan would pay for his complacency. They had indeed awaited divine retribution, news of Lin Xuan's expulsion. But they were blindsided by the simultaneous arrival of dire news. Lin Xuan would incur no consequences for his laziness, simply because he was a beneficiary. Their hopes were dashed. And they had to continue watching Lin Xuan slack off, enduring the injustice of it all. They felt disappointment, despair. They had no desire to continue their training. Standing in the front row of the training ground, Kai Yinja was equally astonished. However, his shock stemmed from a different source. Under-the-table dealings. Such occurrences were nothing new to him. What piqued his curiosity was how Lin Xuan, or rather Principal Lu of their school, had managed to sway Instructor Cheng. How had he and his father failed in their endeavors? A Lin Xuan, with no notable family background, and a lowly principal, had succeeded where they had not. Having recently joined the camp, Kai Yinja had already discerned the familial backgrounds of his classmates, knowing precisely whom to befriend and whom to disregard. He was well aware that Lin Xuan's family was as ordinary as could be. What needs had they fulfilled for Instructor Cheng to withdraw the expulsion order? Moreover, Kai Yinja found it particularly perplexing that, having expended considerable effort to remain in the training camp, Lin Xuan would not correct his mistakes and instead persisted in his previous behavior. Did he truly believe he was untouchable, unafraid of being expelled again? Furthermore, was it not a colossal waste of resources to cultivate a rapport with the instructor merely to avoid expulsion, rather than to gain valuable martial skills and guidance? A myriad of questions plagued Kai Yinja's mind, hindering his ability to think clearly. Beside Kai Yinja, Xie Zhenyun regarded Sun Haoming as a veritable tumor within their group. What relevance did Lin Xuan's status as a beneficiary have to them? Lin Xuan had merely avoided expulsion. Had he gained any other advantages? A legitimate opportunity to be lazy? Was this truly a benefit? In the training camp, the instructor might shelter him temporarily, allowing him some respite, but could the instructor guarantee him a lifetime of ease? The upcoming college entrance examination was beyond the instructor's influence, for the examination is undeniably fair and just. The instruments do not lie. The scores do not lie. Lin Xuan had been idle for 2 months. His physical condition and capabilities would reflect that. Lin Xuan would ultimately face the consequences of his actions. Xie Zhenyun appreciated the martial arts principle. One reaps what one sows. No one should foolishly expect fortune to fall from the sky. Thus, whether Lin Xuan remained or lay idle had no bearing on most people. Lin Xuan had not harmed the interests of the majority. On the contrary, everyone had one less competitor. This was a good thing. Yet, the true beneficiary, who genuinely harmed everyone's interests, was overlooked by all, and that individual was Kai Yinja. The favoritism with which Instructor Luo treated Kai Yinja was palpable to everyone. Not only did Instructor Luo exhibit preferential treatment, but his actions also bordered on excessive bias. While everyone else received one-on-one guidance from the instructor, Kai Yinja basked in an abundance of attention, practically receiving all the instructor's insights. In contrast, others were brushed aside with casual remarks. Not only did Xie Zhenyun perceive this, but his fellow classmates also noted Instructor Luo's biased attitude during their discussions. In matters that significantly affected everyone's interests, Sun Haoming failed to speak up, but instead fixated on Lin Xuan's trivial issues, rambling on about dark dealings and beneficiaries. The greatest injustice? The most significant beneficiary? Would Sun Haoming dare to speak the truth? Xie Zhenyun was utterly perplexed by Sun Haoming's logic. Sun Haoming merely voiced his opinions without offering solutions, instead suppressing his classmates, resulting in a loss of motivation for many. Meanwhile, he wore a smug expression, brimming with superiority. And what of his classmates? Did none possess the capacity for independent thought? How could they so blindly accept another's words as gospel, believing they had glimpsed the world's truth? If this continued, they would surely end up as mere consumers of health products in their old age. At that moment, Xie Zhenyun glanced around and noticed many classmates had ceased their activities, their eyes vacant and spirits diminished, hearts heavy with despair. Xie Zhenyun felt profound heartbreak. Was it truly necessary to spiral down like this over Lin Xuan? They had yet to discern who the real beneficiaries were, who their true adversaries were. Now, they were even prepared to abandon their training? Witnessing this situation, Xie Zhenyun could not help but speak out. It is still training time, regardless of the circumstances. We cannot forsake our training. This is of utmost importance to us as students. A classmate retorted immediately. Training? What good does it do? It's merely a waste of time and energy. How can our efforts compare to those of the privileged? This statement drew support from numerous classmates. Indeed, I once believed the training camp was the fairest place, having long yearned to be here. Yet, I realize it is no different. The darkness is ever present. Listening to his classmates' self-destructive rhetoric, Xie Zhenyun's brows twitched uncontrollably. He spoke with a mix of frustration and disappointment. Today, you decry the privileged. Yet, your actions only serve to embolden their arrogance. By giving up on striving upward and relinquishing your efforts, you grant the privileged even more opportunities and resources to ascend. These chances are ones you have willingly surrendered. If this continues, an increasing number of privileged individuals will occupy significant positions in society. When that time comes, don't expect to find opportunities for redemption. Even your space for survival will diminish. However, if you persist in your endeavors, proving your strength and excellence to the world, you too can seize numerous opportunities while simultaneously constricting the privileged space for existence. For in the realm of martial arts, strength reigns supreme. It is only fair that capable individuals occupy prominent positions in society. Thus, the world will become more equitable and the privileged will dwindle in number. So, my fellow students, let us strive onward. This is our soul path. Chapter 71. The Passionate Youths, Fighting for a Just World, Suppressing Lin Xuan. Xie Zhenyun's words were delivered with fervor and zeal. As he spoke from the depths of his heart, to him, Kai Yinja was nothing short of an obnoxious and resentful connection. All due to the fact that Kai Yinja's father was the lord of Nanjing City. This afforded him an abundance of resources, both in medicinal supplements and martial skills, far exceeding what Xie Zhenyun possessed. Xie Zhenyun had spent a month observing Kai Yinja, acutely aware of his advantages. He thought to himself that had he been in possession of such resources, he would undoubtedly be a bona fide second-level martial artist by now, unlike Kai Yinja, who remained trapped at the pinnacle of the first level. However, Xie Zhenyun hailed from humble beginnings. His family barely scraped by, not yet reaching a middle-class standard. Every bit of his skill was earned through relentless dedication and hard work. Thus, he held a deep-seated envy for Kai Yinja. Though it was a mere admiration devoid of jealousy, his values were firmly rooted in righteousness. The true source of Xie Zhenyun's discontent stemmed from Instructor Luo's starkly different treatment of Kai Yinja compared to others. He could readily perceive that Instructor Luo was far superior to Instructors Wang and Shui in every aspect, yet he refused to mentor Xie Zhenyun, as he aimed to cultivate Kai Yinja into an unassailable champion of the training camp. Naturally, he could not afford to nurture rivals for Kai Yinja. After all, this was all because Kai Yinja was a privileged connection. Xie Zhenyun understood that Instructor Luo possessed greater teaching capabilities, but he had no choice but to seek guidance from Instructor Shui instead. He was acutely aware of a potential path to strength, yet due to Kai Yinja's influence, he could only watch as that path slipped away from his grasp. This sense of anguish and injustice had lingered in Xie Zhenyun's heart for quite some time. His impassioned speech was not only directed at his classmates but also served as a constant source of motivation for himself. Genuine emotion always resonates powerfully with others. Not long after Xie Zhenyun concluded his speech, applause erupted. A fellow student, moved by the words, could not help but applaud, inspiring a cascade of clapping as more joined in. What a profound statement. If we abandon our efforts now, we only serve to empower Lin Xuan, diminishing our competition and allowing him to act with impunity due to his connections. If we continue to strive while Lin Xuan remains complacent, in the end, even with his connections, his abilities may not surpass ours, and his future may not shine as brightly as ours. We are grateful to Brother Xie for illuminating our path. I have realized we must bravely resist injustice and cannot remain passive. Otherwise, the likes of Lin Xuan will only proliferate and grow more arrogant. We must show them that we are not to be trifled with. Xie Zhenyin's understanding, his vision, and his spirit truly justified his status as the second-ranked genius of the training camp. He hoped that his classmates could transform this unjust society through their own efforts, paving the way for future students from humble backgrounds. Yet, many classmates remained fixated on surpassing Lin Xuan, deriving pleasure from witnessing his struggles. Observing the renewed spirit of determination and fervor among his peers, Xie Zhenyin contemplated but ultimately chose not to speak further. This could be seen as a convergence of paths. Silence. During training hours, no whispering. At last, the commotion in the training area caught Instructor Shue's attention. He turned his direction toward the training ground, where discussions and applause mingled. What were they doing? Instructor Shui was thoroughly displeased. It was early in the morning, yet they were not training earnestly. Did they all aspire to ascend to the heavens? All students will undergo an additional 2 hours of training after the mandatory 3-hour session. These 2 hours do not count toward attendance, Instructor Shui declared loudly. The punishment was indeed harsh, but given that most students had openly slacked off during trainings, they needed to be shown the consequences to prevent future infractions. Initially, it was expected that the students would complain about the punishment. However, Instructor Shui was taken aback when the students, their faces flushed, responded in unison, yes, without a hint of hesitation or reluctance, while Instructor Shui maintained a stoic facade. He felt a surge of satisfaction within. These children were brave enough to admit their mistakes and accept their punishment. They had matured, unbeknownst to Instructor Shui. Xie Zhenyin's words had invigorated the students, each one feeling as though they had been electrified. They envisioned a glorious future where they would triumph over Lin Xuan and other privileged connections. For this goal, they were willing to endure hardships and persevere. Now, not only could they endure an additional 2 hours of training, but they would also train for 24 hours without a moment's hesitation. In the afternoon, after lunch, Lin Xuan arrived at the training ground early. The warm sunlight enveloped him, providing a sense of comfort. With nothing pressing to attend to, he opened the system panel, where a flood of messages from the morning clamored for his attention. Ding. Others were emotionally charged, while you remained stable as if sleeping. Anomaly value 300. Ding. While others trained fervently, you were lost in dreams. Anomaly value 300. Ding. While others trained vigorously, you enjoyed the scenery. Anomaly value 300. Seeing the anomaly value rise at a staggering rate of 300 per hour, Lin Xuan felt that the request he had made to the chief instructor was exceptionally astute. Early morning was when people possessed the most energy, and training efficiency far surpassed that of the evening. Look, in the past, while others trained, Lin Xuan lounged, yielding only 200 to 250 in anomaly value. However, during the few hours of enforced morning training, he could achieve an anomaly value of 300. Exiting the mandatory training had proven to be an exceedingly wise decision, not out of laziness, but because he had discovered a method for faster enhancement that allowed him to relax and enjoy life. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Instructor Luo strode in confidently. Only Instructor Wang was seated in front of the monitoring screens. Instructor Wang, I have a question for you. Didn't Chief Instructor Cheng state that Lin Xuan was to be expelled? Why is he still here in the training camp today? Instructor Luo's tone bore an accusatory edge, as he had just been approached by Kai Yinjia, who inquired about Lin Xuan's continued presence. Kai Yinjia had intended for Instructor Luo to investigate how Lin Xuan and his peers had managed to sway the chief instructor. However, Instructor Luo felt humiliated, as the information he had relayed had proven false. As someone second only to the chief instructor in status and strength, receiving such erroneous news was a blow to his pride. What would Kai Yinjia and the Lord of Nanjing City think of him? In a training camp where he had no standing and faced exclusion, the sensation of being belittled was deeply unsettling for Instructor Luo. Thus, he confronted Instructor Wang. Instructor Luo was a 5th-level martial artist, a master of martial arts, while Instructor Wang was merely a 3rd-level martial artist. The disparity in their strengths was vast. Even when Instructor Luo was irate, Instructor Wang could only endure and relay all the information truthfully. This was what Instructor Luo anticipated. However, to his surprise, Instructor Wang remained composed and replied, Instructor Luo, this is Chief Instructor Cheng's decision. Upon hearing Instructor Wang's words, Instructor Luo was momentarily taken aback. He then raised his voice and continued to inquire, I am well aware that it is Commander Cheng's decision. However, I ask you why Commander Cheng altered his decision at the last moment? Instructor Wang responded, well, you should direct that question to the commander. My role is solely to execute his decisions. Instructor Luo was taken aback once more. Was this still the straightforward-minded Instructor Wang he once knew? Chapter 72. The growth of Instructor Wang. Was Instructor Wang practicing Tai Chi just now? He responded to his colleagues' inquiries with courtesy, yet his words lacked substance. When did Instructor Wang begin to speak in such bureaucratic terms? No, the straightforward and simple-minded Instructor Wang could not possibly utter such phrases. Someone must have been instructing him to speak this way. Instructor Luo, who had worked alongside Wang for several years, understood his colleague well. The only one who could command Wang's absolute obedience was Chief Instructor Ching. Clearly, there was more to this situation than met the eye. Lost in thought, Instructor Luo pondered the implications. Meanwhile, Instructor Wang silently commended himself. The events of the previous day had profoundly impacted him. He realized that the workplace was rife with intricacies. Even in education, one could not escape the machinations of rivalry and deceit. Yesterday, Chief Instructor Ching had unexpectedly altered a decision without prior notice to anyone. However, Instructor Shui immediately guessed the chief's intent and began to speak out of turn. This, Wang could comprehend. As Instructor Shui maintained a close rapport with the chief and had witnessed Lin Xuan's evaluation process in its entirety, it was understandable for him to react quickly. What surprised Wang was that Principal Liu, meeting Chief Instructor Ching for the first time, also responded with such alacrity. Consequently, everyone aligned themselves with the chief's narrative, leaving Wang as the sole individual clinging to the truth. Wang dared not imagine how others, especially Principal Liu, perceived him. Who was this fool, daring to counter the superior? How had he even attained the position of instructor? Even today, recalling yesterday's scene made Wang feel a deep sense of embarrassment. He had genuinely thought there was something wrong with his ears or brain. How mortifying. However, this incident had afforded Wang a profound understanding of the nuances of workplace relationships. Yet, he recognized that compared to someone as cunning as Principal Liu, a veritable old fox, he was merely a naive lamb, lacking refinement. He could not match Liu's meticulous ability to read the room, nor could he exhibit the same adeptness in shifting his stance. With a renewed resolve, Wang decided to embark on his journey of professional development by speaking less. Less talk, less sharing of crucial information, less expressing of personal opinions. Indeed, he successfully employed this strategy in addressing Instructor Luo's inquiries. Now, Instructor Luo had ceased his questioning. Excellent. It was a promising start. Wang brimmed with confidence. Instructor Wang, could you retrieve Lin Xuan's information for me? Instructor Luo inquired. He believed that since Chief Instructor Cheng had chosen not to disclose the reasons behind the change in decision, he could not press further and would have to adopt a more indirect approach. He hoped to obtain all the information about Lin Xuan to uncover some clues. Although Kai Yanjia had previously investigated Lin Xuan, the data he had acquired was certainly not as comprehensive as what was available in the training camp. Furthermore, Instructor Luo was particularly interested in Lin Xuan's midterm assessment results. It was common knowledge that midterm assessments were merely minor evaluations, and the results were not publicly disclosed as were those from the entry assessments. Even Instructor Luo was unaware of Lin Xuan's actual performance. Thus, he hoped Wang would retrieve all pertinent information for meticulous analysis. Upon hearing this, Instructor Wang's body tensed. He immediately replied, no. Earlier, he had refrained from informing Instructor Luo to hone his professional skills, but now Luo's request contradicted the chief's orders. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang rejected the inquiry. Lin Xuan's information was currently the most classified secret within the training camp. A staggering energy value of 597. A combat power value of 6,421. With a weight of 7. 5 times and a speed of 6. 5 times. Each statistic shattered the camp's records. Cheng, the chief instructor, had warned, a tree that stands out in the forest will inevitably be felled by the wind. It was well known that the training camp's data was integrated into the National Education Network, which had recently suffered malicious attacks. The information of several top-ranking students had been compromised, and the camp's system had also been subjected to mysterious assaults. To safeguard Lin Xuan from ill-intentioned individuals, the chief had specifically instructed Wang not to enter Lin Xuan's scores into the computer or divulge them to unrelated parties. After all, human intentions are inscrutable. Thus, upon hearing Instructor Luo's desire to access Lin Xuan's information, an alarm bell rang in Wang's mind. He could not afford to make another mistake after having just challenged authority. What would become of his future career path? Observing Wang's even more intense reaction, Instructor Luo's expression grew grave. Wang was a straightforward individual. His thoughts were plainly reflected on his face. His unwavering refusal only reinforced Luo's suspicions. Clearly, Lin Xuan's information had been expressly marked by Chief Instructor Cheng as confidential. The situation was more complex than he had anticipated. He needed to thoroughly investigate Lin Xuan to determine what actions had been taken or what connections had been forged to compel the typically fair and resolute chief instructor to retract his commands. Moreover, he had to proceed with caution to avoid arousing Chief Cheng's suspicion. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Instructor Luo exited the monitoring room. Days passed in this fashion. Lin Xuan continued to relish a splendid life, while his classmates remained embroiled in turmoil. They loathed Lin Xuan, yet felt powerless to reprimand him. They aspired to emulate Lin Xuan's laid-back demeanor, yet Xie Zhenyun would occasionally provide motivational platitudes, leaving some students in a state of inner turmoil between striving and idleness. Ultimately, they found themselves compelled to endure 12 hours of training each day. When points were distributed in the evening, none wished to be the last, as that would be utterly humiliating. Everyone was determined not to finish last, striving to surpass their previous night's performance. Thus, the daily training hours escalated to 12. In truth, Instructor Wang had conversed with professionals responsible for students' health and development within the camp. The specialists opined that training for 12 hours daily was more detrimental than beneficial. Prolonged training would encroach upon sleep time, preventing students from achieving adequate rest and leaving their bodies and minds in suboptimal condition. Training while fatigued would lead to poor sleep at night, creating a vicious cycle detrimental to their developing bodies. Moreover, training under fatigue would drastically reduce efficiency, slowing progress. Ultimately, they would find themselves investing time without visible results, exerting effort without commensurate rewards. Lastly, and most concerning to the professionals, prolonged high-intensity training could impose significant strain on the body. Overexertion of specific muscles or bones without timely relief would inevitably lead to injury. For martial artists, such injuries could shorten their careers and restrict their futures. Currently, only students from affluent backgrounds, such as Kai Yinja and Sun Haoming, had access to external remedies for muscle strains. The likelihood of injury among the majority of students was alarmingly high. Instructor Wang had adopted their advice, frequently emphasizing the importance of rest to his students. However, influenced by Sun Haoming's negative example, the students had begun to view all instructors as complicit with Lin Xuan, believing they sought to diminish his competitive edge by advocating for more rest and less training. Otherwise, why had we never seen the instructor advocate for ample rest and relaxation before? This time, the students have become more astute. When faced with the adversary's suggestions, they naturally choose to respond in the opposite manner. Thus, while Instructor Wang sincerely advised them to balance work and rest, it inadvertently sparked a new wave of competition among them. In response, Instructor Wang finds himself rather helpless. The students' fervor for training is so overwhelming that it cannot be subdued. Chapter 73. The Flowing Light and Shadow Step. A martial technique in urgent need of enhancement. As for Kai Yinja, he had been quietly observing Lin Xuan, eager to discern how Lin Xuan had established a connection with Commander Cheng. Based on his investigations thus far, it was reasonable to dismiss the possibility of a close relationship between Principal Lu of Wuzhong and Commander Cheng. Firstly, Principal Lu, as an educator, had all his information publicly available, given his position as the head of a school. Secondly, if Principal Lu truly had a unique relationship with Commander Cheng, he would not still be the head of the least prestigious school in Dongjiang. Thus, Kai Yinja focused his attention on Lin Xuan, convinced that Lin Xuan must share a distinctive bond with the commander. However, he soon realized that Lin Xuan's daily interactions with Commander Cheng were minimal, leaving him with no leads to pursue. Furthermore, the information he had gathered about Lin Xuan yielded no significant insights. Meanwhile, Xie Zhenyun, whose strength was only slightly inferior to Kai Yinja's, was gaining immense popularity among their peers, posing a considerable threat to Kai Yinja's standing among the students. After his fruitless observations of Lin Xuan, Kai Yinja redirected his attention towards Xie Zhenyun. In terms of both strength and social acumen, Xie Zhenyun exerted far more pressure on him than Lin Xuan did. Consequently, the two engaged in a subtle yet fierce power struggle, reveling in their rivalry. While Lin Xuan found himself an indifferent bystander, the day of the training camp's conclusion arrived swiftly. Lin Xuan beamed with joy as he packed his belongings in preparation for his departure. Over the past 2 months, he had reaped significant rewards. By the halfway point, his vitality had reached an impressive 597 points. Subsequently, in a bid to maximize his abnormal value gains, he refrained from training, relying instead on his classmates' unwavering efforts to earn between 500 and 500 points each day, nearly 1,000 more than the average of the first month. Through a lottery, the 6 dimensions of his system had increased by approximately 9 to 5 points daily. though these figures seemed modest on their own. The cumulative growth over nearly a month was substantial. Thus, Lin Xuan's system panel now read as follows. Name: Rebellious System Host. Lin Xuan Strength: 174 Speed, 172 Endurance, 170 Defense, 169 Skill, 171 Mental Power, 168. The sum of the first 5 attributes amounted to 856. This indicated that Lin Xuan's current vitality had reached 856 points, reflecting a remarkable increase of 259 points over the month. Although this growth was slightly less than the previous month, it was essential to note that once his vitality surpassed 300, the rebellious system required 300 abnormal points for each lottery draw, significantly slowing Lin Xuan's progress. However, compared to his peers, Lin Xuan stood out as a prodigy. It was noteworthy that during last year's college entrance examinations, a vitality exceeding 100 points typically secured admission to prestigious universities. Those with vitality above 200 points had a substantial chance of claiming the top honors in their city. Given Lin Xuan's current vitality, he modestly believed that he could indeed gain entry to a top-tier university. Just over 3 months ago, he had been an ordinary individual with a mere 7 points of vitality. The transformation was nothing short of astounding. This remarkable progress was undoubtedly attributable to the efforts of his fellow trainees in the camp. In addition to his enhanced capabilities, Lin Xuan had also acquired a martial arts manual, graciously presented to him by Commander Chung a few days prior. During the midterm assessment a month ago, Commander Chung had promised to gift Lin Xuan a martial technique focused on agility. After a wait of over 20 days, he finally received this invaluable tome, titled Flowing Light and Shadow Step. Unlike the Dragon Roar Fist he had previously obtained, this technique required a minimum level of proficiency of 2 and could be utilized up to level 6, allowing it to remain effective even at the pinnacle of martial mastery. This clearly demonstrated the superiority of the technique. Although Commander Cheng had not disclosed how he had procured this manual, Lin Xuan understood the considerable time and effort involved. He cherished this kindness, this debt of gratitude. However, with the acquisition of Flowing Light and Shadow Step, the previous Dragon Roar Fist seemed rather inadequate. The latter's upper limit was level 3, and Lin Xuan had already achieved that level. A vitality of 600 points signified the transition to a level 3 warrior, while reaching 900 points would denote ascension to level 4. Lin Xuan was now perilously close to that threshold of 900 points. Thus, the day he became a level 4 warrior was fast approaching, and at that juncture, Dragon Roar Fist would become obsolete. Initially, Lin Xuan had thought that day was far off, but upon receiving the new martial technique, he was compelled to contemplate his next martial skill. Through his recent experiences, Lin Xuan had gained a profound understanding of the rarity and value of martial techniques. Even a formidable level 7 warrior like Commander Chung required considerable time to locate an appropriate technique. What then of Lin Xuan, who was merely a moderately capable high school student? Yet, for the sake of his future, Lin Xuan resolved to explore the marketplace in search of affordable and effective martial arts techniques. There was no time like the present. After all, he had no pressing matters awaiting him upon his return home. He might as well venture into the city center. Having made his decision, Lin Xuan wheeled his suitcase to the bus station. At that moment, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected martial technique incompatible with host identity. Would you like to activate the martial technique upgrade function? What? The martial technique upgrade function. Lin Xuan was both startled and elated. If the system could successfully upgrade Dragon Roar Fist, increasing its upper limit, he would alleviate a significant concern. With his heart racing, Lin Xuan began to communicate with the system. After a series of negotiations, he received both good and bad news. The good news was that the system could indeed upgrade Dragon Roar Fist, and in the future, it would possess the capacity to enhance or refine any technique. The bad news was that this was an additional feature of the system, which could not utilize abnormal points and required cash payments instead. Furthermore, to elevate Dragon Roar Fist to a level 4 upper limit, a sum of 200,000 was needed. The system also cautioned that as the difficulty of future upgrades increased, so too would the required cash amount. Lin Xuan lamented the system's mercenary nature. The system maintained its innocence, claiming that the prices for legitimate level 4 martial techniques in the market were only higher, not lower. It assured him that its pricing was fair and transparent. Lin Xuan felt a headache coming on. While he was not short of abnormal points, having discovered an effective method to accumulate them, cash was indeed a pressing issue for him at present. He began to reflect on his financial situation. As an ordinary boarding high school student, he received a monthly allowance of 2,000, which encompassed all his living expenses. Thus, he typically spent it all each month, leaving him with no savings. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Lin Xuan. He recalled an unexpected windfall, 16,000 given to him by his father, Lin Ping. In a moment of excitement, Lin Ping had declared that if Lin Xuan could gain admission to the best training camp in the Jiangnan region, he would gift him 160,000. Initially, Lin Xuan had assumed it was mere talk, but to his surprise, his father had followed through. This 160,000 represented Lin Xuan's entire fortune at present. However, he still fell short of the system's requirement by 40,000. Where could he possibly find that additional sum? Should he ask his father, Lin Peng? That seemed unrealistic. For Lin Peng, 160,000 was no small amount, and it was already quite a feat for him to provide such a sum all at once. Lin Peng's relationship with his son, Lin Xuan, is rather tenuous. When asked about the possibility of obtaining 40,000, the chances are virtually non-existent. In truth, the Martial Alliance provides varying financial assistance to martial artists of different ranks each month, with higher ranks receiving greater support. However, Chief Instructor Chung had previously advised Lin Xuan against attempting to elevate his martial artist rank before the college entrance examination. The Martial Alliance's network is as interconnected nationwide as the educational system. Recently, several powerful senior students, who ranked high online, have encountered either major or minor accidents, which the Martial Alliance is currently addressing with urgency. To err on the side of caution, Lin Xuan has resolved to temporarily forego the benefits associated with being a third-level martial artist. As the bus approaches with a beep, Lin Xuan drags his suitcase aboard while pondering ways to earn money. Chapter 74. The Hidden Task of the System. Afternoon. Downtown Dongjiang City. Lin Xuan stood on the most bustling street, observing the throngs of people and shops. He had located his destination for this trip, the Baichao Medicine House. After a thorough inventory, Lin Xuan realized that in addition to the 160,000 he possessed a few minor assets as well. These were the supplements he had received as rewards from the Dongjiang 5 lottery. 2 portions of bone-strengthening soup and 3 portions of essence-fortifying powder. Although the quantities were modest, with the college entrance examination approaching, many parents who usually hesitated to spend on supplements for their children were now eager to invest, scrambling to purchase these products in hopes of giving their children a final boost. As is widely acknowledged, the number of candidates for the college entrance examination is vast. Even a slight increase in vitality could enable a student to surpass numerous competitors. Perhaps that increment in vitality could secure them a place in their desired university. Consequently, the prices of supplements in the market had surged. Lin Xuan recognized an opportunity to sell these supplements at a high price. After all, he had no need for them. Rather than letting them sit idle, converting them into cash seemed far more prudent. After conducting a search online, he ultimately decided to sell them to the medicine house. The establishment employed specialized herbal appraisers and engaged in the business of supplement buybacks. Professional, convenient. Moreover, it promised fewer disputes than selling directly to parents. Among the many pharmacies in Dongjiang City, Lin Xuan opted for Baichao Medicine House, a century-old establishment renowned for its stellar reputation. With a bag in hand, Lin Xuan stepped inside. He was greeted by an elderly gentleman, his hair grizzled yet brimming with vitality. Upon learning of Lin Xuan's intentions, the man accepted the bag from him and, donning a pair of reading glasses, scrutinized the herbs within. Indeed, the quality of these supplements is excellent, and they have been well preserved. I can offer you a buyback price of 4,000 yuan, the elder declared. Ah, so low? Lin Xuan exclaimed, taken aback. These supplements cost at least 15,000 yuan. How can the buyback price be so minimal? Isn't it the case that during this period, the supply of supplements is limited and their price is high? Lin Xuan found this surprising. He had anticipated that selling them for around 25,000 to 30,000 yuan would be reasonable. With the major issue resolved, the remainder would be simple. However, he had not expected the medicine house's buyback price to be so far beneath his expectations. The elder looked up at Lin Xuan and explained, while it is true that supplement prices are high, this pertains to the primary vitality pill, which can effectively enhance a person's vitality in a short time. With the college entrance examination approaching, such pills are scarce and thus command high prices. However, your supplements exhibit no immediate effects and require prolonged and substantial consumption. They are of no use to students preparing for exams, hence the low price. Furthermore, these supplements are produced in large quantities annually, leading to an oversupply. Due to a confluence of factors, I can only offer 5,000 for these. Lin Xuan seized upon the key point in the elder's words, the vitality pill. He still had a few of those. Since breaking through to the rank of a level 3 warrior, Lin Xuan discovered that primary vitality pills had no effect on his vitality. Only intermediate vitality pills could yield a marginal increase, but even then, it was merely by 1 point. Therefore, he still possessed 2 primary vitality pills obtained from the system's lottery, which he had yet to consume. Contemplating this, Lin Xuan pretended to retrieve 2 vitality pills from his pocket, though they actually came from the system's storage. Is this the vitality pill? Lin Xuan inquired. Initially, the elder had lost interest in Lin Xuan, but upon hearing about the vitality pills, he curiously elongated his neck. Upon inspection, the elder's expression shifted to disappointment. Young man, this is not the officially produced primary vitality pill. Official products come in specialized packaging and include anti-counterfeiting markings. Such a crude package. The elder hesitated, his words trailing off. The ability to successfully refine a primary vitality pill marks a dividing line between level 2 and level 3 alchemists. He knew that some level 2 alchemists could produce primary vitality pills, but their success rates were low, often resulting in pills that were ineffective or of poor quality. Level 3 alchemists, on the other hand, have nearly a 100% success rate in refining vitality pills, which is why they have established partnerships with official entities to gain recognition, resulting in their pills bearing official anti-counterfeiting marks. Level 2 alchemists, however, do not enjoy such privileges. The profession of alchemy is notably costly due to its direct dealings with herbs. Some economically disadvantaged level 2 alchemists are forced to sell their vitality pills, which lack quality assurance and official backing, and thus fetch low prices. The elder assumed Lin Xuan fell into this category. After scrutinizing Lin Xuan, he noted his tall stature and youthful appearance, recognizing that this young level 2 alchemist might one day ascend to level 3. If he were to achieve that status and sell his refined vitality pills exclusively through Baichao Medicine House. However, it is well known that the path of an alchemist not only demands significant financial resources but also relies heavily on innate talent. Many individuals remain stagnant at the level 2 stage throughout their lives, unable to progress. If this young man were to fail in advancing to level 3, then purchasing his vitality pills would be a losing proposition. As a mere employee, the elder could not bear such a loss. Lin Xuan discerned the underlying implications in the elder's words. He had never consumed market-available vitality pills, hence he was unaware of the complexities surrounding them. Lin Xuan queried, "Does your store have the means to appraise the quality of vitality pills?" The elder shook his head. "We can appraise ordinary herbs, but the production of vitality pills is intricate and requires at least a level 4 alchemist to accurately assess. Not only do we lack such expertise in our store, but the entire Dongjiang city also cannot produce a level 4 alchemist." Lin Xuan nodded. "I see. It appears that seeking a buyback from the pharmacy is not feasible. I must explore other avenues." Just as Lin Xuan prepared to depart, the elder called out to him, "Young man, how about I propose a private transaction? Baichao Medicine House is a century-old brand, and such unverified vitality pills will certainly not be accepted for buyback. However, I can personally purchase them. The price of vitality pills fluctuates daily. Regardless of the marked price, there will always be parents willing to buy. The current issue is that demand exceeds supply. Parents are eager to spend copious amounts of money yet cannot find any to purchase. If I inform them that the quality of the vitality pills is uncertain and lower the price slightly, perhaps they will sell. This way, the store bears no risk, and I can earn a modest profit to improve my livelihood. I will buy your 2 vitality pills at 5,000 each." Listening to the elder's words, Lin Xuan pondered. The official pricing was 5,000, and the elder was offering to buy at that rate. Yet, the market had already inflated prices to over 10,000. If Lin Xuan sought alternative avenues to sell the pills, perhaps he could secure an even higher price. After all, the system-produced primary vitality pills could enhance vitality by 2 points at once, double the efficacy of ordinary ones. However, the absence of official labeling was a significant drawback. Even the finest wine fears being hidden away. Selling the pills at a high price would not be an easy task. Thus, opting for simplicity, he decided to sell directly to the elder. He did not wish to expend excessive time and energy on this matter. As for the remaining funds, he would devise other means. All right, Lin Xuan agreed. After a series of formalities, Lin Xuan successfully received his payment. Just then, a chime sounded. Ding. Host has completed a transaction, fulfilling a hidden task from the system. The functionality of the system marketplace has been activated. Chapter 75, The Underlying Currents Beneath a Beautiful Life. Upon hearing the system's voice resonating in his mind, Lin Xuan hurried to a secluded spot. He opened the system interface, where he discovered a new icon for the system mall on the far right. With a click, he entered the empty mall. Finding only one item available, the primary vitality pill, priced at 100. A small note indicated that this item refreshes 5 times daily, meaning he could purchase only 5 pills each day. Excitement surged within him. For just 100, he could acquire the primary vitality pill from the system mall and resell it to the uncle for 5,000, yielding a staggering profit of 4,900. This would effectively resolve his 40,000 dilemma. Furthermore, the daily allowance of 5 pills, while seemingly modest, resembled a rooster that lays golden eggs, providing a continuous stream of wealth. After some time, once the uncle recognized the value of the pills, it would be easier for Lin Xuan to raise the price. With this prospect, Lin Xuan estimated that financial troubles would be a thing of the past for him. The system was indeed an extraordinary existence, presenting problems while simultaneously offering solutions, provided he was willing to engage his mind and explore possibilities. The following afternoon, Lin Xuan returned to the herb shop, successfully trading for 5 primary vitality pills. The 14,000 from yesterday, combined with today as 24,500 after deducting a cost of 500. Along with the 3,000 he received as a stipend from the Martial Arts Alliance for 2 months, brought him to a grand total of 40,000. He immediately invested 200,000 to upgrade the Dragon Roar Fist, temporarily alleviating any crises regarding martial skills. Now, his focus shifted to obtaining abnormal values to enhance his strength. In the morning, he visited Dongjiang No. 5 High School. With less than a month until the college entrance examination, schools no longer enforced attendance. Students were free to come as they pleased, resulting in a significant drop in the number of students actively training. Conversations with other students revealed that most parents took this opportunity to send their children to various martial arts academies in the city for final preparations. It was well known that the efficacy of paid martial arts schools far surpassed that of public high schools. Previously reluctant to spend, parents were now willing to invest heavily as the exams approached. Armed with this information, Lin Xuan set his sights on a new goal. As students flocked to martial arts academies, he resolved to linger near these establishments. While others trained vigorously inside, he could leisurely pass the time nearby, perhaps indulging in a game on his phone, thereby accumulating abnormal values effortlessly. It was a practical and efficient method. Conveniently, the street housing the herb shop was lined with numerous martial arts academies. He chose the largest one and found a nearby tea shop, ordering a signature milk tea. Relishing a relaxed afternoon, as evening descended, Lin Xuan checked the system notifications. Ding. While others trained diligently, you indulged in games, gaining 200 abnormal values. Ding. While others exerted themselves, you savored milk tea, gaining 180. Ding. 150 abnormal values. As he reviewed the notifications, he couldn't help but reflect on the greater diligence of the training camp students, who could average 200 abnormal values per hour, peaking at 300 to 320. In contrast, the Martial Arts Academy averaged around 160. Nevertheless, even the smallest gains were worthwhile. He had invested little effort, yet enjoyed a delightful afternoon. Thus, over the past few days since returning from the training camp, Lin Xuan established a routine. Each day, he strolled through the heart of Dongjiang City, first selling the primary vitality pills, then heading to a nearby beverage shop for milk tea and dessert, relishing the vibrant urban life. He earned money while simultaneously enhancing his strength, a perfect balance. However, tranquility would not persist indefinitely. Beneath the surface, unseen currents were beginning to swirl. At Lin Xuan's home, his stepmother, Wu Qin, sat on the sofa, a fragrant cup of pu'er tea before her. Yet, her mind was far from savoring the tea. Her face was etched with worry and concern. She felt increasingly powerless over the household affairs, particularly since Principal Lu's visit and Lin Xuan's enrollment in the city's elite training camp. Her husband, Lin Ping, had grown progressively more distant towards their daughter, Lin Weiwei. He had yet to purchase the 20,000 yuan bracelet she desired, a situation unimaginable in the past. Previously, a mere display of affection or flattery from Weiwei would secure his approval. Now, however, Lin Ping insisted that, as a high school student, her focus should be on academics. denying her requests. Meanwhile, he had transferred 160,000 directly to Lin Xuan. To compound matters, Lin Peng, who had once ensured his daughter received 2 vitality pills monthly, had now reduced it to 1. His reasoning was sound. With the impending exams, demand for the pills surged, driving prices sky-high, making purchases unfeasible. Wu Qin suspected this was merely an excuse. High school students had always competed for vitality pills, yet Lin Peng had managed to secure 2 each month in previous years. This year, however, everything had changed. Additionally, Wu Qin noticed a marked change in Lin Peng's demeanor towards Lin Xuan. Now, Lin Xuan, who had been skipping school, wandered aimlessly during the day but returned home for dinner each evening. Previously, his presence at the dinner table was almost non-existent, like a stranger. No one would initiate conversation with him. Yet now, Lin Peng proactively inquired about him nightly. Even Lin Weiwei's attitude towards Lin Xuan had softened considerably. These changes left Wu Qin feeling increasingly marginalized within her own home. This was not a positive sign. She needed to devise a strategy to reverse the situation. Just as Wu Qin pondered her predicament, the front door creaked open. Lin Weiwei entered, her face clouded with despair. Wu Qin's heart skipped a beat. Weiwei, what happened? Who bullied you? Lin Weiwei silently changed her shoes, sank onto the sofa, embraced Wu Qin, and began to weep. Mom, I went to find Zhou Qingyang today. The senior I mentioned before. He used to treat me warmly and even invited me to hang out. But today, he was cold and told me not to seek him out anymore. Wu Qin held her distraught daughter, gently stroking her hair, and asked, Why? What happened? Lin Weiwei, with a face full of grievance, replied, Mom, it's all Lin Xian's fault. Zhou Qingyang said Lin Xuan doesn't train seriously and only seeks shortcuts through connections. He refuses to associate with such people. Not just him, but others in the training camp feel the same way. Wu Qin listened, puzzled. Isn't Zhou Qingyang from one high school? How does he know Lin Xuan? Can your relationship with Zhou Qingyang really be influenced by Lin Xuan? Lin Weiwei fell silent. She refrained from telling her mother that Zhou Qingyang had initially shown her kindness because he wanted to befriend Lin Xuan. Weiwei felt this diminished her own worth while elevating Lin Xian's status. Thus, she omitted the details of their interactions, claiming that Zhou Qingyang was drawn to her charm. Now, faced with her mother's inquiry, Lin Weiwei found herself at a loss for words. Chapter 76. The Conspiracy Against Lin Xuan. An uninvited customer. How astute Wu Qin is. She is acutely aware that Lin Weiwei is concealing something from her. After much insistence, Lin Weiwei reluctantly divulges the entire matter. Upon hearing Lin Weiwei's account, Wu Qin is instantly filled with ire. She gazes at Lin Weiwei with disappointment, lamenting the ineffectiveness of her daughter. It is only through Lin Xuan that Lin Weiwei has any means of communicating with her desired partner. Now, with the latter's disdain for Lin Xuan, that disdain has inadvertently extended to her as well. What a tangled web of absurdity. What is Lin Xuan that he can so affect Lin Weiwei's social interactions? The reproach and frustration in Wu Qin's eyes are unmistakable, causing Lin Weiwei's cheeks to flush a deep crimson. A wave of shame envelopes her. In a bid to mask her own inadequacies and cowardice, Lin Weiwei resolves to place the blame squarely on Lin Xian's shoulders. It is all his fault. His lack of proper training has led to universal disdain for him. I am merely collateral damage, innocent in this whole affair. I shall confront him. The more Lin Weiwei spoke, the more her emotions flared. As she prepared to rise and seek out Lin Xuan, Wu Qin seized her arm. It is school hours. Do you wish for your father to discover that you are skipping class today? Are you intent on provoking him into a scolding? Lin Weiwei retorted, Mother, all the grievances I have faced today stem from Lin Xuan. I cannot endure this humiliation. I must settle the score with him. A cruel smile spread across Wu Qin's face as she replied, It is perfectly justified to feel aggrieved. This matter indeed requires a thorough reckoning with Lin Xuan. Hearing this, Lin Weiwei found renewed confidence. Just as she was about to leave again, Wu Qin called her back. Weiwei, it is not time to confront Lin Xuan just yet. If we are to settle scores, we must address the overall account. Wu Qin felt exasperated at her daughter's lack of insight. There were many matters yet to consider. Mother, what do you suggest we do? Lin Weiwei asked, tugging at Wu Qin's hand. After taking a sip from the teacup on the coffee table, she continued. Seeking out Lin Xuan is futile. We must enlist your father to deal with him. Lin Weiwei questioned, Father? How can he confront Lin Xuan? He has been quite favorable towards him lately. Wu Qin asserted, his favorable attitude towards Lin Xuan must be altered. We need to instill dissatisfaction in him. Didn't Zhou Qingyang mention that Lin Xuan has been slacking off in training? Let us capitalize on that point and exaggerate it. We must make your father believe that Lin Xuan is a lazy good-for-nothing. Do you understand? Lin Weiwei hesitated. Must we divulge so much to father? Wouldn't that expose Lin Xian's status as a first-level warrior and my connection to Shou Qingyang? Wu Qin sharply tapped Lin Weiwei's forehead with her finger, exclaiming, "Are you foolish? Must everything be laid bare? We shall only speak of matters that benefit us and harm Lin Xian. You will leave now and return at the end of the school day. Then we shall discuss our approach. Tomorrow evening, we will confront your father directly. Conveniently. The day after is Saturday, and everyone will be home. We shall seize this weekend to alter the dynamics of our household. Let Lin Xian understand who the true master of this home is." As she spoke, Wu Qin absent-mindedly brushed her stray hair aside. At the Baichao medicine shop, an elderly gentleman with graying hair stood respectfully to one side, next to a middle-aged man dressed in a well-tailored suit. This man was Su Guiqing, the owner of the shop, who was diligently reviewing the financial records. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman in a flowing blue dress burst into the store. The shop was bustling with customers, but she made a beeline for the elderly gentleman who had attended to Lin Xian. "Sir, do you still have the Qi blood pill you sold me yesterday?" Su Guiqing was taken aback. To his knowledge, the Qi blood pill had been out of stock for nearly 2 weeks. This customer claimed to have purchased it yesterday. Yet he had just reviewed the ledger and found no record of such a transaction. Realizing this, Su Guiqing cast a sharp glance at the elderly gentleman. Under the weight of his boss's scrutinizing gaze, the gentleman broke into a cold sweat. It was over. His clandestine dealings with the customer had been uncovered. And right under the boss's nose. How would he explain this? Seeing the elderly gentleman's hesitance, the middle-aged woman grew impatient and pressed. "Is there any left of that crudely packaged Qi blood pill from yesterday? If so, I am willing to pay an additional 2,000. The woman had a child in their senior year of high school. In her desperate search for the Qi blood pill to aid her child in the upcoming college entrance exams, she had scoured every avenue, but to no avail. Yesterday, the elderly gentleman informed her of a basic Qi blood pill, unofficially recognized, with uncertain effects. It might be beneficial, or it might not. The price was merely 8,000. With a mindset of experimentation, she readily accepted. Initially, she thought the low price indicated inferior quality. However, to her astonishment, upon ingesting the pill, her child felt an unprecedented sense of well-being. In the child's own words, they had never experienced such a liberating sensation in all their years. Consequently, the woman took her child for a Qi blood assessment. The results were astounding. The child's Qi blood value, which had remained stagnant for over 2 months, had surged by 2 points. A miraculous elixir. The effectiveness was beyond doubt. Determined, the middle-aged woman hurriedly attempted to place another order with the elderly gentleman via her phone. When she received no immediate response, she rushed to the store. This medicine was superior to the ordinary Qi blood pill. The likelihood of it being sold out was high. She could not afford to waste time. Even if it meant paying extra, she was willing. However, upon mentioning her willingness to pay more, she noticed a peculiar expression on the elderly gentleman's face. Assuming her offer was insufficient, she quickly amended, "I can add another 4,000. No, even 8,000 if necessary. If I could secure another Qi blood pill, my child's Qi blood could rise by another 2 points. Just think of how many peers they would surpass in the entrance exams. Compared to that, money is of no consequence." Upon hearing this, the elderly gentleman felt increasingly awkward. He scratched his head in confusion. The customer was far too agitated and spoke without regard for the situation. She kept insisting on paying more. The boss might assume he had made a fortune. In reality, he only profited about 3,000 from a single pill. At this rate, he could never clarify the situation. Su Guiqing was equally astonished. He had encountered employees engaging in illicit transactions with customers before. There were always those older, more experienced workers who, taking advantage of their tenure, would purchase at low prices from small workshops and resell at a premium under the Baichao medicine shop's name. Some, with a semblance of conscience, sold legitimate medicine, albeit with somewhat diminished effectiveness. Yet, others, devoid of ethics, sold counterfeit drugs. He had witnessed customers demanding refunds and compensation. However, he had never encountered a situation where a customer came seeking to pay more for a product. What kind of medicine was this? That its efficacy surpassed that of the century-old Baichao medicine shop? If it was truly that effective, why hadn't the shop stocked such goods? Rather than simply dismissing the elderly gentleman, Su Guiqing was more intrigued by this inquiry. "Madam, I am the owner of this establishment. What kind of medicine did you purchase? And how effective was it?" Su Guiqing inquired. Chapter 77. The Remarkable Blood Essence Pill. The Anxious Uncle. Upon hearing the individual before her declare himself as the owner, the middle-aged woman became increasingly animated, believing that with the owner present, her chances of acquiring the medicine would improve significantly. With great enthusiasm, she began to recount her experience. The uncle, however, kept casting furtive glances, attempting to interrupt her vivid recounting, but to no avail. It was a disaster. Not only had he been caught conducting private transactions under the very nose of the owner, but now the customer was divulging every detail in a most comprehensive manner. His transgressions had only escalated, all for a few thousand yuan, leaving the owner with a decidedly negative impression and a substantial leverage against him. He could only dread the consequences of the owner's wrath. Truly, this was a case of regretting his actions too late. As the owner listened, he nodded frequently. His curiosity piqued. Is it true? The blood essence value has truly increased by 2 points? He inquired, genuinely perplexed. It was common knowledge that the effect of a primary blood essence pill was to augment the vitality of martial artists below level 3 by 1 point, while the intermediate pill raised it by only half a point for those below level 6. As for the advanced pill, he had never encountered one, but he understood it would yield even lesser benefits. Throughout his years as a pharmacy owner, he had never once heard of a pill that could increase vitality by 2 points in a single dose. Astonishing and unheard of. Yet, the woman's fervent excitement seemed so genuine, so palpable. Just as Su Guqing was grappling with his skepticism, another figure approached the pharmacy, a professional woman clad in a gray suit, appearing to be around 45 years of age. Much like the previous customer, she marched directly toward the uncle upon entering. Do you still have the blood essence pill you sold me this morning? I will buy it at any price. At that moment, the uncle felt utterly overwhelmed. One customer was manageable, another was an outright revelation of his clandestine dealings to the owner. He swore this was his first instance of such a transaction. Yet as he observed the owner's furrowed brow and serious demeanor, he sensed that this situation was spiraling out of control. Su Guqing hesitated. One person claimed the pill was effective, and he was doubtful. But now, with another customer, this professionally attired woman, who evidently possessed sharper reasoning and judgment, her presence lent credibility to the notion that the blood essence pill could indeed enhance vitality by 2 points. The owner turned to the uncle, and under the weight of his gaze, the uncle felt beads of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Lowering his head, he braced himself for the impending reprimand. As a seasoned employee of the pharmacy, he understood that his actions teetered on the brink of dismissal. He could only hope that his years of diligent service and the profits he had brought to the establishment would sway the owner to spare him. Whether it meant a fine or a pay cut, he would accept it. As the uncle awaited the owner's verdict, he was surprised to hear a calm inquiry. Uncle, do you still have the pill you sold to this lady yesterday? Not hearing the anticipated outburst, the uncle lifted his head in confusion. The owner's expression was gentle as he reiterated, May I see that particular blood essence pill? Stunned, the uncle took several seconds to compose himself. Yes. I will fetch it at once. As Su Guqing observed the uncle's hurried departure, a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. If what these two customers claimed were true, that there existed a blood essence pill capable of increasing vitality by 2 points, then the implications for the pharmacy were monumental. From their descriptions, it was evident that this pill had not received official certification, indicating it was not widely circulated. At the very least, it was unavailable in other pharmacies within Dongjiang City. Otherwise, these two customers would not have rushed to seek out the uncle. Thus, an opportunity for Baichao Pharmacy was at hand. What if the batch of pills the uncle procured all possessed similar effects? If Baichao Pharmacy could swiftly negotiate a contract with the alchemist who crafted this pill, acquiring all of their stock, then Baichao Pharmacy would possess a product that most competitors lacked. In other words, Baichao Pharmacy's market competitiveness would soar, attracting a greater clientele and subsequently boosting the sales of other medicines within the store. In this manner, Baichao Pharmacy could distinguish itself amidst the multitude of pharmacies, drawing in both reputation and revenue towards Su Guqing. Therefore, at that moment, Su Guqing pondered not on how to reprimand the uncle, but rather on how to validate the efficacy of the blood essence pill, if it indeed possessed such remarkable properties. And if the uncle was willing to introduce him to the alchemist responsible for its creation, then not only would Su Guqing refrain from dismissing the uncle, but he might even grant him a raise. While Su Guqing contemplated these possibilities, the uncle returned with the blood essence pills. After selling 2 to the eager customers at the original price, Su Guqing collected the remaining pills, carefully placing them in a small box. Following a brief phone call, he rose to leave the pharmacy. The uncle, anxious and apprehensive, had not received the scolding he dreaded, but rather witnessed the owner's departure. Uncle, Alchemist Association, Dongjiang Division. A lavishly decorated building stood before Su Guqing as he awaited the results with bated breath. As the owner of the pharmacy, he had long prioritized maintaining a cordial relationship with the Alchemist Association. It was widely understood that only alchemists of level 4 and above could accurately assess the quality of primary blood essence pills. Yet, within all of Dongjiang City, no 4th-level alchemist could be found. Nevertheless, Su Guqing was aware that the association had recently imported a testing device specifically designed to evaluate the efficacy of blood essence pills. Although the accuracy of the device did not match that of a 4th-level alchemist, it could still provide a general assessment, better than nothing. This was particularly crucial given the exorbitant prices and scarcity of blood essence pills on the market. Many individuals were purchasing the packaging of these pills at high prices, only to mix in inferior products for profit. To combat this unscrupulous practice, the Alchemist Association had invested heavily in importing this device. After all, it could swiftly identify pills that were either entirely ineffective or of exceedingly poor quality. The phone call Su Guqing made prior to his departure was to request the association's assistance in testing the pill's efficacy. Creak. The door to the testing room swung open, and a staff member clad in uniform emerged. Mr. Su, the 3 blood essence pills you requested to be tested are of excellent quality and generally meet the official standards. Upon hearing this, Su Guqing felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He had hoped each pill would possess double the efficacy, but it seemed only a few had been fortunate. However, it was not a total loss. Any pill meeting official standards could still command a good price. Just a bit less profit, but not a loss. Su Guqing reassured himself. Observing the shifting expressions on Su Guqing's face, the staff member grew puzzled. Was he dissatisfied with the pills meeting official standards? Was he perhaps here to expose counterfeit products and seek a hefty compensation? If so, the outcome would surely disappoint him. The staff member continued, Mr. Su, these pills not only meet official standards, but far exceed the minimum thresholds in several testing categories, with some values being double the standard. I have never encountered blood essence pills of such exceptional quality before. Hearing this, Su Guqing's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Chapter 78. Where has Lin Xuan gone? An anxious Su Guqing. Su Guqing inquired with great excitement. Is it possible that the efficacy of these cheap blood pills could be double that of ordinary ones? The staff pondered for a few moments before responding. According to the test results, there is indeed a possibility. However, I cannot provide you with a definitive answer. After all, this is merely a machine. We need to send it to a more advanced institution for extensive research and experimentation. Su Guqing ceased to listen to the staff's ramblings. He understood that their cautiousness stemmed from their scientific mindset. Their mention of possibility suggested a fundamental feasibility. How splendid! The Baichou Medicine Hall had discovered a new avenue for development. With a beaming face, Su Guqing paid the testing fee and left in high spirits. At the Baichou Medicine Hall, the owner, Su Guqing, summoned the uncle and informed him that if he could find the individual who sold him these cheap blood pills and introduce him to Su Guqing, the uncle could continue his employment at the pharmacy. Su Guqing chose not to dwell on past grievances, hoping that he would not err again in the future. The uncle was overjoyed. Initially fearing severe repercussions for his actions, he had anticipated a demotion or a pay cut. But now it seemed that finding Lin Xuan would absolve him of all wrongdoing. The uncle repeatedly assured Su Guqing that he would present Lin Xuan to him the following day, for Lin Xuan had been visiting the pharmacy daily to sell him medicine. This routine had persisted for several days and had nearly become a habit. They were bound to meet the next day. Friday arrived. The uncle arrived early at the Baichou Medicine Hall, positioning himself in the most prominent spot within the shop. He hoped that the moment Lin Xuan stepped through the door, he would be visible. Today, Lin Xuan was his savior. He could help him retain his job, salary, and position. The uncle set aside all tasks, eagerly awaiting Lin Xuan's arrival. Yet, contrary to his expectations, he did not see Lin Xuan's familiar figure, no matter how long he waited. Adjusting his strategy, the uncle stepped outside to observe the bustling pedestrians. He hoped to catch sight of Lin Xuan at the first opportunity. As seconds turned into minutes, waves of passers-by flowed by, but Lin Xuan was nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan was seated in a nearby bubble tea shop, engrossed in the latest mobile game. Adjacent to the tea shop was the largest martial arts school in the city. Entertainment and progress coexisted harmoniously, without hindrance. In a brief interlude between game rounds, a fleeting thought crossed Lin Xuan's mind. He had yet to go to the pharmacy to sell medicine. However, this notion was soon cast aside. The cheap blood pills would not run away. The pharmacy would not vanish. Having accumulated some pocket money from selling medicine over the past few days, He concluded that it would be more efficient to save up a few more doses and sell them to the uncle all at once. This way, he would conserve both time and energy. At the entrance of the Baichou medicine hall, the uncle waited with bated breath, yet Lin Xuan's handsome silhouette remained elusive. Inside the shop, the owner, Su Guqing, furrowed his brow. It was already 4 p.m. He had deliberately postponed several important meetings for the sake of the qi blood pills. Arriving early in the morning, he had waited all day without a single sighting. Was the alchemist who sold the qi blood pills absent today? According to the uncle, Lin Xuan had been coming every day to sell medicine. Why was he missing today? Was it mere coincidence? No. There are not so many coincidences in this world. Since this alchemist could sell his qi blood pills to the uncle at the Baichou medicine hall, he could likewise sell them to other pharmacies. After all, the price offered by the uncle was not high, while the quality of the qi blood pills was exceptional, providing an increase of 2 points in vitality. The advantage was clear. At this juncture, even if the price were doubled, parents would not hesitate to pay for such quality goods. Su Guqing endeavored to place himself in the alchemist's shoes. Given that the quality of the qi blood pills was assured, the next consideration was how to maximize profits. The uncle at the Baichou medicine hall could only offer 5,000 yuan. To increase the price, the best approach would be to explore other sales channels. This meant seeking out other pharmacies for opportunities. Suddenly grasping the crux of the matter, Su Guqing sprang to his feet. If other pharmacies became aware of the qi blood pills that increased vitality by 2 points, and if their proprietors were astute enough, they would not merely focus on immediate gains. They might collaborate with the alchemist, securing exclusive rights to the sales of these special qi blood pills, thereby monopolizing the market. In that case, the Baichou medicine hall would find itself in a precarious position. The longer he waited, the greater the threat to the Baichou medicine hall. Taking proactive measures was the only solution. At the East River City Lord's mansion, this was one of the tallest buildings in East River City, on the 5th floor. Outside the city lord's office, a knock resounded. Upon receiving permission from within, Su Guqing strode in confidently. Seeking assistance from the city lord might be the quickest shortcut to finding someone in East River City. Coincidentally, the city lord, Su Guijian, was Su Guqing's cousin. With this unique connection, Su Guqing naturally sought his help. Su Guijian, a kind-looking middle-aged man nearing 60, furrowed his brow upon hearing his cousin's request. Guqing, why do you always come to me for such matters? I am the city lord of East River City, not just your personal city lord. You are abusing public authority. I cannot agree to this request. Hearing Su Guijian's stern refusal, Su Guqing momentarily panicked. However, the potential for the Baichou medicine hall to achieve greater success and surpass its competitors in East River City hinged upon this moment. This alchemist was of utmost importance. He needed to ensure that this alchemist became an ally to the Baichou medicine hall, rather than a rival. An idea sparked in his mind. Finding this talented alchemist would not only benefit me personally, but would also greatly enhance the entire alchemical industry in East River City. His production of elementary qi blood pills can increase vitality by 2 points. Su Guijian was taken aback by the mention of a 2-point vitality increase. Before he could delve deeper into thought, Su Guqing continued to persuade him, our East River City's Alchemical Association currently has only 1 third-grade alchemist. And the elementary qi blood pills cannot meet our needs, requiring imports from other cities. This significantly impacts the training speed of our city's martial artists. If we can find this alchemist and have him join the association, it will not only alleviate the supply shortage of qi blood pills, but also allow his products to become a hallmark of our city. Moreover, an individual capable of producing such extraordinary qi blood pills may one day become the first 4th-grade alchemist in our city. Securing him and investing in his talent benefits all parties involved. Su Guqing's grand vision was compellingly articulated. Su Guijian was captivated by the prospect. If East River City truly produced a 4th-grade alchemist, the city's status would ascend to new heights, even if this individual did not reach the 4th grade in the future. Successfully crafting elementary qi blood pills would still classify him as a 3rd-grade alchemist. The addition of a 3rd-grade alchemist would undoubtedly increase the supply of qi blood pills in the city, benefiting the citizens without harm. However, a thought struck him. A qi blood pill increases vitality by 2 points? Could this be merely the words of deception from Su Guqing? It certainly does not sound credible. Chapter 79. The Astonished City Lord. Lin Peng's outburst. Once the seeds of doubt are sown, Su Guijian swiftly pinpointed the inconsistencies in Su Guqing's words. Su Guijian inquired, if one can concoct a basic qi blood pill, then surely they must possess the skills of a 3rd-tier alchemist. The rewards from the Alchemist Association are exceedingly generous. With such capability, why not directly apply for membership? Furthermore, the claim of increasing chi blood value by 2 points is something I have never encountered in all my years. If such a pill truly existed, it would have already stirred a tempest within the Alchemist Association. How could the Baijiu Medicine House have been the first to obtain such a chi blood pill? Su Guoqian's questions were entirely rational. Su Guoqing found himself at a loss for a response. Observing Su Guoqing's sudden silence, a smirk crept upon Su Guoqian's lips. In truth, he doubted that this alchemist had indeed achieved the level of a third-tier practitioner, though he was certainly close. It is a well-known fact that the higher the success rate of concocting chi blood pills, the greater the alchemist's prowess. The attention bestowed upon Su Guoqing suggested that this alchemist possessed noteworthy skills. However, the notions of a future fourth-tier alchemist and the purported increase of 2 chi blood points were certainly exaggerations on Su Guoqing's part. The words of a merchant. He had seen it before. They could twist black into white. Nevertheless, should this individual voluntarily present themselves, Su Guoqian would be inclined to recruit them into the association. If they indeed had the capability, appropriate privileges could be afforded. Financial and resource advantages would pose no issue. Dongjiang City was indeed in need of talented alchemists. Yet, this was insufficient to warrant the use of the city lord's authority to conduct a citywide search. Such an action would constitute an abuse of power. Seeing Su Guoqian unwilling to seek out individuals, Su Guoqing grew anxious. He quickly retrieved a small vial from his pocket and presented it to Su Guoqian, stating, "This is the chi blood pill. I previously submitted it to the Alchemist Association for examination. If you do not believe me, you may have it tested as well." Upon witnessing Su Guoqing produce the chi blood pill, Su Guoqian's expression turned grave. Words could be fanciful and unfounded. However, if tangible evidence could be presented, the situation would transform entirely. Su Guoqian declared sternly, "Very well. I shall send it for testing. If, as you claim, this is indeed a chi blood pill capable of augmenting chi blood value by 2 points, then, as city lord, I shall leave no stone unturned to locate the individual who concocted it." Since Su Guoqing had already submitted it for testing in Dongjiang City, Su Guoqian resolved to send it out of town for examination. Saturday, early in the morning, Su Guoqing arrived at the city lord's residence. Having been unable to locate the alchemist, he felt an incessant unease. Such a talent must not be preemptively seized by rivals. Thus, even on this supposed day of rest, Su Guoqing hurried to urge Su Guoqian into action. Upon entering the building, he spotted Su Guoqian in a flurry of activity. "Guoqing, I was just looking for you. Come in and let us converse." Su Guoqian's voice trembled, brimming with excitement, completely devoid of his usual calm demeanor in times of crisis. Once inside the office, Su Guoqian produced a report. Having observed the unwavering confidence of his cousin the day prior, he masked his apprehension but feared missing out on a prodigious alchemist. Consequently, he instructed a trusted subordinate to rush the basic chi blood pill to the neighboring city of Nanjing overnight. Though the names Dongyang and Nanjing differ by merely 1 character, the disparity in their development is staggering. Nanjing boasts the most advanced instruments and facilities in the country. Their Alchemist Association is home to a 5th-tier alchemist and several 4th-tier alchemists. Su Guoqian invested considerable sums to utilize their most scientific equipment for testing and invited a 5th-tier alchemist with whom he maintained a good rapport for evaluation. After a night of bustling activity, a written report arrived. The report revealed that the chi blood pill submitted for testing far surpassed all standard values. The 5th-tier alchemist called early in the morning, inquiring about its origin. This esteemed alchemist had never encountered such a basic chi blood pill before. Asserting that its effectiveness was indeed double that of a standard chi blood pill, he attempted to revert the chi blood pill back to its original materials using special methods. The materials were confirmed to be those required for crafting a basic chi blood pill, and their quantities were all double that of what the chi blood pill necessitated. It is essential to note that the method of creating a chi blood pill is the culmination of countless alchemists' experiences and failures, resulting in the singular, established procedure. For years, alchemists have adhered strictly to this formula for crafting pills. Any deviation in the quantity of materials would render the final product ineffective. Thus, they meticulously followed the prescribed amounts. Success hinged solely on their ability to purify the medicinal properties and control the heat. Throughout the years, they had never considered doubling the amount of materials to create a chi blood pill, nor had they ever imagined it could succeed. This revelation shattered the alchemist's worldview. The 5th-tier alchemist further stated that after reverting the chi blood pill to its materials, he could not reforge them into a chi blood pill using conventional methods, only producing a completely ineffective sugar pill. He excitedly pressed Su Guijian for the identity of the individual responsible for this innovation, declaring it a groundbreaking advancement in the field of alchemy. His name would surely be recorded in the annals of alchemical history. The fifth-tier alchemist expressed a desire for Su Guijian to introduce him, wishing to apprentice under this remarkable individual to learn this new formula. Su Guijian was momentarily taken aback. It is noteworthy that this was a fifth-tier alchemist. Such a prominent figure could scarcely be accommodated in a small town like Dongjiang, even in the bustling city of Nanjing. His status would be exceedingly high. And now, he sought to become an apprentice. Su Guijian was left astounded. As the shock subsided, excitement surged within him. A talent of such caliber was currently situated in Dongjiang City. If Dongjiang could successfully recruit him, the Alchemist Association would undoubtedly experience tremendous growth. Thus, after concluding the call, Su Guijian hastened to seek out his cousin, Su Guqing. He must locate this individual, and the sooner, the better. Talented individuals like him are never short of opportunities or platforms. Dongjiang City must seize this opportunity. After discussing with Su Guijian, Su Guqing was elated. His medicine house was on the brink of significant expansion. He hurried back to the medicine house and reviewed the surveillance footage. With the guidance of his uncle, he identified Lin Xuan's figure and visage. Su Guijian immediately placed a call to the relevant authorities, urging them to suspend their leave and commence the search. Time was of the essence. At Lin Xuan's home, today marked a day of respite after a week filled with toil. The family gathered to relish a rare moment of leisure. In his past life, Lin Xuan had longed for weekends like these. However, after finishing breakfast, he resolved to venture out. Remaining at home meant confronting a father with whom he shared little intimacy, a stepmother whose smile was laced with deceit, and a half-sister who wore her disdain openly. This familial dynamic drained him. He felt the allure of the outside world was far more appealing. Just as Lin Xuan was about to put on his shoes to leave, his father's stern voice echoed, "Where do you think you're going? It's Saturday. No school. Come here. We need to have a serious talk." Chapter 80. Lin Peng. I must retrieve the 160,000 from Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan turned back in confusion, only to find Lin Peng scrutinizing him with a gaze that was both subtle and discerning, filled with judgment and calculation. This made Lin Xuan feel exceedingly uncomfortable. As Lin Xuan settled onto the sofa, he noticed that Wu Qin and Lin Weiwei had also taken their seats on the opposite sofa, aligning themselves alongside Lin Peng in a show of solidarity. Wu Qin maintained her graceful smile, while Lin Weiwei's expression gleamed with a hint of schadenfreude. The atmosphere was charged, reminiscent of a tribunal, and Lin Xuan couldn't help but reflect on his recent behavior. He had been compliant and well-behaved, even neglecting to ask Lin Peng for his living expenses. He was utterly perplexed by the grandstanding of the three. Seeing Lin Xuan's calm demeanor, Lin Peng felt a flicker of doubt. A typical child would be filled with anxiety and trepidation in such a situation, yet Lin Xuan appeared unfazed, as if he were confronting an impending avalanche with serene composure. This subtly undermined Lin Peng's authoritative stance. To avoid further influence from Lin Xuan's demeanor, Lin Peng spoke up. "Lin Xuan, we are aware of your actions in the training camp. You have greatly disappointed us." His stern tone, coupled with a furrowed brow and somber expression, enveloped Lin Xuan in a parental pressure. Taken aback, Lin Xuan inquired, "What actions in the training camp?" "I have always adhered to the rules and never engaged in any misconduct. If you doubt me, feel free to call the instructor. I even possess the private phone number of Chief Instructor Cheng." Though bewildered, he felt compelled to clarify. Lin Xuan believed he might not be the favorite student of Chief Instructor Cheng, but he was certainly among the most esteemed. After all, how else could he have received a martial arts manual and the instructor's personal contact information? Such treatment was not the best, but it certainly surpassed that of most students. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's sincere and earnest question, Lin Peng found himself momentarily at a loss. The carefully constructed atmosphere dissipated. Shouldn't Lin Xuan be bowing his head in shame and admitting his faults? Why did he dare to question? This left Lin Peng's paternal authority feeling undermined. Clearing his throat in a feigned effort to regain his commanding presence, Lin Weiwei interjected, "Lin Xuan, stop pretending. We know about your laziness and lack of training in the camp. Don't think you can evade responsibility." As Lin Weiwei laid bare Lin Xuan's alleged wrongdoing, Lin Peng joined in with indignation. "Indeed, you have been complacent, lacking ambition, merely drifting through life. How could you be so thoughtless as to slack off in training? Do you have any regard for yourself? For the substantial tuition we've paid?" With each word, Lin Peng's anger escalated, adopting the guise of a concerned father. Upon hearing the last statement, Lin Xuan experienced a moment of clarity. So that was it. Lin Peng was chastising him for being idle in the training camp. Initially, Lin Xuan had assumed his father was merely fulfilling his parental duties, but it turned out the crux of the matter was the concern over the exorbitant tuition fees. Wasn't the tuition paid by Wu Zhong? You didn't contribute a dime, Lin Xuan retorted. Lin Pi was momentarily taken aback, observing Lin Ping's disadvantageous position. Wu Qin chimed in, Lin Xuan, the tuition is one issue, but it's not the crux of the matter. The real issue is that your father cares about you. He is deeply saddened by your lack of seriousness and your failure to train diligently. With the college entrance examination approaching, what will become of your future with such a nonchalant attitude? Her words, steeped in insincerity, nonetheless managed to extricate Lin Peng from his predicament. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Peng asserted, yes, you always misconstrue others' goodwill. I am genuinely concerned for your future. Though the conversation had circled back, the previously charged atmosphere had dissipated. Oh, thank you for your concern. I am confident I can secure a place in a respectable university. There is no need for you to worry excessively. With their words framed in such a manner, Lin Xuan saw no point in arguing further. He continued to play along. This statement left Lin Ping and Wu Qin momentarily speechless. Lin Xuan neither explained nor rebutted their claims, simply expressing gratitude for their concern. Was there an issue? There was none at all. Wu Qin enjoyed engaging in underhanded tactics, yet on the surface, she maintained an image of gentility and understanding. Seeking to cultivate a favorable reputation in society, Lin Xuan's response effectively rendered her incapable of pursuing her agenda further. If there is nothing else, I shall attend to my own matters, Lin Xuan declared. As he prepared to leave, Lin Peng was astonished. How had the situation escalated to this point? Was it not normal for a father to reprimand a child who neglects their studies and training, who seeks only to be lazy? Shouldn't the child bow their head in submission and accept their mistakes? Why did Lin Xuan appear so unperturbed? When had he lost control over Lin Xuan's upbringing? Initially, he and Wu Qin had planned to leverage Lin Xuan's lack of training to impose some discipline upon him, hoping he would come to a profound realization of his errors. They had intended to use this as an excuse to reclaim the previously given 160,000. Since transferring the funds to Lin Xuan's bank account, Lin Peng had begun to regret his decision. What if Lin Xuan failed to gain admission to a prestigious university and did not meet his expectations? That substantial sum would then be wasted. Moreover, he did not possess a deep emotional attachment to Lin Xuan. Lin Peng believed that having raised Lin Xuan, the latter should be filled with gratitude. He was unwilling to squander any more money on Lin Xuan. Yesterday, upon hearing Lin Weiwei mention that Lin Xuan was ostracized by his peers in the training camp due to his lack of effort, Lin Peng's resolve to reclaim the 160,000 grew even stronger. A person like him was not worth investing in. Lacking perseverance. Even if he achieved minor successes, he would never amount to anything significant. Spending money on him was sheer folly. Yet now, confronted with this scene, Lin Ping was at a loss for words to accomplish his goal. He glanced at Wu Qin, who wore a similarly perplexed expression, unsure of how they had become so passive. Though Lin Peng and Wu Qin wished to retain Lin Xuan, they were still mindful of their pride. It was customary for them to have a justifiable reason when reprimanding someone, standing on a moral high ground to criticize others while reaping personal benefits. This approach allowed them to gain a favorable reputation while securing tangible gains, a double victory. However, Lin Weiwei was unconcerned with such tactics. Observing Lin Xuan's retreating figure, she erupted, Lin Xuan, you're a waste, a spendthrift. You don't attend school as a senior and wander about aimlessly every day. Not only do you neglect your training, but you also squander your parents' money. Lin Xuan's expression grew grave. Although he had long suspected Lin Weiwei might be prone to outbursts, being accused of being a waste and a spendthrift stirred genuine anger within him. Lin Weiwei, one may eat indiscriminately, but one should not speak recklessly. Lin Xuan's voice was low, yet filled with an icy resolve. Upon hearing his words, Lin Weiwei instinctively felt a twinge of fear. However, reassured by the presence of their parents, she believed Lin Xuan would not dare to retaliate against her. Lin Weiwei's arrogance surged once more. She produced a stack of receipts with a flourish. Lin Xuan, you cannot deny this. These are all your recent expenditures. Beside her, Lin Ping immediately snatched the receipts from Lin Weiwei's hand, scrutinizing each one meticulously. Milk tea shop. Expenditure of 400 yuan. Liji seafood. Expenditure of 880 yuan. Wangji barbecue. Expenditure of 798 yuan. Chapter 81. The Fury of Lin Ping. 16,000 casually squandered by Lin Xuan. Wu Qin's eyes flickered. These receipts were what she had discovered over the past few days. After deliberately observing Lin Xuan's every move, She noticed that he had not discarded shopping receipts from his changing clothes pocket. Each receipt bore staggering amounts, leaving Wuqin astounded. She never imagined that Lin Xuan's spending habits were so extravagant. Yet, simultaneously, she recognized this as an excellent tool to deal with him. She summoned Lin Weiwei, instructing her not to disclose this matter to Lin Ping beforehand. It was to be used as a final, decisive blow, ensuring that Lin Xuan would never regain his footing in this household. Unexpectedly, Lin Weiwei brought it out at the very beginning. However, perhaps this was fortuitous. Against Lin Xuan's impervious attitude, only Lin Weiwei's na-ve and direct approach might prove effective. In the Dongjiang City Lord's office, after an exhaustive search, the staff hurriedly entered the office to report their findings. "Lord, we have identified him. This young man is named Lin Xuan. He is 17 years and 11 months old. A senior student at Dongjiang No. 5 High School. He resides at." A torrent of information rushed towards Su Guojian. Upon hearing one particular detail, his pupils contracted sharply. "Wait, are you saying this alchemist is not yet 18, merely a high school student?" Su Guojian inquired. The staff paused, rifling through the documents, meticulously verifying, and confirmed, indeed, he is 18 by nominal age, but only 17 years and 11 months by actual age. Seeing the incredulous expression on the city lord's face, the staff grew somewhat flustered. Based on the surveillance records provided by the Lord, it was indeed a high school student who bore this visage. Their investigation could not possibly be mistaken. The staff explained, "Lord, the Household Registration Department is involved in this investigation. If you don't believe it, you may summon them to verify the data." Su Guojian realized he had lost his composure. He waved his hand, dismissing the staff. Once they departed, only Su Guojian and his brother Su Guoqing remained in the office. They exchanged a glance, each reflecting shock and astonishment in the other's eyes. Su Guoqing remarked, "No wonder the qi blood pills he concocted were not officially recognized. He must sell them privately. It turns out he is still a minor." It is widely known that the Alchemist Association's entry requirement is an age exceeding 18. This is not due to age discrimination, but rather a historical precedent. There has never been an alchemist younger than 18. The profession of alchemy is highly technical and scarce, taught only in a few prestigious universities. The craft demands certain physical and mental aptitudes. Typically, only peak first-level or second-level martial artists meet the minimum requirements to become an entry-level alchemist. Furthermore, these martial artists must possess a degree of mental aptitude, ideally being first-level mentalists, to progress further along the alchemical path. However, it is common knowledge that first-level peak or second-level martial artists under 18 are exceedingly rare, not to mention those endowed with mental abilities. According to their knowledge, the youngest alchemist in history was at least 25 years old. Thus, the Alchemist Association established such a regulation. What was initially deemed a dispensable rule inadvertently barred Lin Xuan from entry. Su Guojian pondered for a few seconds and said, "Lin Xuan has shattered the age record for alchemists. From the qi blood pills he has produced, he is at least a third-level alchemist. A third-level alchemist under 18. Hiss." Su Guojian gasped in astonishment. He then picked up the documents on the table, striding out with purpose. Su Guoqing questioned, "Where are you going?" Su Guojian replied, "To pay a visit to Dongjiang's alchemical prodigy." Su Guoqing suddenly realized, "Right. Now that we know all of Lin Xuan's information, we must seek him out quickly. Such a genius must be befriended. It would be best to secure exclusive selling rights for the qi blood pills before anyone else does. Time waits for no one." At Lin Xuan's home, Lin Peng was flipping through the receipts. The more he examined them, the more his shock grew. Lin Xuan was indeed extravagant with his spending. A casual meal cost over 500. Moreover, all these establishments were located on the busiest street in the city center. Many of these places were ones he himself could hardly afford to visit regularly. This lifestyle was far too lavish. As he lamented, questions arose. Where did Lin Xuan acquire the funds to dine at such expensive restaurants? Typically, Lin Peng provided Lin Xuan with a monthly allowance of merely 2,000. Which also covered various school expenses. Lin Ping had calculated carefully. 2,000 yuan would suffice to keep Lin Xuan from starving, but it certainly wouldn't afford him a lavish lifestyle. How was it that, during this period, he suddenly began to spend so freely? Could it be that he had squandered that 160,000? Had he squandered it on indulgence rather than on enhancing his abilities? The thought of this possibility made Lin Peng's eyes blaze with fury. "Lin Xuan, is that 160,000 still intact?" Lin Peng's anxious voice rang out. Lin Xuan secretly chuckled. It was indeed the 160,000 that had drawn Lin Peng's ire. He answered calmly. I spent it. I bought a martial skill. Lin Ping pressed further. How much of that 160,000 remains? Return the leftovers to me. Lin Xuan replied honestly, nothing left. When Lin Xuan uttered those two words, Lin Ping's mind erupted in chaos. It was over. The entire 160,000 had indeed been squandered by Lin Xuan in a spree of indulgence. Had he known this would happen, Lin Ping would have preferred to spend it himself. He too desired a good life, to enjoy fine dining and drink. Why should Lin Xuan benefit at his expense? Or if it had been spent on Lin Weiwei, it would have been better than on himself. Seeing Lin Ping's face darken, Lin Xuan continued, give me a few days, and I will repay you the full amount of that 160,000. As a father, asking for the money given to his child back was absurd. However, with the rebellious system now featuring a marketplace, Lin Xuan could earn a net profit of 24,500 yuan daily just from selling cheap blood pills. Accumulating 160,000 would take merely a week. Since Lin Peng was so distressed over that 160,000, Lin Xuan thought it prudent to simply return it. Better to avoid trouble. After all, he was not short of money. As for those receipts, Lin Xuan genuinely required a nearby martial arts school to enhance his abilities. The finest martial arts academy in Dongjiang was situated in the city center, where expenses for food and drink were naturally high. It was unreasonable to remain in someone else's establishment without spending a single penny. Moreover, the daily costs of his meals were but a fraction of his earnings. With newfound wealth, it was only reasonable to slightly elevate his quality of life. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's casual remark about repaying him in a few days, Lin Ping's face flushed crimson with rage. You wasteful brat. You lie without even a moment's thought. Spending my money frivolously, and there is tangible evidence of it all. You expect me to believe you purchased a martial skill at such a high price? How could there be such expensive martial skills? And you claim you will repay me in a few days? Do you even have the means to repay? Lin Ping gasped in fury. He never anticipated Lin Xuan would turn out to be such a person, a hopeless case. He regretted ever sending that 160,000 to him. Now, Lin Ping was filled with immense regret and fury. Chapter 82. Severing Ties? A long for release. When it comes to matters of finance, Lin Ping cast aside his dignity and the benevolent father facade he had aspired to maintain. In a moment of frustration, he abandons all restraint. Witnessing Lin Ping's furious outburst, Wu Qin decides it is time to drop the pretense. The mask has already been torn off, so why not resolve the matter at once? Wu Qin interjects, Lin Xuan, you have no idea of the value of money when you are not the one managing the household. Life incurs expenses at every turn. Our family is not affluent. The 160,000 your father sent you is a sum we have painstakingly saved through frugality. This money embodies your father's deep affection for you and his hopes for your future. Yet you squander it on a hedonistic lifestyle. You are nearing graduation from high school, on the cusp of adulthood, yet you remain so thoughtless. Our family cannot afford to enable your reckless spending. Wu Qin's final remarks strike a chord with Lin Ping. Lin Xuan is already 18 years old. If he continues down this path of careless expenditure without a hint of remorse or accountability, how much more will the Lin family waste on him? Coupled with his lack of martial prowess and diligence, his future prospects appear exceedingly bleak. Lin Ping realizes he cannot hope to derive any benefit from him. Rather, he must continually invest in a losing cause. Having already regretted the 160,000, he has no desire to prolong that regret. After tempering his emotions, Lin Ping asserts, Lin Xuan, I am profoundly disappointed in your actions. You are now an adult in the eyes of the law. You must take responsibility for your own life. From now on, you will be responsible for your tuition and living expenses. I will no longer bear any of your costs. This is the consequence of your misuse of the 160,000. I have cared for you for 18 years, and I have fulfilled my obligations. It is you who has wronged this family. Naturally, we do not expect you to support us in the future. You must fend for yourself. This declaration leaves Lin Weiwei in shock. She had not anticipated Lin Ping would utter such words. While 160,000 is no trifling sum, it is not particularly significant for their family. Lin Peng had spent over 200,000 to ensure Lin Weiwei's admission to a prestigious school. Now, for the sake of 160,000, Lin Peng is threatening to sever financial ties with Lin Xuan. Is it truly necessary? However, a sense of delight soon washes over Lin Weiwei. Lin Xuan's future appears grim. Although the law deems one an adult at 18, which family does not support their child through university? Balancing work and study is a norm. Lin Weiwei envisions Lin Xian's dismal existence ahead, relishing in the thought of avenging the cold indifference she had faced from Zhou Qingyang. Lin Xian deserves this fate. Beside her, Wu Qin's face also lights up with a long-forgotten smile. Years of partnership have attuned them to one another. Lin Peng quickly grasps the implication of her expression. Since Lin Xian has already squandered 160,000 of the family's money, it is prudent to halt further losses. No more of the family's money should be allowed to flow into Lin Xian's hands. This decision is commendable. In this household, Lin Xian is merely a transient presence. Wu Qin is the true matriarch. Anyone who disrupts her happiness must pay a heavy price. In stark contrast to the radiant smiles of Wu Qin and Lin Weiwei, Lin Xian's expression remains unchanged. Even as Lin Peng's words hint at his expulsion, Lin Xian remains composed. He had known from the outset that this family was troubled. He simply did not anticipate such callousness from a father. Yet, this man is not truly his father. He is merely the father of the original Lin Xian. Long ago, Lin Xian had contemplated leaving this home, for he is now wealthy and capable. He can thrive anywhere, free from these people. Out of sight, out of mind. His spirits lift considerably. He calmly responds, "All right, I understand. I will transfer the 160,000 back to your bank account in a few days." Lin Xian believes it is best to return the money promptly. Given their peculiar mindset and behavior, it is likely they would come seeking repayment long after the fact. From this day forth, Lin Xian desires no entanglements with them. He intends to sever ties completely. Upon hearing this, Lin Peng is taken aback. He had expected Lin Xian to panic and beg for forgiveness, fearing for his future. After all, he is still a student without the means to support himself. Lin Peng had envisioned Lin Xian, in tears, pleading for his mercy. He imagined relishing the authority of fatherhood. A stark contrast to the earlier awkwardness of being challenged by Lin Xian. He had anticipated enjoying the sight of Lin Xian's supplication. But he would not waver in his decision. Lin Xian must bear the lifelong consequences of his actions. It is a price he must pay. Yet, he had not foreseen Lin Xian's reaction, an absence of emotional turmoil, as if the matter were trivial. Did Lin Xian not comprehend how arduous his future would be? Every aspect of life incurs costs. And as a newly minted 18-year-old student without a university diploma, which reputable company would employ him? He might find himself relegated to a menial job in a shady workshop, where survival would be a struggle. Now he boasts of repaying 160,000? Such delusions. Although Lin Peng did not witness Lin Xian's tearful plea, he resolved not to hold it against him. After all, he is a magnanimous person. Not one to sweat the small stuff. After speaking, Lin Xian strides toward his room. Lin Weiwei exclaims, "Lin Xian, Dad has stated he will no longer support you. And you have agreed to it. Do you still wish to linger here?" Lin Xian does not falter in his steps. "I'm going to pack my things. I will move out shortly." His words hang lightly in the air. Lin Xian had long desired to leave. His previous schooling at Wuzhong and subsequent training camp had kept him away from home, leaving him with little time in this household. The urgency of the situation had not weighed heavily on him, yet he has always felt averse to the family atmosphere and struggled to find a valid reason to leave. In society, young people of his age typically reside with their parents. He feared that proposing his departure might raise Lin Peng's suspicions about his identity. It is often better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Thus, he had planned to wait until entering university to find an opportunity and excuse to leave for good. With the college entrance examination looming, the prospect of a brighter future was near. However, Lin Peng's declaration today presents an unexpected boon. Since his departure was inevitable, it would be wiser to leave sooner rather than later, allowing him to embrace a peaceful life. He knows that remaining in this household for even a moment longer is torturous. Lin Weiwei is left speechless, unsure how to respond. She had assumed Lin Xian would wait until after the college entrance exams to move out. After all, Lin Peng had not explicitly stated that he would be expelled today. Her earlier comment was merely intended to provoke Lin Xian, to remind him who the favored child truly is in this family. To her surprise, Lin Xian was preparing to move out immediately. In this entire situation, it was evident that Lin Xian was at a disadvantage. Yet he was being forced out by Lin Peng. How could he be so sharp-tongued, unwilling to concede even a little in conversation? If that were the case, then Lin Weiwei would not hold back. With this thought in mind, Lin Weiwei hurriedly strode toward the entrance. "Lin Xian, well said. Today, I shall watch you leave. Do not dare to make excuses to delay your departure." As she spoke, Lin Weiwei swung open the front door, standing defiantly by the threshold, addressing Lin Xian provocatively. Wu Qin instinctively felt that Lin Weiwei's actions were excessive. However, considering that their relationship with Lin Xuan had already deteriorated, and that he was unlikely to cause significant trouble in the future, she decided to let Lin Weiwei proceed. After all, Lin Xuan was bound to move out. If he left now, it would simplify matters. Lin Xuan, there's no rush. Take your time packing your belongings, but do ensure you don't forget anything. It would be quite troublesome if you had to return for something. Wu Qin feigned concern. Lin Xuan did not even glance at the two, who were performing their little act in unison. He refused to spare them a single look, making his way directly into his room to prepare for his departure. Lin Weiwei stood next to the wide-open door, her face adorned with an incredibly triumphant and radiant smile. Wasn't Lin Xuan arrogant? Wasn't he eloquent? Yet he still could not outmatch her, Lin Weiwei. She was determined to witness the scene of Lin Xuan being expelled from their home, capturing the moment of her victory. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed. Curiously, Lin Weiwei peered outside. A large group of people was approaching their home. Leading the way was a tall, imposing middle-aged man, followed by several others. Among them stood a familiar figure to Lin Weiwei, the property manager of their community. The Lin family held a significant position in this neighborhood, and their relationship with the property management had always been cordial. Thus, Lin Weiwei recognized him at a glance. Observing the property manager's obsequious demeanor towards the middle-aged man, Lin Weiwei sensed that this newcomer was of considerable importance. Just as she intended to call her parents over, the group had already arrived at Lin Xuan's doorstep. The property manager quickly beckoned to Lin Weiwei, exclaiming, "Hurry! Quickly bring your parents out to greet our esteemed guests." Chapter 83, The Lord's Visit. Upon hearing the property manager's words directed at Lin Weiwei, the distinguished middle-aged man at the forefront promptly interjected, "What esteemed guest are you speaking of? This is preposterous. We are the ones intruding upon your space." This middle-aged gentleman was none other than Su Guojian, the lord of Dongjiang City. Having acquired detailed information about Lin Xuan, Su Guojian and his entourage headed straight to Lin Xuan's residence. As they approached the entrance of the community, they happened upon the property manager, who promptly recognized Su Guojian's identity. The property manager volunteered to guide them to Lin Xuan's home. Su Guojian was not acquainted with Lin Xuan or his family. The presence of strangers would undoubtedly heighten the family's vigilance. Having a familiar face lead the way might facilitate smoother communication. With this in mind, Su Guojian acquiesced to the property manager's request. However, his primary intention for this visit was to cultivate a rapport with Lin Xuan. The property manager's condescending demeanor towards Lin Xuan's family was in stark contrast to Su Guojian's objectives. A twinge of dissatisfaction arose within and towards the property manager. Yet he endeavored to project humility towards the young lady before him. This girl, likely Lin Xuan's sister, deserved a friendly approach. Su Guojian kindly inquired, "Young lady, where are your parents?" Both the property manager's attitude and the aura exuded by the individual before her led Lin Weiwei to perceive the man's noble status. She quickly donned a smile and politely replied, "My parents are inside. Please, come in." Immediately, Lin Weiwei called out loudly to the interior, "Dad, Mom, we have guests." The commotion outside roused Lin Ping and Wu Qin. By the time Lin Weiwei raised her voice, they had already emerged. Upon seeing the property manager, Wu Qin's expression transformed instantly, a graceful, charming smile illuminating her face. Just as she prepared to greet the property manager, Lin Ping stuttered, "CC City Lord." Wu Qin was taken aback. The property manager's attentive demeanor indicated that the individual standing before them held significant status. She intended to first acknowledge the property manager and subsequently, through his introduction, gradually forge a connection with this esteemed guest. However, she was unprepared for Lin Peng's revelation that this man was indeed the city lord. As a mere housewife, Wu Qin was momentarily at a loss for how to conduct herself in such a scenario. Lin Ping, a retired soldier and a third-tier martial artist, had glimpsed the Dongjiang City Lord from afar on significant occasions. Yet, their social standings were worlds apart. Lin Peng once believed he would never have the opportunity to converse with Lord Su. Yet here was the Lord, graciously visiting his home, claiming it was a social call. Lin Peng pinched his thigh, questioning whether this was a dream. However, the sharp pain served as a reminder that the unfolding reality was indeed tangible. Overcome with excitement, Lin Peng stammered incessantly, "CC City Lord." Su Guojian, equally astonished that Lin Xuan's father recognized him, saw this as a fortuitous development. Nevertheless, he had come to foster goodwill with Lin Xuan, and witnessing Lin Peng's agitation was less than ideal. Su Guojian stepped forward, extending his right hand to shake Lin Peng's. "Comrade Lin, greetings." Prior to his visit, Su Guojian had glanced at the information regarding Lin Xian's family, but regrettably failed to retain much. He aimed to address Lin Xian's father by name to convey familiarity, but after much contemplation, he could only refer to him as Comrade Lin. Fortunately, Lin Peng seemed oblivious to this oversight. At that moment, Lin Peng, still dazed from the encounter with the city lord, was further overwhelmed by Su Guojian's gesture of goodwill. Beside him, Lin Weiwei was equally exhilarated. The city lord himself had come to their home. Did this signify a potential advancement for her father? Although Lin Peng had retired as a veteran soldier, he was granted an internal retirement, and his age and capabilities still held promise. After all, he was a third-tier martial artist. If Lin Peng could maintain employment and status, Lin Weiwei's future would be all the brighter. Lin Weiwei mused joyfully, "What a splendid day." After sending Lin Xian away, the city lord arrives. Lin Xian is indeed a harbinger of misfortune. Those who associate with him invariably suffer. Just like me before. Now that he is leaving, our luck has turned. Father's decision was absolutely correct. I must witness Lin Xian's departure. As she observed Lin Peng's trembling hand firmly clasping Su Guojian's, the lord furrowed his brow. It was natural for an ordinary person to be excited upon meeting the city lord, but Lin Peng's ongoing fervor, rendered incoherent and disjointed, struck Su Guojian as somewhat undignified. However, out of respect for Lin Peng, as the father of Lin Xian, Su Guojian chose not to reveal his displeasure. He discreetly withdrew his hand and shifted the conversation directly to the matter at hand, asking, "Comrade Lin, is Lin Xian home?" Initially in a daze, Lin Peng suddenly registered Lin Xian's name and felt as though he had plummeted from the clouds. "Lin Xian? What has he done? What trouble has he stirred?" Lin Peng queried anxiously. Having recently learned that Lin Xian had squandered 160,000, Lin Peng harbored deep concerns about his son's character. The arrival of the city lord could not possibly be a mere social call. It must pertain to some grave misdeed committed by Lin Xian. Otherwise, what reason would the city lord have to visit their home? If it were a matter of official business, he could have summoned Lin Peng to the city lord's office. Given that he had come to their residence, it was undoubtedly personal. Contemplating this possibility, Lin Peng cursed himself for not having expelled Lin Xian from their home sooner. That scoundrel, having squandered 160,000, now sought to bring calamity upon the family. The property manager seemed to have uttered something. But Lin Peng was ensnared in his own thoughts, convinced he must distance himself from Lin Xian at all costs. He is not home. Lin Xian is not here. At that moment, the property manager declared loudly, "City Lord, that is Lin Xian." The property manager's voice overshadowed Lin Peng's. Su Guojian followed the direction indicated by the property manager. Indeed, it was the same figure from the surveillance footage, appearing even more handsome and charismatic in person. At this moment, Lin Xian, luggage in tow, had just exited his room. He was bewildered to find a gathering of unfamiliar faces in the living room. Had he not merely taken a moment to pack? Why were there so many people upon his emergence? Did Lin Peng think he would linger indefinitely, prompting him to summon others to usher him out? Contemplating this, Lin Xian's expression turned icy, devoid of any trace of a smile. Seeing Lin Xian's countenance, the property manager felt a pang of anxiety. Was there anyone in Dongjiang City who did not greet the city lord with utmost respect and trepidation? Yet, this young man from the Lin family dared to display disdain towards the city lord. Such a lack of decorum. The property manager hastily reprimanded, "Lin Xian, this is the city lord. Mind your demeanor." Just as Su Guojian was about to approach Lin Xian, he was taken aback by the property manager's rude, disrespectful admonition. Su Guojian felt that allowing the property manager to lead him to Lin Xian's home was the gravest error of the day. Chapter 84. Lin Xian, a level 3 alchemist? What a beautiful misunderstanding. Upon realizing this, Su Guojian cast a fierce glare at the property manager. The intensity of his gaze sent a chill down the manager's spine, rendering him speechless. Su Guojian took a few steps forward, extending his hands to firmly grasp the hand of Lin Xian, who was not dragging a suitcase. With warmth, he declared, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Lin Xian. I am Su Guojian, the lord of Dongjiang City. Thank you for your contributions to the alchemical industry in our city. You are the hope and miracle of our alchemical community." At that moment, Lin Xian was utterly perplexed. Having just stepped out with his luggage, he was greeted by a throng of people. He initially assumed they were sent by Lin Peng to hasten his departure, only to be approached by someone claiming to be the city lord, fervently expressing gratitude for his contributions to the alchemical realm. What was going on? When had he ever been associated with alchemy? The notion of being a beacon of hope for the alchemical community felt utterly absurd. However, observing the demeanor of the man before him, Lin Xuan could sense his sincerity and politeness, which did not strike him as deceitful or delusional. A myriad of thoughts raced through his mind, but he maintained an impassive exterior. He calmly responded, "Lord, it is a pleasure to meet you. However, I must humbly decline the title of the hope of the alchemical community. I am merely an ordinary high school student. Perhaps you have mistaken me for someone else." His words were delivered with neither subservience nor arrogance. To the property manager, however, Lin Xuan's response felt as if the sky had fallen. Typically, he would not dare to contradict even a superior, let alone the city lord. While Lin Xuan's words were courteous, they undeniably challenged the authority of the lord, suggesting a misidentification. Regardless of whether the city lord had indeed made an error, such sentiments should not be voiced aloud. The manager, unable to contain himself, opened his mouth to admonish Lin Xuan, but Su Guojian swiftly raised a hand, signaling him to silence. The more Su Guojian observed Lin Xuan, the more he appreciated him. Most individuals, upon hearing the title of city lord, would display astonishment, quickly morphing into sycophants. Even the hapless Lin Peng had been flustered. Yet Lin Xuan was different. Upon hearing the city lord's title, he remained unflustered, devoid of any excitement or flattery. He engaged in respectful dialogue, showcasing the composure and determination characteristic of a person destined for greatness. Furthermore, in the face of praise, Lin Xuan exhibited remarkable humility, merely claiming to be an ordinary high school student. If that were the definition of ordinary, it would be nearly impossible to find a single average student in Dongjiang City. This, in turn, reflected Lin Xuan's modesty and unpretentious nature. Indeed, both his character and talent were rare gems. Su Guojian turned to his cousin, Su Guqing, signaling him discreetly. Su Guqing promptly produced several pills and approached Lin Xuan. "Hello, Lin Xuan. I am the proprietor of the Baichao Pharmacy. These initial-grade qi blood pills were sold to us by you, correct?" Recognizing the packaging of the pills in Su Guoqing's hands as originating from the system, Lin Xuan nodded. Thus, it became clear that the reason for their visit was the remarkable efficacy of the qi blood pills he had previously sold. However, this was indeed a beautiful misunderstanding. He possessed no knowledge of alchemy. He had merely happened to produce a few effective qi blood pills. Seeing Lin Xuan nod, Su Guojian laughed heartily. "That's right, Lin Xuan. Your creation of such qi blood pills constitutes a contribution to the entire Dongjiang City. To call you a miracle of our alchemical community is by no means an exaggeration. You need not be so modest. Ability is ability." By the way, Su Guojian continued, retrieving a resplendent certificate from the hands of those behind him and presenting it to Lin Xuan. "This is your level 3 alchemist certificate. Since you have not yet turned 18, as the city lord, I am able to grant you a special qualification certificate through the Dongjiang Alchemy Association. Once you reach the age of 18, I will apply for your official accreditation from the alchemist headquarters. The process is somewhat complex, so please bear with me. I apologize for the lack of preparation today. I will send someone to deliver the necessary items tomorrow." An 18-year-old alchemical prodigy was not only a treasure for the Alchemy Association but also for Su Guojian as the lord of Dongjiang City. Hence, he was determined to reward Lin Xuan generously. Cash, alchemical equipment, precious raw materials, Su Guojian had a multitude of ideas in mind. Yet, due to the hurried circumstances, he had not been able to bring them along. Therefore, he prioritized delivering the most crucial certificate to establish a connection with Lin Xuan, intending to send the valuable items later. Lin Xuan, however, did not comprehend the implications of the city lord's last few remarks. At that moment, his focus was entirely on the level 3 alchemist certificate. Observing the gilded letters on the document, Lin Xuan waved his hand and replied, "Lord, I merely happen to know how to make qi blood pills. I am utterly ignorant of other aspects of alchemy. I am unworthy of this certificate." As Su Guojian and Lin Xuan engaged in this back-and-forth dialogue regarding the level 3 alchemist certificate, Lin Peng and his family stood utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? Was the city lord visiting not the Lin family but Lin Xuan instead? What on earth were they discussing? What were these initial-grade qi blood pills? What did it mean to be a level 3 alchemist? Such noble terms could not possibly be associated with Lin Xuan. Wasn't he merely a habitual liar? A good-for-nothing who only knew how to indulge himself? Why was the city lord treating him with such warmth and kindness? Moreover, Lin Xuan was even rejecting the certificate personally given by the city lord. Receiving a certificate from the city lord himself was an immense honor. How could such good fortune fall upon Lin Xuan, and yet he failed to appreciate it? As the city lord held the certificate, struggling to present it, Lin Ping instinctively blurted out, "Lin Xuan, quickly take it." Upon hearing these commanding words, Su Guojian frowned and retorted, "Comrade Lin, mind your demeanor and speak respectfully." Immediately chastened by Su Guojian's admonition, Lin Ping lowered his head in dismay. He felt unjustly treated, as he had merely been speaking on the city lord's behalf. In truth, Lin Peng had always harbored a negative attitude towards Lin Xuan, often speaking with a tone of reproach. Now, he believed he was merely maintaining his usual manner of speech, entirely oblivious to the issue at hand. However, to outsiders, his words sounded harsh and disrespectful. As it became apparent that Su Guojian and Lin Xuan were engaged in a stalemate over the Level 3 Alchemist certificate, Su Guoqing interjected, "Lin Xuan, successfully crafting initial-grade qi blood pills is the hallmark of a Level 3 alchemist. Our pharmacy's investigations and research indicate that the qi blood pills you sold us are of a quality far superior to those circulating in the market. You are truly deserving of the title of Level 3 alchemist. We specifically came here for this reason. It would be rather ungracious of you to refuse." Su Guoqing, aware of the many onlookers, spoke in vague terms, deliberately omitting the specifics of Lin Xuan's superior pill-making capabilities. He believed that the fewer people who knew about this matter, the more advantageous it would be for him. Upon hearing Su Guoqing's explanation, Lin Xuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, to outsiders, he did indeed possess the qualifications of a Level 3 alchemist, yet only those close to him understood the truth of the matter. "For now, I will accept this certificate. However, I must clarify that apart from qi blood pills, I possess no knowledge of crafting any other types of pills. Once you deem me unworthy of this title, I shall return it to the Alchemist Association," Lin Xuan declared. Upon hearing these words, not only did Su Guojian feel a surge of admiration, but even Su Guoqing, who stood nearby, praised Lin Xuan wholeheartedly. Such remarkable talent, and yet so humble, having mastered the art of crafting qi blood pills. Is it not a trivial matter for him to concoct other elixirs? Moreover, Lin Xuan is merely 18 years of age. It is worth noting that Su Guoqing had encountered numerous young prodigies who had risen to fame, each one with an air of arrogance, as if their eyes were positioned atop their heads, looking down upon others. Yet, Su Guoqing could comprehend their demeanor. Youth often breeds exuberance, and exuberance often fosters pride. However, he was astonished that Lin Xuan, of the same age, had managed to transcend such flaws. Truly, a remarkable talent. Chapter 85. Is Lin Xuan moving out? Wu Qin exclaimed. No, the child is in his rebellious phase. With a jest, Su Guojian finally succeeded in delivering the third-level alchemist certificate. The property manager, standing nearby, had come to grasp the essence of the situation. Mayor Su's visit was indeed aimed at Lin Xuan. A third-level alchemist possesses the ability to concoct basic qi and blood pills, a treasure for any martial artist below the third level. The property manager happened to have 3 children in high school, not only to curry favor with the mayor, but also for the sake of his own children. He felt compelled to cultivate a good relationship with Lin Xuan. His keen eyes quickly spotted the suitcases Lin Xuan was dragging along. He approached with alacrity, offering to take Lin Xuan's luggage, inquiring, "Lin Xuan, are you off on a trip? Our community offers a car service. If you need to go out, just let me know." The property manager assumed that, as a high school student, Lin Xuan had not yet learned to drive, making travel inconvenient. Wasn't this his opportunity? "Not going on a trip. I plan to move out," Lin Xuan replied. Upon hearing this, Wu Qin felt a surge of panic. She realized that the mayor's visit was indeed focused on Lin Xuan. Their conversation revealed an infinite admiration for him, and now, with the mention of suitcases, Lin Xuan would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to report his expulsion to the mayor. No, she could not allow him to disclose this. They were already in the wrong. If the mayor were to learn of this, what would he think of their family? What about Lin Peng's future? What of Lin Weiwei's? In a flurry, she interjected. "This child, he's just in his rebellious phase. He wants to relax a bit before the college entrance exam, to play for a few days. Claiming he wants to move out, he is just trying to scare us." Haha. Wu Qin intended to deny Lin Xuan's intention to move out while lightening the mood. But no one joined her in agreement. The atmosphere turned exceedingly awkward. She pinched Lin Peng's arm, hoping he would speak up. Yet, having just been reprimanded by the mayor, Lin Peng felt anxious and confused, unable to come to Wu Qin's aid. Lin Xuan appeared oblivious to Wu Qin's presence, instead focusing on the property manager, contemplating many things. He knew that the property manager oversaw several communities. In the realm of property services, he must know numerous individuals in the real estate industry. Given the property manager's attentive demeanor towards him, Lin Xuan continued, "By the way, I am looking for a place to stay. Do you have any suitable housing options available?" Lin Xuan believed that professional matters should be handled by professionals, and enlisting the property manager's assistance in finding a residence would surely save him considerable trouble. Moreover, with the mayor present, the property manager would undoubtedly exert himself to assist. Certainly, although aware that the situation was somewhat strange, the property manager readily agreed to Lin Xuan's request. However, as soon as he spoke, his mind began to analyze the complex situation. Lin Xuan was merely a high school student wishing to move out. The property manager recognized that some fathers, in a bid to cultivate their sons' independence, would have their children live alone upon entering university. However, in this instance, it should be Lin Ping seeking him out, not Lin Xuan making the request. Thus, the Lin family was surely not in such a situation. Furthermore, as soon as Lin Xuan expressed his intent to move out, Wu Qin had immediately rushed to explain. It is well known that an explanation often serves as a cover-up. The truth was evident. Lin Xuan indeed intended to move out, not simply go on a trip. Wu Qin's hurriedness and guilt instead revealed her intentions. It was clear that Lin Xuan had been forced out, especially when they approached. They saw Lin Weiwei opening the door wide. Who in their right mind would do so at that moment? Clearly, it was Wu Qin who instructed her daughter to expel Lin Xuan. The property manager squinted at Wu Qin, vaguely recalling the neighborhood gossip. Mrs. Lin was not Lin Xian's biological mother, but rather Lin Ping's remarried partner. With this realization, the property manager began to piece everything together. What other reason could there be for Lin Xian's exclusion but the malice of a stepmother who looked down upon the previous wife's child? Seeking an opportunity to cast him out? As luck would have it, he knew of a fine housing option that could serve to ingratiate himself with Lin Xuan. Just as he was about to speak, Su Guoqing's voice rang out. "Lin Xuan, I have several vacant houses. Come by to take a look, whichever one you like. You can move in without hesitation." Having navigated the commercial world for many years, Su Guoqing possessed an exceptional ability to read people. He easily discerned the discord between Lin Xuan and the Lin family. From witnessing the wide-open door prior to entering to observing the cold, unwelcoming gazes directed at Lin Xuan, it was clear that Lin Xuan did not belong in this household. Coupled with Wu Qin's self-serving explanations, the truth was glaringly obvious. Lin Xuan had chosen to leave this home. With this understanding, an opportunity presented itself. He had been troubled by the lack of a chance to win Lin Xuan's favor. Just moments ago, his cousin, Mayor Su Guojian, had elevated Lin Xuan to great heights. Su Guoqing had no idea how much he would have to invest to impress him. Yet now, all he needed to do was provide Lin Xuan with comfortable accommodation to initially gain his goodwill. This was indeed a simple task. Upon hearing Su Guoqing's generous offer, a flicker of doubt crossed Lin Xuan's eyes. He was certain that this was their first meeting. Why was the man so exuberantly welcoming? According to his words, it seemed Lin Xuan could reside in his property without paying rent. Such undue generosity towards a stranger surely hinted at ulterior motives. Despite his association with the mayor and others, Lin Xuan felt a rising sense of caution. Observing the wariness etched on Lin Xuan's face, Su Guoqing realized he had perhaps overstepped. After all, Lin Xuan was merely a high school student, not a seasoned business person. His choice of words may have led Lin Xuan to suspect hidden agendas. This was not an auspicious beginning. Thus, Su Guoqing resolved to be forthright about his intentions. Sincerity is indeed the most effective way to touch a heart. He smiled and said, "Lin Xuan, you have been selling your uniquely refined basic qi and blood pills to our store daily, bringing both financial and reputational benefits to Baichao Medicine Hall. As the owner, I have long wished to visit you. You are a vital partner to our establishment. Now that a partner is in need, we will do our utmost to accommodate you." Su Guoqing's words laid bare his goodwill towards Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan understood the underlying meaning. He nodded with a smile, sensing his defenses gradually easing. Su Guoqing continued, "Previously, the procurement of qi and blood pills was managed by my uncle, which was my oversight. Now, as the owner of Baichao Medicine Hall, I wish to establish a formal long-term contract with you. We are willing to purchase your crafted qi and blood pills at a price of 10,000 yuan each. And regardless of how many you produce, we will buy them all." Chapter 86. Lin Peng. Lin Xuan is under 18 years old. I have absolute authority over him. Su Guoqing believed his words were impeccable. They conveyed his desire to obtain exclusive authorization from Lin Xuan while also demonstrating his respect for him. He assumed Lin Xuan would readily agree. However, Upon seeing the hesitation on Lin Xuan's face, Su Guqing was taken aback. Could it be that other pharmacies had approached Lin Xuan with the same intention, causing him to be unable to make a decision? No. He could not let this business slip away. He needed to take the initiative. In business, the most crucial element is price. Su Guqing stated, 10,000 is a bit low. I miscalculated. How about 15,000 per pill? Seeing Lin Xuan still hesitating, he continued, what about 20,000? Su Guqing's voice rang out again. 25,000. Su Guqing decided to go all in. The market price for a basic blood essence pill had long fluctuated around 10,000. Now, with the special period of college entrance examinations, the price had surged again. However, the price of 25,000 seemed a tad outrageous. Lin Xuan recognized Su Guqing's sincerity. In fact, he would have been very satisfied with the price of 10,000, but his concern was that the system only provided him with 5 blood essence pills daily. As one of the largest pharmacies in Dongjiang City, was this supply too limited? Lin Xuan did not intend to invest too much energy in the pills. Selling the basic blood essence pills produced by the system's marketplace was merely a side task for him, if it required him to expend effort and worry. He deemed it unworthy. Thus, when Su Guqing raised the price to 25,000, Lin Xuan interrupted him, stating his limitation of supplying only 5 pills daily. He expected Su Guqing to be disappointed, but to his surprise, Su Guqing's face lit up with joy, as if he had struck gold. For Su Guqing, this was indeed a lucrative opportunity. It is well known that when supply is less than demand, the possibility of price increases arises. Lin Xuan could only refine 5 blood essence pills a day, which meant the supply in the market would be severely limited. Moreover, these limited pills would be exclusively sold at Baichao Pharmacy. This would greatly benefit the pharmacy's reputation and profits. The quantity was not the issue, but rather the advantages. A rare treasure. The emphasis was on the rarity. Su Guqing and Lin Xuan thus reached a preliminary agreement. At that moment, Lin Ping finally reacted completely. Witnessing the excitement and joy of the city lord left his mind blank. Coupled with the terms mentioned by the city lord, third-level alchemist, basic blood essence pill, Lin Peng had never imagined that Lin Xuan could be associated with such terms. He had always thought Lin Xuan was a hopeless individual. Therefore, shock occupied his already blank mind. To make matters worse, he received a reprimand from the city lord, further adding to his confusion. It was not until Wu Qin pinched his arm that the pain jolted Lin Peng's mind back to normality. As his mind began to clear, Lin Peng overheard the conversation between Su Guqing, the owner of Baichao Pharmacy, and Lin Xuan. In order to ensure Lin Weiwei could smoothly purchase blood essence pills, Lin Peng had dealt with several large pharmacies in Dongjiang City. He was well aware of Baichao Pharmacy's reputation and understood the social status of its owner, a status that Lin Peng could never hope to reach. However, just like the city lord, Su Guqing's attitude towards Lin Xuan was exceedingly warm. Moreover, they were discussing business. Lin Peng's sensitivity to money made him listen intently to their conversation. Su Guqing offered a price of 10,000 per pill, yet Lin Xuan did not agree. He thought Su Guqing would be displeased with Lin Xuan's lack of appreciation. To his astonishment, Su Guqing continued to raise the price until it reached 25,000 per pill. Good heavens! 25,000. What an immense sum! This was Lin Peng's total income for an entire month, including his pension and the subsidies from the Martial Arts Alliance. And now, this figure was merely the price for Lin Xuan to refine a single pill. If Lin Xuan claimed he could refine 5 a day, then he could potentially earn 125,000 daily. Wait a moment. Lin Xuan had previously stated he would return the 160,000 to Lin Peng in a few days. Lin Xuan had said it with such certainty. Lin Peng had initially thought Lin Xuan was a habitual liar, capable of speaking falsehoods without flinching. Now it seemed this might indeed be true. Moreover, the information revealed through Su Guqing's words suggested Lin Xuan had been selling blood essence pills prior to this. It is widely known that blood essence pills are a highly profitable industry. This implies that Lin Xuan had amassed considerable wealth before. Having money made upgrading his consumption quite reasonable, Lin Peng began to understand the enormous receipts Lin Xuan had shown him. It appeared he had underestimated Lin Xuan's capabilities. The ability to refine pills not only provided for Lin Weiwei, but also allowed for surplus sales that could be exchanged for substantial sums of money. Lin Xuan was truly a treasure trove. How could he possibly let Lin Xuan go? Lin Xuan's value was immense. He had to find a way to keep Lin Xuan and contribute to the family. Lin Ping's resolve solidified. Now that we have reached an agreement, Baichao Pharmacy naturally must provide its esteemed partner with comfortable accommodations. There is no time like the present. Let us go view the property now. As he spoke, Su Guqing gestured invitingly. Lin Xuan understood Su Guqing's intentions, feeling relieved and preparing to step out with him when suddenly, a twist of fate occurred. Lin Ping stepped forward, blocking Su Guqing's path. Lin Xuan is my child. His decision should be made by me. Without my consent, the agreement he signed with you is null and void. Recalling the city lord's earlier comment about Lin Xuan being under 18, Lin Peng continued, because he is under 18, I hold complete control over him. Mr. Su, as his guardian, I should be the one to sign the agreement with you, and the funds should be deposited into my bank account, which I will manage. Lin Peng's words left everyone present dumbfounded, especially the property manager. He could not believe Lin Peng was so shameless. Previously wanting to expel Lin Xuan, he now sought to claim Lin Xuan's earnings by posing as his guardian. Such a brazen individual was a first for him. However, as Lin Peng pointed out, Lin Xuan was indeed under 18. He lacked full civil capacity. This meant that if Baichao Pharmacy wished to sign an agreement with Lin Xuan, they indeed needed to seek Lin Peng's consent. The property manager felt furious but was powerless. Wu Qin thought Lin Peng had done exceptionally well. Initially, she had been somewhat resentful that Lin Peng had not spoken up for her, thinking he was slow to react and lacked capability. But to her surprise, he had proved to be quite astute in this crucial matter. Wu Qin had previously considered expelling Lin Xuan, believing he brought no value to the family. Keeping him would only burden them financially, diverting funds from Lin Weiwei. After all, the family's finances were limited, and spending more on Lin Xuan meant spending less on Lin Weiwei. However, after the incident involving the 160,000, Wu Qin could no longer tolerate Lin Xuan remaining in the house. Who knew if Lin Peng might suddenly lose his mind again and give Lin Xuan another sum of money? Expelling him would put an end to the problem. It would also reduce family expenses. Chapter 87. Some individuals are unworthy of the title of father. However, the arrival of the city lord altered everything. A third-tier alchemist capable of refining beginner blood essence pills. This is indeed a profession that promises a continuous flow of wealth. Even the city lord lavished praise upon Lin Xuan, indicating that he possesses considerable skill in alchemy. Given Lin Xuan's continued value, expelling him is not an option. They intend to extract every ounce of his worth before considering his departure. After all, Lin Xuan has been supported by his parents for many years. Every expense incurred during his upbringing was borne by them. Now that Lin Xuan has the ability, it is time for him to give back. In the presence of the owner of the herbal pavilion and the city lord, Lin Peng boldly articulated this sentiment. His image in their eyes would undoubtedly be affected. But the tangible benefits of money outweigh the concerns of reputation. The city lord's esteemed status is undeniable, yet how much profit can it yield for Lin Peng? In contrast, the benefits derived from Lin Xuan are far more significant. Moreover, having served on the battlefield and being a third-tier martial artist, the city lord would surely weigh Lin Peng's dual identities and would not dare to be overly harsh on him. The city lord holds Lin Xuan in high regard, and as Lin Peng's biological son, their bond is inextricable. Henceforth, the city lord will take Lin Xuan's reputation into account. Therefore, leaving a temporarily unfavorable impression on the city lord is of little consequence. As for the owner of the herbal pavilion, that is even less significant. While the owner's social standing and financial status far exceed that of the Lin family, the former Lin family had to go to great lengths to curry favor with the owner. But now, the situation has reversed. Lin Xuan's ability to concoct pills means that the owner must now seek Lin Xuan's favor to procure goods. The power dynamic has shifted dramatically. As long as Lin Xuan can continue producing pills, Wu Qin is unafraid of offending the owner of the herbal pavilion. Furthermore, with financial matters at stake, a zero-sum game emerges. For Lin Peng to secure more funds as Lin Xuan's guardian, the owner must necessarily earn less. This conflict of interests is unavoidable. Thus, Wu Qin believes that even if the owner has reservations about Lin Peng, it matters not. As long as Lin Xuan can refine blood essence pills, any potential discord must be accepted by the owner. After all, this is a society governed by self-interest. Since a harmonious relationship with the owner is unattainable, intercepting Lin Xuan in front of him is a decidedly prudent decision. Lin Peng and Wu Qin have already severed ties with Lin Xuan, and further attempts to persuade him with kindness are futile. Not only would Lin Xuan be indifferent to their overtures, but Wu Qin also has no desire to continue the charade. If gentleness fails, then a firmer approach must prevail. They must resolutely retain Lin Xuan. not only to assert that he is Lin Peng's biological son, but also to send a clear message to Lin Xuan. He has yet to reach adulthood and cannot escape parental control. Lin Xuan must obediently comply. Even if he wishes to sell medicine, he must do so through Lin Peng. Otherwise, it would be unlawful, giving Lin Peng grounds to pursue the owner of the herbal pavilion legally. Additionally, it serves to inform the owner that any purchases of Lin Xuan's medicines must be funneled through Lin Peng, necessitating that funds be deposited into Lin Peng's account. There is no alternative. Thus, Wu Qin is unconcerned about the immediate awkwardness. Her focus is on the future benefits Lin Xuan can provide. She envisions an abundance of wealth flowing toward her, a life adorned with gold and silver, and Lin Weiwei's bright prospects. She even considers the implications of a month hence. Upon Lin Xuan's coming of age, Wu Qin intends to continue exerting control over him, ensuring he continues to contribute to their family. After all, these are all golden opportunities. A radiant smile crept across Wu Qin's contorted face. Meanwhile, Wu Qin remained lost in her daydream, oblivious to the darkening countenance of Su Guojian. As the city lord, Su Guojian's mastery of expression was impeccable. Minor matters seldom stirred his emotions or altered his demeanor. Yet now his brow furrowed, a sneer playing upon his lips, and his gaze toward Lin Peng was filled with disdain and contempt. Having served as city lord for many years, Su Guojian had encountered myriad individuals and quickly discerned the poor relationship between Lin Peng and Lin Xuan. The notion of a father expelling his son from their home seemed utterly preposterous, yet it unfolded before his very eyes. Particularly absurd was the idea of an inept father attempting to cast out an exceptional son. Su Guojian had glanced over Lin Peng's profile on his way here. Over 50 years of age, he was merely a third-tier martial artist. His battlefield experience had afforded him a government stipend sufficient for a modest living. Yet he had achieved little of note. In stark contrast stood Lin Xuan, only 18 years old, already a third-tier alchemist. No, it would be inaccurate to merely label Lin Xuan a third-tier alchemist. The alchemical community regards the successful production of beginner blood essence pills as a hallmark of such a rank. Yet the efficacy of the blood essence pills Lin Xuan concocts is double that of his peers. While precise comparisons are elusive, Lin Xuan undoubtedly surpasses the average third-tier alchemist. The disparity between a third-tier alchemist and a third-tier martial artist is vast. Third-tier martial artists abound throughout Dongjiang City. Had Lin Peng been under 35 years of age, Su Guojian might have taken a passing interest in him. However, there exists only one third-tier alchemist in all of Dongjiang City. This individual is a veritable treasure to the region. Most of the beginner blood essence pills circulating in Dongjiang City originate from his hands. His social standing and accumulated wealth are beyond Lin Peng's comprehension. Lin Peng had fortuitously raised a son of such remarkable talent. Had their relationship been amicable, the status of the Lin family in Dongjiang City would have soared. Yet Lin Peng, narrow-minded and self-serving, believed he possessed absolute authority over his son. Neglecting to consider the child's interests, he refused to acknowledge his son's excellence, and when Lin Xuan's achievements became evident, his first reaction was not pride or joy, but rather thoughts of personal gain, envisioning substantial profits through his son. How could such a cold-hearted, profit-driven individual be worthy of the title of father? The path Lin Xuan traversed to his current success was fraught with challenges and hardships, yet he persevered, forging his own path. Reflecting on this, Su Guojian felt genuine admiration for Lin Xuan, not only for his rare talent, but also for his flourishing growth amid adversity. Unscathed by his harsh environment, as for Lin Peng, Su Guojian could only conclude that some fathers truly do not deserve the title. The very existence of Lin Peng is an affront to the sacred designation of father. Chapter 88. Abandoning the minor. Should we visit the Public Security Bureau? Su Guojian was previously unaware of these matters, but he now bore witness to them. He felt compelled to intervene. Otherwise, Lin Peng would only serve to hinder Lin Xuan, impeding the growth and future of a prodigious alchemist who was particularly significant to Dongjiang City. For both personal and public reasons, Su Guojian could not tolerate such occurrences. With this thought, he exchanged glances with a few subordinates who had followed him. Two tall individuals in uniforms stepped forward, each taking hold of Lin Peng and dragging him aside. Su Guojian turned to Lin Xuan with a smile and said, "Lin Xuan, you and your companions should go view the house. Once you finalize the arrangements, I shall undoubtedly attend your housewarming feast." Upon hearing the Lord's words and witnessing the restraint of Lin Peng, Lin Xuan immediately grasped Su Guojian's intentions. He nodded and followed Su Guoqing out, while the property manager hurriedly trailed behind, carrying Lin Xuan's suitcase. Once the three of them had departed, The smile on Su Guijian's face vanished. The weight of his long-held position dissipated entirely. At that moment, Lin Ping belatedly realized the gravity of his situation. He had spoken such words in front of the Lord. Meanwhile, Wu Qin, a homemaker, had never encountered such a scene. Though sensing something amiss, she dismissed it with a smile, saying, "Lord, Lin Xuan is our child. It is our duty as parents to discipline our children. This is mandated by law." Su Guijian found her statement laughable. How could this woman, in such a dire situation, still attempt to leverage the law against him? He casually stepped forward and whispered, "Mrs. Lin, the law also stipulates that parents cannot abandon minors under the age of 18. By expelling Lin Xuan from your home, you have already violated the law. What do you think? Would you like me to escort you both to the Public Security Bureau?" Though Su Guijian's voice was low, to Wu Qin and Lin Peng, it resonated like thunder. The smile on Wu Qin's face vanished instantly, her body freezing in shock. Lin Peng's complexion turned ashen, his eyes glazed over in disbelief. In this martial world, everyone possessed combat skills to prevent internal strife and the senseless slaughter of innocents. As well as to cultivate a harmonious society, the laws here were far stricter than those in Lin Xian's past life, particularly regarding the protection of minors. Lin Peng, in his panic, realized that his desire to abandon Lin Xuan indeed contravened the laws safeguarding minors. He had a vague awareness of Lin Xian's age, but the specifics eluded him, as he had never bothered to remember Lin Xian's birthday. He had nearly forgotten the exact date. Had this matter remained undisclosed? Perhaps Lin Peng could have evaded consequences. However, with the Lord's explicit intent to incarcerate them, Lin Peng understood his fate was sealed. Observing the couple's terror, Su Guijian scoffed. He had merely spoken a few words, yet they were already paralyzed with fear. How would they cope with the aftermath? Nevertheless, considering they were Lin Xian's nominal parents, he decided it best to allow Lin Xuan to choose their fate. He held a favorable opinion of Lin Xuan and did not wish to jeopardize their relationship over such matters. Thus, he continued, "Lin Xuan will be of age in a month, at which point he will possess all the rights of an adult. I hope you can navigate this month peacefully and refrain from actions you may later regret." Su Guijian sought Lin Xian's input on how to handle the couple. Yet he firmly resolved that Lin Peng and Wu Qin should not exploit their parental status to meddle in Lin Xian's affairs. A prodigy must not be encumbered by the weight of unworthy individuals. In response to Su Guijian's stipulations, both Lin Peng and Wu Qin nodded vigorously. At this juncture, they dared not disagree. They had indeed acted to expel Lin Xuan from their home. This was an undeniable truth, laid bare before the Lord's eyes. It was only fitting that they faced the consequences. While they possessed guardianship, this also entailed responsibilities. Wu Qin and Lin Peng were solely focused on reaping the benefits of their rights, unwilling to fulfill their obligations. If the law did not punish them, who would it punish? Their incarceration would not significantly impact their futures, given their age. However, their criminal records could adversely affect Lin Weiwei's prospects, hindering her university applications and job opportunities. Wu Qin, possessing only this one precious daughter, would not permit anyone to jeopardize Lin Weiwei's future. Therefore, regardless of what Lord Su said, she would acquiesce. As long as they were not imprisoned, she would comply with any demands placed upon her. Ensuring Lin Xian's life remained undisturbed was a request too simple to refuse. Observing the submissive demeanor of Lin Peng and Wu Qin, Su Guijian surmised they would not pose any further challenges, and he departed with the remaining personnel. Standing aside, Lin Weiwei was intimidated by the imposing presence of Su Guijian and his entourage. After all, she was merely a 16-year-old girl. In the recent turmoil, she had no opportunity to voice her thoughts. Once everyone had left, she approached Wu Qin, helping her slumped figure to the sofa. "Mom, Lin Xian can now concoct basic qi blood pills, which can be sold for money or consumed by me. By having Lin Xian move out, are we not at a disadvantage?" Upon hearing her daughter's words, Wu Qin felt a wave of darkness wash over her, nearly fainting. She had not absorbed a word of the Lord's earlier statements. How could she have given birth to such a troublesome daughter? Suddenly, a cacophony erupted. Wu Qin and Lin Weiwei jumped in fright as they turned to see Lin Peng had shattered a vase in the living room. His face contorted with rage. He glared at Wu Qin and Lin Weiwei. "Lin Weiwei, you have truly overstepped. Just moments ago, you stood at the door, pushing your brother out. Who gave you the audacity? Has your upbringing gone to waste?" Feeling aggrieved by her father's unexpected outburst, Lin Weiwei thought it unjust. Wasn't it Lin Peng who had decided to expel Lin Xian? She was merely following his orders. She was not the instigator. Just as Lin Weiwei prepared to defend herself, Wu Qin interrupted. Lin Peng had just endured significant shock and humiliation. He needed to vent his frustration. If Lin Weiwei confronted him now, she would only receive harsher rebukes. Seeing Wu Qin intervene, Lin Peng's anger intensified. He had one son and one daughter, yet his cherished daughter was achieving nothing. She only considered her own interests, entirely disregarding her parents. Despite the Lord's admonitions, she still sought to benefit from Lin Xuan. This was tantamount to wishing for her parents' imprisonment. How had he raised such a heartless child? As for his son, Lin Xuan had always been deemed a failure. How had he suddenly become so formidable? A third-level alchemist capable of crafting basic qi blood pills. He was hailed as the hope of Dongjiang's alchemical community by the city lord. Lin Xuan was undeniably exceptional. Since he could earn money by selling blood qi pills and repay the 160,000, why did he not confide in his family? Had he spoken up earlier? Who would have cast him out? Surely, everyone at home would have supported him. Thus, the current predicament is one for which Lin Xuan bears undeniable responsibility. Lin Xuan is not a worthy son. Lin Peng is exceedingly furious with Lin Xuan. Yet, no matter how he seeks to assign blame to Lin Xuan, ultimately, it is regret that consumes him. Regret for allowing such a lucrative opportunity to slip away. Now, Lin Xuan is still not yet 18. He is beyond Lin Peng's control. What more when Lin Xuan truly comes of age? In the future, Lin Xuan is bound to amass considerable wealth. However, this wealth will have nothing to do with Lin Peng. He fears he will no longer be able to reap any benefits from Lin Xuan. After investing so much in raising him, just as Lin Xuan is poised to earn substantial returns, this calamity has struck. Furthermore, being an alchemist is a highly esteemed profession, conferring significant social standing. Setting aside the ability to engage with high-ranking individuals, he would at least be cherished and envied by friends, family, and neighbors. If Lin Xuan had remained at home and nurtured a good relationship with him, Lin Peng's status among friends, family, neighbors, and society would have soared due to Lin Xuan's influence. But now, not only has he lost money, but his reputation has also been tarnished. He has offended both the city lord and the owner of the Herb Pavilion. What a predicament! To fail in his schemes and instead suffer loss. How is he to navigate the days to come? Understand that with the city lord's power, a mere gesture could bring the entire Lin family to ruin, subjecting them to a life worse than death. In his fury and despair, he is loath to admit that the true architect of this chaos is none other than himself. He seeks to shift the blame onto others. It is all their fault. Yes, it was Wu Qin who sowed discord between him and Lin Xuan. Without Wu Qin's instigation, he would never have expelled Lin Xuan from their home. Thus, Lin Peng roared at Wu Qin, "Look, this is the daughter you raised. More adept at causing failures than achieving success. You cannot bear to see Lin Xuan thrive, hence your relentless desire to drive him away. Now that he has left, are you satisfied? Our family is set to incur immeasurable losses." Chapter 89. Evil begets evil. Listening to Lin Peng's furious outburst, Wu Qin felt a surge of indignation within her. After all, without Lin Peng's consent, none could expel Lin Xuan. The crux of the matter lay in Lin Peng's belief that Lin Xuan held no value for him. However, having lived alongside Lin Peng for many years, Wu Qin understood his temperament well. In moments of exasperation, he often spoke without regard for his words. Yet, once the storm passed, he would invariably heed her counsel, remaining firmly under her control. Lin Peng was, after all, a spineless man who only directed his frustrations towards his family, failing to utter a harsh word in public. Fortunately, his monthly pension and allowances provided a substantial financial cushion, had it not been for these monetary considerations, and Lin Peng's lack of intellect which compelled him to follow her lead. Wu Qin would have long since divorced him. Thus, even though she simmered with resentment, Wu Qin refrained from engaging in a quarrel with him. Mistaking her silence for acquiescence, Lin Peng grew increasingly reckless in his speech. "Look at the daughter you bore. With your superior genes, her vitality barely exceeds 60. And how much have I invested in her? Now look at Lin Xuan. At 18, he has already become a third-tier alchemist. They are both my children, but their mothers differ. It is you who has dragged down our family's bloodline." Wu Qin recognized the frustration that churned within Lin Peng, which was why she had withheld her retorts. However, she was taken aback by his outrageousness as he launched a personal attack against her, accusing her of inferior genetics. His claim that Lin Weiwei could not measure up to Lin Xuan struck a nerve deep within Wu Qin. In her eyes, Lin Xuan and her late mother were beyond comparison to Lin Weiwei. They were not worthy of even carrying their shoes. Now, hearing such words from Lin Peng, Wu Qin's patience wore thin. She too possessed a temper. With hands on her hips, she shot back vehemently. "Lin Peng, you dare to criticize my genes? Have you looked in the mirror lately? Who else would have wanted you, apart from me? What kind of genes are yours? barely managing to achieve third-tier warrior status at over 50? Lin Xuan's excellence is a result of his own hard work, not because of our family's fortune. Spare yourself the self-aggrandizement. At these words, Lin Peng's fury reached a boiling point. He seized the cup before him and hurled it towards Wu Qin with all his might. Wu Qin, being only a first-tier warrior, could not react swiftly enough. The cup shattered as it struck her forehead, and Lin Peng, a third-tier warrior, had not held back in his throw. The force was enough to send her reeling backwards, blood streaming from her wound, leaving her dizzy and disoriented. She feared she might have sustained a concussion from the blow. "Vivi, call 120. Call 120. Wu Qin cried in desperation. "Lin Peng, you spineless coward who can only hit women, I want a divorce." After issuing her command to Lin Weiwei, she turned her ire towards Lin Peng. Sighing deeply as he surveyed the chaos of their home, Lin Peng was engulfed by regret. He lamented that had he raised Lin Xuan alone and never remarried, nor given up on Lin Xuan due to his lack of martial talent, his later years would have been filled with joy. Wealth, fame, and respect would have been within his grasp. But now, all of that was but a fleeting dream, a fruitless endeavor. There existed no remedy for regret. He must bear the painful consequences of his choices for the remainder of his life. That night, in a luxurious residential community of Dongjiang City, Lin Xuan arranged his belongings and settled into bed, idly scrolling through his phone. After a thorough selection process that afternoon, he had chosen this serene yet elegantly decorated apartment. As he lived alone, he had politely declined Su Guoqing's offer to show him a lavish villa. This apartment, with its prime location and exquisite decor, would command a handsome rent if put on the market. However, Su Guoqing was adamant about not accepting any rent from Lin Xuan. Had Lin Xuan not resisted, Su Guoqing might have even insisted on gifting the apartment to him. Yet Lin Xuan understood that debts of gratitude were the hardest to repay. Even if he were willing to sell the 5 vitality pills the system provided him daily to the Baichao medicine house, the profits would be limited and insufficient to justify Su Guoqing's kindness. He sensed that Su Guoqing harbored ulterior motives, and with his experience from 2 lifetimes, Lin Xuan remained cautious. Thus, he rejected many of Su Guoqing's overly generous proposals. In truth, Lin Xuan was overthinking. He lacked understanding of the alchemist profession and did not realize the significance of a third-tier alchemist to a medicine house owner, especially one like Lin Xuan. Capable of producing unique medicinal effects, he was akin to a living treasure for the establishment. Unbeknownst to him, even if he had declined the apartment from Su Guoqing, Lord Su Guojian would have purchased it to present to him, for a third-tier alchemist held far greater value in the eyes of the city lord than any property. However, that would only unfold in a month, for Lin Xuan still had yet to reach adulthood. Additionally, he, alongside Su Guojian and Su Guoqing, shared a meal together. During the dinner, Su Guojian expressed his fondness for Lin Xuan, assuring him that he need not worry about the couple Lin Peng and Wu Qin continuing to disrupt his life. During their conversation, Su Guojian even inquired if Lin Xuan wished to impose a minor punishment on the couple, such as sending them to the Public Security Bureau for a brief stay. Contemplating this, Lin Xuan felt a sense of kinship with Lin Peng, as this body bore his bloodline. He did not wish to retaliate against his father, choosing instead to maintain a status of mutual non-interference. After all, following the commotion earlier, Lin Peng would undoubtedly appear irresponsible and greedy in the eyes of Lord Su Guojian. Offending a local official was a grave matter, and even if Su Guojian refrained from acting directly against him, Lin Peng's character would ensure he lived in constant anxiety, torturing himself with worry. This, too, served as a form of punishment. While Lin Xuan was reluctant to act against Lin Peng, he felt no such reservations towards Wu Qin and Lin Weiwei. Wu Qin, as his stepmother, lacked any blood ties to him, while Lin Weiwei, his half-sister, although related by blood, did not qualify as a direct relative in the legal sense. Wu Qin's greatest vulnerability lay in her daughter, Lin Weiwei. Thus, Lin Xuan subtly suggested that the city lord investigate Lin Weiwei's academic status. As far as Lin Xuan was aware, Lin Peng had invested considerable resources to enroll Lin Weiwei in the prestigious First High School, yet her academic record remained with her previous institution, Dongjiang Fourth Middle School. Lin Xuan intended for Lin Weiwei to return to the position she was originally meant to occupy. The ever-arrogant Lin Weiwei would surely struggle to cope with such a stark contrast, leading to considerable distress. Moreover, the college admission rate for Dongjiang Fourth Middle School was notoriously low, only marginally better than that of Fifth Middle School. With Lin Weiwei's lackadaisical attitude, her chances of gaining admission to any university were bleak. The prospect of her daughter failing to secure a promising future would undoubtedly be a significant blow to Wu Qin, who cherished her dearly. It can be considered a minor admonition for the two of them. No, it is not merely a slight punishment. Lin Xuan simply restored everything to its original state. Did he do anything? He did nothing at all. The city lord Su did not wield any authority. He merely conducted an inquiry into the academic records. In summary, Lin Xuan was quite pleased with the events of today. He had no desire to continue residing under the same roof as Lin Peng and the others, as it made him feel uncomfortable and stifled. Fortunately, Lin Xuan seized this opportunity to move out smoothly. Although the process was somewhat convoluted, he achieved his objective. Furthermore, after today's incident, it is believed that Lin Peng and the others would be deterred from disturbing him in the future. He has alleviated a lingering concern. Additionally, Lin Xuan has established a partnership with the Herbal Medicine Hall, supplying 5 cheap blood pills daily at a price of 25,000 each. Consequently, Lin Xuan's financial situation has improved significantly. With money to spend and no one to oversee him, life is exceedingly delightful. Each day seems to promise even greater hope. In high spirits, Lin Xuan prepared to turn off his phone, content to indulge in a restful sleep. Just before drifting off, he habitually checked the system notifications. This was a routine he had developed, as spending time outside the martial arts hall in recent days allowed the diligent practitioners within to provide him with numerous anomaly values. However, reflecting on today, he realized he had no opportunity to acquire any anomaly values. With an embarrassed smile, he was about to close the system notifications when a particular line of text caught his eye, illuminating his perspective. Chapter 90, True Rebellion, Anomaly Value 10,000. Ding. Others reside at home. You choose to leave. Anomaly Value 2,000. Ding. Host behavior perfectly aligns with the narrow definition of rebellion. Triggering additional reward. Anomaly Value 10,000. The daily refresh quantity of basic vitality elixirs in the shop increases by 2. As Lin Xuan read through the series of messages, he was overwhelmed with joy. Having planned to keep his anomaly value at 0 today, he never anticipated such a windfall. A sudden influx of 12,000 anomaly value. Typically, Lin Xuan spent his days at the shops surrounding the martial arts hall, striving to accumulate anomaly value. On average, he would gain around 2,000 anomaly value daily, significantly less than the figures he achieved at the training camp. This was quite reasonable, as the training camp gathered the most exceptional students from the entire Jiangnan region. Conversely, the martial arts hall was a profit-driven establishment open to all. Anyone with money could enter. Naturally, the effort put forth by the training camp students far exceeded that of the martial arts hall students. Lin Xuan initially believed his progress would slow considerably during this time. However, to his astonishment, he received such a substantial amount in a single day, more than the total he had accumulated through diligent effort in the previous days. With such a considerable anomaly value, Lin Xuan felt confident in his potential to achieve the status of a 4th-level warrior before the college entrance examination. The requirement for a 4th-level warrior's vitality is 1,000 points. When Lin Xuan left the training camp, his vitality was 856 points. Based on his earlier calculations, the martial arts hall would provide him with around 2,000 anomaly value daily. Through the lottery, Lin Xuan estimated his daily increase across each dimension to be approximately 1, with his vitality rising by about 5 daily. With less than a month until the exam, Lin Xuan calculated that his vitality would likely reach around 993 points by then. Although this figure was impressive and would certainly stand out in the examination, it still fell short of the 4th-level warrior requirement. A sense of unease lingered in Lin Xuan's heart. Now, with this unexpected windfall, anomaly value, he could utilize the 12,000 anomaly value for the lottery, potentially increasing his vitality by around 33 points. The dilemma was swiftly resolved. By the time of the exam, he would undoubtedly be a 4th-level warrior. How could Lin Xuan not feel exhilarated and thrilled? After calming his emotions, Lin Xuan began to ponder the reason behind the system's additional rewards. The system was named Rebellion, and it explained that true rebellion involves acting contrary to those around you, embracing individuality. This explanation was sound. However, the term rebellion typically refers to children who do not heed their parents' wishes. Regardless of their requests, these children defy them. When parents say east, the child insists on going west. This definition perfectly encapsulated Lin Xuan's actions today. While Lin Ping and Wu Qin desired for him to remain at home, Lin Xuan had chosen to move out. Thus, he triggered the system's additional rewards. Having understood this, Lin Xuan felt even more convinced that his decision to move out was indeed the right one. An independent and affluent life was delightful. In his own home, Lin Xuan could do as he pleased. Hungry? Order takeout. Thirsty? Request a drink. Want to sleep at any hour? Go ahead. Feel like waking up at any time? No problem. Bored at home? Step out for a stroll. Prefer to stay in? Enjoy the comfort of home. Moreover, Lin Xuan had deliberately observed the surrounding environment while choosing his new residence. Not far from his apartment was a martial arts hall. This proximity allowed Lin Xuan to effortlessly harvest anomaly value while relaxing at home, although this hall was not as grand as the one he had previously considered. Its closeness meant that Lin Xuan could easily acquire all the anomaly value generated from its operation. The earlier hall, being further away, required him to spend considerable time commuting. Typically, he would arrive late in the morning when the hall opened, and he had to return home before it closed in the evenings, resulting in a significant loss of anomaly value. Now, he wasted none and utilized every bit of it. The anomaly value generated in a day matched what he had earned before, but without needing to go out for daily attendance. It was indeed a fortunate turn of events. Time flew by, and 3 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. With less than 5 days remaining before the college entrance examination, Lin Xuan's vitality had surpassed the 1,000-point threshold, successfully elevating him to the status of a 4th-level warrior. His current system panel was as follows: Strength, 202 Speed, 202 Stamina, 199 Defense, 199 Technique, 201 Mental Power, 197. The sum of the first 5 attributes equaled 1,003. Lin Xuan felt quite satisfied with his strength. Just as he was preparing to leisurely enjoy the remaining days, a phone call shattered his tranquil life. The caller was Commander Chung from the training camp. He mentioned that he had a cousin named Zhang Lihue, a 5th-level mentalist. Recently, Zhang Lihue was giving a lecture in Nanjing City. Knowing that Lin Xuan had become a 1st-level mentalist, Commander Chung hoped Lin Xuan could attend the lecture and engage in communication with Zhang Lihue. He had already sent Lin Xuan the electronic invitation. Lin Xuan found this opportunity excellent. He had been feeling somewhat bored at home lately. The lecture was in Nanjing City, and he could also take the chance to travel a bit. Additionally, Lin Xuan recognized that his understanding of mentalism was limited. Merely isolating himself at home would not suffice. He needed to engage more with others. Thus, Lin Xuan gladly accepted the invitation. A day later, in Nanjing City, Lin Xuan marveled at the bustling streets, filled with a constant flow of vehicles and pedestrians. He felt deeply the vibrancy of Nanjing City, which was indeed livelier and more advanced than Dongjiang City. It was no wonder that the mentalists chose to hold their lecture here. Lin Xuan wandered the streets with keen interest. Suddenly, a glimmering golden plaque caught his attention. The exquisite plaque bore the words Mentalist Association in large characters, inscribed in gold on a black background, radiating opulence and prestige. Moreover, the entire building's architectural style was markedly different from the surrounding structures, appearing far more luxurious and grand. This location was precisely the address provided in Commander Cheng's invitation. However, the lecture was scheduled for the evening, and it was only around 4 p.m. After some contemplation, Lin Xuan decided to enter. Due to the scarcity of mentalists in Dongjiang City, there was no establishment for the Mentalist Association in the entire city. This was Lin Xuan's first visit to the Mentalist Association. Upon entering the building, he immediately sensed a distinct atmosphere. The intricacies of every detail within exuded an air of nobility and extravagance, leaving him in awe. Previously, Lin Xuan had considered the Martial Arts Alliance building in Dongjiang City to be the most magnificent structure he had ever seen. Yet, compared to the one before him, it seemed to pale in comparison. Furthermore, the individuals moving about the building were adorned in the latest, most fashionable attire, making Lin Xuan, clad in ordinary sportswear, feel out of place among them. Noticing Lin Xuan's wide-eyed curiosity, a lady in a professional suit approached him and said, "Sir, this is the Mentalist Association. Entry is restricted." Chapter 91. The Mentalist Assessment. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan turned around and addressed the lady, saying, "I am here to take the Mentalist Assessment." The chief instructor, Chung, had previously mentioned that mental probing is a hallmark of a first-tier mentalist. He believed Lin Xuan was indeed a genuine first-tier mentalist. Lin Xuan could see the points of his mental power on the systems panel. However, the panel might not accurately reflect the realities of this world. Thus, he was eager to test his mental power and ascertain his rank. Unfortunately, Dongjiang City lacked a mentalist association, and this matter had been shelved for quite some time. Now, the opportunity stood before him, and naturally, Lin Xuan wished to assess his mental prowess. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's courteous response, the lady's impression of him improved slightly. Although his attire was unremarkable, his demeanor was neither servile nor arrogant, suggesting he had seen his share of the world. However, upon grasping the implications of Lin Xuan's words, the lady was taken aback. This youth was remarkably young. How could he possibly seek to undertake the mentalist assessment? It is worth noting that mentalists differ from martial artists. While there are many first-tier martial artists under the age of 18, a closer examination of the Martial Arts Alliance's data reveals that their numbers are substantial. In stark contrast, there are almost no mentalists under the age of 22. Many scruffy middle-aged men often participate in mentalist assessments. As the receptionist of the Mentalist Association, she had never encountered someone so young seeking to take the test. Nevertheless, astonishment aside, the lady maintained her professionalism. Very well, sir, please come with me to register. She led Lin Xuan to the front desk. After a series of keystrokes on the computer, she stated, "Sir, please present your second-tier martial artist certificate. The registration fee is 2,000 yuan." Hearing this, Lin Xuan scratched his head and sheepishly inquired, "Is a first-tier martial artist certificate acceptable?" Due to the chief instructor Cheng's admonitions, Lin Xuan had yet to upgrade his martial artist certificate and still possessed a first-tier martial artist credential. The lady, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "Young man, do not jest. It is well known that only when one's vitality reaches 300 points can the latent mental talent within the body fully manifest. In other words, being a second-tier martial artist is a prerequisite for becoming a mentalist. You are not even a second-tier martial artist. Is it not a jest to come here to test your mental power? This is not the place for you. Perhaps you should go out and enjoy yourself." As expected, she thought, how could someone so young qualify for the mentalist assessment? Just as the lady was about to return to her work, Lin Xuan's voice chimed in. "Excuse me, is there an event happening on the 4th floor today? Why are there so many people setting up there?" The lady was about to explain that a 5th-tier mentalist would be giving a lecture that evening and that everyone was busy preparing for it. Suddenly, she widened her eyes in disbelief. She realized that this young man had not gone upstairs. From the moment Lin Xuan entered, she had kept a close watch on him, and she was certain he had only lingered on the 1st floor without ascending. So, how did he know about the activities on the 4th floor? As the receptionist of the Mentalist Association and a first-tier mentalist herself, her first instinct was to consider mental probing. This young man must have utilized mental probing to discern the happenings on the 4th floor. But why had she, a first-tier mentalist, not sensed any mental fluctuations from him? Indeed, mental probing is a hallmark of a first-tier mentalist. However, there are varying strengths even among first-tier mentalists. She herself was at the pinnacle of first tier. Any mental power weaker than hers would typically register with her senses. Yet, just moments ago, she had felt nothing at all. This realization both shocked her and compelled her to regard Lin Xuan with newfound seriousness. "Sir, may I call the examiner for you?" she inquired politely. "Sure." Upon seeing the lady pick up the phone, Lin Xuan smiled faintly. Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, strength remains paramount. Possessing sufficient strength means that even without that one certificate, it is not a significant problem. This is the advantage of the martial arts world. Unlike Lin Xuan's previous life, where lacking a diploma would render one ineligible for an interview despite their capabilities, here, one should never relinquish the pursuit of strength. Strength is the passport to this world. As Lin Xuan's thoughts began to drift, the receptionist's voice brought him back to the present. "Sir, the examiner has agreed to your testing. However, without a second-tier martial artist certificate, even if you pass the assessment, the mentalist certificate cannot be issued to you for the time being. The association will only issue the mentalist certificate once you present your second-tier martial artist certificate." Lin Xuan readily consented. He merely wished to understand the relationship between the mental power of this world and the system panel. The certificate itself was of little consequence. At most, it would allow him to receive a bit more subsidy each month, but he was not in want of money at present. "All right, sir. Your paperwork has been processed. The testing room is the last room on the left on the 3rd floor." The lady respectfully handed Lin Xuan his examination permit. In the testing room on the 3rd floor, a portly middle-aged man was idly playing a match 3 game on his phone. The examiner for the mentalist assessment. It sounded like a prestigious occupation, yet only upon engaging in it did one realize how monotonous the role truly was. There were exceedingly few mentalists in this world. On some days, he would not have a single student to assess. With nothing to do, he could only amuse himself with various mobile games. Just moments ago, The receptionist called to inform him that a first-tier martial artist capable of mental probing wished to take the assessment. By protocol, this should have been impossible. However, given his current boredom and curiosity to witness such a prodigy, he consented to the receptionist's request, adding the stipulation that the certificate could not be issued for the time being. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. Come in, the middle-aged examiner said. Immediately, he observed a slender yet robust youth entering the room. The examiner keenly noted the youth's light-footedness and swift strides. The contours of his muscles were distinctly visible. With years of experience, he sensed that the youth possessed considerable strength. Was he truly just a first-tier martial artist? The examiner found it hard to believe. After receiving Lin Xuan's information, the assessment began in earnest. The examiner led Lin Xuan to a machine. Lin Xuan scrutinized the device closely. It bore a resemblance to machines used for testing vitality and combat power, featuring a large screen. However, there was a chair positioned in front of this particular machine. Before Lin Xuan could continue his examination, the examiner gestured for him to commence. Yet, Lin Xuan remained still, merely gazing quizzically at the examiner. Is this your first time using the mental power testing device? The examiner read the confusion in Lin Xuan's eyes and inquired. Chapter 92 Examiner. I am aware that the machine is malfunctioning, but these figures are simply outrageous. Lin Xuan nodded. The examiner was left speechless. It was one thing for a first-tier warrior, but he had never even utilized a mental power testing device. The examiner thought to himself that, in this testing room, the number of successful candidates today would remain at 0. The mental power assessment is significantly more susceptible to external pressures than the warrior evaluation. In an unfamiliar and tense environment, any negative emotional fluctuations experienced by the candidates would adversely affect the release of their mental power, thus impacting their assessment. Consequently, even the most capable candidates rarely succeed on their first attempt. According to data derived from a large sample size, candidates who pass the first-tier mentalist assessment typically undergo 3 to 4 evaluations. At this moment, the examiner had already concluded that Lin Xuan would undoubtedly fail the assessment. After all, he was merely a first-tier warrior, not even a second-tier. Initially, when he received the call from the front desk, he had been curious whether a miracle might occur today, resulting in the emergence of a first-tier mentalist. However, it appeared that he was merely an ordinary student wanting to get an early glimpse of the mental power evaluation process. Even the front desk's mention of a mental probe now seemed highly dubious to the examiner. It was likely just an excuse to witness the assessment procedure in advance. With a sense of disappointment, the examiner began to guide Lin Xuan through the testing process. Following the examiner's instructions, Lin Xuan sat down on the chair and placed his chin on the machine's accompanying support. In this position, Lin Xuan realized that he was facing 2 pieces of glass. He attempted to peer through the glass to discern what lay within, but found one side shrouded in darkness, unfathomable. Focus your gaze straight ahead. In a moment, a beam of light will appear. Concentrate and follow the beam with your eyes, and you will successfully measure your mental power. The examiner's voice resonated. Lin Xuan held his breath, awaiting the commencement of the test. 3, 2, 1. The assessment begins. With the examiner's countdown, Lin Xuan noticed a transformation in the world before his eyes. A beam of light, akin to a searchlight, suddenly shone from the left side. It then swiftly moved to the right. Lin Xuan hurriedly directed his gaze to follow the light's movement. After the strong beam vanished to the far right, a second beam emerged from the left, this one slightly weaker than the previous. Lin Xuan felt no difficulty in tracking this light. After several repetitions, the brightness of the beams diminished, nearly blending with the background. Lin Xuan found it increasingly challenging to discern the precise location of the beams, making it difficult to control his gaze in accordance with their movement. Test concluded. The examiner's voice rang out once more. Lin Xuan rubbed his eyes and stood up from the chair. So this is the mental power assessment. It is completely different from the warrior evaluation. Lin Xuan mused. At that moment, a buzzing sound emanated from the machine. The examiner said, "Come over here to the big screen and view your results." Lin Xuan promptly approached. Soon after, 2 lines of Chinese characters suddenly appeared on the previously white screen. Total mental power and mental power strength. Following the characters for total mental power, a number quickly emerged, 1,500. However, the strength of mental power remained persistently displayed as. Upon seeing the first line, the examiner's pupils abruptly contracted. My goodness! A total mental power of 1,500. The requirement for a first-tier mentalist is no less than 1,000. And 1,500 signifies a second-tier mentalist. Could it be? This remarkably young individual, who isn't even a second-tier warrior, possesses the mental power of a second-tier mentalist. This is absurd. What does it mean to be a second-tier mentalist? The examiner himself is a second-tier mentalist. Though his rank may not be high, he is considered a mid-level talent within the Mentalist Association. Unlike warriors, mentalists cannot be compared solely by rank. Not only are they undefeated among their peers, but they also have a significant probability of victory against warriors who are 2 or 3 ranks higher. Thus, the value of a second-tier mentalist is evident. The examiner reflected on his own age, having only broken through to become a second-tier mentalist at nearly 30, while this youth was still under 20. Is this scientific? Is this reasonable? The examiner's emotions were quite complex. When his gaze fell upon the garbled characters following the second line for mental strength, he breathed a sigh of relief. So that is how it is. Generally speaking, the figures for total mental power and mental power strength appear simultaneously. The former has appeared quickly, while the latter has resulted in garbled text. This indicates a malfunction in the machine. It is worth noting that the examiner has been in this position for 5 years. In his experience, a first-time test taker achieving a total mental power of 500 is already commendable. He has never encountered anyone exceeding 800. Due to fear of the unknown and exam-related anxiety, candidates' performance is directly influenced. How could one possibly reach 1500? It must be a malfunction. No one has participated in the mentalist assessment in the past few days. The last time this machine was used was over a week ago. It is entirely reasonable for it to have broken down after such a long period of inactivity. Just then, the second line on the screen finally displayed a number, mental power strength, 197. Oh my heavens, the examiner exclaimed. While he had anticipated that a malfunctioning machine might yield an outrageous number, the sight of 197 still astonished him. For 197 in mental power strength signifies a third-tier mentalist. Moreover, not just any third-tier mentalist, but one at the pinnacle of that tier. Since a strength of 200 is the hallmark of a fourth-tier mentalist, it is widely acknowledged that while the total mental power figure can easily increase, augmenting the strength of mental power is exceptionally challenging, given that first-tier mentalists are required to meet standards for both metrics. The examiner has encountered numerous candidates who met the total mental power requirement but failed to qualify in terms of strength. It is regrettable that they ultimately do not pass the assessment. This is a common occurrence. To illustrate, if the battle power metric is difficult to enhance for warriors, then mental power strength is even more challenging for mentalists. Warriors can improve their battle power through relentless training and mastering advanced combat techniques. However, the enhancement of mental power strength remains an elusive endeavor. Many mentalists practice daily, learning meditation and various techniques to strengthen their mental power, yet improvement remains arduous. The examiner himself is one such individual. His total mental power has surpassed the minimum requirement for a third-tier mentalist, yet he has been trapped at the second-tier level due to insufficient mental strength. The figure of 197 exceeds his own strength of 97 by a full 100. Fortunately, the examiner understood that the machine was faulty. Otherwise, he might have felt a twinge of envy towards this handsome young man standing before him. Lin Xuan possessed limited knowledge of the world of mentalists and was entirely oblivious to the significance of the numbers displayed on the screen. Hearing the examiner's exclamation, he politely inquired, "What do these 2 numbers mean?" The examiner, pulling out his phone, replied, "Do not concern yourself with their meanings. The machine is broken. I will have someone come to repair it. Please wait a moment, and feel free to take a seat." Lin Xuan felt somewhat bewildered. This was entirely different from the warrior assessments he had previously experienced, where the examiners maintained stern expressions throughout the process. Candidates are strictly prohibited from harboring any doubts regarding the testing apparatus. Yet, the examiner before me is alarmingly erratic, devoid of the gravitas expected of an official in such a role. Furthermore, he openly admits to issues with the machine. Is the assessment for psychics conducted with such casualness? Chapter 93, Level 5 Mentalist. The instrument is not malfunctioning. After approximately 10 minutes, a technician dressed in work attire entered the room, carrying a repair kit. Just as the examiner was about to greet him, another figure stepped in. The moment this individual crossed the threshold, Lin Xuan was struck by an inexplicable sense of unease. The newcomer, clad casually and sporting a languid expression, appeared utterly ordinary. Yet, Lin Xuan sensed a formidable aura emanating from him. The earlier sensation of discomfort made Lin Xuan acutely aware that even with ample preparation, he might not withstand the presence of such a person. This individual was far from harmless. Indeed, the Mentalist Association was teeming with hidden talent. While Lin Xuan remained on guard, The examiner expressed a mixture of surprise and delight upon recognizing the visitor. He hurried forward with eager steps, warmly inquiring, "Master Zhong, what brings you here? I assure you, I will handle your request with utmost diligence." The examiner recognized that the man before him was none other than the esteemed guest of the South River branch of their Mentalist Association, Zhong Lihui. At around 55 years of age, he had already attained the rank of Level 5 Mentalist. What does it mean to be a Level 5 Mentalist? The president of the South River branch was merely a Level 4 Mentalist. With Zhong Lihui's stature and prowess, he could command respect not just in South River City, but throughout the entire Jiangnan region, being among the elite in the field of mentalism. Consequently, various branches of the Mentalist Association sought to invite him for lectures. Since Zhong Lihui was a university classmate of the branch president, he agreed to hold his lecture in South River City. However, the lecture served merely as a pretext. The invitees for that evening's session were young practitioners of Level 2 with mental aptitude. On the surface, Master Zhong would disseminate fundamental knowledge regarding mentalism. But those in the know understood that he was essentially scouting for potential apprentices. A master of Zhong Lihui's caliber would not be swayed by wealth or connections. He sought only those he deemed worthy and promising. Thus, the evening's lecture could be viewed as his means of selecting talented individuals. Everyone acquainted with mentalism understood that it diverged significantly from martial arts, placing great emphasis on mentorship. A skilled teacher and effective methods were essential to cultivate a successful mentalist. Therefore, when Zhong Lihui announced his lecture in South River City, eager youths from surrounding areas flocked to attend. Not only did those with mental aptitude aspire to become his disciples, but even the examiner harbored thoughts of apprenticing under Zhong Lihui. Despite having achieved the rank of Level 2 Mentalist and enjoying a stable career, the examiner yearned for further advancement and aspired to become a Level 3 Mentalist. He was acutely aware that finding a powerful and experienced mentor was crucial for his continued growth, and Zhong Lihui represented the pinnacle of what he could access. Thus, upon encountering Zhong Lihui, the examiner hurriedly sought to make a favorable impression, hoping to leave a lasting mark on the esteemed master. Even if Zhong Lihui were unwilling to take him on as a disciple, the examiner would be grateful for any guidance offered. However, Zhong Lihui regarded the examiner's fervent words with indifference. No matter where he went, he was accustomed to being surrounded by enthusiastic individuals, often choosing to disregard their fervor. His extensive experience had taught him that those who displayed the greatest enthusiasm often possessed the least skill and talent. Instead, it was the young man seated across the room who piqued his interest. From the moment Zhong Lihui entered, the youth's demeanor shifted to one of caution, as if he sensed something amiss. As a Level 5 mentalist, Zhong Lihui routinely employed his mental prowess to scan unfamiliar environments, a process as instinctive as breathing. Consequently, he had developed a habit of doing so, while most individuals lacked the strength to perceive his mental fluctuations. This young man seemed to have caught a glimpse of the fleeting energy. A mere examinee had detected the mental wave, while the examiner remained blissfully unaware. Intriguing, Zhong Lihui diverted his gaze and casually waved his hand at the examiner, stating, "The upper floor is rather dull. I shall accompany the technician for a stroll. Please continue your assessment without concern for me." Upon noticing Zhong Lihui's gaze flit over Lin Xuan, the examiner hesitated, contemplating whether to introduce Lin Xuan to the master. However, he quickly dismissed the idea, reasoning that Lin Xuan was merely an ordinary examinee. His status was too lowly, and introducing him to Master Zhong might waste the esteemed individual's time. At that moment, the technician completed his inspection of the machinery. As he packed up his tools, he declared, "Examiner, the machine is functioning perfectly. There are no issues." The examiner, perplexed, retorted, "How can that be? There was a string of garbled output just now." The technician replied, "It was 3 horizontal dashes, correct? That is not garbled data. The machine simply responded slowly. I meticulously examined it, and there are no faults whatsoever." The examiner, in disbelief, pointed at the numbers on the screen and inquired, "If the machine is flawless, how can such results be displayed?" His words drew the attention of both the technician and Zhong Lihui. The technician scrutinized the screen's numbers, scratching his head in confusion, unable to provide an explanation. The numbers certainly appeared peculiar, yet he was confident in the machine's reliability. After nearly a decade in this trade, he would stake his reputation on it. After some deliberation, the technician suggested, "Why not conduct another test in the adjacent room? Although I know the machine is fine, I wish to show due respect to the examiner and refrain from voicing a contradictory opinion outright." Just as the examiner prepared to agree, Zhong Lihui's voice interjected. There is no need to test in the next room. Let us proceed directly to the control test. The examiner's mind was filled with question marks. Did Master Zhang endorse the technician's assessment, believing the machine to be faultless? Yet, the numbers displayed on the screen were utterly outrageous. The examiner instinctively wished to refute this, but, recalling Zhong Lihui's esteemed status, he fell silent and enthusiastically concurred. Very well. We shall follow Master Zhong's guidance. I will activate the machine. He then beckoned Lin Xuan to accompany him to the other side of the room. Before departing, Lin Xuan cast one last glance at the esteemed Master Zhong. He found the situation perplexing. Lin Xuan was unaware of the significance of the numbers on the screen. Yet he respected the examiner's professionalism and the technician's expertise. With their judgments in complete opposition, it seemed prudent to conduct another test in the adjacent room. Facts would ultimately prevail over speculation. Lin Xuan was eager to ascertain which of the two, examiner or technician, was mistaken. Yet, the so-called Master Zhong halted the proposal for a secondary test. Had he already discerned the truth of the matter? Sensing Lin Xuan's puzzled gaze as he departed, Zhang Lihui's lips curled into a subtle smile. Indeed, he had grasped the truth of the situation. Just as the technician had asserted, the machine was indeed functioning perfectly. The seemingly outrageous numbers were, in fact, genuine. Chapter 94. The Assessment of Mental Control. Astonished examiners. Zhong Lihui, a rare fifth-level mentalist, is undoubtedly more experienced than the examiners. The total amount of mental power, frankly speaking, holds little significance. What truly matters for a mentalist is the intensity of their mental power. To illustrate, consider mental power as water. One has a barrel of water, from which one can pour out only a drop at a time, while another has a bowl of water, from which one can pour out half. Clearly, the latter yields a greater quantity. The total mental power is akin to the barrel and the bowl, while the intensity of mental power corresponds to the drop and the half bowl poured out. Thus, a genuinely formidable mentalist does not concern themselves with the total amount of mental power. Rather, they focus on the numerical value of its intensity. Just as the human brain contains 14 to 15 billion neurons, one must ponder how many of these are genuinely utilized. According to recent studies, less than 10 are actively engaged. This implies that over 90 of neurons remain dormant, squandered. Hence, total quantity is inconsequential. What truly matters is how to develop and utilize it. The intensity of mental power represents the portion of total mental power that has been successfully harnessed and utilized. It is the vital weapon upon which a mentalist relies for survival. However, the challenge of enhancing mental power intensity is exceedingly great. Even Zhong Lihui himself has diligently pursued various forms of study and experimented with myriad unique methods just to reach his current level. In contrast, augmenting the total mental power proves to be far simpler. Whether through the consumption of brain-enhancing supplements or engaging in mental exercises, one can easily elevate their total mental power. To avoid discouraging the already scarce number of mentalists, the Mentalist Association has incorporated the total mental power as part of the assessment criteria. In reality, total mental power is of little use. Akin to a gold mine that yields no gold, its size is irrelevant. Conversely, the intensity of mental power may remain unchanged for weeks, months, years, or even a decade if one lacks the requisite talent or proper training methods. This prolonged absence of positive feedback may dissuade many potentially capable mentalists. Thus, the association reluctantly decided to include total mental power as one of the assessment standards, providing mentalists with a glimmer of hope and preventing them from abandoning their pursuits midway. Fully aware of this, Zhong Lihui naturally does not pay heed to the total mental power metric. It is merely a comfort indicator. His focus is on the intensity of mental power. The figure of 197, attributed to a mere 18-year-old, is indeed astonishing, so much so that it seems as though the machine is malfunctioning. Yet, it aligns perfectly with Zhong Lihui's impression of Lin Xuan, for he can perceive the mental fluctuations within less than a second. Upon entering the room, Zhong Lihui instinctively released his mental power for exploration, without intentionally concealing its fluctuations. Even without disguise, it is not something an average person could sense. Only a fourth-level mentalist possesses such capability. The displayed intensity of mental power reads 197, signifying the pinnacle of a third-level mentalist, merely a step away from fourth level. This is entirely reasonable. Thus, Zhong Lihui concurs with the technician's perspective. The machine is not faulty. Rather, the candidate's prowess is extraordinary. As the machine for controlling power on the other side is activated, Zhong Lihui proceeds to join them. The examiner is instructing Lin Xuan. The assessment for mentalists consists of two parts. The first part involves assessing both total mental power and intensity, which we have completed. Next, we will evaluate control. Control is immensely important for a mentalist. The task entails using mental power to guide a small black ball through a glass pipeline to reach the endpoint. Be aware. The black ball is specially crafted. Should it collide with the glass pipeline, it will leave a black mark. Exceeding 3 marks will result in failure. If the ball does not reach the endpoint within 3 minutes, it will also be deemed a failure. As Lin Xuan listens to the examiner's instructions, he observes the pipeline before him. Most of the pipeline is straight, with only 2 sections requiring turns. The diameter of the ball is noticeably smaller than that of the glass pipeline, reducing the likelihood of it hitting the walls in a straight line. The only caution lies in preventing the ball from colliding with the walls during the turns. 3, 2, 1. The control test begins. As the examiner announces the commencement, he presses the timer button. Lin Xuan's gaze fixates on the small black ball, concentrating as he mobilizes his mental power. Soon, the ball gracefully ascends, seamlessly entering the pipeline. Once positioned at the entrance, the ball embarks on its journey through the conduit. The examiner gazes at Lin Xuan in astonishment. He did not anticipate Lin Xuan's mental control to be so formidable. Typically, individuals struggle with the initial liftoff due to insufficient control, resulting in the ball rising too low and colliding with the lower wall of the pipeline, or conversely, exerting too much mental power, causing the ball to strike the upper wall. Consequently, many candidates leave their first black mark the moment the ball enters the pipeline. Yet this individual remains composed and unhurried. The ball stabilizes perfectly in the center of the pipeline. This level of control is commendable. The examiner cannot help but marvel. Perhaps he truly possesses the capabilities of a first-level mentalist. Regrettably, the earlier machine malfunctioned and failed to display the accurate figures. The examiner resolves that if Lin Xuan successfully navigates this assessment, he will provide him with another opportunity to attempt the previous assessment. It is widely recognized that the control test is the most challenging aspect of the mentalist evaluation. The ball glides through the pipeline at a steady pace, maintaining a reasonable distance from the surrounding walls. Lin Xuan feels as though he is immersed in a game, reminiscent of the mini-games he played in his previous life. The only difference lies in the control method. One utilizes a mouse and keyboard, while the other employs mental power. In the past, mini-games would often introduce unexpected challenges requiring utmost vigilance. However, the path the ball must traverse is now wholly revealed, significantly diminishing the difficulty. Lin Xuan initially anticipated that guiding the ball with mental power would pose a challenge, yet it proved to be effortlessly manageable. The ball follows his every intention without deviation. Initially concerned that the ball might leave a mark on the wall during turns, Lin Xuan realizes he was overthinking it. Just now, as the ball is about to make a 90-degree descent into another segment of the pipeline, he deftly reduces its speed, smoothly executing the turn. The transition to the next glass pipeline occurs without leaving any black marks. Witnessing this scene, the examiner's eyes widen in disbelief. Is it truly this easy? The speed hardly diminished. He had thought Lin Xuan's control was commendable. Now it appears to exceed his expectations significantly. How many candidates, even when still far from the turn, begin to prepare, reducing the ball speed to prevent inertia from causing a collision, concentrating their efforts in anticipation? The examiner, observing from the sidelines, feels a sense of tension for them. Yet, after the turn, a conspicuous black mark appears on the wall. The examiner has witnessed this scenario countless times. While lamenting, he cannot help but acknowledge, once again, the inadequacy of their control. Their skills are insufficient. But today, the examiner sensed no hint of anxiety emanating from Lin Xuan. It was as if Lin Xuan had not even prepared for the turn, embodying the adage that where there is a will, there is a way. The ball merely reduced its speed slightly and glided past with effortless grace. Chapter 95. A higher level of control test, insufficient authority of the examiner. It appeared as though Lin Xuan effortlessly maneuvered the small ball around the corner. Was this truly reasonable? Had he not participated in the mentalist assessment for the first time? His level of proficiency was entirely inconsistent with that of a novice. As the examiner ruminated on this, the small ball within the glass tube swiftly approached the second bend. This time, it would execute a 90-degree turn from a vertical descent to a horizontal trajectory. The examiner's gaze was fixed intently on the small ball, striving to discern its movements. The ball's speed was noticeably greater than before. At such velocity, the inertia would undoubtedly impact the tube's walls. Just as the examiner's concern peaked, the small ball maintained its speed, elegantly carving an L in the air, successfully transitioning into the horizontal tube. This was not merely a successful turn. Its speed had increased. The examiner was taken aback. Beside him, Lin Xuan wore a subtle smile. Controlling the small ball's turns was even simpler than he had anticipated. As long as he envisioned the ball's trajectory in his mind, it would comply with his commands flawlessly. During the initial turn, he had deliberately slowed his pace to mitigate the force of inertia. However, he soon realized such caution was unnecessary. The small ball was entirely under his mental control. Provided he exerted his mental energy appropriately, the ball could navigate the turns at a normal speed. It merely required a bit more focus on his part. After navigating 2 bends, the remainder of the path was a smooth stretch. Lin Xuan directed the small ball to accelerate further. Before long, the black sphere reached the finish line. As the ball crossed the threshold, the examiner pressed the timer. Gazing at the displayed time, the examiner's jaw dropped in astonishment. 38 seconds. Good heavens! He could not help but exclaim. The assessment's stipulated time was 3 minutes, yet Lin Xuan had accomplished it in a mere 38 seconds. Not even reaching a minute. The examiner had anticipated that Lin Xuan's superior control would result in a shorter duration, but he had never imagined it would be so brief. After years of serving as a level 1 mentalist examiner, he had never witnessed a time as astonishing as 38 seconds. Most candidates, if they did not leave black marks on the tube's walls, barely scraped by the 3-minute threshold. Lin Xuan was a rare exception. At this moment, a bold thought crept into the examiner's mind. Could the machine's displayed time be accurate? He contemplated the glass tube, silently reflecting. If he possessed a mental strength of 97, surely he too could complete the task in under 3 minutes. But could it be as brief as 38 seconds? Moreover, Master Zhong had just prevented him from attempting another test. Was there a deeper significance to this? The examiner fell into contemplation. Examiner, Zhong Lihui called out. He knew that the control test designed for level 1 mentalists would not pose a challenge for this striking young man. Indeed, the youth had achieved an impressive time of 38 seconds. Zhong Lihui was intrigued and prepared to propose that the examiner conduct a level 4 mentalist control test. He wished to ascertain the limits of this young man's abilities. After calling out, Zhong Lihui noticed that the examiner seemed lost in thought. Examiner, he called again, this time infusing his voice with a subtle mental impact that successfully drew the examiner's attention back, also capturing Lin Xuan's interest. Prepare the maze-like dual-tube apparatus. Zhong Lihui instructed. The examiner, having just regained his composure from the revelation that Lin Xuan might be a peak level 3 mentalist, was once again taken aback by Zhong Lihui's command. Although he was merely a level 2 mentalist, he was not entirely naive. Had he never seen a pig run? The maze-like dual tube was a device for testing the control of level 4 mentalists. It was widely known that the apparatus for level 2 mentalists was identical to that of level 1, with the only distinction being that level 2 tests had a time constraint. Candidates must control the small ball to the finish line within 1 minute. The maze-like tubes, however, were designed for level 3 mentalists and featured many more turns, including a curved uphill and downhill slope, significantly increasing the difficulty. Moreover, as Zhong Lihui mentioned, the term dual referred to the simultaneous control of 2 small balls, navigating different paths to reach the finish line. This was the standard apparatus for level 4 mentalist assessments. The challenge was so formidable that even the examiner felt overwhelmed. Seeing that the examiner remained still, Zhong Lihui inquired, "Is there a problem?" The examiner was filled with confusion but found himself unable to voice his concerns in the presence of Master Zhong, whose expertise